100 years ago, mutated creatures suddenly appeared, slaughtering humanity. The deceased humans also transformed into mutants, continuing to attack their own kind. Afterwards, the situation completely spiraled out of control and the world descended into a living hell. In the war, awakened ones with extraordinary talents emerged. They repelled the mutant hordes numerous times. By 2045, all global mutants suddenly converged, besieging humanity at its last line of defense. Countless warriors fell, sacrificing their lives beneath their claws. A blood-red mutant with sharp fangs and tentacles covered in eyes appeared in the Washaw war zone. At the edge of the capital, 3 individuals stood before it. A Tier 3 Divine Machine Archer, a Tier 3 Psionic Support, and a Tier 3 Great Hammer Warrior. They were fiercely engaged in battle with the Crimson Mutant before them. The Tier 3 Divine Machine Archer sighed wearily. These mutants just keep coming endlessly. The Tier 3 Great Hammer Warrior also looked exhausted and said, "The Tier 1 and Tier 2 awakened ones have all fallen. At this rate, I'm afraid even we Tier 3s won't last much longer." Suddenly, the Red Mutant lunged forward. Seeing this, one person shouted, "Watch out, this thing has defenses." Red tentacles lashed out, tightly coiling around the 3, binding them motionless. The Tier 3 Great Hammer Warrior roared, "Brothers, back me up, I'm going to smash it." The Tier 3 Psionic Support closed her eyes in despair. Tier 3 Mutant's mucus can block energy. Before she could finish, an interjection suddenly cut in. "That's right, we can't make a move rashly." The mutant lunged forward, opening its maw, ready to devour the 3. Despair welled up in their hearts, thinking, "This is it." Suddenly, several sharp energy slashes severed the tentacles wrapped around them. The 3 broke free from the tentacles and fell. Seeing this, the Tier 3 Great Hammer Warrior looked at the repelled mutant in surprise. What just happened? Severed tentacle remnants lay scattered on the ground. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They seemed to catch a glimpse of hope. Before them, a sword-wielding figure stood tall and imposing, radiating a formidable aura. They recognized him as the strongest god-tier genius. The mutant had been defeated by him. He was full of vigor, and indeed it was Yi Ning. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers. "Lord Yi Ning," he simply turned his head slightly and reminded them. "Don't let your guard down." The 3 quickly expressed their gratitude, thanking him for pulling them back from the brink of death. "Thank goodness for Lord Yi Ning." "Thank you, Lord Yi Ning, for saving us." Yi Ning's expression was grim, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He seemed to sense something amiss. Just then, the Tier 3 Divine Machine Archer suddenly drew her bow, extremely vigilant, and loudly sounded the alarm. "Lord Yi Ning, there's another mutant above you, a type we've never seen before." Yi Ning abruptly looked up. He saw a blurry black shadow, only able to discern that it was a mutant form enveloped by countless tentacles. Suddenly a shriek rang out. "Something's wrong. This mutant is a new species. It's entirely purple, with 2 long horns on its head, many tentacles extending from its feet, and most notably a massive eye on its chest." Seeing this, the Tier 3 Great Hammer Warrior tightly gripped his great hammer and fiercely charged at the mutant, his face full of indignation, shrieking, "How dare you stand above Lord Yi Ning? I'll smash you to death." Besides him, the Tier 3 Divine Machine Archer also charged forward, both of them lunging directly at the purple mutant. Suddenly it smirked disdainfully, the eye on its chest glowing with a cold light, and a surge of power erupted. Both suffered immense pressure, spitting blood and sustaining severe injuries. In just an instant, the purple mutant killed 2 peak Tier 3 warriors. Only 2 weapons remained. The Tier 3 Psionic Support witnessed her teammates' instantaneous deaths, enraged beyond measure. Tears streamed down her face, power surged, and 2 massive fireballs swirled in her hands as if symbolizing her fury. She growled, "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." But before she could act, the purple mutant had already glided behind her. She felt a bone-chilling coldness and was startled. It stabbed with sharp tentacles from its feet, giving her no time to react. She looked back helplessly, unable to dodge or retaliate. The Tier 3 Psionic Support could only await death. A moment later, she hadn't died. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Yi Ning blocking the fatal blow for her. The 2 clashed violently. Sparks flew, and Yi Ning repelled it. He instantly assessed the situation. To defeat 2 peak Tier 3 members in one move, it's not an ordinary Tier 3 mutant. The mutant lunged again. Yi Ning parried with his sword and at the same time told the Tier 3 Psionic Support, "You stand back, let me handle it." The Tier 3 Psionic Support's face was filled with terror and worry. She thought that at this level of combat she would only be a burden to Lord Yi Ning. So she urged, "Lord Yi Ning, please take care." As the Tier 3 Psionic Support retreated, a monstrous killing intent erupted from Yi Ning. His eyes became terrifying, as if he would unleash a deadly move at any moment. He brandished his greatsword, repelling the purple mutant far away. The sword blade immediately snapped in 2. This greatly shocked him. Just blocking one attack from it broke the sword. "I understand now. It's the very thing the military speculated about countless times, something that should only exist in theory." The mutant stood up, appearing furious from being knocked away by Yi Ning. Yi Ning realized that what stood before him was a Tier 4 mutant. He immediately entered a serious state, daring not to be careless in the slightest. His mind was highly focused, ready to go all out. "To fight this thing, I must use all my strength," he muttered to himself. With that, he suddenly leapt from his spot, charging rapidly towards the monster. The sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling red-orange aura, preparing to unleash a world-shattering strike. The battle erupted fiercely, the clash of powers making the earth tremble. Smoke billowed and a massive pillar of energy shot into the sky, as if an aftershock of 2 terrifying forces clashing. Shattered stones flew like dust, and both sides' horrifying powers continuously erupted, pushing the battle to its peak. Suddenly Yi Ning faltered slightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. but the mutant remained expressionless, blocking his killing blow. "What?" he exclaimed. The two continued their fierce struggle, neither giving way. But Yi Ning suddenly spat blood, his body already injured. The mutant attacked relentlessly. He gradually ran out of strength, his grip loosened, and his longsword fell to the ground. Yi Ning was defeated, falling into a pool of blood on the verge of death. He thought, "Is this tier 4? He opened his eyes, looking at the mutant standing before him, his heart filled with unwillingness. "I'm going to die." Its tentacles lashed out, opening its huge mouth to devour Yi Ning. He lay there helplessly, unable to move, his heart heavy with the failure to protect the world. A gaping maw beneath the tentacles opened, chewed, and swallowed him. Yi Ning was gone forever. On the command ship, everyone was stunned, witnessing the mutant's power and Yi Ning's demise. The oldest man's face was filled with disappointment and panic as he murmured, "Washa's only hope, Yi Ning, with his god-tier talent, he was defeated." He watched the frenzied mutant horde attacking. His heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. With an assault like this, how much longer can we hold on? Regret gnawed at his heart. If only we had discovered Yi Ning earlier, given him time to grow. He slammed his fist onto the control panel, his voice trembling. Then maybe this nightmare could have been stopped. There's no other way. Suddenly he looked up, gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let's take them with us," he decisively ordered. "All defense lines in the war zone have fallen. Have the Tier 3 awakened ones carry the strongest nuclear bombs." Everyone immediately obeyed the command. They quickly assembled, boarding helicopters and spacecraft, heading towards the most intense war zone. The commander continued to roar, "Even if we die, we will die with dignity." The Suicide Squad charged towards the frenzied mutant hordes. Heedless of their lives, they roared, their resolve firm. "Humanity endures forever." The commanders on the ship, in a gesture of reverence, pressed their clenched fists to their temples, demonstrating an unyielding spirit. The battle triggered countless tremors, large and small. Explosions echoed across Washa, and Earth suffered severe wounds. Suddenly a person opened his eyes after hearing the morning news. Today is November 6, 2061 MT calendar. The construction plan for Safety Zone 337 is scheduled to begin today, the news continued. Breaking news: Safety Zone 67 in the East Sea has been attacked by sea beasts. Survivors are advised to evacuate immediately. The person abruptly sat up, his head throbbing. He muttered, "My head hurts so much. Didn't I already die?" It turned out to be Yi Ning. He found himself confined in a sturdy, iron-doored cell with several guards. Seeing him awaken, they whispered among themselves. "He actually seems to be awake," one guard said. Someone wanted to prevent him from taking the test, claiming he was unconscious due to a virus. But the test is happening outside, and if he causes a commotion later— The two guards suddenly changed expressions, drawing their pistols ready to finish off Yi Ning. "Then just kill him. We've already received the orders anyway," one guard said coldly. The other chimed in, grinning as he drew his gun. "Right, he's just an ordinary person anyway, not an awakened descendant, just a nobody." He aimed the gun at Yi Ning, saying disdainfully, "If you had just stayed quiet, you might have kept your life." Yi Ning's eyes sharpened as he suddenly realized something. "This is 3 years ago. Have I been reborn 3 years in the past? Isn't this the day of the talent test? So someone was behind me not being detected with talent before?" He no longer hesitated, fiercely snatching the pistol from the enemy's hand, muttering, "Stop talking, kill him. How can I let them succeed like before?" Murderous intent burst forth from his eyes, and his sudden action stunned the opponent. The guard whose gun was snatched stammered, Shoot," but it was too late. Yi Ning, his face filled with rage, turned and attacked, sending the man flying, who cried out in pain as spit flew. Yi Ning aimed the gun at the other guard, who trembled in fear. In the dimly lit cell, Yi Ning, swift as lightning, subdued the two guards, sending them to eternity in an instant. He stood there, his sharp gaze sweeping around, his thoughts immersed in painful memories and missed opportunities from his previous life. The days he had barely survived by scavenging scraps from corpses. He recalled that the army had discovered his god-tier talent on New Year's Eve, but by then the Washaw war zone had already collapsed, with no time or resources for him to grow. In just 7 battles he had reached Tier 3, far from the peak of his power. Yet he was thrown onto the battlefield to confront a Tier 4 mutant. Yi Ning slowly walked out of the cell, his heart filled with guilt at the thought of his mother and sister. An indelible feeling dominating his mind. "Mom, Shaoan, I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry." But at this moment he told himself that there was still a chance for everything. With a burning resolve he swore that as long as he passed the test and became the strongest, he would protect his loved ones and end this apocalypse. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Apocalyptic Sword God system has locked onto host, locking onto Yi Ning." The system continued to broadcast, its voice calm yet imposing. Within 30 minutes the host must touch the detection crystal to unlock system functions. If the detection crystal is not touched, the system will disappear at the 31st minute. Immediately after, another notification sounded. Complete the system unlock quest and all host sword skills will receive a 100-fold amplification enhanced into forbidden sword skills. Yi Ning paused, his brows furrowed, his mind in turmoil. "This system is completely different from anything I knew in my previous life. Is this my cheat ability?" he asked himself, but then dismissed his doubts. "As long as it makes me stronger, any system will do." He made up his mind and strode forward with resolute steps. The system began displaying a 31-minute countdown, every second crucial. Suddenly a group of armed personnel swarmed over, shouting warnings. "An infected person has escaped." Yi Ning's lips curved slightly, showing no panic at all. He glanced around, assessing. The captain is a low-tier awakened one, the rest are just ordinary people. He looked directly at the captain, and a plan instantly formed in his mind, threatened him to clear a path. Yi Ning no longer hesitated, fiercely charging forward and snatching the opponent's weapon with lightning speed. In just an instant he was already standing behind the captain, the gun barrel pressed tightly against his head. "Don't move, make any move and I'll shoot," Yi Ning threatened coldly. The surrounding soldiers panicked, crying out, "Let go of the captain, don't mess around, attacking a military safety zone is a death sentence." He remained unshaken, his voice low and icy. "Take me to the testing plaza. You have 3 seconds to decide, exceed 3 seconds and you will surely die." Everyone was stunned, shouting, "Is this kid crazy?" The captain stammered, "What do you want to do there, an ordinary person going to participate in the test?" Yi Ning pressed the gun closer, scaring the captain into a terrified shout. "Wait, maybe it's a misunderstanding, we can talk. You first." The captain raised his hands in surrender but didn't forget to verbally attack. "Kid, you'd better be able to awaken your talent, but even if you do become an awakened one, you won't escape death in the testing plaza." In the testing plaza, the atmosphere was stiflingly intense. A century ago, in 2042, the apocalypse descended, plunging the entire world into an era of disaster. A voice echoed from the loudspeaker, not a commentator, but a representative of the Tianfeng Safety Zone Military Committee. "Lu Tian, billions of people, few remain." At the same time the first awakened one appeared, and the United Army saved Huasha. "Today is an important day to test everyone for talent. Those who succeed will become combat-type awakened ones, protecting our territory. Those who fail will leave here and live ordinary lives." Lu Tian continued. Starting with the descendants of awakened ones, people participating in the test slowly walked out onto the plaza. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, some worried while others' eyes gleamed with determination. Suddenly, a guard's walkie-talkie blared. "Alert! Attention everyone, an infected person has entered the testing zone, taking a hostage." The alarm threw everyone present into chaos. Anger and fear spread. From behind, a figure streaked past like lightning. In an instant a guard and his companion were sent flying. It was Yi Ning, still holding the captain hostage. He stepped out, his icy gaze fixed on the guards who aimed their weapons at him. Lu Tian, holding the microphone, spoke with a ringing, powerful voice. "Put down your weapons, cease your resistance, or you will be executed on the spot." No sooner had the warning ended than the surrounding soldiers uniformly drew their sabers, pointing them directly at Yi Ning. There were even gun muzzles ready to fire at any moment, but Yi Ning didn't tremble at all. His expression was icy, his eyes gleaming with a hint of confidence, as if everything was within his calculations. Yi Ning spoke softly, his voice calm yet firm. "I am not infected, nor do I wish to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I am here to take the test." Opposite him, Lu Tian roared, ordering the guards in a harsh tone, "What nonsense, seize him!" Hearing the command, the soldiers immediately brandished their sabers and charged forward like predatory beasts. Yi Ning didn't hesitate, letting go of the gun in his hand, allowing it to fall to the ground. He raised his hands high, calmly surrendering. He stated clearly, "According to Article 137 of the Safety Zone Regulations, awakened ones enjoy specified privileges. Disobeying military orders is a capital offense." He paused, his sharp gaze continuing, "However, sufficient contributions can offset the penalty." Sensing temporary safety, the hostage captain suddenly rushed forward. He swung a fierce punch at Yi Ning's face, yelling furiously as he struck, You think you're worthy of awakening?" Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Yi Ning couldn't resist and fell to the ground. The captain wildly sat on him, roaring, "Madman, you're talking about regulations at a time like this?" The surrounding guards immediately rushed forward, firmly pinning Yi Ning's limbs, rendering him immobile. Lu Tian's eyes blazed with fury as he ordered, execute him on the spot." From above, a guard raised his longsword, aiming for Yi Ning's head and thrusting downward. Just then, a fighter jet suddenly appeared, hovering directly overhead. The dazzling lights from the jet shone directly onto the crowd, forcing everyone to squint. A guard exclaimed in confusion, "How can there be a supersonic psionic fighter jet here?" The fighter jet's rear hatch opened, and a burly, imposing man jumped down. That was Xiao Hai, the Grand Commander of the Tianfeng Military Zone, a Tier 3 awakened one. As he landed, the ground trembled slightly, and a powerful oppressive aura emanated, making the air seem to freeze. A guard thought, "This oppressive feeling is too strong. The test hasn't even started. Why is the Grand Commander here?" Around Xiao Hai, a blue aura burned like flames, enveloping his gleaming mechanical arm. He spoke solemnly, "There are many high-tier awakened ones in the military zone now. Since this kid dares to gamble with his life, let's give him a chance." He turned to leave, but suddenly looked back and added, "If the awakening is unsuccessful, execute him on the spot." Hearing the Grand Commander's order, the guards immediately notified and arranged for Yi Ning to take the test immediately. Yi Ning showed a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, he had won this gamble. He stood up and walked amid scornful glances and mocking whispers. "They're actually letting him take the test," one person said discontentedly. Another sneered, "An ordinary person dreaming of becoming an awakened one? What a pipe dream." Someone else curled their lip, their tone full of disdain. "Someone as lowly as you dares to claim to have talent? It's revolting." Yi Ning paid no heed to these rumors and walked directly to the detection crystal. He looked up, his gaze firm, thinking to himself that in his previous life he had been framed and missed the detection test. One wrong step led to many more. He stretched out his hand and said in a clear voice, "In this life the first step is for the detection to begin," he loudly declared. "My destiny is in my own hands." The moment his hand touched the crystal, a brilliant purple light erupted, and a powerful aura permeated the entire plaza, shocking everyone. Xiao Hai, Lu Tian and the onlookers all showed expressions of astonishment. Yi Ning continued the detection, feeling the psionic energy surge into his body, a familiar sensation that thrilled him. Xiao Hai, arms crossed, focused on the talent detection device, which began to announce detecting talent. Current talent is D rank, the machine's voice continued. Detecting talent. Current talent is C rank. Lu Tian panicked, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected the rank to keep rising. Could this kid actually possess a high-level talent? The machine still hadn't stopped. Detecting talent. Current talent is B rank, then it continued. Current talent is A rank. The purple energy swirling around Yi Ning continuously expanded, spreading outwards. He thought, "The psionic energy surging into my internal organs feels incredible," he yelled excitedly in his mind. Detection crystal, transmit more psionic energy. Witnessed by everyone, the purple energy pillar transformed into a light column over 100 meters tall, so high that even fighter jets couldn't fly over it. Someone shouted loudly, "His rank is still increasing," Lu Tian stammered in horror. "An ordinary person like him actually has a ranked talent. The probability of that is 1 in tens of millions." Xiao Hai stood by, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The final result wasn't in yet. Could he have an even higher talent? Yi Ning lowered his head but didn't stop, continuing to absorb psionic energy. The purple energy pillar now shot straight into the sky, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Faced with this sight, Yi Ning remained calm during the detection, while the entire plaza was plunged into extreme shock. The talent detection device emitted a cold metallic voice, detecting talent. Current talent is S rank. However, the brilliant purple energy around Yi Ning showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it erupted even more violently, spreading like a storm, shaking the surrounding crowds and spectators. Xiao Hai was suddenly startled, his eyes wide open, blurting out in astonishment, "No, something's not right." The crystal hadn't announced the end of detection, meaning the test was still ongoing. Yi Ning with S-rank talent was now like a seed of a potentially limitless Tier 3 awakened one. Xiao Hai immediately gave a decisive order. "All underground armored units deploy for defense against mutant attacks." Lu Tian, standing beside him, nodded and received the order with a cold gaze. Subordinates quickly relayed the command, dispatching psionic fighter jets for aerial military patrols. All roads leading to this area were strictly sealed, with only the military allowed through. Suddenly Yi Ning let out a loud shout, and a violent burst of purple energy made even the psionic fighter jets tremble. Half-moon-shaped sword energy erupted from the airflow, sweeping across the plaza like sharp blades. Gradually the purple energy dissipated, but Yi Ning's hand remained on the detection crystal. The detector finally sounded. Detection complete. All eyes, from guards to spectators, were fixed on Yi Ning, breathlessly awaiting the result. The detector announced the final result. Xiao Hai froze for a moment, the paper in his hand falling to the ground. He looked at Yi Ning in a daze, his voice trembling. He's actually a pure-blood SSS rank." He paused, then continued, "SSS rank. If S rank is the reserve force for Tier 3 awakened ones, then SSS rank without a doubt will surely become Tier 3. It seems the Tianfeng district is about to change," he laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. "Good. My Tianfeng safety zone finally has a talent." The people participating in the detection around them discussed in whispers, looking at Yi Ning. "Did you hear that? To receive such praise from the Grand Commander, that's our dream." Another person sighed. "It's really enviable how quickly things change. Just now they were calling him disgusting," someone else chimed in. "Don't be jealous, he might be our superior in the future." Yi Ning lowered his head, looking at the brilliant purple power in his hand, secretly marveling. His talent was actually SSS rank, the highest theoretical level for humans. He hadn't expected the detection crystal's ultimate inheritance to also stop at SSS rank. Forget it, the influence of SSS rank is already powerful enough. He turned his thoughts to the most important task, a sword god system. He commanded in his mind, "System, open the control panel." A long information panel, shimmering with light, immediately appeared. The first panel clearly displayed, "Sword god system loaded. Host Yi Ning, current effect, grants 10,000 skill power points. Any sword type skill learned will be unconditionally enhanced to SSS rank." The next panel displayed additional effect 1, increases psionic energy reserve by 10,000 points, unlocks all attribute caps, allows simultaneous enhancement of all attributes without talent restrictions. Additional effect 2, can use any skill once every 48 hours, no cost, no level restriction. Yi Ning sighed deeply, his tone weary yet excited. The mission is finally complete. He focused on reading the information, then suddenly realized, wait, in my previous life, even with the nation's full power, only 2 people reached S rank, and 1 skill reached Tier 4, yet the Sword God system can casually enhance skills to SSS rank. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, thinking, interesting, I need to find a way to get a skill book and try it out. Suddenly, someone walked over, startling Yi Ning. It was Xiao Hai. His face was full of smiles as he patted Yi Ning's shoulder. "Congratulations, brother Yi Ning. Congratulations on detecting SSS rank talent." He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. "Come, tell me what reward you want. Uncle Xiao will definitely satisfy you." Yi Ning seemed distracted, his gaze still fixed on the system tasks. A friend nearby interjected, "Brother Yi Ning, he's completely unresponsive." Xiao Hai chuckled, looking at Yi Ning with amusement. "He's not reacting even when called. It seems he just became an awakened one, and hasn't adapted yet." He put an arm around Yi Ning's shoulder and said heartily. Uncle Xiao also stood there in a daze for a long time back then. "Just like you." He pulled Yi Ning along, continuing, Come, stop spacing out, let's go to my office and chat." Yi Ning nodded in response. "Okay." While having tea with Xiao Hai, he continued, "You were framed and missed the detection. I've already dispatched personnel to completely control the relevant departments, and they will investigate thoroughly to give you an explanation." He sat cross-legged majestically in the room, and continued to speak to the M81 screen. "I've decided to make you the first candidate for the seed plan. As long as it's approved by the higher-ups, professional Tier 3 personnel will guide you. Resources and equipment will also be prioritized." He looked at Yi Ning, his tone serious. "Now tell me about your talent, and Uncle Xiao will help you devise a plan." Yi Ning was moved by Xiao Hai's enthusiasm, but he secretly thought that he couldn't tell anyone about the Sword God system. He would just mention his original talent. He decisively replied, "Psychic type, its function is telekinesis." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hai stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Oh, psychic type, that's very rare. It might require experts from the capital to give their opinion." He turned to Yi Ning and said generously, "By the way, what reward does Yi Ning want?" Yi Ning humbly replied, "Commander Xiao, if possible, I'd like a sword skill book." Xiao Hai nodded and immediately waved to his subordinate. "That's easy. Go get one. Choose the advanced one." The subordinate quickly produced a shimmering book and respectfully said, "Commander Xiao, this is the highest grade book in our inventory." Xiao Hai looked at the book and nodded, then handed it to Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, take it." Yi Ning took the book, his eyes lit up, and he said softly, "Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to go home." Xiao Hai laughed heartily, his tone full of understanding. "Going home to share the good news with your family? I understand." He pointed forward and patted Yi Ning's shoulder with his other hand. "Go, assign a few elite soldiers to protect Yi Ning 24/7. Ensure his safety at all costs." The surrounding assistants bowed their heads and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Xiao Hai continued sternly, "Should there be any unusual circumstances, contact me directly, bypassing the usual chain of command to report." He turned around, his gaze sharp. "Also, regarding Yi Ning almost losing his qualification for the detection test, I need a report within 24 hours. Regardless of who is involved, apprehend them first." Everyone responded in unison, "Understood." All the commanders respectfully bowed to receive the order. That night in Tianfeng's Safety Zone 6 gathering area, a match of armored vehicles slowly drove through, drawing everyone's attention. The vehicle suddenly braked, the door opened, and Yi Ning and the soldiers stepped out. He turned to them and said softly, "Seniors, you can set up camp here. I'll go home by myself." The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. One person exclaimed, "Look everyone, isn't that Yi Ning?" Another whispered, "He's already a big shot. Why is he still riding in a military vehicle?" Another voice whispered even lower, reminding them, "Quiet, he has so many awakened ones protecting him, he must be important." Yi Ning suddenly saw his younger sister, Xiaoan, and loudly called out, "Xiaoan, Xiaoan!" The little girl heard her brother's voice, suddenly turned her head, her eyes lighting up as she recognized her brother. "Brother?" Yi Ning was stunned, the image of the little girl from his previous life flooding his mind. He thought, "Xiaoan, I couldn't protect you in my previous life. I'm sorry." He rushed over and tightly hugged the little girl, vowing in his heart, "In this life I will never let you suffer even the slightest harm." The little girl didn't understand what was happening but laughed happily and excitedly said, Brother, we haven't seen each other in a year. Weren't you at the training camp? Why are you back?" Yi Ning was in tears, hugging her even tighter, and replied, "I participated in the detection test." Xiaoan asked in surprise, "Ah, why are you crying?" He choked back a laugh through his tears. "No, it's nothing, I'm just happy to see you." Yi Ning held Xiaoan's hand and said as they walked, "Xiaoan, tell brother, let's go home quickly." The little girl nodded and excitedly said, "Brother, let's go home quickly. Mom has been very worried about you since you left." He laughed happily. "Okay, we'll go home together in a bit and give Mom a surprise." Xiaoan proudly showed off her spoils, excitedly saying, Brother, look, I was very lucky today and found some parts. I can exchange them for a few steamed buns. Brother can eat his fill today." Yi Ning looked at the innocent little girl filled with emotion and gently replied, "Silly child, today we'll eat well." Xiaoan cheered joyfully. "Brother, really? Will there be meat?" He nodded and laughed. "Of course, as much as you want." That night, the small house was filled with joy and laughter, and hot dishes covered the table. Xiaoan happily exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you're so generous." Their mother looked at Yi Ning and asked worriedly, "How did the awakened training detection go? Many neighbors have been asking about you." Yi Ning ate happily as he replied, "I passed the detection. Mom, I'm already an awakened one." His mother's eyes lit up with emotion. Really? Yi Ning nodded. Xiaoan cheered, her voice full of pride. "As expected of my brother, you're truly my pride, brother." The family ate happily. Xiaoan asked while eating, "Brother, by the way, after you become an awakened one, will our family be able to eat meals like this every day?" Yi Ning smiled and replied, You can." That night the family ate their fill and drifted into peaceful sleep, the dishes still on the table. Perhaps they were too happy and forgot to clear up. The mother and Xiaoan slept in each other's arms, their faces beaming with happiness. Perhaps it was the best sleep they had ever had. Yi Ning gently opened the door, looking at his mother and daughter, a gentle smile on his face. His heart filled with joy, he quietly closed the door, letting them sleep peacefully. In the darkness, Yi Ning summoned the system. The system learned the skill book and the system displayed mission completed. He received 4 free attribute points. He continued to read C-rank skill ambush detected, sword type skill detected, skill upgrade successful. An item appeared in his hand, system message. Sword skill ambush has been enhanced to SSS rank skill sword stream riot control. Information displayed. Sword stream riot control consumes 4,500 psionic energy, can summon a torrent of sword energy in an extremely short time, causing devastating damage to the target area. The skill comes with properties such as super speed, armor penetration, destruction, and slicing. Note: the destructive power of this skill is increased by 100,000 compared to its current level. Please use with extreme caution. Yi Ning was surprised, thinking, did it really enhance a C-rank skill to SSS rank? Although he had witnessed grand scenes in his previous life, he had never encountered anything so incredible. The system displayed information. Current talent points, level 0, 15 willpower, internal psionic energy reserve 1500 points. He muttered, his voice surprised. It costs 4,500 psionic energy to use it once, he continued to read. Promoted to level 1 novice, 20 willpower, 2,000 psionic energy. Level 2, 30 willpower, 3,000 psionic energy. Level 3, 40 willpower, 4,000 psionic energy. He crossed his arms and pondered, without equipment assistance, theoretically, I would need to reach level 3 intermediate to use sword stream riot control once. Fortunately, the talent characteristic allows me to use any skill once every 48 hours without cost. Otherwise, even if my internal psionic energy was depleted, I couldn't use it once now. He frowned and muttered, the troublesome thing is that the sword god system doesn't allow information leakage. I can't explain the source of my power and skills to others. This means that before I advance to level 2, I must avoid using sword stream riot control in front of anyone. He sighed, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Now is a crucial moment. The Grand Commander reported the seed plan to the higher-ups, so it's better to cause him trouble than to have nothing. He took out the item he had just acquired and smiled. I really want to try it right away, suddenly he exclaimed. Oh, that's right, he laughed loudly. Doesn't the military zone have that? In the world where the demonic era descended due to the emergence of psionic energy, random dungeons formed in various places. Over time, through exploration and training, humanity gradually mastered information about them. The military invested significant manpower and resources to research and develop trial dungeons for practical training. Unlike natural dungeons, trial dungeons allowed for immediate exit when encountering danger, maximizing safety. Yi Ning closed the door and went out thinking, isn't trying out skills in a trial dungeon a perfect idea? At the Tianfeng Safety Zone's trial dungeon, Yi Ning requested, please open a low-level single-player dungeon for me. Any type will do. The assistant looked at him, thinking that this was Yi Ning, the S-rank psychic talent user specifically mentioned by the Grand Commander. He said worriedly, with your current strength, entering a dungeon alone is too dangerous. Yi Ning calmly replied, I'm just going in to test some things and I'll be out soon. With that, his figure flashed and he entered the dungeon. Inside the trial dungeon, the system displayed current environment, city difficulty, low risk. After reading it, Yi Ning thought this is a simulation shortly after the demonic era descended. Is the dungeon weapon a dagger? He pulled a dagger from the system, nodded, just as I wished. The weaker the weapon, the easier it is to test skills. As he walked, Yi Ning suddenly sensed eyes peeking at him. He glanced in that direction and a monster rushed out to attack. Yi Ning leaped, skillfully dodging the attack and secretly smiled. Good thing it came to me proactively. He swooped down from the air, swinging his dagger to strike the monster. Did you think you were here to give me points? The monster fell and he ran off, triumphant yet muttering, the feel isn't numb yet, not satisfying enough. He walked towards the emergency exit, his body pressed against the glass door, his expression serious. Cautiously opening the door, a reddish-brown monster charged out. It had countless eyes, sharp teeth, and 2 huge fangs. It opened its massive maw, attempting to devour Yi Ning. He glanced at it, thinking there's another one. The monster approached, its tongue extended, saliva splashing. Just as it attacked, Yi Ning plunged his dagger fiercely into its jaw and the monster shrieked in pain. He swung his dagger and cleanly sliced it down. The monster fell, blood splattering and staining the ground. Sweat rolled down Yi Ning's cheeks. He assessed that although his current physical condition wasn't strong, with his combat experience from his previous life, dealing with these zombies was quite easy. To test his skills, he needed to find the mutant leader. He needed to go to the boss area. A regional map appeared before him, and he planned his first move, exit the building via the external stairs. On the street, mutated zombies shuffled around. Yi Ning muttered, oh, the zombies here are already level 1 intermediate. The dungeon difficulty was increasing. He continued, no need to waste time on them. Suddenly, a few zombies spotted Yi Ning, abruptly turning their heads, a large question mark appearing on their decaying faces. They opened their mouths wide and charged from various directions in terrifying poses. But before they could act, one zombie's head was severed by Yi Ning, a green light flashing. After dealing with it, he accelerated, darting past the remaining zombies. Yi Ning immediately turned left and was met by a group of watchful zombies as if saying, hey buddy, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. They howled in unison, surging forward like a tide. Yi Ning sped up with thousands of zombies chasing behind him. He curved his lips into a smile. Excellent, their numbers are increasing exponentially. He leaned against the carriage, muttering, too bad, killing more ordinary zombies won't increase psionic experience. Yi Ning leapt onto the top of the truck like lightning. He looked back at the zombie horde below and said firmly, "Let's go straight to the boss area. I need to shake off these guys first." He jumped off the truck like Superman, landing majestically on the ground. The system notification panel continuously popped up. Reached boss area, reached boss area. A striking yellow warning appeared. Warning, Tier 1 Peak Mutant Corpse Nightmare is attacking. Yi Ning stood in the spacious courtyard, calmly glancing behind him. The notification panel then switched. Tier 1 Peak Mutant Corpse Nightmare. A huge gorilla-like monster, muscular, pitch black all over, with 2 giant horns, crimson eyes, and 2 sharp crab claws. It suddenly appeared behind Yi Ning, tearing through space, making Yi Ning exclaim, "So fast!" The corpse nightmare struck violently, shattering the courtyard and sending debris flying. Yi Ning leapt high, dodging the attack, muttering, "The boss of the trial dungeon, Corpse Nightmare, is a Tier 1 Peak Mutant." He landed, one hand on the ground, his legs firmly facing the monster. The pursuing zombie horde also surged forward, his brows furrowed. Normally, dealing with a single Tier 1 Peak Mutant would require at least 3 awakened ones of the same tier. He gripped his dagger, its blade shimmering with a green light, and continued to think, "If I weren't here to test skills, I'd only be Tier 0 now. Even with strong talent, I couldn't directly confront a Tier 1 Peak Mutant, let alone the countless ordinary zombies around." The huge corpse nightmare led the deformed zombie horde as they swarmed. It furiously swung a punch at Yi Ning, but he flexibly dodged it. With his psionic energy activated, his eyes glowed blue. His entire body was enveloped in brilliant light. Yi Ning moved like lightning around the corpse nightmare, his hair flowing against the wind. He thought, assuming the skill isn't as powerful as imagined. He stomped hard on the corpse nightmare's arm, making it sharply turn around. Yi Ning leapt up, flying above the monster's head. The green light on his blade burst forth even more dazzlingly. He gripped his dagger tightly and charged directly at the corpse nightmare, a determined look on his face. "Even if it's a disaster, I can only exit the dungeon." The panel popped up. Skill ready to activate. Green light surged like a tide, piercing through the corpse nightmare like a waterfall, its body instantly shattering into countless fragments. Yi Ning unleashed Sword Stream Riot Control, sweeping away all monsters as rubble crashed down. The fragmented remains of the corpse nightmare and zombies rained down. Yi Ning landed, standing alone in the ruins, smoke and dust swirling. The green light gradually dissipated, and he hesitantly looked around, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is a one-shot clear." If he hadn't tested it himself, he wouldn't have been able to imagine the destructive power of Sword Stream Riot Control. He looked at his hands and gasped. This power, even a slightly weaker Tier 2 Peak Mutant could be instantly annihilated. He was both excited and shocked, then added, "And I'm only at Tier 0 right now." The system screen popped up. Killed a Tier 1 Peak Mutant, gained 5 psionic experience points, artificial dungeon experience deducted by 50, obtained white equipment, agility gloves. Yi Ning was surprised. The experience in artificial dungeons comes entirely from psionic stones provided by the military zone, and the drop rate for equipment isn't as good as in regular dungeons. In my previous life, I never heard of anyone getting equipment in a trial dungeon, but now I have some. The screen switched, showing agility gloves MT, attack speed and range increased by 15. Yi Ning immediately put on the silver-white gloves and said with satisfaction, "In this apocalypse, even a Tier 2 awakened one might not be able to gather a complete set of white equipment. Getting one is a good start." He nodded, satisfied that the test had achieved its purpose and he had unexpectedly gained equipment, so there was no point in staying. He pressed the exit button and the scene gradually dissipated. Back in the real world, Yi Ning handed the card to the blue-clad staff member, politely saying, "I'm done, here's your token back." "Thank you." The blue-clad staff member watched Yi Ning leave in astonishment, thinking, he came out really fast, probably scared stiff by those zombies. Suddenly an angry voice rang out, making him turn sharply. A white-haired man with hair gel and wearing a cold weather suit walked over and roared, "Who let a Tier 1 squad into the dungeon again?" He ranted like a machine gun. "Didn't I say it before? You can't let so many people into a solo dungeon. Maintaining the dungeon is difficult. How many times have I told you? Why can't you remember?" The blue-clad staff member froze, scratching his head and explaining, We wouldn't dare let a squad into a solo dungeon." The white-haired man frowned, still suspicious. He asked coldly again, "Really, no squad went in? Then how did the Tier 1 mutant in the solo dungeon die? Even the only piece of equipment dropped." Both men looked at the screen displaying the white gloves. The white-haired man continued to question, "Surely no Tier 2 awakened one would just go into a solo dungeon for no reason, right?" The blue-clad staff member focused on the screen, sweating profusely, and answered with furrowed brows, "Only Yi Ning entered the dungeon just now." A terrified expression appeared on his face as he stammered. He said he was going to test something. Could he have cleared the dungeon boss by himself? In a dilapidated market, Yi Ning, wearing a hood, casually walked through the noisy hawking. "Guns for sale, 15 caddies of flour for one, comes with 2 mantis pills, half a caddy of credit points. Selling now." He shoved his hands into his pockets, his gaze sweeping over a group of children stealing from an old man who had fallen by the roadside. He pondered that while he could easily deal with a Tier 1 Peak Mutant, the situation was still not optimistic. Suddenly, a child shouted, "Hurry up, everyone, the patrol is coming." The patrol appeared, shouting, clear out, whose children are these? Keep an eye on them." The children panicked, urging each other to run. Yi Ning continued to walk slowly, his face turning serious. he thought to himself, not to mention the cataclysm a year later. Memories of the desolate city being overrun by monsters flooded his mind. He remembered the Tianfeng safety zone being attacked by a large number of Tier 3 mutants, with corpses littering the ground. As he walked, Yi Ning suddenly stopped, making a small boy by the roadside look up at him. Lost in thought, he muttered to himself, "In another 10 days the Tianfeng city area will experience a zombie riot, forming a horde that will attack the Tianfeng safety zone. Shaoan and Mom are still in danger." His eyes gleamed with determination, telling himself he must increase his strength faster. In the central command center of the capital safety zone, a voice announced, "Urgent intelligence, an SSS-rank talent has been discovered in the Tianfeng safety zone." Has everyone seen it? The electronic screen displayed the information. Name: Yi Ning, SSS rank, willpower attribute awakened 1, psionic type. In the base, senior leaders were engaged in heated discussion. One person spoke, "Recently, many Tier 3 personnel have been sacrificed. It's good to have such a talent join us." Another echoed, "Indeed, we must accelerate his cultivation, and the corresponding resources must be provided as quickly as possible." Another suggested, "Why not directly incorporate him into the capital military zone and have the commander personally mentor him?" An old man asked doubtfully, "Are you saying he can break through Tier 3 and reach that insurmountable Tier 4? The middle-aged white-haired man explained, "To this day all our high-tier awakened ones, whether the 4 commanders or the military's dozen or so Tier 3 peak masters and even the supreme commander, none have reached Tier 4 because we didn't have the best cultivation resources from the start." The old man stroked his chin, convinced. Starting with resources is a good suggestion, worth trying." The leader stood up and announced, "Good SSS-rank talent Yi Ning has been selected for the top-tier seed plan and will be immediately transferred to the capital military zone." However, a man wearing glasses suddenly spoke up, "I object." The old man was surprised. "What do you mean?" Others were displeased. "You object to such a genius too?" The leader frowned, his tone sharp. "Are you 4th military zone members going to put on your traditional act of bickering again?" The bespectacled man appeared confident, pushing up his glasses. "You haven't read the end of the urgent intelligence, have you?" New information appeared on the screen. The bespectacled man loudly stated, "He is a psionic type awakened 1 with the willpower attribute. To this day, in nearly 70 years, not a single Tier 3 psionic type awakened 1 has ever appeared. Psionic type awakened 1s have very weak physical qualities and usually require support. Without the protection of other awakened ones, fighting alone makes them a burden." Everyone was horrified. The bespectacled man continued, "Furthermore, it is extremely fortunate for an individual to advance from Tier 1 to Tier 2. To advance from Tier 2 peak to Tier 3, as you all know." He paused, causing even the leader to worry, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The bespectacled man concluded, "The success rate is 0. The room fell into silence. The leader rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Forget it. Lower Yi Ning's priority. Important resources cannot be wasted." The next day, Xiao Hai saw the incoming message and exclaimed in surprise, "Yi Ning's seed plan was rejected and his priority was lowered. Oh, psionic types can't reach Tier 3. Their potential is assessed as only A rank or even lower, making cultivation meaningless." His subordinate cautiously asked, "Commander Xiao, should we still treat him as we discussed before?" Xiao Hai casually tossed his iPad onto the table and ordered, "The higher-ups have already determined Yi Ning has no potential. Since that's the case, cancel Yi Ning's previous benefits and withdraw the personnel assigned to protect him." The subordinate continued to ask for instructions regarding the investigation into the matter of Yi Ning almost losing his qualification for the detection test. "Since the suspect has committed suicide and the lead is broken, should we continue the investigation?" Xiao Hai leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, and replied, "I agreed to the investigation before because I valued his potential. Now that he has no potential, what's there to investigate?" The subordinate nodded, understood. In the Tianfeng safety zone, someone notified Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, the results of the capital expert's opinion are out. Your potential is only Tier 2, the safety zone here has cancelled your benefits, and you don't need to participate in the seed plan. I've informed you of everything that needed to be said. Goodbye." Yi Ning put his hands in his pockets and watched the car drive away. He wondered, "Why is my potential only Tier 2? My talent reached SSS rank. Even just detecting SSS rank should prove my potential." He suddenly realized, "I understand." Memories from his previous life flooded his mind. He concluded, during this period, psionic type awakened ones were still considered useless. People generally believed that awakened ones couldn't break through Tier 4 because of insufficient willpower, needing psionic support. But to this day no one knew this. Yi Ning sighed regretfully. "I didn't expect to still encounter an unexpected event in this life, preventing the high-level officials from realizing my importance." He pondered, if he were to go to the capital and claim to be an SSS-rank psionic talent, saying this was the key to breaking through Tier 4, who would believe him? He suddenly looked up, rejecting his previous thought. Forget it, who would believe unsubstantiated claims? He told himself that the most important thing now was to find a way to quickly recover his Tier 3 strength. By then everything would be revealed. He pulled up his hood, comforting himself. "I have the Sword God system and Sword Stream Riot control. My start is already much better than in my previous life." He spoke. "Let's go. Time to hunt mutants." In the desolate forest, 2 strangers suddenly appeared, enthusiastically inviting him like a pyramid scheme. "Yi Ning, that kid with the gun. Do you want to join our team? We're teaming up to hunt Tier 1 elementary mutants, and if successful, we'll split some credit points with you. Follow us and we guarantee your safety." Yi Ning turned back, waved to refuse, his tone full of disdain. "Team, Tier 1 mutants don't give much experience to begin with. How much experience can so many people split? No thanks." The big-nosed man was embarrassed by the refusal, and immediately changed his tone, praising himself. "Kid, you surprise me. Seeing you alone, I wanted to help, but you really don't know what's good for you. Don't think you're above everyone just because you just became an awakened one." The three surrounded Yi Ning, and the big-nosed man pointed at his face, threatening, "We're kindly taking you. Is this attitude because you're tired of living?" Yi Ning activated his psionic energy, his eyes flashing red, and an oppressive aura radiated from his entire body. He said coldly, "Move aside." The red light enveloped him, scaring the big-nosed man back, who secretly thought, "Oh, those icy eyes, it feels like being stared at by a beast." So the trio stepped aside, looking at Yi Ning's retreating figure, terrified in their hearts, thinking only those who had experienced countless life-and-death situations could have such eyes. This young man was a bit sinister. Yi Ning ventured deeper into the forest alone, then stopped and said, "Here we are." He calmly continued walking, adding, "Rotten Corpse Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safety zone. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 Tier 1 mutants deep in this forest. One of them was even a Tier 1 peak mutant." The system screen cast a light on half of his face. Yi Ning calculated that an awakened one needed to kill 3 Tier 1 mutants to go from Tier 0 to Tier 1. In the trial dungeon, he had already killed 1 Tier 1 peak mutant, and though the experience was discounted, it was equivalent to 1 ordinary Tier 1 mutant. Killing 2 more in the Rotten Corpse Forest would allow him to level up. Suddenly, a fierce aura approached him from behind at an extremely fast speed. Yi Ning sensed it, gripped his pistol, and turned sharply as a mutant lunged. He reminded himself to avoid using sword stream riot control as much as possible. He struck the mutant's head with the pistol butt, knocking it down, muttering, "I need not only psionic experience but also to strengthen my physical functions." Another group of zombies surged forward. Yi Ning fired continuously, knocking them down one by one, aiming to improve his physical attributes. "Psionic awakened ones have the weakest physical attributes. I must change the higher-ups' impression," he thought. "Not just me, all capable Tier 3 awakened ones must find a way to awaken their psionic abilities, otherwise it will be too late when Tier 4 appears." Gunshots echoed, and bluebirds in the forest scattered in alarm. The group who had obstructed Yi Ning earlier looked up, shouting in fear, "Did you hear that? It's gunshots. Could it be that kid from before?" The big-nosed man continued in fright. "Is it coming from near the Trent?" he warned, his voice trembling. "It sounds not far from here. Everyone run. Don't get killed by that kid because you didn't find any psionic fruit." In the distance, Yi Ning leaped into the air, nimbly dodging the attacks from the treant's massive branches. The system screen in front of him lit up. Tier 1 peak mutant Trent attack. Immediately after, the prompt repeated, and Yi Ning was startled, secretly guessing that 2 were attacking simultaneously. The huge Trent slammed its roots into the ground, charging straight at him. Yi Ning dodged while observing carefully, thinking, "Where's the other one?" An ugly monster, mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth, suddenly appeared before him. Although 2 had lunged and attacked together just now, the second one seemed to have vanished, leaving only the Trent with its eerie face. It let out a deafening roar. Yi Ning's brows furrowed. Something was off. The Trent seemed to lose patience, manipulating a series of tentacles that violently stabbed into the ground, initiating the combat. The long tentacles twisted like snakes, lunging at Yi Ning with astonishing speed. He muttered, so fast. Despite the opponent's fierce attacks, Yi Ning remained calm and agile. Deftly dodging all blows, he maintained his distance, observing the Trent's strange movements, thinking, "Where did it go? I didn't expect this old fellow to be quite clever." Suddenly, the Trent leaped high, preparing a sneak attack. It plunged down without hesitation, smashing the ground to smithereens, and white smoke billowed. Yi Ning was surprised. Such a massive body, yet it moves as lightly as a cloud, he dodged while analyzing. Just brute strength isn't enough, it also relies on intelligence, he frowned. And the second one still hasn't appeared. Is it planning a sneak attack? The Trent remained ferocious, continuously attacking with sharp tentacles. The situation was getting increasingly difficult. Yi Ning decided to play it by ear. As the tentacles came at him as if to skewer him, he retreated, merely fending them off, roaring, "Die!" Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ning swung his dagger and fiercely slashed the treant's body. The monster endured the blow, letting out a pained shriek. Yi Ning looked forward, bewildered. The treant's crimson eyes met his, creating a tense stare-down. Suddenly, a tentacle swept across, tearing Yi Ning's sleeve, and blood splattered. To avoid further torment, he quickly retreated. He thought, "It's just the beginning, and one sleeve is already gone. This battle is getting harder." He recalled the previous life's expedition team's account. A Tier 2 intermediate mutant expedition team was very experienced, yet dealing with 2 Tier 1 mutants left the entire team severely injured with 2 casualties. If not for the second one being so well hidden, they wouldn't have been so hurt. Yi Ning suddenly realized that in his previous life, both the Trent and the Disruptor were eliminated by an elite military squad. Their words had misled him. He didn't need to look far. He observed carefully and finally recognized the truth. The Disruptor was the small eye growing on the Trent. At this moment, that eye mutated and its tentacles swelled violently. With his rich experience, Yi Ning perceived all the movements, so that was it. The Disruptor's howl was a spell that enhanced the Trent, but its duration was short. The Trent intentionally retreated a step when casting the spell. Yi Ning realized it repeated this move many times, like a snake that couldn't change its tactics. If he wasn't mistaken, it would jump next to him next. He smiled, thinking, too naive, you're already in the palm of my hand. The Trent frantically plunged its tentacles into the ground, trying to flatten Yi Ning, but he rushed onto those tentacles like a gust of wind. He thought, your biggest flaw is that disruptor. The eye on the Trent still looked down calmly, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Yi Ning roared, you're dead. He rushed over with lightning speed, electricity bursting from his body. Without further ado, Yi Ning decisively plunged his dagger into that eye. The Trent let out a painful shriek that echoed through the entire forest. After successfully hitting the weak point, Yi Ning tightly squeezed the eye, forcefully tearing off the connecting nerves. From the wound, blue psionic energy gushed out like a fountain, splashing into the air. This hit the monster's weak point. Yi Ning landed, his posture proud. Compared to its initial brilliance, the eye was now pale, like a lifeless zombie. He crushed the eye, coldly declaring, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The eye shattered, as if liberated, able to reincarnate, becoming less ferocious. Having lost its trump card, the monster opened its mouth and roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. It still had a breath left, determined to retaliate, extending its thick tentacles to attack Yi Ning, but facing these claws, Yi Ning calmly drew out his hot weapon, its blade gleaming coldly. With sharp, graceful swordplay, he quickly sliced its tentacles into noodles. Without its eye, the monster was like a fish out of water, no longer possessing the power of a Tier 1 peak mutant Trent. Yi Ning gripped his dagger, ready for the final bloodbath. Sensing Yi Ning's approaching figure, the monster still resisted, roaring as fierce as if it had never tasted defeat. Refusing to cry until it saw the coffin, Yi Ning swung his hand, preparing to give it an unforgettable lesson. If the monster was previously a proud bully, now it was trembling. Stop struggling. After neatly clearing away the scattered tentacles, Yi Ning unhesitatingly plunged his blade into its eye. The monster's body endured countless sharp slashes. Blue psionic energy surged into the air and then, as if by fate, the monster exploded brilliantly like fireworks, ending its life. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that everything he had put in was worth it. Although there were some side effects, this battle result was top-notch in ordinary combat. The system panel popped up, indicating successful elimination of the disruptor. A Tier 1 intermediate mutant, gaining psionic experience, obtaining the Treant's white shell material, obtaining the drywood solution white equipment, the giant claw white equipment, and a psionic fruit. But the most precious loot was the white psionic fruit he held in his hand after use. Physique permanently increases by 1 point, and health recovery speed increases by 20. The system asked if he wanted to use it, and he immediately replied, use. As soon as he spoke, the fruit in Yi Ning's hand glowed brightly, emitting a mysterious airflow from its center. Holding the precious loot, he couldn't help but think proudly, such a bargain. For awakened ones, even advancing 1 major tier only grants 4 attribute points. Yet he gained 1 by killing 2 boss monsters. This harvest was pretty good. The surrounding soldiers felt a relaxed atmosphere. The psionic pressure from the boss monster had dissipated. One exclaimed, the boss monster's psionic pressure is gone. Could that gunshot have been from a Tier 2 awakened one? They couldn't believe it was Yi Ning who had created the miracle. Another soldier murmured, besides that useless guy earlier and us, there's no one else here. A Tier 3 awakened one also chimed in. I thought that kid was a bit weird earlier. Could it not have been him? This is too unbelievable. Half an hour later, after dealing with the monster, Yi Ning entered the inner city of Tianfeng's safety zone to make a fortune. At the mutant material acquisition point, seeing him carrying a full bag of loot, the boss asked, hello young man, do you want to sell all these materials? Yi Ning nodded decisively, sell them all. How much would they be worth? In an era where currency was scarce, he carefully considered. Although he could trade through system channels at this stage, he didn't want to waste any resources. Money should be spent wisely, and offline transactions were still more reasonable. After some appraisal, the enthusiastic blonde woman announced, hello, these 4 pieces of Tier 1 peak mutant material can be used to craft a set of armor and attack equipment, worth approximately 697 credit points. This seems to be your first time, so we're giving you a new customer discount, raising it to 700 credit points. How does that sound? Yi Ning secretly calculated that this discount was truly a lifesaver in the apocalypse. 700 credit points were enough to buy over 200 kilograms of meat or hire 7 or 8 mercenaries. The price was good, so he immediately decided, no problem boss, count the money. The girl quickly completed the transaction. Okay, the credit points have been transferred, please check. Taking the opportunity, the boss added an advertisement. We also sell equipment, supplies, firearms, and can even customize according to special requests. Guest, you need anything else? Yi Ning took the business card and casually asked, do you have skill books here? Sword type ones, the boss replied, his tone somewhat hesitant. There were indeed sword skill books, but their level was a bit low. In fact, not just our merchant association but the entire Tianfeng safety zone is like this. Sword type books are only D rank. Seeing Yi Ning interested, the blonde girl continued, we have 3 here, do you need them? Yi Ning picked up a skill book and flipped through a few pages, his eyes focused. D rank skill Furious Slash. A sword type skill requires a portion of physical and mental energy to unleash a charged attack, thrusting forward and dealing 1.2 times strength attribute damage. Next was D rank skill Draw Sword Slash. Also sword type, consumes a certain amount of stamina and can increase attack speed on the first strike, dealing 1.2 times agility attribute damage. Finally, D rank skill Consecutive Slashes. Another sword type skill, requires a large amount of physical and mental energy, and can quickly unleash 3 slashes, each dealing 0.6 times strength attribute damage with an additional bleeding effect. He murmured, agreeing with the boss, admitting he was right. They were all the lowest rank. These 3 skill books looked a bit old, their pages yellowed. Yi Ning fell into deep thought, his eyes profound. Although the sword god system could enhance skill power, saving him from worrying about attack power, the enhanced effect still largely depended on the original skill. Choosing casually was not advisable. As a cautious person, he always meticulously planned for the future. Moreover, while the Sword Stream Riot Control sword skill was astonishingly powerful, it had the drawbacks of slow casting speed, overly wide range, and lack of flexibility. If facing a high-tier mutant with exceptional speed, if it dodged Sword Stream Riot Control, the enemy would immediately retaliate during the skill's cooldown. Seeing Yi Ning still hesitant, the shop owner smiled and enthusiastically suggested, "Guest, didn't you find anything suitable? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can order skill books from other safety zones. As long as you pay the handling fee, we can find C-rank skills, and if you don't specify the type, we might even get B-rank. Better than nothing, right?" Yi Ning shook his head, decisively stating, "No need, I'll take this drawsword slash. I'm curious to see how much a skill that boosts attack speed can be enhanced." Hearing this, the boss was slightly surprised, secretly evaluating. This person has the strength to hunt peak mutant materials, yet he chooses such a trash skill. Is he just rich and reckless? Although he thought so, he outwardly put on an excited expression as if he'd won the lottery, and turned to the girl beside him. "Drawsword slash, 600 credit points. Please wrap up the skill book for our esteemed guest." The girl deftly packaged the book carefully, smiling as she handed it to Yi Ning. "Your skill book, please take it." The boss and the girl stood behind the counter enthusiastically, seeing off their money tree. "Walk slowly, welcome back next time." Yi Ning held the newly purchased book, strolling through the quiet night street. As a model older brother, as soon as he had some money, he immediately thought of his beloved younger sister. "I still have 1,000 credit points. Let's buy Xiaoan some delicious food." The scene shifted to his small house. Xiaoan's eyes lit up as she saw the table laden with delicacies, exclaiming, "Brother, how do you have so much delicious food?" Yi Ning smiled, taking out a lunchbox, and casually replied, "I'm an awakened one, didn't I tell you last time? Things will be good from now on." In the apocalypse, ensuring survival was already difficult, and snacks were a luxury. However, Yi Ning still generously spent money to make his sister happy. "Here, I bought you some snacks." Xiaoan, who had lived in poverty since childhood, was surprised by these rare foods. "Brother, I heard only officials' families have snacks. People on these few streets have never seen snacks." Seeing his sister happy, Yi Ning also felt a touch of happiness, gently stroking her head. "Eat, Xiaoan will have plenty of these things in the future. Brother promises." Xiaoan nodded obediently and did so. That night, as the stars lit up the night sky, Xiaoan had already fallen into a sweet dream. Yi Ning looked around, realizing this was an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength. Pan was working overtime and wasn't back yet, and Xiaoan was asleep. "I can learn skills now." In the quiet space, he was alone, placing the skill book in front of him. When Yi Ning opened the box, the sword god system activated, and shimmering green light spilled out, illuminating the room. A prompt panel popped up. D-rank skill, drawsword slash, learned successfully. Current skill slot 2-4, skill changed. Heaven's trajectory, gleaming drawsword slash SSS rank. Yi Ning closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, then slowly opened them. Before him, the text clearly displayed skill effect. Consumes 4,000 psionic energy, unleashes a slash, block increased by 600 strength and agility, lasts for 1 second. Attack comes with devastating sword energy, causing irregular limb dismemberment to the first target. With a chance to trigger the special effect frequent kill, he smiled, having no regrets about his choice. A 600 agility boost, even for just a moment, was enough to compensate for the slowness of other skills. He chose correctly indeed. After mastering the theoretical knowledge, Yi Ning began to consider how to put it into practice. Where should he test his sword skill? He pulled open a drawer and took out a mask. "Oh, I remember." After finalizing his plan, he put on the mask and prepared his equipment, ready for a fierce battle. If he wanted to test speed, only that place was suitable. Yi Ning came to test skills. But the situation before him suddenly became perilous. If he used Sword Stream Riot Control, he could be much safer. He drew the iron sword from his body with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts frustration, looking at his lack of equipment. Even so, using Sword Stream Riot Control to clear enemies seemed impossible at this moment. Damn it. Yi Ning now had to face 2 monsters alone. The crawler's speed was too fast for Sword Stream Riot Control to hit. At the same time, he also had to dodge the continuous attacks of 2 ferocious mutants. With no other option, Yi Ning tucked his dagger into his pocket, a flicker of determination in his eyes. All or nothing, he decided to use Heaven's Trajectory, gleaming drawsword slash. Although this skill was single target, the red-eyed crawler was diving down trying to finish him, while another monster also charged simultaneously. In the nick of time, a thought flashed like lightning. Wait, I remember the skill description said Heaven's Trajectory gleaming comes with sword energy. Yi Ning exerted all his strength, moving like lightning to escape the crawler's pursuit. Although he wasn't sure how far the sword energy's range was, he carefully calculated based on the shortest possible distance. As the 2 monsters were about to close in, Yi Ning was still deep in thought. If nothing went wrong, he would act at that moment. Drawing 2 daggers, he rushed forward, calculating the length of his arm plus the length of the sword energy. He believed that even if Heaven's Trajectory gleaming was a single target skill, it would be enough to attack both monsters simultaneously. I've endured you for too long, he roared, striking precisely and mercilessly. In just an instant, Yi Ning knocked down both monsters, standing proudly in the center of the battlefield. Crimson blood spread on the ground, proving his astonishing power. One attack was enough to deal with two enemies. Although he had finished, Yi Ning still felt a bit scared in retrospect, almost underestimating death. According to the description, Heaven's trajectory gleaming not only causes a regular limb dismemberment to the first target, but the sword energy also has a splash effect. If only he had known, he wouldn't have risked attacking two at once. He used to despise this skill, but now Yi Ning realized that the skill book he chose was indeed worth its value. No, that's not right. The attack effect isn't triggered every time. This skill still needs more research. In the cold alley, the wind scattered yellow newspapers and a few pieces of trash. Yi Ning walked leisurely, the system displaying equipment attributes: Stormclaw blue, speed 4, strength 2, attack speed increased by 30, equipment effect when attacking. Deals an additional 120 skill damage. Equipment skill Limitless Realm activates a short-range dash effect, dealing 180 tearing damage to multiple targets, lasting 2 seconds. Yi Ning revealed a satisfied smile. Displacing while bursting damage, it was indeed top-tier equipment. He secretly calculated that if he sold this equipment, its value could be as high as 60,000 credit points. He had dreamed of it in his previous life, and he must sell it for a good price in this life. It was late, and Yi Ning was still sitting in front of his computer, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard. It was very late, but he was still absorbed in being online, finally deciding to post the equipment for sale. Less than a second after posting, the screen lit up with a notification. Yi Ning was stunned, his eyes wide open. Someone was asking for the price just 1 second after he posted. This Stormclaw was indeed even scarcer than in his previous life. A message popped up. "Hello, I want this Stormclaw. Can you give me a discount?" Yi Ning excitedly replied. 60,000 credit points, non-negotiable. The other party quickly replied, "Hey buddy, can I use other resources such as equipment, skills, or food to offset part of the credit points?" Yi Ning stroked his chin, smiling contentedly. Messages pouring in like a waterfall. "Boss, are you still there? Can you sell it for 30,000 please?" he thought. "With so many people like you wanting to buy, it seems I don't have to worry about sales." Another message popped up. "Brother, let's add each other as friends and discuss the price in detail. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yi Ning's lips curved upward as he quickly typed, "Do you really want it? If you really do, the credit points cannot be less than 30,000. White equipment is also acceptable, but I only want low-level skills." A psionic fruit would be best. On the other side of the screen, a muscular man with an excited smile on his face thought, "This top-tier equipment, even if I have to go bankrupt, I must get it." He turned to his subordinates and decisively ordered, "All right, tally all the equipment in the tribe, especially those related to swordsmen." His subordinates responded in unison, "Understood, Chief, we will complete it." Half an hour later, the group that was so aggressive earlier was now dejected. Looking at the pile of old and sparse equipment on the table, the chief sighed, pondering, feeling it wasn't enough. He had to pay some money for a reservation first. He aggressively ordered, "Next, quickly raise the money." Just then, Yi Ning's phone vibrated, prompting, "Your credit point deposit has arrived." He leaned back in his chair, a relaxed smile on his face, thinking, are people so crazy about equipment now? In his previous life, Mom and Xiao always lived in fear, never having a day of peace. He looked at the screen, his mind resolute. Reborn in this life if I still have resources, but let them suffer, what's the point? I must give Mom and Xiao the best life. The screen lit up again with a new message. "Boss, the remaining items are being gathered. They will be delivered tomorrow." Outside, the sky was gray and overcast. The next morning at Tianfeng Real Estate Company, a magnificent high-rise building, people came and went in a continuous stream. A female employee enthusiastically greeted, "Hello, what type of house are you two looking for? Have you looked before?" Yi Ning said directly, "I want the best house." All right, hurry up, I'm in a rush. "Is there a house I can move into immediately?" The pretty female employee's forehead was sweating, thinking, "You, a low-tier awakened one, dare to come buy a house? You can't even afford a single brick here." Xiaoan cuddled next to Yi Ning, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked around, exclaiming in her heart, "Wow, it's so luxurious here." Despite her contempt, the female employee maintained a professional smile and introduced, "The best house costs 40,000 credit points, which is very expensive. You can go over there and look at the ones priced at 2,000. I have other guests to attend to here." Yi Ning knew she was looking down on him and replied indifferently, "No need, 40,000 credit points is fine, just transfer it directly." Xiaoan, hearing this, suddenly looked up at him. The female employee was stunned but thought to herself, "Nonsense, if you don't have money just leave, don't waste my time." Just then the WTM machine rang, showing a current balance of 13,000 credit points. Insufficient credit points, transaction failed. Yi Ning paused and calmly said, "Oh, wait a few minutes, it will be fine." The female employee gradually lost patience, her tone mocking, "Sir, if you don't have money, why are you messing with me here? Are your few minutes so valuable? Can you really get tens of thousands of credit points in a few minutes?" Just then, Yi Ning's phone vibrated and a text message popped up. "Boss, the timing is a bit tight. I only managed to gather 39,037 credit points, plus some equipment and psionic fruits. Do you think we can still make the trade?" Yi Ning scanned the list. 1 white mutated physique tactical armor, 2 white shoulder guards, 1 white handguard, 1 white tactical leather pants, 1 white ring, 6 white psionic fruits. He calmly replied, "Yes." A notification sounded. Your deposit of 39,037 credit points has arrived. Both the female employee and Xiaoan were stunned, their mouths agape. Yining calmly said, "We can transfer the money now." The female employee immediately changed her attitude, her smile as bright as a flower. Big brother, truly a young talent, so wealthy at such a young age, I'm truly amazed by you. Can we proceed with the transfer now? If not, find someone else. Big brother, I can do it. Whatever your requests, I can fulfill them. Yining and Xiaoan, hearing this, were speechless. The female employee enthusiastically led the way, continuously flattering, "Esteemed sir, it's my honor to serve you and I will ensure your utmost satisfaction." Soon after, the transfer was successful. In the spacious, luxuriously decorated house, Xiaoan was too surprised to believe her eyes, asking, "Brother, can we live here from now on?" Yining looked at Xiaoan tenderly, his eyes full of love. "Yes, from now on, Xiaoan won't have to rummage through the junkyard anymore." He took out a shiny key from his pocket and placed it in his sister's hand. "Take this key and go pick up Mom yourself in a bit." Xiaoan took the key, asking doubtfully, "Aren't you coming with me, brother?" He smiled and stroked the little girl's head. "I have something to go out for." Deep in the night, the bright moonlight illuminated the entire city. A figure moved and leapt across the rooftops of tall buildings. Yining muttered to himself, "The resources from killing crawlers have been depleted. I must replenish them quickly." The high-tier mutants around Tianfeng's safety zone have been cleared by the army, leaving only some auto-refreshing leveling spots, but those are only suitable for low-tier awakened ones to train. Yining moved alone through the night, fearless, even as he felt eyes watching him from all directions. He pondered. The only option was Corp C Academy, a dungeon outside Tianfeng's safety zone, the only place where psionic fruits could be dropped, and it contained Tier 2 mutants. If cleared with a high rating, special rewards would be waiting. Yining's lips curled into a slight smile, the light of power illuminating his surroundings. Currently, no one has achieved the highest rating in this dungeon. The special rewards are still there. With SSS rank skills, he would surely sweep through Corp C Academy. With that, he leapt onto a wall, then jumped from the top of a towering building. A system prompt sounded. "Do you want to enter C-rank dungeon, Corp C Academy? No level restriction, Tier 2. Yining landed lightly, looking around. A circle of light suddenly lit up beneath his feet. System prompt. Match successful. Current dungeon player count 14. He was immediately teleported to a small town covered by a barrier. 1 minute later, another notification sounded. Corp C Academy dungeon starting. In a room crowded with players, the system introduced the background. Normal background, no paranormal or special events. Enemies are zombie mutants and a small number of humans. Dungeon duration 7 days. After the apocalypse descended, zombies occupied the academy. Complete the basic mission to exit the dungeon. The system panel displayed the basic mission. Survive for 12 hours within the academy, no leaving the area. Reward, random white equipment, psionic experience. Additionally, there are 3 optional missions. Eliminate the headless female corpse, difficulty D rank. Eliminate the butcher mutant, difficulty S rank. Eliminate all zombies in the academy, difficulty S rank. While Yining was still studying the game rules, the people around him had already started introducing themselves. A person calling himself Gao Yun spoke. "Hello everyone, I'm Gao Yun. Has anyone played the Corp C Academy dungeon before?" He boasted. "I've played it once. As no one else has experience, I can volunteer to be the captain." Bald man responded. "I heard the Corp C Academy is very difficult. If you have experience, lead the way." Gao Yun grinned confidently. "Regarding difficulty, this dungeon is mid-tier among Tier 2 dungeons. If coordination is poor, it's easy to be wiped out entirely." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and cold sweat streamed down their faces. A player noticed Yining standing silently in a corner. Gao Yun as captain walked over, his tone full of suspicion. "Hey kid, level 0, a level 0 kid running into this Tier 2 dungeon, isn't that just asking for death?" he continued to provoke. "Did you accept the dungeon mission? Didn't anyone tell you this is a Tier 2 dungeon?" Yining was disturbed, and a cold aura emanated from his entire body. He glared, his terrifying gaze startling Gao Yun, who secretly thought, "This level 0 kid is a bit eerie," but he still put on a tough front. "What's a level 0 doing here? We don't have time to look after you. If you can't handle it, run far away, don't drag down the whole team." Gao Yun turned around, feigning generosity. "Forget it, you can follow us to get some experience. Anyway, a level 0 also needs opportunities to improve, but the basic reward for the dungeon is just white equipment." He continued to speak to everyone. "Everyone is here definitely for the high difficulty missions. You must remember my warning." Gao Yun's forehead was sweating, his face filled with worry, recalling previous experiences. "Last time, I wasn't very familiar with the situation and simultaneously pulled 2 bosses. As a result, my teammates were all slumped on the ground, most of them down. Luckily, 2 peak Tier 2 teammates fought desperately to barely clear it. I was scared out of my wits back then and gained nothing." He sighed, his eyes full of regret. Yining crossed his arms, focusing on the system panel. He mused, "The current psionic fruit attributes are still very poor. I can't be stingy with them." The system displayed strength 17 points. He was somewhat surprised. As far as he knew, few Tier 2 awakened ones could reach a total of 18 attribute points, and he already had 17 points just in strength. This value, combined with 2 SSS rank skills, brought a smile to his lips, his fists subtly clenching with power, his eyes shining, certain he could sweep through Corp C Academy. In the classroom, Gao Yun was making plans. The shield is about to disappear. Everyone, let's take on the headless female corpse mission first. This boss is tier 2 intermediate, and with 14 of us there won't be too many losses if we tackle it together. The bald man nodded. Captain will follow your command. A black-haired girl, her eyes bright like stars, playfully hooked her arm around Gao Yun's. Captain brother, if there's any danger later, remember to help me. Gao Yun blushed from the flattery of the beautiful girl. He enthusiastically gave commands, radiating confidence. Don't worry, I'll definitely lead you out of danger. He waved his hand, leading the black-haired girl and Zhang Dao out of the classroom, his voice booming, everyone ready, follow me. As soon as the team set off, Gao Yun was about to continue, now let's all go together. But the black-haired girl suddenly interrupted him, pointing ahead and screaming in panic. Hey, that's Yi Ning flying past them, the black-haired girl shouted in horror. That level 0 player rushed in alone, Zhang Dao cursed angrily. Damn it, what does he want? Does he want to die? Then what's the point of playing? Will it affect us? Gao Yun raised his hand to calm them, his tone firm. Just a level 0 player, forget him. Everyone follow me, don't break formation, stay focused, let's go. The eerie school was engulfed in the dark night, and at the same time, Yi Ning had already rushed upstairs. Suddenly he stopped. Upstairs, 2 girls were trembling and begging for help. Big brother, please save us. As soon as they spoke, the 2 girls transformed into 3-headed monsters, their mouths writhing with tentacles, their faces hideous. They shrieked, we are trapped here, can you take us out? In just an instant, Yi Ning struck down these demons. He continued to rush up, muttering as he ran. My teammates, in my previous life I thought you were NPCs from a side quest dungeon, so I stopped to save you, but you ambushed me and were brutally torn to shreds. I haven't forgotten that scene. Yi Ning rushed straight to the rooftop, his resolve firm. In this dungeon, the butcher is the enemy that drops the best equipment. Find it on the rooftop, defeat the hidden boss, and then deal with everything using sword stream riot control. In another location, Gao Yun and his team were hiding among the bushes. He lowered his voice, warning, this junkyard is where the headless female corpse spawns. Before we act, avoid engaging with small monsters. The entire team carefully left their hiding place. Gao Yun continued, his voice low, the more small monsters you kill in the dungeon, the crazier the subsequent monsters become. Directly attacking the boss is the simplest way. The team arrived at the junkyard, and the headless female corpse began to stand atop a pile of abandoned cars. Gao Yun decisively ordered, after killing the first boss, all monsters in the dungeon will collectively go berserk. At that time, we will hide until the frenzy effect passes, then continue forward. The black-haired girl immediately flattered, with Captain Brother we'll definitely pass the dungeon easily. Zhang Dao was startled and interjected, Shish, look quickly, isn't that the boss? The screen flashed a prompt. Headless female corpse, tier 2 intermediate mutant attacking. The female corpse crouched on the pile of cars, her long hair standing on end, red killing intent rising like evil flames. Truly a fierce zombie. She slowly scanned around, then sharply turned her head, her eyes bloodshot, clutching her head tightly. A voice sounded, we've been discovered, act quickly. Gao Yun suddenly jumped onto the car roof, clutching his shield, activating a skill, and roared, I'm a defense type, I can hold off the monster. Everyone attack quickly. The rest of the group unleashed their psionic abilities. One person shouted loudly, I'm a half-bow class, I'll start the attack. The person holding darts hastily shouted, Captain, move a little to the right to avoid being hit by magic attacks. Gao Yun used his shield to unleash a psionic ability, locking the headless female corpse's body. Teammates' dazzling skills surged forth, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Gao Yun observed, a sly smile playing on his lips, thinking, opportunity has come. He leapt up, using his psionic ability to shoot a golden-yellow beam at the female corpse's face. The monster transformed into purple light and suddenly disappeared. Thinking everything had settled, the female corpse suddenly swooped down from midair. Its sharp nails deeply pierced the archer's shoulder. It opened its mouth and savagely bit, tearing off half of the person's head. That person struggled desperately, screaming, Captain, what's going on? A questioning voice sounded. Why did the boss run over to our side? Gao Yun hastily unleashed his psionic ability again, the golden yellow light fixing the female corpse in place. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I couldn't hold it back just now, he shouted. It's fine now, everyone keep attacking, stick to the previous rhythm. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Yi Ning stood silently, looking at the peaceful scene below, wondering, the butcher mutant must be here. Why don't I see it? He opened the system and muttered, let me check the missions. Huh? Yi Ning was startled, focusing on the screen, muttering to himself, wait, the mission to kill the butcher is gone. I didn't take that mission, so who took it from the junkyard? In the junkyard, as the entire team focused their firepower on the headless female corpse, another mutant appeared, dragging a huge knife on the ground. It approached a blonde man who swung his knife fiercely, but a brown-haired man accidentally saw it and stammered, shouting, Boss, the second boss. The mutant slashed down, knocking the blonde man to the ground. The entire team screamed in panic, why is it here? Gao Yun tightly gripped the female corpse, a sinister smile on his face, secretly pleased. Of course it's because I took the mission. He thought, as a defensive awakened, I inherently cannot deal high damage. During mission settlement, it's hard to get priority for good equipment. But if the boss has only a sliver of health left and my teammates are all dead, Gao Yun plotted secretly, a cunning glint in his eyes. As long as the survivor gets the boss kill, even if the dungeon rating isn't high, good equipment will surely be mine. He fiercely kicked the headless female corpse's face, then feigned innocence. Who took the mission? Was it that level 0 player? Damn that dog earlier, he almost killed us. He immediately put on an air of righteous indignation, shield tightly gripped, rushing towards the butcher mutant like a savior. His voice was booming, his aura powerful. "Gao Yun, I will never let that level 0 kid's trick succeed." He raised his shield and roared, "Come here." The butcher was startled, and the headless female corpse also began to be intimidated by Gao Yun's piercing shouts. The butcher charged ferociously, but Gao Yun stood firm, blocking it. His shield as solid as a city wall, he commanded the team, his tone authoritative. "I'll hold off the monster. Everyone else ignore it and attack with full force." The black-haired girl's eyes teared up with emotion. "Captain, you're too kind." The rest of the teammates also expressed their admiration in unison, their hearts filled with respect. On the rooftop, Yi Ning coldly watched Gao Yun and his team fighting the monsters. He scoffed, "Trying to push the blame on me and then gobble up all the equipment? Good plan." Yi Ning showed a disdainful smile, his finger swiping across the system screen, muttering, "Too bad you picked the wrong target." He continued, "You said there were 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon." Yi Ning's screen lit up, receiving a C-rank mission. Kill the bone mutant, receiving a B-rank mission. Kill the corpse sea lord. In an instant, 2 monsters appeared. One like a giant larva with 3 blood-red eyes exuding killing intent. The other was a skeletal mutant, its snow-white skull covered in spikes. Yi Ning brandished his blade provocatively. "Don't just stand there, come play." The 2 hidden bosses charged forward madly. Yi Ning retreated and calmly dropped from the rooftop. The hidden bosses roared, following closely. He muttered with satisfaction, "They're all chasing and they're all in berserk state. Excellent." Gao Yun suddenly looked up, his expression terrified. "Isn't that the level 0 kid?" Yi Ning landed beside him, exuding a powerful aura. Gao Yun was panicking, his mind in chaos. How did he get here?" Suddenly a cry for help interrupted his thoughts. "Help, help!" The person holding the darts was caught by the corpse sea lord, tentacles tightly wrapped around him like ropes. The bone mutant stood nearby, exuding killing intent. Gao Yun's face was pale, sweat pouring down, his eyes wide with secret dread. "Huh?" Just then, Yi Ning affectionately patted Gao Yun's shoulder, his tone calm. "Don't you like playing? Then let's play with all 4 bosses. Let's have a blast together." Gao Yun shrieked in terror. You took all the missions?" Yi Ning patted his shoulder again, a triumphant smile on his face, his tone mocking. "I must apologize to you for bringing such injustice upon you." Gao Yun reacted violently shaking off Yi Ning's hand, stammering and cursing, "Madman, madman." He retreated, his eyes vigilantly fixed on Yi Ning, roaring in his heart. "I was planning to fight these awakened ones the last 3 hours to deal with the boss. The plan was completely ruined by this level 0 bastard." Thinking Gao Yun would do something reckless, he suddenly turned around, clutching his shield, and fled like the wind, crying out as he ran, "Everyone run to the rooftop, everyone follow the captain." His miserable cries made Yi Ning glance disdainfully, even startling the mutants, who all turned to look. The entire team followed Gao Yun's words, hastily running into the building. Yi Ning stayed behind, calmly thinking, "Good, they're all concentrated in the teaching building. It'll be easier to clear them out." Gao Yun led the way, pushing open the door. But when the door opened, the entire team gaped in astonishment, one person shouting, "Hey, that kid ran in too!" Yi Ning, who was originally behind, now stood tall in the center of the spacious courtyard, his gaze provocative. A brown-haired man wearing a headscarf charged aggressively, holding a longsword in each hand, shouting loudly, "Full of righteousness, you want to die? I'll grant your wish, don't drag others down." He swung his sword at Yi Ning, but Yi Ning skillfully dodged, the blade only cutting through air. The brown-haired man was astonished, asking himself, "What's going on? I'm tier 2 / he's only level 0, he shouldn't have dodged." He landed, and Yi Ning calmly asked, "Your teammate died at the butcher's hand, didn't he?" "Go on, say it, I didn't take that mission." The flat-headed man was stunned, blurting out, what?" Then he turned to Gao Yun and demanded, "You deliberately released the headless female corpse earlier, causing Zhang Dao's death, didn't you? You wanted to use us as shields and monopolize all the experience." The rest of the team glared fiercely, surrounding Gao Yun in unison. Gao Yun hastily tried to explain. Gao Yun tried to change the subject. "Now is not the time for infighting. That kid has taken all the follow-up missions. The mutants will be here soon, and we have to defend this position if we want a chance to survive." The black-haired girl shrieked in terror. "Defend? Why should we defend here? 4 tier 2 enhanced mutants, we can't possibly hold them off, let alone the corpse sea lord, who's a tier 2 peak." The flat-headed man shouted, trying to stop them. "Stop arguing," he pointed fiercely at the building. "This building is indestructible unless it's a tier 3 attack. Apart from the headless female corpse, the other 3 are quite large and can only climb up from the outside." At this moment, the 3 mutants had already caught up. They made creaking sounds as they climbed the building. The flat-headed man raised his war hammer, his body erupting in blue light, and decisively ordered, "We'll split into 2 teams. Ranged fighters will block all attacks. Mutants are pouring out. Ugly zombies are rushing in droves," he continued, full of vigor. "The others will deal with the female corpse and zombie hordes flooding in from the main gate." The flat-headed man swung his warhammer, smashing a zombie's head, his voice booming. "If we can get out of here alive," he raised his warhammer, his eyes burning, "I'll definitely chop off Gao Yun's and that kid's heads." Yi Ning coldly turned his head from a high vantage point and replied, "You can talk about that if you can even last until then." He separated himself from the battle below, where mutants were pouring in like a flood. A roar sounded. Flamethrower. Everyone attacked with all their might, the sounds of their moves incessant. Weakness attack. Ice tentacles. A sky-shattering explosion erupted, but the entire team discovered in horror that the 3 mutants were completely unharmed, still fiercely approaching. The black-haired girl collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair, "Our full power attacks can't stop them at all. No, it's over." On the other side, the flat-headed man, the brown-haired man with the headscarf, and the curly-haired girl were struggling desperately with the zombie horde. The curly-haired girl spat blood weakly, saying, "I can't hold on much longer." Gao Yun, alone in a corner, tightly gripped his shield, fending off the zombie horde, and sighed pessimistically, "It's over next. It's all going to end." In contrast to their despair, Yi Ning showed no panic. The corners of his mouth curved into a pleased smile. "It's about time." He retreated to the edge of the rooftop where the wind howled past. Yi Ning stood there, fearless, his voice full of challenge. "If you want to live, jump down with me." Amidst everyone's bewildered voices, what does he mean? Is he the first to give up? Yi Ning leaped, soaring into the air, and the entire team cursed angrily. "Damn it, madman, useless." Yi Ning stepped on the building's glass curtain wall, using the leverage to slow his descent, then leapt into the air again. His face remained calm, his body emitting a blue light that filled the entire space. Below, the black-haired girl shouted in admiration, "So strong," another person stammered. Is that kid bursting out that power?" Gao Yun turned his head, exclaiming in astonishment, "How is this possible?" The trio of the flat-headed man, the brown-haired man with the headscarf, and the curly-haired girl desperately ran towards them. The flat-headed man shouted loudly, "Anyway, we're all going to die, might as well give it a shot." He was the first to jump down, yelling, "Jump after him." The rest followed suit. Gao Yun was startled, glanced at them, but remained rooted to the spot, his body trembling. He thought to himself, "If I jump down, I'll probably die a worse death. I'm a defense type, maybe I can still hold out here." Yi Ning held his dagger. He said disdainfully, "Gao Yun is right not to jump." He began to chant, and a sword-stream storm erupted. Thousands of green lights intertwining around his blade, Yi Ning let out a low shout. "Storm!" The light burst forth, forming a massive tornado that pierced through the building, sending shattered stones flying. Gao Yun watched his shield gradually shatter, his face blank. This terrifying storm not only destroyed the building but also annihilated the three huge mutants. Everything was swept away by that power, leaving devastation in its wake. Those falling through the air stared in horror. Who did this?" The entire team watched the smoke-filled explosion, all utterly shocked. Zhang Dao witnessed this scene, stammering, "Dia dead." The long-haired blonde man exclaimed in surprise. "The boss was instantly killed." Zhang Bin wondered, "Was Gao Yun vaporized?" The crowd below murmured in amazement, full of shock. No wonder he dared to take on the missions. That strength is at least tier 3. After the smoke and dust cleared, Yi Ning emerged, waving to everyone. "Is everyone okay?" Hearing him speak, the blonde man with the red headband immediately bowed deeply, his attitude respectful. "I'm sorry, Great Master, I was short-sighted and too disrespectful to you before." Zhang Dao showed a brilliant smile, sweating profusely, stammering, "Did I say level 0 was dog shit earlier? Actually, no, I wasn't talking about you." Yi Ning didn't look at him, just replied, "Alright, that's not important." He looked at the towering buildings below and continued to ask, "Next, you guys find and eliminate all the zombies that slip through the net here." "No problem, right?" The entire team bowed and replied in unison, "No problem." Yi Ning was the first to jump down, ordering, "Begin the operation." The archer admired him with a look of infatuation. Handsome, strong, and young, the two girls in the team looked at him, their faces full of disgust. "What the hell, bro? What's your sexual orientation? Wake up." Meanwhile, Yi Ning landed in the pile of ruins, smoke and dust swirling around him. He pondered, recalling that in his previous life he had heard there was a hidden blue equipment on the headless female corpse. Thinking of that brutal battle, he couldn't help but sigh. He muttered to himself, "Half a skull, where is the skull? This battle was too destructive, it won't be easy to find." Suddenly, a green light flashed in the distant smoke. Yi Ning grunted thoughtfully and decisively walked over, picking up a skull fragment. As soon as he touched it, the system screen lit up and he obtained blue equipment. Resentful skull. Effect: Psychokinesis psychic probe. Item description: place on forehead to absorb and use. Yi Ning smiled slightly, thinking this skull is very useful for psychics. Psychics are often underestimated because they cannot coalesce into concrete moves like other types, making it difficult to cause obvious damage. He placed the skull fragment on his forehead. He chuckled. With this, the rise of psychics is just around the corner. The skull dissipated, transforming into blue light that spread in his hand. The light quickly permeated Yi Ning's head. His eyes widened, bright blue light shooting from his pupils, and his mouth fell open. He knelt, one hand on the ground, head bowed, gritting his teeth to endure the surging power within him. Raising his head, Yi Ning's eyes glowed with blue light. He tried to use his power, thinking, psychokinesis. Behind him, a huge rock floated into the air. He let out a soft cry. Shatter! The rock immediately fractured into countless small pieces, flying in all directions. The power spread from his hand, gently controlling the fragments, silently settling them on the ground. Yi Ning lowered his head, using his index finger to channel power, and commanded, "Strike!" The fragments immediately gathered and then slammed violently into the ground, forming countless pits of varying depths. Looking at the result, he thought with satisfaction, "The power is good, it will definitely be stronger after I level up." He then tried another power, thinking, psychic probe. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, closed his eyes, and light emanated from his hand. Yi Ning saw Zhang Dao stabbing a zombie with a long spear at 12.3 meters in the 3 o'clock direction. Further away at 28.5 meters in the 10 o'clock direction, the girl with the face mask was freezing another zombie. He tried to connect further. His vision gradually blurred, and he saw nothing. He let out a light breath. It seems the maximum probe range is about 29 meters. But that's already enough. Suddenly, the notification panel in front of him popped up. All zombies in Corp C Academy have been completely eliminated. Corp C Academy Dungeon, all missions completed. Exit dungeon option has been activated. Upon exiting, rewards will be settled based on performance in the dungeon. A flash of light and Yi Ning appeared in the room. The settlement screen lit up. Dungeon completer. Yi Ning completion 100. Dungeon rank SSS. Rewards: random blue equipment X1, white equipment X6, any attribute point X12, B rank skill book X1. Over tier kill of headless female corpse butcher mutant bone lord. Corpse Sea Lord gain additional attributes X2. The screen lit up again. Your level has risen to tier 1 peak. Please claim your promotion mission as soon as possible to advance. Yi Ning looked at the screen and exclaimed, the rewards are too generous. After I go home I can put the white equipment up for sale online. He used his hand to select the button to draw blue equipment, thinking, I wonder what blue equipment I'll get. The screen disappeared, a black hole appeared, and a moment later the notification panel appeared. Blue equipment boots of swift lightning, attributes. Agility 2, speed 20, jump power 20. Equip effect, comes with a paralyzing effect. Equipment skill, lightning walk, activates a 10 agility boost for 2 seconds and an impact attack. The boots appeared in the black hole. Yi Ning looked at the notification and muttered, attack with an additional 10 agility points. Doesn't that make me an agility type? He sat down, put on the boots and said, with the boots of swift lightning on, it's time to take on the mission to advance to tier 2. At the Tianfeng Mission Center, despite the late hour, the lights were still brightly lit. In the mission hall, a female attendant saw Yi Ning walk in and quickly greeted him. Hello, what mission would you like to take? He calmly replied, promotion mission. The girl yawned, tears in her eyes, and glanced at the mission board. Level 0 to level 1, Yi Ning slowly looked at the mission board and said, I'll take all 4 tier 2 missions. She was startled, staring at him blankly. She asked in disbelief, what did you say, take all 4 missions? Are you crazy or am I dreaming? She looked at the screen and scoffed, as expected, level 0. Then she burst out laughing. So you're dreaming, you don't even know you can't take on missions above your level? She questioned him. Even setting that aside, taking on 4 missions at once, are you out of your mind? Besides, all attribute awakened ones, who doesn't take missions one by one? Don't you know the penalty for mission failure is severe? Hearing her question, Yi Ning closed his eyes, placed his hand on the test orb on the table and calmly replied, failing a single mission will reduce my main attribute by 50. If I fail all of them, I'll become crippled, or even die. He channeled power into the orb, then continued, I can indeed bear this consequence. After speaking, Yi Ning let out a soft cry. Strength evaluation, the orb in his hand immediately emitted a dazzling blue light illuminating the entire hall. Witnessing this, the female attendant exclaimed in astonishment, tier 1 peak. The orb shattered in his hand. Yi Ning calmly asked, can you help me take the missions now? The girl stared wide-eyed at the cracks on the orb, replying in shock, all right. Suddenly a man in a cloak walked in, his voice booming, isn't that Yi Ning, the SSS rank talent? Yi Ning abruptly turned around, frowning at the newcomer, his eyes filled with confusion. The burly man was Huang Shao, captain of the Tianfeng Safety Zone Reconnaissance Squad. He scoffed, it's so late and you, a level 0 kid, are still here taking missions. Why bother taking such risks? No matter how much you struggle, what trouble can a psychic type stir up anyway? The female attendant quickly explained, sir, actually, but her words were interrupted by uniformed footsteps. A group of people in armored uniforms appeared, gathering around Huang Shao, and shouted in unison, reporting captain, the team has assembled. Everything is ready. Huang Shao glanced at his team and announced, we suspect traces of a tier 3 awakened one's battle have been discovered in Corp C Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate as soon as possible. Everyone speed up. Yi Ning scanned the crowd, chuckling as he listened to Huang Shao shout, move out. In Corpse Park, once a zoo, crows now flocked everywhere, densely covering the rooftops. A flat-headed man holding a long blade led his team and stood before the gate. A subordinate wearing a headband spoke, don't we need to notify the Tianfeng safety zone? I've seen Tianfeng dispatching troops everywhere these past few days, seemingly looking for something. Could it be us? The flat-headed man, Hong Gang, leader of Zhenjiang District, a tier 3 awakened one, decisively replied, probably not. My son Hong Sheng was just selected for the A list of the seed plan. I just want to get him some blue equipment. It's not a big deal. Hong Gang's lips curved slightly as he glanced at his subordinate. He continued, besides, the Tianfeng district was extremely dejected recently because Yi Ning's SSS rank talent was rejected by the higher-ups. Bringing this up now would only rub salt in their wounds. The man with the headband flattered. Yes, Commander, that makes a lot of sense. Hong Gang frowned, turning his head to ask, is your intelligence accurate? I don't want to run from Zhenjiang to distant Tianfeng for nothing. The flat-headed man patted his chest and guaranteed, Commander, rest assured, the intelligence is absolutely accurate. That corpse tiger will definitely drop blue equipment. Hong Gang smiled in satisfaction. All right then, he ordered. Prepare for action. Hong Gang looked at the P-shaped monster on the sign and assigned tasks. You guys are responsible for luring away the other monsters. I'll solo the corpse tiger. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood, Commander. Nearby, Yi Ning stood on a building rooftop, silently observing the dungeon situation. He opened the system panel, which displayed Strength Type Promotion Mission, kill a Tier 1 Peak Mutant Corpse Dog, Agility Type Promotion Mission, obtain the wings of a Tier 2 Mutant Snowwind, Constitution Type Promotion Mission, team up to kill a Tier 2 Mutant Bloodbear, Willpower Type Promotion Mission, survive a beginner supernatural event for 24 hours. He pondered that 2 of the promotion missions were in Corpse Park, and he could try to complete them simultaneously. He placed his hand on his forehead, let out a soft cry. Psychic probe, his mind's eye opened, and he saw Hong Gang and his team entering Corpse Park. Yi Ning secretly thought, damn it, an awakened team is here to steal my kill. He concentrated on observing Hong Gang and was surprised to find a tier 3 awakened one among them. Suddenly, Hong Gang glanced at him, and Yi Ning quickly shouted, Psychic probe, he thought to himself. I was almost discovered, now I'm in trouble. If they steal the kill, my mission will definitely fail. He jumped down, muttering to himself, no, I must act quickly. A huge black claw slammed violently into the ground. Hong Gang's team saw monsters on both sides and cried out in terror. It's the corpse dog and blood bear, everyone, be careful. The man with the headband shot an arrow at the blood bear's neck, shouting, everyone, attack separately and lure them away from the commander first. Remember to fight flexibly and buy time. The blond man activated his ability and spoke, Eru and I will handle the corpse dog, you all deal with the blood bear. Eru, the female team member wearing a wool hat, waved at the two-headed dog and teased, come here little puppy, big sister has bones for you. Outside Corpse Park, red light shot into the sky. Hong Gang felt the pressure from the red smoke and wondered, such strong pressure, it's the corpse tiger behind him. A giant tiger, 10 times larger, appeared. Hong Gang used his ability, his body erupting in blue light, and laughed loudly. Perfect timing, the corpse tiger opened its massive mouth and roared as it charged. Hong Gang raised his long blade ready to meet the attack. From a tree, Yi Ning observed the battle, thinking most likely this tier 3 person is here for the blue equipment on the corpse tiger. Watching the tense battle below, he regretted that he had to complete his mission. While I want the blue equipment, sneak attacking to steal a kill is against ethics, and there's no need to confront a tier 3 for it. He continued to calculate. But if he can't defeat the corpse tiger, that's another story. From his high vantage point, he observed the monsters' positions. They were not in a straight line over 100 meters apart. He glanced at the system screen. Sword Stream Riot Control was on cooldown, but Heaven's Trajectory Gleaming had finished cooling down. He hesitated. I only have one chance to use Heaven's Trajectory Gleaming. The distance is too far, there might be complications. I must seize the opportunity. The corpse tiger approached Hong Gang step by step. He showed no fear, raising his long blade and roaring wind slash. Yi Ning watched the scene, thinking, it seems I can't avoid stealing this monster. As the crowd was surrounded by 3 beasts struggling to hold on, Yi Ning stood in the distance, his gaze sharp. He secretly calculated that it was time to focus his skills, and he unleashed Heaven's Trajectory Gleaming. A dazzling light shot out, heading straight for the group of monsters. The struggling soldiers cried out in terror before the powerful energy stream. What kind of light is this, sweeping across everything? Under everyone's shocked gaze, monsters fell one after another. Tier 2 intermediate, Tier 2 advanced, all shattered into fragments. A soldier witnessed this scene, exclaiming, Who did that? The flat-headed man quickly reported, Commander, the monsters are monsters. Hong Gang's face was grim as he looked at the scattered remains of the corpse tiger on the ground, roaring furiously. Stop shouting, I have eyes and can see. He trembled, clenching his fists, thinking, damn it, how dare someone steal my monster? This person's strength is completely above mine. I can't confront him directly now. He gritted his teeth. Perhaps I should go talk to Tianfeng Commander Xiao Hai first. At this moment, Yi Ning's screen lit up. Over tier kill of corpse dog, blood bear, corpse tiger. Gained 3 attribute points. Mutant materials: dog teeth, bear paw, tiger eye. Obtained item: blood of mutation, white blade helmet, giant bear, white gloves, tiger change blue. Yi Ning quickly left after dealing with the monsters. He ordered the system to open the equipment information panel. The screen displayed tiger change gloves, auxiliary weapon, attributes: strength 3, agility 2, attack speed 30, effect: attacks come with a heavy blow effect, skill: Tiger's Roar releases a resentful will, dealing mental damage, briefly stunning and with a chance to cause fear. Cooldown 24 hours. Evaluation: the gloves contain resentment, and those who face them will experience the fear of a tiger. After reading, Yi Ning's face showed a satisfied smile. A minor top-tier item. No wonder that Tier 3 commander coveted it. He looked at his hands and murmured, equip tiger change gloves. In the Tianfeng investigation room, reconnaissance squad captain Huang Xiao yawned, muttering to himself, damn it, investigating Corpse Academy all night just like a rotten corpse. That mysterious Tier 3 guy from last time left no clues at all, and I wonder if it's the same person. Suddenly, a team member ran in, panting, to report, Captain, the reconnaissance team just discovered 2 Tier 3 psionic fluctuations in Corpse Park. Huang Xiao was shocked, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Again, and 2 people this time. Did we poke a Tier 3 nest in Tianfeng? He hurriedly put on his clothes and ordered, no rest. Quickly assemble. He looked tense and added, if we don't investigate thoroughly, the commander will skin us alive when he returns. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in the outer hall, Hong Gang was making a big scene, shouting, Xiao Hai, get out here. Huang Xiao stepped forward and politely asked, isn't this Commander Hong from Zhenjiang District? Our Commander Xiao has gone to work on the defense line. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Hong Gang replied, who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Huang Xiao smiled. I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng reconnaissance squad, and Commander Xiao's capable subordinate. Since he's not here, if you don't mind, you can tell me and I'll see if I can help you solve it. Hearing this, Hong Gang said bluntly, this morning I was killing a corpse tiger in Corpse Park, originally hoping to get some equipment for my son. Just as I was about to succeed, it was stolen by a Tier 3 individual from your district. Hearing this, Huang Xiao's expression tensed, thinking, Corpse Park, Hong Gang is one of those 2 Tier 3s just now. Hong Gang pushed further, pointing at Huang Xiao and loudly saying, let me tell you, the Tier 3s in your Tianfeng district have no martial ethics. Stealing kills, do you understand? Huang Xiao smiled and pushed his hand away, replying, Commander Hong is joking. Everyone knows that Tianfeng only has one tier 3 and that's Commander Xiao. Hong Gang grew even angrier, thinking, I knew it was pointless talking to this guy. I need to go to the defense line and demand an explanation from Xiao Hai. With that he turned and left with his team. Huang Xiao thought, this is serious, I must report to Commander Xiao. Elsewhere Xiao Hai was on the phone, his tone tense. What did you say? Another mysterious tier 3 has appeared in Tianfeng and even stole a monster from Hong Gang? He clutched his head and gritted his teeth, ordering one or even multiple tier 3s are lurking in Tianfeng. This is a huge hidden danger, Dad. You must investigate this thoroughly. Now is not the time to worry. Don't let everyone panic, Huang Xiao replied. Yes, Commander, I'll send people to investigate everywhere and gather clues immediately. At the Youth Learning Center, Yi Ning was leisurely eating bread, his eyes scanning the system screen, which displayed Strength Type Promotion Mission, kill a Tier 1 Peak Mutant Corpse Dog. Agility Type Promotion Mission. Obtain the wings of a Tier 2 mutant Snowwind, Constitution Type Promotion Mission. Team up to kill a Tier 2 mutant Bloodbear. Willpower Type Promotion Mission. Survive a beginner supernatural event for 24 hours. He murmured to himself, only 2 more missions left. The Snowwind's wings and the supernatural dungeon. Once completed, I can advance to Tier 2. Yi Ning smiled to himself. The Snowwind's wings aren't hard to buy, although rare. They are a low-level material, and some lucky people who find them might not use them, so they'd sell them. He proceeded to contact a seller requesting to trade for the Snowwind's wings. The screen displayed a message. Hello, are you looking to buy Snowwind's wings? How much are you offering? It wasn't easy for me to get this. Yi Ning read the message, thinking this person isn't honest but time is short, no need to say much. He replied, oh really, how about 800 credit points? Under the dim light of the screen the seller squinted, excitedly thinking 800 credit points, a C-rank tier 1 person like him wouldn't make that much in a year of hard work. Clearly the other party has money to spare, so it would be a loss not to extort more. Thinking this, he gleefully typed, raising the price to 900 no 1000 credit points. I got this feather by risking my life. Yi Ning read the message, his lips curling into a smile, immediately realizing this guy was making an outrageous offer. Too lazy to argue, he scoffed, tapping the keyboard as if directly scolding the other party. If I'm not mistaken, you're also C-rank tier 1, right? How did you risk your life against a Snowwind? You must have just picked it up somewhere outside, didn't you? Seeing me offer a good price, you got greedy and wanted to rip me off? You wouldn't be unaware of the market price for Snowwind's wings, would you? I was in a hurry, but now I'm not. If you don't sell, you can keep it yourself. The seller read the message, utterly dumbfounded, thinking, oh no, this is bad. He hurriedly replied, almost pleading, Yi Ning, alright, stop. I'll take your 800 credit points. Seeing this, Yi Ning smiled meaningfully, thinking, human hearts truly are unfathomable. He replied, his tone icy, I've changed my mind now, I'll only give 400. If you don't sell, others will be rushing to buy. After reading, the seller's heart ached, tears streaming down his face as he reluctantly nodded, take it, take it. At this moment Yi Ning stood on the rooftop, the wind rustling his hair, his sharp gaze directed towards the supernatural dungeon at the Youth Learning Center. This dungeon was unlike ordinary combat zones, as no one in history had ever achieved an SSS rank evaluation. It didn't test combat power but mental will. The screen displayed a prompt, do you want to enter the Youth Learning Center? Supernatural dungeon. Yi Ning pressed yes without hesitation, a confident smile playing on his lips. This was a perfect opportunity to test how strong his mental will was. Suddenly the space around him trembled and blood-red light permeated like a blood mist, enveloping everything, creating an eerie and chilling scene. Huang He next to him suddenly exclaimed, besides me, someone else is challenging this dungeon too? At the same time he looked around, everyone was knocked to the ground by the red light. Only Yi Ning stood firm, unharmed. Huang He clutched his head, groaning in pain. My head hurt so much. Fang Yuan on the other hand held his head, silent. Yang Tengfi patted his arm, his tone displeased. This supernatural dungeon is really weird, even the teleportation method is different from other dungeons. At this moment a middle-aged man wearing glasses, refined and scholarly, pushed up his glasses and walked over to introduce himself. Everyone, I am Li Jiping. A tier 1 peak willpower type, he continued as he walked. You are all willpower type awakened ones too, right? The other 3 remained silent. Liang Tengfi frowned, impatiently speaking, Big brother, why even ask? Besides willpower types, who would choose this abnormal promotion mission? Huang He, standing nearby, also chimed in. Exactly, our willpower types have poor combat power, and we usually can't defeat the mutants outside. We're even disliked when teaming up with other awakened ones. Li Jiping waved his hand, his tone gentle as he persuaded. Children, alright, although we're not good at combat, I believe we can definitely pass this will-testing dungeon smoothly. He paused and continued. I've had 2 experiences in other supernatural dungeons before. How about I lead the team this time? His words were well received, and one of the 3 nodded, saying, Uncle Li has experience, that's great. Li Jiping looked at Yi Ning, pushing up his glasses and asking, young man in the back, you haven't said a word. Do you have any good ideas? Yi Ning shook his head, his tone somewhat impatient. I have no opinions, I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Can we start the mission faster? As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced that the mission was activated. Find and seal the ghost hidden in Fanghua Middle School. Mission Hint 1. From the clues it must be a ghost. Mission Hint 2. Do not believe anything the ghost says. Mission Hint 3. Once the sealing talisman is activated, if it fails to hit the ghost, the mission will be considered a failure, and you will be immediately eliminated. Hearing Ghost, Huang He and Fang Yuan broke out in cold sweat, each clinging tightly to one of Liang Tengfi's arms. He cried out in terror. "Ghost, do such things exist in this world?" Li Jiping calmly reassured them. "Don't worry, everyone. What they call a ghost is actually just a human consciousness infected by psionic energy right before death. Essentially, it's a willpower-type mutant," he explained as he led them. However, ghosts are still quite powerful. Not only are they immune to physical damage, but they can also control human will. According to the first mission hint, let's first go to the teaching building to look for clues. If we encounter a ghost, don't attack rashly. Run and call for help. I have a secret weapon against them. The other three listened, their eyes lighting up with interest. Only Yi Ning's gaze was sharp, constantly observing his surroundings, remaining vigilant. One team member sighed. "Uncle Li is too reliable. Luckily we met you." Li Jiping stopped, his tone decisive. "Now we'll split into 3 groups to search the classrooms, archives, and teacher's office. The girls are weaker, so they'll be with me. Tengfi and Fang Yuan will be a group, and Yi Ning will go alone. Everyone, remember to share any discoveries in the group chat in a timely manner. Don't hold back." In the cold archive room, Yi Ning sat alone. The weak beam of his flashlight illuminated the shredded papers scattered on the ground. He gently touched a dilapidated piece of paper, his voice low. "This room is basically empty, only this newspaper remains." The newspaper had dense holes, and the faded writing read, "Fanghua Middle School teacher rapes female student. Huang Fang suffers mental breakdown and commits suicide, no conviction. Suspect Director Dao Guoxing." After reading, Yi Ning frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, "Suspect Director Dao Guoxing forced Huang Fang committed suicide." Suddenly, a disheveled, hideous ghost shadow floated above Yi Ning's head, emitting a spine-chilling scream, and the surrounding space seemed to instantly freeze. His lips curled and excitement flickered in his eyes. "Female ghost, is it Huang Fang?" Yi Ning didn't hesitate, activating his willpower, his gaze sharp and firm, and a brilliant beam of power shot out, directly piercing through the ghost's body. The power was too strong, and the ghost was sent flying far away, but it quickly fled, standing by the window. Yi Ning looked down, murmuring, "It ran away. Was it just a mental probe first?" In the group chat, Huang He sent a message. "Uncle Li and I found a report. A year ago, a fire broke out in the teachers' dormitory, leading to the tragic deaths of some teachers." Liang Tengfi also sent a message. "I found a contract demanding mental compensation from the school, and the only person who signed it was Huang Fang." Fang Yuan added, "After the fire was discovered, the school found records about a Taoist drawing a sealing talisman." Yi Ning read the messages, thinking, a year ago, a sexual assault occurred at the school. The victim Huang Fang allegedly committed suicide, and the perpetrator was said to be Director Dao Guoxing. At this moment, in a cluttered room, Li Jiping and Huang He were rummaging through things. Uncle Li spoke, his tone certain. "The clues are very clear. Huang Fang was sexually assaulted by Dao Guoxing, and her family's demands for compensation were unsuccessful. After Huang Fang committed suicide, she transformed into a vengeful ghost, creating the fire to get revenge on the teachers," he continued seriously. "Later, a Taoist sealed her. Now the talisman has weakened, and our mission is to find the talisman and reseal her." Huang He nodded and sent a message in the group chat. "Everyone gather at dormitory 2001 where the fire occurred. I guess the sealing talisman is there." Yi Ning read it, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. This judgment was too simple and straightforward. Dormitory 2011. How could it be such a coincidence? On the other side, Liang Tengfi and Fang Yuan were acting together, nodding in agreement. "Uncle Li is right. The ghost is Huang Fang. Let's gather." Suddenly a light flashed behind Fang Yuan, and he stammered in fear. "What was that?" Liang Tengfi turned around and shone his flashlight, his face pale. "Run, it's Huang Fang." Fang Yuan's fear reached its peak, and he trembled. "Brother Fei, something seems to be following us." The two ran desperately, shouting as they ran, "Uncle Li, help!" In the teacher's dormitory building, the 3 had already gathered in front of an iron door. Li Jiping spoke. "The 2 of them aren't here yet. I'll wait outside. You 2 go in and find the talisman." Huang He murmured, looking at the door. "This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my willpower." Before he could finish, Yi Ning delivered a fierce kick, sending the iron door flying over 10 meters. He said coldly, "This saves more time." Huang He's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting him to be so strong. Li Jiping thought, this strength, is he really a willpower type? Suddenly, Huang He sat down on his backside, pointing at the floor. "Uncle Li, we found the talisman." Yi Ning stood behind him, shining his flashlight, silently observing the traces on the ground. He thought, humanoid traces. The talisman fell out of the teacher's dormitory. He suddenly asked Huang He, "Did the clues you found earlier mention that the burned teachers lived in this room?" Huang He replied, "No, why do you ask?" Suddenly, Liang Tengfi and Fang Yuan's terrified screams came from outside. "Uncle Li, help, the female ghost is here." The 2 ran frantically, with the ghost close behind. Suddenly, the ghost grabbed Fang Yuan, whose face turned deathly pale. Just as he was about to cry for help, the ghost possessed him, and his voice was cut short. "Help!" Fang Yuan transformed into a ghost, his eyes pitch black, pupils crimson and teeth sharp as he roared. Liang Tengfi was horrified, shouting, "He's possessed by a ghost." I didn't even have time to run. He was bitten on the shoulder by the ghost, shouting, "Help, help!" Seeing the critical situation, Li Jiping shouted, "The ghost is on Fang Yuan now, I'll go hold him off." He activated his ability, and willpower chains tightly wrapped around the ghost. The ghost let out a ferocious roar. "Ah!" Li Jiping then shouted, "Quick, I can't hold on much longer. Seal it now." Yi Ning quickly snatched the talisman from Huang He's hand, his tone decisive. I'll do it. He activated the talisman, his gaze sharp. When Li Jiping's willpower chains wrapped around the ghost, Yi Ning raised the talisman and shouted, "Here I come." Then, unexpectedly, he slapped the talisman onto Li Jiping's back. He was stunned, not understanding what happened, stammering. Yi Ning stood there, his eyes radiating sharp, murderous intent, staring intently at Li Jiping. Back to the present, Li Jiping's eyes were wide, and he roared in anger. "Yi Ning, you fool, you attacked the wrong person. Everyone is going to die, and you're still wasting the talisman." Yi Ning calmly pointed at Fang Yuan, his tone icy. "Oh really, but the talisman on you, hasn't it already made Fang Yuan collapse?" Fang Yuan was now lying on his back, his mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. "Huang He, weren't you observing earlier? You're stunned now," he stammered in panic. "Uncle Li is sealed, but Fang Yuan collapsed. What could Uncle Li really be?" Yi Ning looked at Li Jiping, his gaze sharp, his tone firm. "Dao Guosheng, you disguised yourself as the awakened Li Jiping, using your willpower to conjure a fake female ghost to test everyone, while also interfering with our judgment." He recalled every detail, then continued. "You first tried to probe me but found me difficult to deal with, so you turned to Fang Yuan, who has weaker willpower. You claimed he was possessed, but in reality you were controlling his will. You pretended to fight the evil ghost, repeatedly emphasizing the need to seal Fang Yuan, aiming to create chaos, make everyone use the talisman incorrectly, and use the system to eliminate us." After hearing Yi Ning's statement, the girl immediately slumped to the ground, her face grim, her voice trembling as she spoke. "If what Yi Ning said is true, then just now it was me. I attacked Fang Yuan with a talisman." In his hand a white halo suddenly flashed. His sharp gaze swept over the opponent, then he said firmly, "Now all your abilities are sealed. No need to keep up the act." He leapt without hesitation, fiercely swinging his arm, flinging those halos away. The white halos had now transformed into brilliant purple. Speeding by like lightning, he shouted again, "Show your true form." The beam directly struck the opponent, sending him falling to the ground, his body trembling violently, his face contorted in pain. Then his disguise gradually melted away, revealing his true enraged face. He stared intensely at him, gritting his teeth and saying, "HMPH, my disguise was so good, how did you know?" He glanced at the man, his eyes full of obvious contempt, and replied, "You've been sealed and our mission is over, so why should I tell you the reason?" The man slowly stood up, looking at him with a hint of a sneer. "HMPH, don't you know there's a hidden mission in this dungeon? If you don't complete it, you won't get an SSS rank evaluation." Hearing this, he immediately turned his head sharply, his voice full of doubt. "A hidden mission?" Seeing his reaction, the man immediately replied with mockery, "HMPH, haven't you thought about it? Why has no one ever achieved an SSS rank evaluation in this dungeon? I don't mind telling you directly, the hidden mission is for me to disappear voluntarily. If you tell me why you were able to recognize me as a ghost, I will disappear automatically. How about that?" Hearing the man say this, thoughts stirred in his mind. Indeed, in his previous life in Corp C Academy, if he hadn't known from memory that this dungeon had a hidden part, he probably wouldn't have achieved an SSS rank evaluation. Unfortunately, in his previous life, time was tight, missions were heavy, and the army didn't allow him to interact with supernatural dungeons. Thinking of this, he stepped forward, looking directly at the man, his tone a little hesitant. "I'll believe you for now, but before I tell you, you must first tell me why you know these things." His sharp gaze fixed on the man like a blade. Seeing this, the man immediately replied, "Because A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he continued, his voice filled with contemplation. "Could it be that you've gained sentience? Every time the dungeon refreshes, you retain your previous memories. Therefore you're revealing secrets because you want to know where your plan went wrong, so you can perfect your disguise next time, deceiving and killing more awakened ones." As he spoke, he imagined the man smiling sinisterly, holding a strange mask, his eyes fixed on the panicked awakened ones. Huang He's face immediately turned pale, and he stammered, "Sentience since the apocalypse descended? I've never heard of such a thing. If that's true, this isn't a C-rank dungeon's difficulty at all, but B-rank or even higher. This is a complete bug." The man listened to his judgment, extended his hand, a strange smile still lingering on his lips. "Yi Ning, you are indeed very clever, that's right. Now can you tell me?" Seeing the man urge him, he immediately replied, his tone calm, "It's simple. First, the mission hint said not to trust anything the ghost says, and that so-called female ghost only said one thing from beginning to end." As he spoke, he recalled the mission hint and continued, "Second, you never sent any messages in the group chat, so I guessed you couldn't access the system." He also remembered the scene where the man and Huang He searched for clues together, his tone becoming more certain. Moreover, the clues only mentioned Wang Fang's suicide, not whether she was actually dead, but she was actually dead. He recalled the clues he had found, then continued, "Finally, if the sealing talisman was really meant to seal Wang Fang and not the teacher's dormitory." He then remembered the scene when he kicked open the iron door, the image of the man grabbing Wang Fang's hand and pinning her against the wall clearly reappearing in his mind. "So I deduced that the truth of the matter is, Wang Fang was assaulted by you," he continued, his voice low. "Then she attempted suicide but failed and the mental hospital couldn't convict you." She was now kneeling on the ground, her hands bound. He continued to describe his guess, imagining the man's entire body on fire, his face contorted in pain, Her family's demands for compensation from the school were unsuccessful, so she set the fire for revenge. Before her death, your will was contaminated by psionic energy, turning you into what you call a ghost. Don't forget, the haunting only started after the fire. It was only later that the school found a Taoist to exorcise and seal you. Huang He, standing nearby, also suddenly understood, his voice filled with surprise. Yi Ning is right, but the whole process was so tense, we were completely led by our reason without any suspicion. Only he, even when encountering the female ghost, not only wasn't disturbed, but also maintained his composure to analyze. If that's true, how strong must his willpower be? Is he really just a tier 1 willpower type? The man still wore a strange smile, his tone full of mockery. Your guess is very accurate, but the process isn't entirely certain. Li Jiping looked directly at Yi Ning, explaining calmly. First, the female ghost might have been unable to speak because she was sealed. Second, I didn't send messages, which could also be because I was busy looking for clues, and having Huang He send messages for me is common. He paused, a hint of slyness flashing in his eyes. The rumors of Wang Feng's suicide and the appearance of the female ghost, it was a flawless combination. Finally, the dormitory could very well be where Wang Feng was assaulted. It's not surprising that she quietly stayed there. Hearing his explanation, Yi Ning's lips curled into a slight smile, and he raised his hand with a cold chuckle. You're right, these aren't enough to convict you, but because one cannot trust a ghost's words, I naturally held back the most crucial point. If you want to know, you must first disappear yourself. Within a few seconds of your dissipation, I will tell you. Hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with surprise. Yi Ning, you are indeed a cautious person. All right, I will dissipate automatically now. Quickly tell me the answer. With that, he immediately screamed in pain, his body gradually fading into the air. Yi Ning stood there, his face serious, his finger pointing to the sky, and replied, The most crucial point is your expression. The man cried out in pain and anger. Tell me, you bastard. Yi Ning revealed a strange smile and slowly continued, Go on, the most crucial point is to guess it yourself. Hearing this answer, the man froze, his face contorted with rage, and he roared, Yi Ning, you bastard. But before he could finish, his body had completely vanished. Yi Ning turned to the girl, a playful smile on his face. She looked up at him, her face filled with astonishment. What? Guess it yourself. The ghost was tricked and then died. Seeing her stunned, Yi Ning walked over, gently patted her shoulder and softly said, Stop spacing out, we can leave the dungeon now. The girl looked at him, her eyes still full of doubt. Yi Ning, did you really figure it out yourself? Hearing her question, Yi Ning placed his hand on his chin, a brilliant smile on his face. Of course not. The biggest loophole was actually when he mentioned the talisman in dormitory room 2011. His face suddenly became serious, his voice low. After all, there were no clues pointing to that. Only the ghost knew, but why should I tell him? The girl looked at him, then suddenly shivered, her voice trembling as she said, You're more terrifying than a ghost. Suddenly, Xiao Hai looked up at the system screen, his eyes wide, utterly terrified. Yi Ning is a zombie riot? The screen displayed a red warning. According to Yi Ning, within 1 week, the Tianfeng area will face a zombie riot. Please prepare defenses as soon as possible to avoid injuries. Seeing this, Xiao Hai abruptly turned off the screen, his face filled with anger. He didn't get SSS rank treatment, so he wants to attract attention, or is his strength too low? It doesn't look right at all. Xiao Hai leaned back against the wooden frame behind him, gritting his teeth, his tone full of grievance. 40 years have passed since the last great war between humanity and the zombie horde. The world has been peaceful for too long. The zombie hordes are all confined to the old infected cities. How could a riot happen so easily? Rather than wasting resources to stop these things, the most important thing right now is to find the hidden Tier 3 awakened one in the Tianfeng district. At this moment, the city was immersed in silence, night blanketing the entire Tianfeng safety zone. In the conference hall, a secret meeting was underway. As soon as Huang Xiao entered, Xiao Hai immediately spoke. Huang Xiao, you said you found important clues about the mysterious Tier 3? Is that true? Huang Xiao handed his iPad to Xiao Hai, his tone firm. Yes, Commander, we have investigated, and the most suspicious person is Yi Ning. Xiao Hai frowned, completely perplexed. Yi Ning, how could it be him? Huang Xiao replied, his tone certain. We initially thought it impossible too, but after investigation, the materials Yi Ning recently sold coincide with the time the Tier 3 awakened one made their move. Furthermore, we discovered he once purchased a psionic house, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Looking at the iPad, Xiao Hai murmured, his voice full of doubt. Could that Tier 3 awakened one really be Yi Ning? How is that possible? Lu Tian heard this and immediately spoke. It's only been a week since Yi Ning's awakening. Even with SSS rank talent, it's impossible to improve so quickly, like Zhang Lin, General Zhang's son. He also has SSS rank talent, dual attribute for strength and agility, and abundant resources, but he's only just reached Tier 1 now. He slammed his hand on the table, his tone firm. I suspect there's likely a Tier 3 awakened one secretly assisting Yi Ning. After some thought, Xiao Hai nodded. That makes a lot of sense. Although the military doesn't think highly of Yi Ning, that Tier 3 awakened one certainly doesn't think so. SSS rank talent is very rare, and it's not impossible for someone to cultivate him in secret. Huang Xiao suddenly interjected anxiously. Commander Xiao, Commissioner Liu, the mission center just sent word that Yi Ning just completed all 4 Tier 2 promotion missions. Xiao Hai froze, and Lu Tian's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, What? 4 Tier 2 promotion missions? How is that possible? And it was Yi Ning? Lu Tian's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Xiao Hai placed his hand on his chin, pondered for a moment, then softly said, Wait, if we follow your judgment, A Tier 3 Awakened One must have taken Yi Ning to complete the missions. After making their move, they let Yi Ning take the credit. He just advanced to Tier 2. Doesn't that prove Yi Ning isn't Tier 3? Lu Tian hesitated to reply. But Xiao Hai stood up straight, hands on his hips, his tone decisive. Huang Xiao, immediately send 2 people to Yi Ning's doorstep to see who's behind him. Also send people with me to inspect the recently affected cities to prevent a zombie riot. Xiao Hai silently mused. If Yi Ning truly had a Tier 3 powerhouse supporting him, then the news of the zombie riot was likely revealed by that person to help the Tianfeng district avoid disaster. Receiving the commander's order, Huang Xiao immediately saluted, his voice respectful and clear. Yes, Commander Xiao. Xiao Hai then turned to leave. After a moment he suddenly looked back and reminded, oh, and buy that bastard some blue equipment lest he bother me again. At another location, the bastard Xiao Wang Hong gang suddenly sneezed several times as if hearing the words, almost spraying snot. That night, at the boundary between Tianfeng Safety Zone and Zhenjiang Safety Zone, a place known as the Death Construction Site was filled with an eerie silence. Yi Ning quietly looked at the system panel, thinking, Swordstream Riot Control is finally off cooldown. I can enter the dungeon now. A moment later, the system panel displayed, do you want to enter Death Construction Site dungeon? Yes, no. After Yi Ning selected yes, the system notified again, enter Death Construction Site dungeon. Minimum entry level is Tier 2, 15 players. Death Construction Site is a contest dungeon with no specified missions. The dungeon has 7 rounds of survival, and you will receive corresponding rewards in each round. Afterwards, there will be 3 minutes for voting to continue or exit the dungeon. If over 70 of people agree, everyone exits collectively. Automatic exit after completing all 7 rounds. Round 1 will begin in N minutes. Please prepare. At this moment, all the fighters were in position, ready for battle. Everyone exuded great confidence. Yi Ning stood still, quietly contemplating. The people who entered here this time were not simple. Not only were there teams of comparable strength, but that woman, provocatively dressed with dark red lipstick, looking around, was actually a Tier 3 Awakened One. As soon as Lin Lan saw him, Yi Ning couldn't help but shiver, thinking, a Tier 3 Awakened One? This Tier 3 Awakened One gave him an inexplicable sense of discomfort. He had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a man with a side-swept fringe broke the heavy silence. He walked to the center of the crowd and loudly introduced everyone. I'm Zhang Lin, Tier 2 Advanced. As we know, war dungeons require unity to pass multiple rounds. Alright, I was going to nominate myself as captain. But there's a Tier 3 adult here. Saying this, he pointed at Lin Lan. Lin Lan responded with disdain, directly kneeing Zhang Lin in the stomach. He was sent flying, spitting blood. Zhang Lin fell to the ground, clutching his stomach and coughing violently. Seeing Zhang Lin so easily defeated, Yi Ning was secretly alarmed. Was that a Tier 3? Her speed was too fast and she didn't seem to be letting him off. Lin Lan stepped on Zhang Lin's head, her tone cold. I warn you, move again and I'll kill you. The surrounding people stammered in fear, asking, did Zhang Lin say something wrong? Why would that Tier 3 adult do that? Lin Lan smiled slightly, then ordered her black-clad subordinates, you all control these people. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, I'll kill them. In a flash, all participants were surrounded by the black-clad youths. Everyone shouted angrily, gathering in one place, don't cause trouble. The burly man with a ponytail was Song Gang, a Tier 2 peak. Standing next to him was Lin Tang, also a Tier 2 peak. Song Gang whispered, his voice full of worry. I'm afraid we've encountered the legendary breeding team. Lin Tang trembled as he replied, what do we do now? We've only just reached Tier 2 peak. We can't possibly fight a Tier 3. Yi Ning stood quietly, his mind racing. Breeding teams, he recalled, were said to specifically trap awakened ones, making them serve as cannon fodder, then eventually killing them to hunt large monsters. If awakened ones and mutants were each other's food, then breeding teams were pure cannibals. Song Gang looked at Lin Lan and whispered, Zhang Lin is definitely not dead yet. The best option now is for everyone to collectively vote to immediately exit the dungeon. Our team has a numerical advantage. Suddenly, Lin Lan stomped her foot and dust flew. Song Gang said in panic. This Lin Lan extended her hand, threatening, let me introduce myself. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I am the captain, Lin Lan. This operation is led by me, and your lives are now in my hands, but I can assure you, as long as you survive the 6th round and hand over all rewards and credit points, I will grant you a way out. Yi Ning muttered to himself, his tone full of doubt. How credible are you? It's not normal for people like you to let others live. Unfortunately, Heaven's trajectory gleaming hasn't cooled down yet. Otherwise, just 2 moves would wipe out this group. Now only Swordstream Riot Control is left. Although its attack power is strong, its specific combat effectiveness is uncertain. I don't have any life-saving blue equipment on me right now. If I can't kill them in one blow, I might lose my life this time. The best course of action now is to hide first and take it one step at a time. Lin Lan flashed a brilliant smile, her tone commanding. The first round is about to begin. Everyone report your strength in order so I can group you. Song Gang immediately stepped forward and reported, Song Gang, Tier 2 peak constitution type, proficient in close combat. In the glow of the setting sun, Lin Tang's friend standing beside him clearly stated, Lin Tang, Tier 2 peak agility type, proficient in ranged attacks. Another man holding a long staff confidently stepped forward, Tang, Tier 2 strength type, proficient in close combat. The white-haired young man's eyes were sharp as he continued, Huang Xiao-san, Tier 2 agility type, proficient in ranged attacks. Finally, Yi Ning announced in a clear voice, Yi Lin, Tier 2 novice willpower type, proficient in ranged attacks. After listening, Lin Lan stood not far away, gently resting her hand on her chin, a playful smile on her face. A willpower type dares to enter this dungeon, how rare and quite cute. Too bad, she paused, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Useless. With that she laughed happily and turned to leave. The black-clad youth silently followed behind her. Yi Ning stood with his arms crossed, only a mysterious smile playing on the corners of his lips. He muttered to himself, "Very well, let them think I'm useless for the first few rounds, then they'll know what hit them." Suddenly the system's cold notification sounded. Round 1 begins, enemy count 100 zombies, 2 tier 1 mutants. In the air a group of monsters let out fierce roars swooping down, their eyes blood red like hungry bloodthirsty beasts. They charged madly towards this group of warriors. The warriors immediately rushed forward preparing to meet them. But Lin Lan's people retreated to the back, observing with cold eyes. Lin Lan commanded coldly, "Tier 2 peaks form a team, prepare to fight, give it your all. If I find anyone holding back psionic energy, I will personally twist their head off." The monsters drew closer and the warriors began to feel the pressure. Song Gang's face flushed with anger and he roared, "Damn it, they're deliberately standing outside, just trying to exhaust our stamina. In front are fierce zombie hordes, behind are a group of people watching like wolves. Is there really no way out?" Lin Tang, standing at a higher position, gritted his teeth and replied, "There's nothing we can do now, we can only try to survive a few rounds first." Hearing this, the crowd below panicked, gritting their teeth and preparing to defend. The hungry crawlers rushed over like a whirlwind as if afraid of missing out on a delicious meal. Lin Tang drew his bow, his eyes sharp. "Song Gang, I'm at high ground, you're at low ground, aim for those crawlers. The others deal with the zombies." Receiving the order, Song Gang gripped his weapon tightly and charged like a fierce tiger. "Come on, you crawlers, taste your old man's hammer." At the high ground, Huang Shaosun and Yi Ning worked together seamlessly. Huang Shaosun concentrated his strength in his hand, let out a roar and charged forward. Sharp ice shards swept past, tearing through the small monsters. Below, Song Gang with astonishing power cleared out the remaining monsters. Yi Ning calmly shot out a wave of purple psionic energy, piercing through the head of a charging zombie. Huang Shaosun glanced at Yi Ning, frowning. "Just as I thought, a useless willpower type. He only took down one zombie with a single move." Meanwhile, Lin Lan watched the scene before her, laughing brazenly. "This Yi Lin is truly laughable. How dare he come here?" With a confident smirk she cast a distant glance at Yi Ning. Without the combined efforts of those awakened ones, he probably would have died in the first round. And this is only the first round. Let's wait and see what he does next. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Round 1 complete. Notification continues in half an hour. Round 3 complete. Round 4 begins in 3 minutes. Song Gang looked around, his face grim, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, the difficulty is increasing. The next round will definitely have a tier 2 peak mutant." He turned to Lin Tang and asked, "Aren't Lin Lan's people making a move yet?" Lin Tang replied with a helpless expression, "She won't make a move, we'll have a hard time dealing with her." Just then, a charming voice came from behind them. "Only the third round and you're already struggling so much?" Lin Lan crossed her arms and sneered, "Let me be clear, I won't make a move until the 6th and final round. If you want to live, don't hold back your strength." She cast an interested glance at Yi Ning. "You're still alive, not only that, but completely unharmed." Yi Ning returned a calm smile. "Just lucky, I suppose," Huang Shaosun roared angrily. "Luck my foot, it's all thanks to our efforts. What else can you do besides hiding in a corner launching pathetic long-range attacks?" Hearing this, Lin Tang glanced at Yi Ning, thinking, no, this kid definitely has a powerful skill up his sleeve, otherwise how could he have reached tier 2? Perhaps his powerful skill can only be used once or twice. Song Gang was drawn by their conversation, pondering this might also be an opportunity to turn the tide. Just then, the system announced that round 4 was about to begin. Zombies, 1 tier 2 peak, 2 tier 2 mutants, 6 tier 1 mutants. Seeing the swarming zombie horde, Song Gang immediately charged forward. Lin Tang, focus on the tier 2 peak Corpse King first and hold back the 2 tier 2 mutants. As for that enchantress, I'll handle her. Lin Tang followed closely, nodding. The others dealt with the tier 1 zombies, but before they could rejoice, Song Gang was severely lashed and sent flying by the Corpse King's tentacles. Lin Tang shouted, "Brother Song, watch out!" On the ground, a young man drew his bow to shoot an arrow, unaware that a zombie was quietly approaching. Tentacles tightly coiled around his ankle, startling him. From a distance, Zhang Dao rushed forward like an arrow, seizing the opportunity to attack, but the zombie immediately counterattacked, spewing strange purple liquid. The young man collapsed to the ground, clutching his face in pain, his groans echoing. Lin Tang's face turned pale and he shouted, "Zhang Dao!" He waved his arm and sharp ice shards shot out, but the zombie dodged with astonishing speed and precision. Lin Tang gritted his teeth, annoyed. "It's too fast, I can't even touch it." He looked around, his heart heavy. Huang Yan is already dead, Zhang Dao is severely injured, and those guys refused to provide support. We're done for this time. On the other side, Yi Ning thoughtfully observed the situation. If this continues, the entire team will probably be wiped out before the 6th round. And then I won't be able to unleash my powerful skill. Determination surged in his heart, and he charged forward to attack a zombie. At the same time, he grabbed Huang Shaosun's collar and yanked him. "It seems I have no choice but to act," he shouted. "Get out of the way!" Huang Shaosun stared at Yi Ning in astonishment. His face was icy, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Psychokinesis was activated. A surge of psionic energy erupted, crushing the zombie horde, blocking his path. A wave of purple energy light swept gracefully past, clearing out the monsters in front. Huang Shaosun froze, dumbfounded. He instantly killed a tier 2 mutant with one move. Is he really the useless person I imagined? Before he could speak, Yi Ning coldly interrupted. "No need to say anything, just watch your mouth from now on." Looking at the swarming zombie horde, he sternly commanded, "Don't get distracted, there's still a huge mass of zombies and mutants over there." Huang Shaosun immediately nodded cautiously. No problem, I'll clear out the tier 1 small monsters behind us. Lin Lan stood at a distance observing everything with interest, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Very good, this kid indeed has a trump card up his sleeve. That speed, are those blue tier boots he's wearing? No wonder he dared to come here. A black-clad man beside her spoke. Boss, should we kill him now? Lin Lan sneered. Don't rush, we're short on manpower right now. Let them harvest a few more rounds. Psychokinesis is probably his limit. Willpower types are so weak I could finish him in a few seconds, but keep a close eye on those 2 tier 2 peak guys. They're definitely hiding something. The black-clad man nodded. Understood, boss. Half an hour later, the system issued a cold notification. Round 4 complete. Round 5 begins in 3 minutes. Song Gang looked at Lin Tang, panting. This round I lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is severely injured. I only have 2 more chances to use my powerful skill. I hope to survive until the 6th round. Lin Tang gritted his teeth. Me too. We have to last until the 6th round no matter what. As soon as Lin Lan makes a move, I'll take her by surprise and team up with you to kill her. Song Gang looked at Yi Ning and said in a low voice, did you see that kid's move just now? Willpower types usually have cooldowns, but he actually fired continuously. Lin Tang nodded, his gaze sharp. He's very special. I hope he has another trump card next round. For the plan to succeed, we must ensure he makes it to the 6th round. Just then, a blood-red notification sounded, chilling to the bone. Round 5 begins. 500 zombies. 2 tier 2 peaks, 3 tier 2 mutants, 8 tier 1 mutants. The zombie horde swarmed forward like bloodthirsty monsters, showing no mercy. Despite his fear, Huang Shaosun still shouted, Yi Lin, watch out. Yi Ning turned his head, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it, you're the one being meddlesome. He immediately retreated. Facing the huge mutant before him, it was too difficult to deal with it without using a powerful skill. Half an hour passed and their weaknesses still hadn't been exposed. The survivors' desperate cries for help echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Help, someone help me, they shouted, concentrating their firepower. Facing this horde of monsters, they couldn't possibly team up. One person roared in anger. Damn these scoundrel breeding teams, they don't intend to let us survive until the 6th round. Facing the charging zombies, Song Gang roared, Lin Tang, we have to use our powerful skills now or we won't last. Lin Tang drew his bow and shot an ice arrow, followed by Song Gang's figure leaping high into the air. Die, he unleashed his psionic warhammer, its light dazzling. Lin Lan stood by, a twisted smile on her face. Only this much strength and you still want to conserve your psionic energy? What a bunch of fools. Sensing the danger behind him, Yi Ning turned, but it was too late. Zombies rushed in like a nightmare, seemingly trying to devour him. Song Gang and Lin Tang's hearts went cold at the terrifying sight before them, and they cried out in panic, damn it, we're too late, quote. Is that kid dead? Before grief could consume them, they were shocked to see the monster sent flying far away amid swirling dust. A proud figure, like a god of war descended, appeared before them. Everyone around, witnessing this scene, felt their bodies freeze, speechless with shock. Lin Lan stood by, her eyes filled with surprise, thinking, does this kid have another trump card? In the chaos, Lin Tang's voice rang out decisively. Taste my arrow. Immediately, thousands of sharp ice arrows whistled as they shot towards the monster. Lin Tang shouted while shooting arrows, quick, let's kill that monster together. Yi Ning still has a chance. Song Gang remained silent, his hands tightly gripping his shield and weapon, charging forward like a whirlwind. On the other side, Yi Ning unleashed brilliant purple psionic energy, sweeping past the monster with ghostly speed. His eyes were cold, and he quickly discovered the weakness he had long sought. Found the vital point. With that, he violently swung his weapon, and psychokinesis let out an earth-shattering roar. The sharp blade plunged directly into the monster's weakness, and destructive power surged into its body. Without a wasted movement, Yi Ning coldly threw a shining punch, striking its body. The monster struggled and writhed in agony in its death throes. Lin Tang witnessed this from below. Utterly shocked, he successfully achieved an over-tier counter kill. Lin Lan stood on high ground, her gaze sharply sweeping over the tier 2 novice willpower type awakened one. He was wearing 2 pieces of blue armor, looking like a plump target. Her lips curved slightly as she gestured to her subordinates. Next round, begin the harvest. Don't kill that kid, Yi Lin. Just crush his limbs, leave him alive. I want to torture him slowly. The subordinates bowed respectfully. Yes, boss. Song Gang was exhausted, but his eyes remained resolute as he vigilantly looked around. Next round, it's just us and Yi Lin. Lin Lan and her people will definitely join the fight. Then we'll seize the opportunity to kill her. Lin Tang nodded, his voice low. Even if we can't kill her, we must severely injure her. As for Yi Lin, he can quickly finish her off. The scene of hell reappeared as round 6 attacks began. 3 ferocious tier 2 peak monsters charged forward. Lin Lan jumped down, entering the fray, and coldly ordered, it's the final round, give it your all. She proudly swept past each monster, declaring, as long as you can afford it, I promise to only steal rewards, not your lives. As soon as she landed, she charged forward, striking the monster's abdomen with a powerful palm. She roared, I'll deal with this tier 2 peak raging zombie first. Everyone else, focus your firepower on the monsters. Another monster swung its blade, but Lin Lan dodged swiftly like lightning, skillfully evading the attack and angrily kicked the monster before her to death. Another one charged, attempting to bite, but she was completely unconcerned. Her face was cold as she allowed it to gnaw at her illusory defense shield. Yi Ning controlled the monster while glancing at Lin Lan, secretly analyzing. Dual strength and agility attributes, burst acceleration skills, plus extremely strong defense. She's much stronger now than before. Besides all this, she must have more trump cards hidden. He muttered to himself, I can't make any rash moves this round. On the other side, Lin Tang strained to draw his bow, shouting, let's stop the blood butcher monster first. Once Lin Lan deals with the raging zombie, they'll definitely try to steal our attack opportunity. Song Gang gritted his teeth, raising his shield to block, and replied, that's our chance to counterattack her with our ultimate moves. Lin Lan was swift as the wind, decisively taking down the monster blocking her path. Seeing her charge over, Song Gang roared, here she comes, prepare to gather energy. Lin Tang shouted from behind, you hold off the monster, I'll go kill her. But before he could act, Lin Lan had already kicked the monster before her flying. Song Gang frowned and roared. Now Lin Tang leaped, aiming at her. He shouted, Spirit Flame Arrow. Song Gang immediately coordinated. Shield Assault. Yi Ning watched this coordinated attack, secretly worried. This is bad. If they act now, Lin Lan can't possibly be unprepared. A thunderous roar shook the sky and the smoke and dust dissipated. Lin Lan stood beside Song Gang's motionless corpse, a contemptuous smile on her face. Fools. Did you really think I had no defense? Yi Ning was stunned. He realized Lin Lan and Song Gang had swapped positions just now. It was a substitution ability. Lin Lan, full of murderous intent, violently stomped on the monster's head and said coldly, you wasted my life-saving skill, substitution technique. With that, she charged straight at Lin Tang, roaring, Lin Tang, you did well. Lin Tang had no time to defend and took a direct punch. Falling to the ground, she sneered, violently stepping on him. First, I'll cripple your right hand. Let's see how you fight me then. She cast a distant glance at her subordinates and ordered, bring me those who have been knocked down. You go clear the battlefield and start harvesting. Everyone responded in unison, yes, boss. One guy stepped forward and grabbed Lin Tang by the collar, making him break out in a cold sweat. The man roared coldly, your equipment and credit points. Hand them over and I'll spare you, otherwise I have ways to make your life a living hell. Seeing Lin Tang's silence, the man roared, still not speaking, then I'll cripple your left hand too. Kill me if you want, but even as a ghost I won't let you off. Yi Ning quickly stepped forward and interrupted, I'll hand it over. Don't kill me and don't torture me. The man released Lin Tang's collar, turned to Yi Ning and sneered, at least you're sensible, kid. Too bad the boss has already ordered your limbs to be crushed. Yi Ning hastily spoke up to dissuade him, his tone earnest. Wait, even if you want to cripple me, you'll have to wait until I've completed the transfer. His mind quickly calculated, secretly thinking, to get a chance for a counter kill in round 7, I must find a way to drag this out until the final round. Just then, the system issued a cold notification, round 6 complete. Everyone, vote whether to proceed to round 7. Yi Ning removed his mask, revealing a cold smile. He unhesitatingly knocked down the guy who had been boasting loudly just now, his gaze sharp as a blade. Proceed to round 7, highest difficulty. He chuckled softly, knowing a little-known secret. As long as the highest difficulty was chosen, the dungeon would automatically continue, no vote required. The system immediately announced, someone has confirmed round 7 combat. Highest difficulty is about to begin. Hearing the notification, everyone fell into a panic, murmuring as they proceeded to the next round. Didn't the boss say we'd disband after harvesting? What's going on? Didn't it require a 70 vote to decide? I heard a tier 3 mutant might appear this round. Even the boss might not be able to handle it. Ignoring his pain, Song Gang burst into laughter, full of challenge. This is fate, let you scoundrels perish together. Lin Lan stood by, her face pale. She roared in anger. Song Gang, was it you? I'll kill you. She charged forward, but before she could reach Song Gang, the ground began to tremble violently. From deep underground, a terrifying monster burst forth. It opened its massive mouth and inhaled violently, causing the entire space to destabilize. Yi Ning was swift as lightning, knocking down Song Gang and Lin Tang's 2 remaining companions. He turned to the 2 and shouted, Song Gang, Lin Tang, can you still move? If you can, run for your lives as far as possible. The 2 immediately fled for their lives. As he ran, Song Gang looked back at the monster, muttering, that's Yi Lin, he's changed. After seeing the 2 were safe, Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze sharply fixed on Lin Lan. Lin Lan, don't you know? He held his longsword, a calm smile on his face. Tier 3 mutated monsters possess intelligence. They'll prioritize killing high-tier awakened ones. As long as you're caught in it and can't escape, I'm certain I can defeat everyone with a single move. The monster immediately locked onto Lin Lan. She turned her head in terror, gritting her teeth and ordering her subordinates to switch positions. But as soon as they swapped, the monster charged forward and attacked. Watching its swaying body, Yi Ning sneered. Just as I thought, her substitution ability has a range limit. She can't switch over here at all. Lin Lan turned to flee, but focused solely on escaping. She didn't notice what was ahead. The monster's huge tail swept violently, sending her tumbling in pain. Yi Ning immediately adopted a stance, his gaze sharp. Now sword stream storm, thousands of green sword blades descended from the sky, attacking the monster, catching it off guard. Seeing this, Lin Lan cried out in terror. What is this? This is 10,000 times more terrifying than a tier 3 mutant. Is there another tier 3 awakened one here besides me? The monster's body was swiftly chopped into fragments. Lin Lan panicked. She realized the attack's range was too wide and she couldn't escape it at all. The system notification sounded again. Death construction site cleared. You will be sent out of the dungeon in 5 minutes. Yi Ning looked at the scene before him with satisfaction, not noticing that behind him, Lin Tang and Song Gang were already stunned. He instantly killed a tier 3 awakened one and a tier 3 mutant with one move. Is he a tier 3 intermediate? No. A tier 3 advanced powerhouse? Yi Ning mused, his gaze sweeping over the area below. There seems to be a human presence. Could she still be alive? He immediately brandished his sword, psychokinesis activated. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Lan's ravaged body gradually became visible, enveloped by a layer of blood-red magic. As soon as she regained consciousness, she saw a huge dagger hurtling straight towards her in terror, cold sweat pouring down. Was that dagger made by Yi Lin? How is this possible? Yi Ning said coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Still not dead, I see. You must have some life-saving equipment, right? Then take this stab first. The dagger viciously struck her forehead, but it didn't penetrate. Yi Ning frowned slightly, muttering to himself, it didn't penetrate, then I'll stab again. But all his efforts were in vain. Lin Lan's lips curved, sneering triumphantly. Fortunately, last time I spent a lot of money on a single-use defensive item. It was a passive defense. Seeing her smug smile, Yi Ning's face darkened with anger, and he rushed over with his sword. It seems mental telekinesis alone won't penetrate. But she's so weak now, she has no strength to fight back. I'll do it myself. Lin Lan immediately sat up, looking at Yi Ning and shouting, was that powerful move just now really unleashed by you? You're that hidden tier 3 powerhouse, aren't you? Yi Ning didn't answer, striking her fiercely with his sword, but it was all in vain. The defensive membrane remained completely intact. She gritted her teeth in anger and exclaimed, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me in this way? Yi Ning glanced at her and said in a deep voice, oh, so she thinks I'm humiliating her, not that I can't kill her. A cold, bone-chilling sneer played on Yi Ning's lips. If that's the case, she seems more afraid of humiliation than death. That makes things easier for me. Although he knew this behavior was somewhat despicable for the sake of the spoils, he decided to put on a show. He bent down, lifted Lin Lan's chin, his voice low and provocative. Oh, you want a quick death? Did you ever think of this day when you tortured those awakened ones? Lin Lan's face turned beet red, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. Bastard, what exactly do you want? Yi Ning activated his acting mode, his voice as cold and sharp as a knife. Can't take this much? You'll know what humiliation is soon enough. Lin Lan's face flushed with anger and she roared. What do you want to make me die quickly? He sneered. It's simple, just like you demanded of us. Hand over all your equipment, items and credit points, and then I will grant you a swift death. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with doubt. How can I believe you? Yi Ning calmly replied. You only have to believe me. Lin Lan saw his hand on her thigh and screamed in terror. Don't touch me, I'll hand it over. If you dare to trick me, you'll die a terrible death. The system immediately chimed with a series of notifications. Player A178391 wants to trade with you. Blue equipment, blood soul armor. Player A178391 wants to trade with you. Blue equipment, bone flame gloves. Player A178391 wants to trade with you. Blue equipment, tattered armor. Player A178391 wants to trade with you, transferring 13,000 credit points to you. Yi Ning looked at these notifications, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This batch of equipment is quite a lot. As expected, looting is the fastest way to make money. Lin Lan's voice trembled with pain. It's all handed over, just kill me quickly. He smiled faintly, his eyes sharp. All handed over? You only have a little over 10,000 credit points. Is that believable? If you don't hand over everything, what do you think I'll do next? Lin Lan roared indignantly. Bastard, that's everything I have, believe it or not. Yi Ning pressed her to the ground, his voice icy, still talking back. Then I won't be polite. Lin Lan looked at him, provocatively roaring. Come on, bastard, if you have the guts, come at me. After a moment, Yi Ning coldly released her and turned to leave. Sigh, it seems there really isn't anything left. Lin Lan sat up in surprise, shouting at his retreating back. Why are you standing there? Are you scared? She understood the situation and screamed in terror. Wait, you're neither killing me nor violating me. What exactly do you want me to do? Actually, that last move can only be used once. You're only tier 2. You can't break my defense at all, right? The system suddenly chimed. Countdown 10 seconds to exit dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Ning walked out, leaving Lin Lan to smile bitterly on the ground. I was such a fool to actually think you were a tier 3 powerhouse. He paused and looked back at her, thinking that she had guessed it. Indeed, I have no way to kill her now. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, murderous intent burning in her eyes. You're Yi Lin, right? I'll remember you. Even if it's to the ends of the earth, I'll find you. When I do, I'll slice you into 1,000 pieces and turn you into a pig. Yi Ning glanced at her with a light chuckle. Oh, I remember, my name is Yi Lin, isn't it? When you find out who I, Yi Ning, am, it's uncertain who will kill whom. As soon as he exited the dungeon, the system prompted a settlement of dungeon rewards. Dungeon completer. Yi Ning, base completion 70.3, main quest completion 20, highest difficulty boss kill. Giant worm, overall completion 90.3, rating. S rank, psionic experience points. Calculating overtier monster kill bonus experience 10, obtained white equipment. Crying god mask, white equipment. Centipede sin, blue equipment. Giant worm's desire. Obtained items. White rotten acid, white corpse king flesh, white giant worm exoskeleton. Obtained materials. White hide, blue giant worm heart. Obtained clearance reward, 1 free attribute point. Obtained blue hidden title Sapper Sentinel. During dungeon combat, all attributes gain an additional point. Yi Ning looked at the display screen with a satisfied smile. With these, plus the spoils taken from Lin Lan, it's enough to buy psionic energy. And all my attribute points have also increased to 25. Driving on the long dark road, he pondered. Tonight I must find a hotel in Zhenjiang to practice the B-rank sword skill concentration. Tomorrow I'll go to the legendary ruin battlefield to get equipment and familiarize myself with the tidal battlefield. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the roadside, stopping the car and shouting, Help, help, our car has overturned. Yi Ning stopped the car, glanced at the car in front, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Are you sure this car just overturned? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of masked thugs rushed out from behind, one of them roaring, "Stop talking nonsense, hand over your credit points and we'll spare your dog life." Yi Ning sneered, his eyes sharp. "Oh, a highway robbery?" Without another word he swung his sword, the blade flashing like lightning across the necks of the thugs. As expected, no need for much talking. He glanced at the last terrified escapee. "Another one, where do you think you're going?" The sword in his hand flew out, severing the man's leg, causing him to fall to the ground, groaning in pain. Looking at the wound on the man's leg, Yi Ning frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. The wound wasn't bleeding. "This isn't human, nor a zombie, nor a mutant. What is this thing?" The man struggled to sit up, pleading with tears in his eyes. "My lord, spare me. I know where they hid the stolen goods. I'll tell you everything." Yi Ning didn't answer, walking forward and grabbing his collar, scaring him so much he trembled. "I was really forced." "Please don't kill me," Yi Ning said coldly, his eyes as sharp as a blade. "Tell me quickly, what exactly are you?" He panicked, his voice trembling. "Don't kill me. I'll open my personal attribute panel. You can see for yourself." Yi Ning glanced at the pop-up attribute panel. Identity: Lee Fugi, NPC, dungeon, level, none, talent, golden flower scent. Deceitful merchant, golden flower scent skill, can detect any item in the target's backpack. Deceitful merchant skill, automatically increases price by 10 during trade, undetectable by the other party until trade is completed. Trade fee: 5 of the transaction amount is automatically deducted and claimed during the trade process. This effect is immune to all trading rules. Yi Ning was slightly startled, muttering to himself, "Is he an NPC? How did you escape the dungeon? Did you have consciousness from birth?" Lee Fugi lay on the ground, his voice trembling. "Actually, I don't know why I'm here. I've been outside ever since I gained consciousness, my lord. Can you spare me?" Yi Ning pondered, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. "These 3 skills are all system bugs that awakened ones can never learn. If I make him work for me, I can save a lot of money." Thinking this, he revealed an amused smile and quickly pulled a contract from the system. He placed it in front of Lee Fugi. "Sign this contract and I'll spare your life." Lee Fugi sweated profusely, looking at the contract in terror. "Contract. Once signed, if betrayed, death will be instant." Yi Ning said coldly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "If you don't agree, I'll kill you immediately." Lee Fugi panicked and quickly replied, "I'll sign." As soon as he signed his name, the system immediately prompted, "Lee Fugi has signed the contract," opening the team interface. Owner: Yi Ning, Tier 2 Novice. Servant: Lee Fugi, no level. Loyalty: 60,100. Yi Ning looked at him with satisfaction, his tone steady. "From now on you'll follow me. We're teammates now." Lee Fugi heard this and burst into tears, complaining bitterly, "Teammates, this is clearly forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? I either run into rich people or tyrants." Yi Ning chuckled and patted his shoulder. "All the things those bandits stole are yours now." Lee Fugi's face immediately changed, his eyes lighting up, and he pounced to hug his leg. "Really? Thank you, master. You're the most generous master in the world." The system immediately chimed. Servant: Lee Fugi's loyalty 1. Yi Ning smiled. "Loyalty is too easy to get, Fugi. Help me sell all the equipment except the blood soul armor and the tattered armor. Also find a bigger storage space and rent a room. You'll live there and manage my assets." Lee Fugi nodded repeatedly. "Master, that's great. Leave it to me to manage." Back at his residence, Lee Fugi poked his head out of the system and looked at him. "Master, you're the most extravagant person I've ever seen. Others can't afford psionic fruits their entire lives, yet you eat them like regular food." Yi Ning chuckled, pushing his head back into the space. "Go back and tally your accounts." The system chimed again. Psionic fruit used: Strength 1, Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25. Yi Ning rubbed his full belly, muttering to himself, "Finally it's increased by 25 points. He stood up, opened the display, and concentrated on cultivating the B-rank sword skill, Concentration. The system prompt immediately popped up. New sword skill, Concentration learned. Skill upgrade successful. Skill Concentration has been upgraded to SSS rank skill Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash skill effect, can tear through space, gaining 1 second of invincibility. Ignores all defenses." Yi Ning looked at the display, a confident smile playing on his lips. Dimensional Slash tears through space, ignoring all defenses. It's too overpowered. Tomorrow I'll go test it in the ruined battlefield dungeon. The next day the system chimed. "Do you wish to enter the ruined battlefield? Difficulty B rank." Yi Ning immediately agreed without hesitation. His figure vanished in a flash of teleportation light. As soon as he was teleported to the ruined battlefield, a brother and sister appeared beside Yi Ning. The brother showed a friendly smile and walked over to strike up a conversation. "Hello, I'm Chen Yang and this is my sister Chen Zhao. We're both Tier 2 novices." Chen Zhao glanced at Yi Ning, her eyes scrutinizing. "I saw the system prompt for a Tier 2 advanced teammate. You're him, right? But you look too young. Could your strength rating be wrong?" Chen Yang heard his sister's words and immediately turned to reprimand her. "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Yi Ning observed the two, his expression solemn. Looking at their attire, he thought, they're probably 2nd generation or even 3rd generation military children. It's best to be cautious. Chen Yang smiled, expressing friendliness. "Don't mind her, brother. My sister has been spoiled by our family since childhood." Yi Ning nodded slightly, his tone calm. "You can just call me Yi Lin." Just then the system chimed. "Ruined battlefield. Special event will begin in 3 minutes. Everyone please prepare." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, surprised. Special event? In my previous life I only heard about the three great mysteries of the apocalypse: supernatural events, spreading events, and special events. This is my first time facing a special dungeon. Chen Yang looked at him, reassuring him, Brother Yi, don't worry. Although special events are products of supernatural power, as far as I know, the ruined battlefield is a relatively safe event. It has no mission restrictions. As long as you leave the battlefield, you can exit anytime. This special event is a reenactment of war history from when the apocalypse first broke out. Our enemies are ordinary tidal creatures and mutants. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes sharp. Just then a group of monsters fell like rain from the opposite side. Chen Yang gripped his weapon and shouted, Brother Yi, let's go down and deal with that mutant. Before Chen Zhao could finish speaking, Yi Ning had already leapt down, leaving both siblings stunned. Chen Zhao muttered softly, so decisive, brother, this person is too rude. Yi Ning scoffed, using only a few basic sword techniques to send a large group of monsters back to where they came from. Chen Yang, fighting, exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yi is indeed a tier 2 advanced. He finished so quickly, but my sister and I won't show weakness either. Brother Yi, let's work together and hold on for a bit longer. When I can't hold on, I can summon undead soldiers to fight for me, maximizing the benefits. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, thinking, summoning undead soldiers. In my previous life I only heard that the military secretly possessed this skill. I didn't expect it to be real. Chen Yang continued, his tone cautious. However, this is a military secret. Don't mention it when we go back. Yi Ning nodded and suddenly shouted, watch out behind you. A flash of sword light as fast as lightning shot towards the monster, instantly killing it. Chen Yang asked in terror, was that mental telekinesis, instantly killing a tier 1 advanced monster with one move? The system chimed. Combat has ended. Large-scale continuous combat will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yang looked at Yi Ning, smiling as he offered a pack of cigarettes. Brother Yi, do you smoke? These are military exclusive. Thank you very much for saving my life just now. Yi Ning glanced at the cigarettes and waved his hand. No thank you. I heard these are rare in the apocalypse. It seems your identity isn't simple either. Chen Yang laughed heartily, revealing, to be honest, Brother Yi, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China War Zone, and my father is the commander of Safety Zone 191. They are both tier 3 powerhouses. I'm currently organizing my own forces. I assume you, Brother Yi, being alone, haven't joined any forces yet. Before he could finish, Yi Ning coldly interrupted. Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Chen Yang quickly said, Brother Yi, it's not too late to refuse after hearing me out. As long as you're willing to be my second in command, I'll immediately give you official cadre treatment, 3,000 credit points per month. I'll add another 1,000 points myself. I'll also help you apply for a blue weapon for free. Even your family can join the army. Chen Zhao, seeing her brother's excessive enthusiasm, impatiently interrupted, Brother, are you okay? Even if he's strong, it's not that big a deal. Yi Ning scoffed. He walked out. I'm not interested in this matter. The large-scale zombie tide is about to begin. Let's prepare for battle first, he secretly thought. Still trying to trick me into joining. When I reach tier 3, I'll get no less than what you promised. Chen Yang looked at his retreating back, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The conditions just now were a sky-high salary for a tier 2 awakened one. How many people yearn for it, yet he directly refused. Chen Zhao pouted unhappily. He's an ungrateful fellow. Who does he think he is? Forget tier 2 advanced. We even have many tier 2 peak in our family. Half an hour later, Chen Yang was fighting monsters, panting. Brother Yi, I can't hold on much longer. Let's summon soldiers and retreat. Yi Ning quickly replied, his eyes sharp. Wait a bit longer, lure that monster closer to me. Chen Yang heard this and immediately nodded. Okay, you hide on the city wall first. As Chen Yang retreated, Yi Ning unleashed Heaven's Trajectory, gleaming, his sword glinting, instantly slaying all remaining mutants. Seeing this scene, the Chen siblings were both stunned, shouting in terror. Is he a tier 3 powerhouse? Impossible. Even an ordinary tier 3 powerhouse couldn't instantly kill several mutants with one move, let alone a tier 2 peak. Chen Zhao's eyes widened and she whispered, this move is much more powerful than my dad and grandpa's. Yi Ning landed in front of them, his eyes sharp, his voice steady. Now you two go summon soldiers. Chen Zhao frowned in surprise. Why, you're so powerful? It's not a critical moment yet. No need. Chen Yang stepped forward and interrupted his sister. Since Lord Yi has said so, then we shall do as he says. With that he raised his weapon and chanted a spell. Brilliant green light surrounded his body, spreading throughout the city. Undead soldiers gradually appeared, assuming battle-ready stances, and shouted in unison. The 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to fire, kill it. The battle erupted fiercely. Chen Yang turned to Yi Ning, smiling. Lord Yi, we can just sit back and watch now. However, these soldiers can only resist for a while. They will disappear after clearing one wave of zombies. Yi Ning nodded, turning to leave. You two wait here. He walked to a desolate area, his body radiating immense power. Closing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, thinking, I just killed a tier 2 peak, but I didn't see any blue or legendary equipment. I should wait for the summoned soldiers to complete their mission, then it will appear intuitively. That thing must be nearby. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a flash of light. Found it, it really is, the system immediately announced. Special mission activated. Dying wish, find the cause of the ruined battlefield and resolve the problem. Upon completion you will receive a special reward. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, picking up a piece of cardboard with an old paper sandwiched inside. A special mission is a dying wish, he examined it carefully. It was a diary from a frontline scribe who witnessed the first wave of zombies 60 years ago. The first page read, June 7th, the battalion commander ordered me to serve as a scribe and accompany the army to Zhenjiang. We will build Guangxi's largest northern defense line there. The following pages detailed everything that happened. July 7th, I heard the zombie tide had crossed Zhenjiang, but the army had cleared it. A batch of newly recruited soldiers worked very efficiently here. Unfortunately, I'm not yet familiar with the local dialect and need to study hard. Next was a picture of a shy boy holding a letter. July 20th, Ian said the girl he liked was in the safety zone behind. This 17-year-old boy was already thinking of marrying, but according to him, people here usually marry very young. July 24th, a man's nervous face appeared. The attempt to stop the troops failed, and the battalion commander said, if the war situation turned unfavorable as a scribe, I could retreat early. The next day, only a picture of a tattered girl lying in the rain remained. July 25th, the first wave of zombies began. I never thought things would escalate so quickly. Ian is dead and we haven't even found his body. The following text was filled with sadness. The morning of July 26th, the battalion commander asked his subordinates what their plan was if they stayed, but by the afternoon he was dead and I didn't even have time to ask. Although I've always been afraid of death, this time I don't want to leave. If I leave, I'll have no home. The last page only had a few photos of the boys' bright smiles. 27th. I think I'm dying. No way out. In the final moments I asked if they had any last words. They were usually just a bunch of kids who liked to joke around, but they only said one thing. Malin, go home. Yining tightly clutched the rope with a blue ring tied to it, murmuring, a dying wish marriage contract. He clutched the rope and whispered, Origins Truth. He instantly teleported to another location. High above, two figures overlooked the ruins. They were Chen Yang and Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao frowned and asked her brother, is Yi Lin not tier 3 at all? Maybe he has some equipment that allows him to use one ultimate move? Chen Yang pondered, possibly, but we can't confirm it. If we provoke a tier 3 powerhouse, who knows if we'll die here? Chen Zhao frowned, impatiently saying, does he dare? With Grandpa around, the entire North China war zone won't let him off. Chen Yang cautiously turned to his sister. Sister, you really need to change your temper or you'll suffer sooner or later. Never mind if he would attack us. If he really is tier 3, we must find a way to bring him into our faction. I believe Grandpa and Dad would also agree. Just then, Yi Ning landed. Chen Yang turned and asked, Lord Yi Lin, are we ready? He pointed downwards, his tone worried. These soldiers won't last much longer. Once the tier 3 mutant appears, they will disappear after a short while. If we're targeted by a tier 3 mutant, we'll be in big trouble. Yi Ning looked up, his eyes sharp as knives, and questioned, do you know the outcome of the ruined battlefield? What happened to these soldiers in the end? Chen Yang shook his head, his voice low. My father wasn't born yet, but I heard from Grandpa that the battle was a devastating defeat and no one survived. But thanks to their support, the rear safety zone was able to evacuate. That year, my grandpa was a lucky survivor. Yi Ning pressed, his tone resolute. If it was a devastating defeat, then how was the final zombie tide quelled? Chen Yang hesitated. The specific details are still unclear, but rumors say the zombie tide seemed to disappear on its own. Yi Ning murmured, a glint in his eyes. Disappeared on its own? So that's it. So that's it. Chen Yang saw his strange expression and asked worriedly, Lord Yi Lin, what's wrong? Chen Zhao also frowned, puzzled. Yes, why are you suddenly asking about such old things? Yi Ning's expression was serious, and he continued to ask, then do you know what the word Malin means? Chen Yang answered cautiously. Meaning, this word is a secret circulating within our faction. I truly don't know its specific meaning, Chen Zhao interjected. We only know that as long as we shout that phrase, those warriors will appear and fight for us. She said loudly, her eyes wary, this is a military secret. My brother admires you, that's why he told you. You'd better not leak it. Chen Yang hastily stopped his sister. Sister, don't say any more. Yi Ning ignored their argument and continued to ask coldly, how many times can you use this method? Chen Yang answered nervously. Over 100 times, but it's usually used when trying to acquire equipment, and each person can only use it once. Shouting it again has no effect for the same person. Yi Ning frowned. Over 100 times? Then did you help these soldiers eliminate the final mutant? Chen Yang looked at him, his tone a bit embarrassed. No, because usually only tier 2 appear here. We've never seen a tier 3. You're the first tier 3 powerhouse to come here. Yi Ning didn't answer, his eyes darkening, and he rushed downwards thinking, this is the origin of the ruined battlefield, isn't it? Seeing this, Chen Zhao shrieked in panic, brother, what's he doing now? Why don't we leave here? Thunder rumbled and heavy rain poured down on the chaotic battlefield. The undead warriors glowed green and roared in unison, kill, defend our home. Only with a home can we return home. Yi Ning swung his sword, slaughtering countless monsters, his heart aching. These are the heroic spirits of our ancestors. How can the army treat them so cruelly? He watched a heroic spirit stand tall, blowing a bugle, his chest riddled with bullet holes. Abandoned by the army 60 years ago, they fought to the death to protect their homes. Yet 60 years later, they are merely numbers in history, unremembered by anyone. He angrily wielded his longsword. How could the zombie tide disappear on its own? It was clearly their unwavering resolve that transformed them into heroic spirits, turning this battlefield into a special event. The zombie tide of that year is forever trapped here. Yi Ning gripped his longsword, rage burning, the blade emitting a dazzling light. He swung his sharp sword moves, clearing all the monsters, thinking they know. If the tier 3 mutant is killed, their secret phrase will become ineffective. The army will no longer be able to use them for profit. In the pouring rain and thunder, Yi Ning leapt into the air and raised his gleaming sword. He remembered the word Malin, which carried the hopes of the heroic spirits but was shamelessly exploited by the army hundreds and thousands of times. He gathered all his rage and brought the sword down with a mighty slash, yelling, "This time, even if I die, I'll take them home." Chen Zhao shrieked, "Brother, is he crazy? Is he really going to fight the final Tier 3 mutant?" Chen Yang was also confused. Strange, if he wants to fight the final Tier 3 mutant, why summon soldiers so early? Isn't there no need to help the soldiers fight the monsters now? Doesn't he want to conserve his stamina? Chen Zhao pleaded, grabbing her brother's sleeve. "Brother, a Tier 3 mutant is about to appear. Even if Yi Lin is a Tier 3 powerhouse, he can't kill it. Let's leave first." Chen Yang observed the situation, contemplating. Leaving now was indeed the safest option. But if they left, it would be difficult to build a relationship with Lord Yi Lin. He turned to his sister. "Let's discuss it. We'll wait a little longer. It only takes 10 seconds to run out of here. If he truly can't resist, we'll still have time to escape." Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing both of them to lose their footing. Through the thick fog, a gigantic figure appeared. As it arrived, the monster's massive feet moved and heaven and earth trembled. That Tier 3 mutant, entirely dark green, slowly walked towards them, exuding an intimidating aura. Chen Yang and Chen Zhao were dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the sight before them. Chen Zhao murmured, "Is this a Tier 3 mutant? Its size is too enormous." The monster seemed to recognize Yi Ning and immediately locked onto him as its target. Yi Ning looked at it, a cold smirk on his face. "Now I only have one chance with Dimensional Slash, but I haven't confirmed its effect yet, so I can't attack rashly." He took a deep breath, exhaled, raised his sword and assumed a battle stance, waiting for it to get closer before making a move. It would be safer. The monster approached step by step, each step shaking heaven and earth. Yi Ning counted down the distance. 70 meters, 50 meters, it's very close now, only 40 meters left. Suddenly it raised its massive arm like a warhammer preparing to attack. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Ning's eyes. Now a soft sword light swept across, Dimensional Slash activated, and space seemed to shatter, all things silent. The monster was split in two, its body instantly disintegrated. Yi Ning stared in shock at the scene before him, asking himself, "Is this dimensional space? My time flow is completely different from everyone else's." He walked forward step by step with doubt. "I can realize my thoughts in any part of dimensional space." He leaped up, passing unimpeded through the Tier 3 mutant's body. Drawing his sword, he decisively struck at its vital point. The system was right. In dimensional space, I can ignore all defenses. The final sword strike directly cleaved the monster's head, causing its head to explode and its body to disintegrate. Chen Yang was shocked. "I didn't expect it to be defeated so easily. That's a Tier 3 mutant capable of destroying a safety zone. Was it killed just like that?" Chen Zhao also nodded in surprise. "Too fast, I didn't see anything just like that." She turned around, her voice trembling. "Brother, I was wrong. He really is a Tier 3 powerhouse, even more powerful than Grandpa's and Dad's Tier 3. Chen Yang was drenched in cold sweat. "Indeed, we've seen many Tier 3 battles in the military zone since childhood, but never one of this caliber. Is Lord Yi Lin a Tier 3 advanced powerhouse? In that case, wouldn't he be a national treasure?" The system suddenly chimed. Event ended, exiting in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the ruined battlefield will disappear forever. The heroic spirits will also disappear with it. Chen Yang asked in confusion. "The ruined battlefield is going to disappear?" Lord Yi Lin Yi Ning didn't answer, raising the jade ring in his hand, his voice resounding through space. "Go home, Wari, go home." The heroic spirits all saluted him in unison. "Samay, thank you," Chen Yang asked anxiously. "Lord Yi Lin, why are you still using this incantation now? It's already—" Yi Ning coldly interrupted him. "Let's talk outside. This place is about to disappear." The system continued to notify. Exiting dungeon. Calculating rewards. Dungeon completer, Yi Ning. Base completion 80, extra completion 30, total 100. Rating. SSS rank. Equipment, items, materials are being calculated. Yi Ning sat in the ruins, deep in thought. "After this battle, I truly became a Tier 2 advanced. I should be happy, but my heart feels no joy at all. Besides liberating these predecessors, what else can I do for them?" The system chimed. "Dying Wish mission has been updated. Choose. Continue executing the mission of returning home with your comrades in the special event, or immediately claim special rewards." Yi Ning thought, "Very well, even without this mission, this is what I want to do." Chen Yang and Chen Zhao appeared, their faces beaming with joy. Chen Yang happily said, "Lord Yi Lin, you are truly amazing. We entered the dungeon from different directions and I was worried I wouldn't find you." He continued generously, "I've already transferred all the loot from this trip to you. These are all what you deserve." Yi Ning took it, smiling. "Oh, thank you." Chen Yang intended to befriend him. Chen Yang smiled and suggested, "My sister and I would like to invite Lord Yi Lin to lunch in Zhenjiang. Would you consider it?" Yi Ning skillfully declined. "No need for lunch, I have other things I want to do." "Can you help me?" Chen Yang didn't hesitate. "It's my honor." "Please, Lord Yi Lin, just say the word." Yi Ning said seriously, "Please help me investigate the hometowns of those soldiers in the ruined battlefield. I want to visit them personally." Chen Yang immediately contacted his subordinate. "Adjutant, please help me investigate the hometowns of those Zhuang soldiers in the ruined battlefield. Send me the information as soon as possible." The subordinate immediately replied, "Understood, young Master Chen." In just a moment, all the information was sent. Chen Yang turned to Yi Ning, his tone full of goodwill. "Lord Yi Lin, it's been found. That place is about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang. I'll send you there." Yi Ning replied sincerely, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Thank you very much." A helicopter quickly came to pick him up. Chen Zhao anxiously grabbed her brother's hand. Brother, are you just going to let him go like that? The ruined battlefield is gone, what do we do? How do we explain this back home? You know how important the ruined battlefield is to the army, right? Wasn't this summoning slot obtained by Grandpa? She glanced at her brother, her tone sharp. Not only did you give him all the loot from this trip, you're even planning to help him keep it a secret? Chen Yang calmly did not deny. Sister, while this matter is indeed very serious, you're right. Not only did I help him conceal the ruined battlefield incident, my responsibility cannot be shirked either. He looked at the departing helicopter and softly said, not to mention the spoils from this trip, what does it matter if I give him 10,000 or even 100,000 points? Chen Zhao pouted. I don't agree. I know he's very capable, but he hasn't shown any intention of befriending us yet. Is it worth it for us to do this? Chen Yang patiently explained. It's very much worth it. I'm telling you, regarding this matter, we first cannot escape responsibility. After all, any political opponents will push the blame on us. Instead of being passive, it's better to proactively use this opportunity to build a connection with Lord Yi Lin. He analyzed in depth. Furthermore, Lord Yi Lin asked me to investigate that information. This indicates that he doesn't belong to any faction in the army yet. Although he doesn't talk much, it's clear he's a person who values emotions. To befriend such a person, we must treat him sincerely. The helicopter soared through the sky, and Yi Ning sat there deep in thought, clutching the jade ring, thinking, those nameless predecessors, are they still out there now? If so, please fly home with me. In Wenchen Zhuang, a peaceful village, Yi Ning met an old woman and gently asked, Ama, do you still remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago to join the army and defend Zhenjiang? They are the warriors who participated in the defense of Zhenjiang. The old woman took the photo he handed her, examined it carefully, and choked with emotion. This is Ahan, this is Moran. Yi Ning stood up, his voice steady. That's right, it all came home. They all came home. The adjutant stepped forward with the village chief close behind, he reported. Lord Yi Lin, after investigation, currently only 5 households know about what happened 60 years ago, and only the elderly are still alive. Additionally, according to your instructions, a large amount of supplies has been distributed to the villagers to improve their lives. He turned to the village chief and introduced. I've also brought the village chief here. Yi Ning spoke politely. Thank you for your trouble. The adjutant enthusiastically responded. Lord Yi Lin, no need to be polite. This is a task assigned to me by young Master Chen, and everything is at your command. Yi Ning pointed to a small hillside in the distance and sincerely said, Old village chief, I'll send you another 4,000 credit points. Please gather some people to build a martyr's monument there. Do you think that's enough? The old village chief quickly waved his hand in surprise. Just a bit of credit points. How can it not be enough? Yi Ning persuaded. Please accept it. The rest of the money can be distributed among the children in the village. The old village chief was so moved he almost knelt down. Officer, I thank you on behalf of everyone. I will definitely carve their names there. This is truly wonderful. Yi Ning quickly helped him up, feeling a little embarrassed. Old village chief, please don't be like this. With everything settled, Yi Ning no longer dwelled on it. Boarding the helicopter to leave, he looked at the land through the window, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. Ancestors, now everyone can rest in peace, the system chimed. The Dying Wish mission completed. Reward 100 reputation points. Vow fulfilled. Obtained blue necklace. All attributes 1. Equipment effect. Health and mental recovery speed increased by 33. Equipment skill. Indomitable faith quickly restores 15 willpower attribute points within 10 seconds. Equipment evaluation. Becomes stronger than before after receiving blessings. Yi Ning put on the blue necklace, gently stroking it, and thought to himself, thank you for the blessings of all the predecessors. I will wear it until the war is completely over. He rubbed his chin, calculation gleaming in his eyes. Reputation rewards cannot be bought with money. If I can build my own forces in the army in the future, this will be very advantageous. He remembered Chen Yang. Speaking of forces in the army, Chen Yang is also a good choice. After leaving the dungeon, he did not mention the disappearance of the ruined battlefield, and he also fulfilled all his requests, although he found him a bit irritating on second thought. He didn't know the truth about the matter either. Yi Ning pondered for a moment, finally deciding to go back to him first and try to get some more benefits. At Chen Yang's mansion, when he saw Yi Ning proactively contact him, he shouted happily, Lord Yi Lin, you're looking for me? Yi Ning, calm as water, said unhurriedly, I want to borrow 2 blue-grade swords from you, preferably with short cooldowns. Is that convenient? Chen Yang was stunned, not expecting him to come to borrow. He realized he had lost his composure and quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. What I mean is I will definitely find a way to get them and give them to you. No need to borrow. Yi Ning achieved his goal. Hung up the phone, leaving only one sentence, then I'll leave it to you. Although used, Chen Yang was overjoyed. Lord Yi Lin actually took the initiative to ask for his help. It seemed he was gaining more and more of his trust. He would go back and tell Grandpa and Dad. They would surely be thrilled. At Lanzhou Authentic Ramen, Yi Ning leisurely ate his noodles, feeling relaxed. He murmured, Chen Yang is indeed straightforward. This time I only obtained 3 free attribute points in the dungeon. Excluding the blessings from the blue equipment, my basic attributes except willpower are all 26 points. Strength 26, agility 26, constitution 26, willpower 31. He secretly calculated that the blue necklace could not be sold. Other materials were worthless, not enough to buy psionic fruits. After 2 days, when his ultimate moves cooled down, he would get the blue equipment from Chen Yang, then find a way to break through advanced dungeons and make a fortune. Yi Ning was ambitious, his eyes gleaming with fiery light. Once he reached Tier 3 he would have the opportunity to double his attributes. In his previous life his all attributes at Tier 2 were only 20 points, so after advancing to Tier 3 his basic attributes were not high. In this life he must raise all attributes to the Tier 2 maximum cap of 31 points before undergoing the Tier 3 trial. He imagined that by then, perhaps it would also be the time of the zombie riot in Tianfeng's safety zone. Walking on the street, Yi Ning suddenly stopped, sweat beading on his forehead. Oh, is that Tier 3 killing intent? His heart sank, his heartbeat quickened. Damn it, his ultimate moves were still on cooldown. Facing a Tier 3 now, he was dead, his face serious. He analyzed. This is within Zhenjiang's safety zone. Besides Chen Yang, no one knows I'm here. Could it be the Tier 3 commander from Zhenjiang district who I stole the monster from before? Chen Yang regretting it was impossible. Chen Yang wanted to recruit him. There was no reason to kill him. The Zhenjiang commander also didn't know that he was the one who stole the monster. Could it be Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf team? How has she found me so quickly? All skills were on cooldown. He didn't dare to confirm rashly. Remembering Lin Lan's angry face, he secretly thought the top priority was to escape from here. Should he activate the boots of swift lightning to escape? He stopped, his face calm, and decided to calm down first. The other party was following him but hadn't acted yet, indicating they had some concerns. In other words, they didn't know his skills were on cooldown. If he fled rashly, he would expose himself, and that person would surely act immediately to kill him. He looked around, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The best way was to pretend he knew nothing and find a place to hide first. He found a nearby bar and muttered to himself. Only rich people can still afford to come to bars these days. A joyful expression appeared on his face. He had to go in and take out his tiger change gloves to attract attention. Inside the bar, Yi Ning sat alone at the counter. Not far away, a girl was drinking, looking somewhat bored, her right hand propping her chin, her left hand holding a red wine glass. Why are all the people coming to the bar today so crude? Behind her, 4 bodyguards stood rigidly. One bodyguard stepped forward and respectfully said, "Miss, let's go home after this drink, shall we?" In the dim light of the nightclub, the girl gently turned her face, arrogantly waved her hand and coldly said, "Get lost." Suddenly a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and she let out an "oh." She focused intently on Yi Ning, her gaze sharp as if trying to see through him. Yi Ning felt her scrutiny and mumbled to himself, "She looks very young with colorful dyed hair and heavy makeup. Coming to a place like this, she must be in her rebellious phase." The girl now strode towards Yi Ning, a smile radiating on her face, her tone full of interest. "Hey, handsome." Yi Ning turned around and sized her up carefully. A thought flashed through his mind. Her earrings and rings are all blue-grade equipment not to be underestimated. His gaze swept over the 4 people behind her and he continued to analyze. The 4 people behind her are all Tier 2 peak, definitely bodyguards. No one dares to mess with her. This girl's background must be very complicated. The girl approached, placed her hand on his shoulder, leaned close and playfully said, "Are you alone? Let's have a drink together." Yi Ning glanced to the side, still wary. That Tier 3 killing intent still lingered nearby, not too far away. Thinking this, he nodded and replied briefly, "Drinking is fine, but I don't have money." The girl laughed happily when she heard this. "Haha, I do." Then she turned to the waiter and generously said, "Waiter, 2 drinks, I'm not going home tonight, put it on my tab." Yi Ning looked at her, and a trace of guilt suddenly welled up in his heart. "I'm sorry I have to use you tonight to escape." Given the current situation, he still didn't know his opponent's true strength, and with 4 Tier 2 advanced bodyguards, even a Tier 3 powerhouse would find it troublesome. After ordering the drinks, the girl turned to him, teasingly asking, "Little brother, do you dare to book a room with me tonight?" Yi Ning hesitated, replying this. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and he thought, if she likes playing the hunter, then I'll temporarily play the prey. Leaving the bar, the girl hooked her arm around his, her head resting on his shoulder, a joyful expression on her face. The bodyguards behind them were flustered, whispering among themselves. One bodyguard asked Brother Li, "Miss has left with someone again. Should we stop her?" The bodyguard leading the way glared and said impatiently, "Do you dare to stop her? Have you forgotten what she said about us in front of her father last time?" Another bodyguard interjected. "Then what do we do now?" Brother Li yelled. "What else can we do? Hurry up and follow. Protect Miss. Don't let anything happen to her." Yi Ning glanced behind him, thinking that killing intent is still following, not far from the bodyguards, but it hasn't retreated. "I can only go to the hotel with her first." The city's tall buildings were brightly lit. The girl had already collapsed on the bed. Yi Ning looked at her, secretly thinking, Yan Yuqing, no wonder she's Yan Lijun's daughter, the leader of Safety Zone 317 and president of Xingyao Chamber of Commerce. A night at this hotel costs what an ordinary person would earn in half a year of hard work. He suddenly recalled his previous life, and his heart felt heavy. "In my previous life, I was just a refugee, working in the Xingyao Chamber of Commerce's guard team, specializing in clearing zombies." Thinking this, he said in a deep voice, "Speaking of which, your dad is my boss." The girl immediately flared up, yelling, "Don't mention that old man again, that bad guy." Her cheeks flushed, she touched his chest, her voice softening. "Hug me." Yi Ning froze for a moment. She had clearly argued with her superior and was deliberately acting out to spite him. His eyes sharpened and he thought, why not scare her a little and test her true feelings? Thinking this, he pounced, pinning her to the bed and said in a low voice, "Are you serious? Then I won't be polite." The girl was startled, exclaiming, You. He smiled, leaning closer. She stammered nervously, "I'll go first." She hurried into the bathroom, saying as she ran, "I'll take a shower first." Yi Ning looked at her, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking indeed the most interesting prey often appears under the hunter's disguise. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. He stood on the balcony continuing to analyze. A paper tiger like her shouldn't be a problem for now. That Tier 3 killing intent still lingered below. The shadow looked suspicious, but it didn't seem like Lin Lan. If it wasn't her, then who could it be? He pondered, memories from his previous life flooding his mind. In his previous life he was knocked out before the detection test, and the reason remained unknown to this day. A stranger committing suicide out of fear of being caught was truly hard to understand. If someone wanted to kill him, they could have poisoned him earlier. Why go through such elaborate lengths? A hint of doubt flashed across his face as he silently mused. Lin Lan was severely injured last time and might still be recuperating somewhere. But he couldn't rule out that she had secretly colluded with other hunting teams or even commissioned a mysterious Tier 3 to take his life. In his imagination, Lin Lan's image appeared, her face full of resentment, holding his photo, gritting her teeth and pointing. "Forget it, whoever it is," he murmured, his eyes gradually firming. "First I must get rid of the tail and leave here, then decide what to do." Thinking this, he turned around, his face having recovered its calm, and called out, "Li Fugi, help me buy a disguise kit as quickly as possible. It must be extremely realistic so no one can recognize me." Just then, Li Fugi peeked his head out from the system panel, and upon hearing respectfully replied, "Yes, master." He opened the door and walked out. The bodyguard's eyes widened in surprise, asking, "How, why so fast?" He smiled and replied, "Your young lady is drunk, remember to take good care of her, don't let anything happen." In the elevator, the panel displayed it descending to the 8th floor. He stood alone, his gaze fixed on the system panel, muttering, "Disguise kit, prepare." Immediately his appearance changed from a young and handsome boy to an ordinary, unnoticeable middle-aged man. Leaving the hotel, he discreetly observed his surroundings, and let out a soft sigh of relief. The Tier 3 powerhouse was no longer following him. It seemed the disguise was successful. This time he narrowly escaped, but next he must focus all his efforts on reaching Tier 3. Otherwise he would be unable to confront the enemy hiding in the dark. Thinking of Yan Yu, he frowned slightly and mumbled to himself, "I hope she takes good care of herself." Meanwhile at the hotel, Yan Yu sat on the bed clutching the note he had left, her face showing annoyance. The note read, "I don't want to take advantage of someone in their vulnerable state. You don't have to worry. Thank you for tonight." 2 days later, in a ruined area, his voice suddenly rang out, filled with excitement. "Chen Yang, you truly are a military scion. You have the most abundant resources. You got me blue-grade equipment so quickly." He held 2 swords in his hands, his eyes gleaming, carefully observing them. The blazing scimitar and the Yuanchang dagger were both top-grade blue equipment. He raised the blazing scimitar, and raging flames ignited around its blade. "Blazing slash," he shouted, swinging out a sword light, an orange glow flashing, leaving a dazzling afterimage. It consumed 270 psionic energy per second, and the sword's temperature could reach 1,000 degrees. He then held the Yuanchang dagger and tried a few slashes, his movement swift and decisive. Consuming 240 psionic energy per second, this sword was as sharp as a laser. After testing, he stood up straight, his eyes gleaming with fiery light. With his psionic energy reserve, he could easily handle a small battle. He recalled the equipment he had, muttering, "With these 2 swords plus the speed of the boots of swift lightning, the defense of the blood soul armor, the toughness of the tattered armor, the indomitable vow necklace, and 3 ultimate moves on cooldown, I can barely disguise myself as a Tier 3 powerhouse and enter the high-level dungeon, Gate of Hell." His face darkened and his tone became serious. The Gate of Hell dungeon is located deep underground. Each layer is a challenge, from zombies to mutants, until the 7th layer, where special mutants known as elite monsters will appear. In the final layer, we will face a Tier 3 peak mutant. He imagined various monsters, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Besides generous rewards, there were also psionic crystal materials. If he was lucky enough to get a large piece, its value would even exceed blue-grade equipment. At this moment, the system popped up a notification. "Do you want to enter the Gate of Hell? Minimum level, Tier 2 intermediate. Dungeon difficulty extremely high. Team of 3 or more recommended." He answered without hesitation, "Agree." Immediately, he was teleported into the dungeon, his face filled with determination. This time he would rely on it to obtain Tier 2 attribute fragments. Inside the dungeon, 2 green-haired and black-haired guys saw the glittering psionic crystals in the cave. Their eyes lit up and they quickly ran over to pry them with their knives, excitedly shouting while prying, "Why are there so many psionic crystals here?" "Yeah, 1 psionic crystal can be worth 7 or 8,000 credit points. Just get a few and we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." Suddenly a brown-haired man's voice rang out, startling them. "Stop prying. All psionic crystals in the Gate of Hell can only be generated by exploding monsters. Even if you pry them off, you can't take them out." Yining mingled with the crowd, observing with crossed arms. Thinking to himself, this time there are a total of 40 awakened ones, and the army alone accounts for 21 people. The brown-haired man continued to shout loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. This time the Gate of Hell dungeon will be led by our army. You're all very lucky." He stood with his hands on his hips and introduced himself. "My name is Wang Yangping and I am a colonel in the White Tier 3 Legion." Wang Yangping then decisively said, "We have 18 tunnels around us filled with zombies. As long as you successfully escape, there will be rewards." Wang Yangping quickly assigned tasks, dividing the team into groups of 3, entering different tunnels to maximize benefits. If the number of people exceeded, the rewards would be greatly reduced. In his mind, a terrifying monster with multiple eyes and purple fur suddenly flashed, making him shiver involuntarily. Wang Yangping pointed to his army and loudly said, On the 7th floor all tunnels will converge. Then we will fight those elite mutants together. He turned to the army and continued, among our 21 soldiers there are 4 Tier 3 warriors and 10 Tier 2 peak warriors. So you can form groups of 2 and follow one of our army's awakened ones. Yi Ning, Yun Ming and Huang Kai listened carefully, while others whispered excitedly, great, we're in luck. Wang Yangping revealed a confident smile. Wang Yangping spread his arms like a highly charismatic cult leader, declaring, however, let's be clear first. If a Tier 3 awakened leads our team, 70 of the profits go to us. If a Tier 2 peak leads, then 50 goes to us. Of course we will do our best to ensure your safety. He gave the decisive order. The Tier 3 awakened stepped forward, the Tier 2 peaks also stood out and the rest retreated. The army personnel responded in unison, yes Colonel, and then quickly formed neat ranks. Wang Yangping boomed, everyone is free to choose. The crowd immediately stirred, dividing into small groups for heated discussion. The army's leg is good to cling to, but it's too expensive, one person muttered. Who enters a dungeon without wanting to risk their life for resources? Another sighed, however. The powerful aura emanating from the Tier 3 awakened made many feel more secure. Suddenly, Yun Ming stepped forward, patted the green-haired guy, and activated his psionic ability. A faint yellow light shimmered around him. I am Yun Ming, a Tier 3 novice from the Demon Hunter Corps. I only take 50 and only lead Tier 2 advanced. Yi Ning glanced over, surprised, thinking, I didn't expect there to be a Tier 3 powerhouse among the independent awakened, and from the most notorious non-governmental organization, the Demon Hunter Corps. Following closely, a purple-haired man confidently patted his chest and stepped forward, succinctly announcing, Huang Kai, Tier 3 novice, only takes 50, only leads Tier 2 advanced. Yi Ning was startled, feeling the man's aura seemed somewhat familiar. He muttered to himself, this presence, have I seen it somewhere before? At the same time, Huang Kai cast a sharp glance at him, secretly thinking, oh Yi Lin. Yi Ning felt the strong killing intent emanating from the other party and couldn't help but wonder, is he the mysterious Tier 3 powerhouse who tracked me 2 days ago? But a hunting team would never enter such a Tier 3 dungeon alone, so this must just be a coincidence. He frowned slightly, muttering to himself, anyway, it's too late to change disguises now. Fortunately, I have ultimate moves at hand. If I have to fight in a narrow space, I'll find another opportunity to deal with him later. Huang Kai on the other side was also secretly plotting. Although Lin Lan had mysteriously disappeared 2 days ago, she said that Yi Lin possessed a very powerful skill, and they must wait for him to use his ultimate move first before planning to kill him. Yi Ning calmly stepped forward, one hand on his hip, and said casually, Yi Lin, Tier 3 novice, takes 40, no level limit. The crowd immediately began to buzz with discussions. Looking at his shabby attire and ordinary demeanor, they couldn't help but mock him. Oh, he doesn't even have an emblem, and he doesn't emanate the aura of other Tier 3 powerhouses. He looks too ordinary, the green-haired guy interjected. Although he's cheap as safety, Huang Kai stepped forward, mocking with a laugh. Yi Lin, are you really Tier 3? Haha, I don't believe it. Yi Ning just curled his lips and replied, impersonating a Tier 3 powerhouse in this dungeon is a dead end. A black-hatted Tier 3 awakened turned to Wang Yangping and asked, Colonel, your detection ability is the highest. What tier is Yi Lin's strength? Wang Yangping replied, I can't tell for now, but the blue equipment on him is not something an ordinary Tier 2 awakened can possess, and he's right, only a fool would impersonate a Tier 3. The system notification panel suddenly chimed. The dungeon will begin in 1 minute, please prepare everyone. A sudden clamor erupted, people excitedly shouting, the mission is about to begin, hurry up and team up. Lord Huang Kai, please let us follow you. Lord Yun Ming, I want to follow you. Colonel? In the blink of an eye, the crowd had split into groups of 3, leaving Yi Ning standing alone in a corner with 2 other people who hadn't found a team. He scratched his head, glanced around, and sighed softly. Oh, no one chose me. Huang Kai saw this and grinned triumphantly, like he'd found a treasure. Ha 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 ha, what kind of Tier 3 powerhouse is this? Who would believe it? He pointed at the remaining man and woman, then continued, now you can only take 2 unwanted army Tier 2 wastes. Do you want them? The brown-haired girl timidly spoke. Lord Yi Lin, I'm Li Kei, a magic-ranged attacker. Can I join your team? The boy with the straw hat also stammered. I'm Zhang Bin, a willpower type. Yi Ning nodded decisively, saying, all right, you two follow me. Zhang Bin and Li Kei happily said in unison, thank you, Lord Yi Lin. Wang Yangping's booming voice echoed, full of authority. Now that the teams have been formed, each team choose a tunnel to enter. Yi Ning and his 2 teammates stopped in front of Tunnel 18. He turned around and said decisively, we'll enter Tunnel 18 first. Tell me what your specialties are. Li Kei replied softly, I'm a mage, I can use up to 3 skills, but they're all beginner level, so my abilities are relatively weak. Zhang Bin continued, although I'm a willpower type, I have a psionic staff in my hand, so suppressing Tier 1 mutants isn't a big problem. Yi Ning curled his lips slightly, 1/3 helpless and 2/3 amused, and managed to say, is this all the strength you two have? Li Kei lowered her head in shame. I'm truly sorry, sir. Zhang Bin quickly defended himself, his voice low. Actually, we didn't want to come here either. If it weren't for dire circumstances. Yi Ning showed a comforting smile, his gaze warm. Actually, our team isn't bad at all, don't worry. I've already collected protection fees from you two, so I'll definitely get you out alive. The 2 were touched and said in unison, Lord Yi Lin. Suddenly, a trace of pupil light flashed in Yi Ning's eyes and his tone became serious. Here they come, prepare for battle. A group of large and small monsters surged forward. In just an instant, Yi Ning accurately counted 473 zombies with 2 Tier 1 mutants in the back. Zhang Bin and Li Ke quickly took their positions ready for battle. Li Ke was astonished, openly expressing her admiration. Lord Yi Lin, how can you count the number of zombies so accurately? Zhang Bin tightly gripped his psionic staff, affirming, this must be the ability of a Tier 3 powerhouse. Yi Ning swung his sword, decapitating the zombie in front of him, his movements fluid. He must conserve psionic energy as much as possible. He fought and explained, his tone calm. Before reaching the 7th layer, we should only rely on basic skills to pass the levels. No need to use equipment or ultimate moves. With a sharp sword strike, he easily cleaved a huge zombie in half. Li Ke's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, ah, so fast? Yi Ning followed up with another blow, instantly knocking down a Tier 1 mutant. Zhang Bin gritted his teeth in horror. Lord Yi Lin seems to be using no psionic energy at all, just relying purely on physical combat skills. The system notification panel chimed. Layer 1 completed. Please proceed to Layer 2. Zhang Bin and Li Ke looked at the scattered mutants on the ground and exclaimed in unison, is that it? We haven't even had a chance to attack. 2 more notification panels popped up. 1 Tier 1 mutant mineral worm eliminated, gained 170 psionic crystals. 1 Tier 1 mutant two-headed wolf eliminated, gained 200 psionic crystals. Clearance reward, all members gained 100 psionic crystals. A gleaming blue panel appeared before everyone. Li Ke covered her face excitedly, saying, we did nothing on this layer but gained 60 psionic crystals and 600 credit points. Ah, Zhang Bin seized the opportunity to flatter. It seems we not only came at the right time but also chose the right person. Meanwhile, Yi Ning carefully calculated. 1 psionic crystal is worth 10 credit points, so my personal income from this layer is 480 credit points plus the commission from the 7th layer. Yunming said impatiently, we've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that Tier 3 Yi Lin appeared yet? Huang Kai seized the opportunity to mock, what kind of Tier 3? I told you he was fake. Wang Yangping still defended Yi Ning. That shouldn't be the case. Even a Tier 2 peak takes half a day. Huang Kai secretly snickered, thinking, HMPH, it seems this kid can't even handle Tier 1 mutants without an ultimate move. So against Tier 2 peak mutants, haha, if he's not killed by monsters without an ultimate move, he'll be killed by my ultimate move. Alright. Yi Ning, Li Ke and Zhang Bin finally appeared. Yi Ning said, we're here. Wang Yangping looked at him and announced, you are all here. 7 layers have been passed. Next we will eliminate 5 Tier 2 peak mutants. To maximize profits, 7 Tier 3 powerhouses will form one team. Other small teams can form an alliance. He turned to Yi Ning's team and suggested, teams encountering difficulties can always ask us for help as long as you share the spoils with us. Yi Ning immediately raised his hand and cleverly refused, thank you, but no need. Zhang Bin and Li Ke recalled the battle in the underground layers. Li Ke said worriedly, in the previous layers, Lord Yi Lin fought very quickly, but when facing the Tier 1 peak elite mutant on the 6th layer, he clearly struggled. Although agile, the damage dealt was not high. Zhang Bin also worried but comforted her. Yes, but this might just be to conserve strength. We must believe in Lord Yi Lin. The system notification panel chimed again. 8 peak mutants activated. Please prepare for battle. Just then, huge monsters charged over. Yi Ning excitedly thought, oh, these monsters are almost lined up in a straight line. If, while everyone is charging forward, I accidentally instantly kill all monsters, everyone will surely be speechless. Huang Kai, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, thought arrogantly, HMPH Yi Lin, once I deal with these guys, I'll secretly kill you. In the dim light of the dungeon, Yi Ning leapt up, the sword in his hand shimmering with a familiar blue light like a dazzling ribbon wrapped around a sharp blade. As he prepared to attack, he regretfully mused, if this continues, Huang Kai cannot be killed for now, but to avoid harming the soldiers I have to be a little restrained. Yi Ning swung his sword without hesitation, unleashing heaven's trajectory gleaming. The blade cut through the air, light bursting forth, instantly cleaving the mutants in half. The surrounding people were stunned and murmurs rose. Li Ke's eyes widened, her mouth agape, exclaiming, my goodness, is this Lord Yi Lin's true strength? Zhang Bin, equally shocked, his mouth open and voice trembling, I told you he was conserving his strength in front of us. Yi Lin, also known as Yi Ning, after effortlessly eliminating all the monsters, knelt on one knee, his body slightly forward, hands gripping his weapons behind him like a warrior who had just weathered a storm. Under everyone's terrified gaze, he gracefully stood up, completely unharmed. He secretly calculated, this time I can probably earn 50 to 60,000 credit points, not bad. Just then, the cold notification sounded. Eliminated Tier 2 peak mutant multi-headed blood corpse, gained 680 psionic crystals. Eliminated Tier 2 peak mutant troll corpse, gained 720 psionic crystals. All team members gained 150 psionic crystals. Hearing this news, Li Ke and Zhang Bin jumped for joy, embracing each other in their happiness. Li Ke cheered, Brother Zhang, I'm not dreaming, am I? We really hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Bin replied with a broad smile, yes, we earned 900 credit points for free, points that would take us half a year to earn. Wang Yangping stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with a smile, and said, Lord Yi Lin, you're truly good at hiding your strength, but also truly impressive. Yi Ning turned around looking at him and the people around and replied softly, sorry everyone, I haven't mastered control over my skills yet, so I accidentally, before he could finish, Huang Kai interjected, his tone full of sarcasm, accidentally? Haha, are you doing this to make others starve? No matter how powerful you are, you still have to be reasonable, especially in front of the military. Huang Kai's sinister smile made Yi Ning immediately detect malicious intent. He secretly thought, this guy is clearly trying to provoke me. Is he trying to use the military to test me? Huang Kai persisted, shrewdly staring at Yi Ning, secretly thinking his ultimate move has already been used. He definitely has no chance against the Tier 3 powerhouses in the army. He said loudly, "Please wait patiently, everyone. This layer can be activated independently but cannot be forcibly cleared now, which means there are still Tier 2 peak monsters. If everyone just ignores me, if another wave is activated, I won't attack." Huang Kai listened, furious, and pointed at Yi Ning's face, roaring, "How dare you? Do you disrespect everyone? Even if you don't disrespect others, do you disrespect Colonel Wang Yangping?" Wang Yangping, being called out, immediately frowned and roared, "Shut up! In a dungeon battle, infighting is the biggest taboo. Isn't it a good thing that we have such a powerful teammate among us? Besides, Yi Lin is right, we just need to activate the next wave." Huang Kai was still unwilling, continuing to attack. "Colonel Wang is right, but if there's no compensation, he must go fight a Tier 2 peak monster by himself. The extra reward for all members can hardly be called compensation." Wang Yangping thought this was reasonable, so he stepped forward and looked at Yi Ning, suggesting, "Lord Yi Lin, you probably don't mind fighting again, do you? I feel like your performance just now was completely different from before. It would be good to see how you fight." Yi Ning curled his lips, showing a confident smile, and agreed without hesitation. He secretly cursed, "Huang Kai, this bastard failed to sow discord and now wants to use a Tier 2 peak monster to test my trump cards," he muttered. "Sword Stream Storm must be saved for the Tier 3 powerhouses on the 14th layer, and Dimensional Slash must be kept close." Not long after, the mechanical notification sounded again. 8 Tier 2 peak mutants fully activated. Please prepare for battle before Yi Ning. Huge crocodile-like monster bearing sharp teeth roared as it approached. He secretly pondered, "This time I must use skill and enchanted equipment. Killing one monster should be no problem, and I might even find a weakness in Huang Kai." Yi Ning's eyes were sharp, gripping his longsword, ready to engage. He drew his weapon, the sharp blade glinting in the dim light, and immediately adopted a combat stance, ready for the challenge. Observing the massive monster before him, he secretly assessed, "This is a defensive mutant. Its body is huge and its skin is like steel armor. To defeat it, the best way is guerrilla warfare, slowly wearing it down." Before he could even formulate a tactic, the monster charged forward, its massive front claws violently smashing into the ground, causing a fierce tremor that shook the earth. Yi Ning leaped up with astonishing agility, easily dodging the attack. Without waiting for the monster to react, he swung his sword, striking its back twice consecutively. But the blade only left shallow scratches like scratching hard skin. Yi Ning frowned, muttering, "No good, my current strength is too weak. One sword cannot penetrate its defense," dealing almost zero damage. Just then, Huang Kai also rushed forward, swinging his battle axe fiercely at the monster. Seeing Yi Ning's attack having no effect, he secretly chuckled, a hint of triumph flashing in his eyes. HMPH, sure enough, his ultimate move is used up. Now he's just a rookie. Once this monster is dealt with, Yi Lin, you're dead. The monster roared, angered by the continuous attacks. Yi Ning tightly gripped his sword and dagger, roaring, "Blazing enchant, Yuanchong demon." He charged forward, cleaving at the monster's limbs. The blade shimmered but only left a shallow scratch on its skin, causing no substantial damage. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, this rotten corpse's skin is too thick. Even a blue enchanted attack can't cut off its leg." Suddenly the monster swung its huge tail, sweeping fiercely towards him. Yi Ning quickly raised his hands to block in front of his head, using all his strength to resist the immense pressure from this terrifying attack. In the distance, Li Kei and Zhang Bin, seeing this scene, were anxious. Li Kei urgently shouted, "Lord Yi Lin, watch out!" Zhang Bin quickly drew his gun and shot continuously at the monster, yelling, "Psionic energy!" Li Kei also didn't hesitate, activating her ice ability and shooting sharp ice cones for support. Under their combined attacks, the monster's attention was diverted. It turned its head, opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and roared at them. Zhang Bin stammered, "Our skills are completely useless against it." Li Kei screamed in terror, "We're dead now." But before the monster could charge, Yi Ning had already flown over, stabbing his sword into the monster's mouth. He loudly shouted, "You two stay far away, I can handle this alone." He moved agilely, continuously unleashing sharp sword moves, attacking while secretly calculating. Even with enchants activated, a single strike couldn't instantly kill, but the damage was still stronger than before. If he persisted with guerrilla tactics, he could slowly wear it down. In the distance, the other Tier 3 awakened were fighting the remaining Tier 2 monsters. They used powerful skills, from 100 corpses become saints, to sky-splitting axe, taking down monsters one after another. Li Kei looked at them, then turned to Yi Ning, feeling puzzled. The other Tier 3s were already done, so why was Lord Yi Lin still playing guerrilla warfare? Zhang Bin also muttered in confusion, "Yeah, Lord Yi Lin's fighting style is really strange. He could instantly kill 8 monsters with one move, so why is he struggling so much with just one now?" Wang Yangping, along with the other Tier 3s, observed Yi Ning's battle, wondering why his damage was so low. Excluding blue enchanted equipment, he should at least be at Tier 2 peak level. This wasn't logical. When all the remaining monsters were eliminated, Yi Ning scanned the crowd, thinking they've all finished. Huang Kai is definitely going to act. I need to be on guard. Sure enough, Huang Kai immediately rushed over, shouting, "Yi Lin, you've been fighting for ages and still haven't finished. Let me help you." Yi Ning glanced at him, his eyes vigilant. Here he comes trying to steal the kill. Fortunately, I'm almost done. You won't succeed. He stomped his foot fiercely and lightning erupted, activating all enchanted equipment. Lightning strike, he leapt into the air. Yi Ning brought both sword and dagger down, stabbing with full force at the monster's head, shouting, "Blazing Yuan Chong pierce." The attack was decisive, the blade piercing through the monster's head, causing it to instantly fall to the ground. Yi Ning stood firm, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Huang Kai as if challenging all potential conspiracies. Just as Yi Ning sheathed his sword, Huang Kai suddenly rushed over, leaping up and striking down with his axe. But Yi Ning was already prepared, immediately activating the Blood Soul Armor's defense barrier, forming a dazzling shield that blocked his surprise attack. He didn't stop, springing back and kicking fiercely, sending Huang Kai stumbling backward, wearing armor, wielding a blade. Yi Ning shouted, simultaneously swinging his sword horizontally. The sharp sword light instantly decapitated the monster. Huang Kai was sent flying, stumbling to his feet, his face pale. Letting out a grunt, Wang Yangping stood nearby, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. "Ah, it seems Yi Lin doesn't need your intervention." Huang Kai's face turned ashen, and he glared unhappily at Wang Yangping. He let out an angry roar, turning to Yi Ning, his eyes flickering with jealousy, secretly cursing, "Damn it, this is Lin Lan's equipment. With Yi Lin's psionic energy, it definitely won't last long. He'll soon be exhausted in this dungeon. I must deal with him quickly." Yi Ning frowned, looking directly at Huang Kai, his tone cold. "It seems brother Huang Kai is determined to cross me today, isn't he?" Wang Yangping, worried about Huang Kai causing further trouble, spoke up to dissuade him. "Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Yi Lin. Stop arguing, it looks bad." But Huang Kai showed no respect, arrogantly replying, "Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between him and me. Please mind your own business." Seeing the other party unwilling to back down, Yi Ning lost patience. He reached behind him and drew his sword, his voice low but full of provocation. "Although I don't know what you're talking about, since it's a personal grudge." He walked closer to Huang Kai, his gaze sharp, arrogantly declaring, "Why don't we wait until the 14th layer to settle it? That would save everyone's time too." Huang Kai, hearing this, paused slightly, blurting out, "Oh, aren't you going to retreat at this level?" He looked at Yi Ning, his eyes full of resentment, secretly calculating. His ultimate moves are all used up. Relying only on enchanted equipment to clear the next round is suicide, isn't it? Or does he still have a trump card? The two stood in confrontation, the atmosphere tense, their gazes like flames ready to erupt at any moment. Yi Ning scoffed provocatively, saying, "Don't worry, I won't retreat before the 14th layer." Huang Kai was not to be outdone, retorted with a stiff neck, "That's good. See you on the 14th layer, if you can even survive until then." Wang Yangping, seeing the atmosphere about to explode, quickly interrupted. "All right, since that's the case, choose your tunnels and enter the next round," the soldiers shouted in unison. "Yes, Colonel Wang." In tunnel number 9 on the 12th layer, two figures fled in disarray. One of them being Huang Kai. He cursed and swore as he ran. "Damn it, after the 8th layer, there are always monsters ambushing. It's impossible to guard against." He turned and yelled at his two subordinates, "Hey, hurry up or don't blame me if you die." The two subordinates were sweating profusely, shouting back, "Understood, Lord Huang Kai." Suddenly, a huge monster arm descended from above. Before the two subordinates could react, their faces turned ashen. The monster's arm struck the green-clad guy, making him scream in pain. "Ah!" The arm continued to swing, aiming at the other person. The green-clad guy gurged while clutching his wound. "Damn it, that was too sudden." Huang Kai rushed forward in time, raising his shield to block the attack, cursing, "Damn it, it's Ghost Claw again." He leaped up, swinging his axe to attack the Ghost Claw's arm, but at that moment another arm struck from behind. Seeing no escape, a subordinate timely shouted, "Lord, watch out behind you." Huang Kai turned, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Quickly dodging and blurting out, "Damn it," a subordinate immediately activated his skill, shouting, "Psionic bullets, continuous fire." Huang Kai felt the danger and turned to his two subordinates, yelling, "Damn it, I almost had my eye gouged out just now. This time I'm charging 90 points for travel expenses. If you don't agree, get out." The two subordinates were stunned. The green-clad subordinate stammered, "What, Lord, if it wasn't for me just now," but Huang Kai interrupted him before he could finish, his tone smug. "That move should have been your last skill, right? The other person is also crippled. Aren't you going to rely on me next?" The subordinate, who was lucky enough not to be injured, couldn't help but shout, "Aren't you completely relying on the Heshuo bridge?" The injured subordinate, despite the pain, echoed, "Lord, I'll be a cripple when I get out. If I don't have money." Before the other party could finish, Huang Kai had already rushed over, swinging his axe, fiercely yelling, "Shut up, is it money or life you want? Think clearly before." He turned his back to the two, leaving a cold silhouette, only throwing out one sentence, "If there are no other objections, hurry up and go." Although unwilling, the two subordinates could only follow behind Huang Kai. Suddenly he stopped, his face instantly terrified, his eyes fixed on the darkness before him. From the darkness a terrifying sight gradually emerged, making him involuntarily grip his axe tighter. In another location, Wang Yangping and his subordinates were also fighting with high tension, killing monsters while accelerating their advance. A subordinate excitedly shouted, "The next layer is just ahead, only 2 more layers to go." The green-haired guy chuckled and interjected, "It seems this dungeon is going smoothly, unlike those 2 poisoned kids." Wang Yangping's face was serious, and he roared, "Concentrate, stop talking." Suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky, charging directly at the subordinate on the right. Wang Yangping and another person frantically turned their heads. And indeed there was a ghoul ray suspended in the air, its eyes blood red. Wang Yangping shouted, "Watch out, there's a ghoul ray above, quickly dodge." In Tunnel 18 on the 12th layer, Yi Ning ran at an astonishing speed, his expression tense. Zhang Bin and Li Ke followed closely, hearing him decisively order turn left then right, hurry, don't fall behind. Suddenly a piercing scream came from a distance. Ah, help! Li Ke turned, her face grave, and said, it seems the other tunnels are pretty brutal, but why haven't we encountered any monsters on our way? Zhang Bin also found it strange, scanning his surroundings, and replied, yeah, besides being a bit tired from running, it's been much easier than the first 7 layers. Li Ke turned and asked doubtfully, are there fewer monsters in our tunnel? Zhang Bin shook his head, his tone worried. Impossible. Maybe they sensed Lord Yi Lin's aura, so they avoided us. Suddenly, Yi Ning stopped, and Li Ke and Zhang Bin quickly followed suit. Li Ke asked, what's wrong, Lord Yi Lin? A sharp glint flashed in Yi Ning's eyes, and he reached behind him, preparing to draw his sword. He secretly thought, there's no way to avoid what's ahead, is there? He said in a deep voice. Li Ke, directly ahead at 97 degrees, a corpse ghoul is clinging to the corner of the cave, preparing to attack. Just as he spoke, a long-tongued corpse ghoul was indeed clinging to the ceiling in a predatory stance. He continued, in the second cave, 16 meters to the left, a blood woman is hiding, while to the right, underground, a bald bone worm is moving towards us. Sure enough, as expected, the monsters were already in position, ready to charge at any moment. Zhang Bin, seeing this scene, was scared out of his wits, blurting out, so he doesn't sense auras, but can see everything? Li Ke's eyes widened, exclaiming in awe. How terrifying! Does such an ability exist in the world? Yi Ning wasted no time, lunging forward and shouting, I'll rush in and instantly kill that corpse ghoul first. You two follow immediately, 3 seconds. Then I'll lure away that bald bone worm. We'll meet at the third fork on the right in 30 seconds. He swung his sword, enchanted light shimmering, pointing directly at the huge monster, roaring, done, enchanted sword. You two run. Li Ke and Zhang Bin immediately rushed out, their faces filled with worry. Looking back at Yi Ning, he stood opposite the monster, calmly instructing, be quick and no matter what you hear, don't look back. The two responded in unison. Understood, Lord Yi Lin. The scene switched to the 14th layer. Wang Yangping had already gathered his team, listening to 2 people supporting each other as they walked over, and asked, where are the people you brought? The green-haired young man sadly replied, they're all dead. He thought, low-level monsters ambushing are more annoying than fighting high-level ones. I used a lot of skills to barely bring this agility type back. Wang Yangping's face was covered in mud, and he said in a deep voice, the situation will be tough now. The higher-ups want us to bring back enough psionic crystals, but I'm afraid we won't be able to bring them all. The black-haired person behind worriedly interjected, if it's really impossible, we'll just have to buy them from the other tier 3s. Meanwhile, in another corner, Huang Kai and Yun Ming supported a person as they walked out, each with a pained expression. The person being supported murmured, Yun Ming and Huang Kai are out. Yun Ming even brought someone out. Huang Kai, despite his severe injuries, still grumbled unhappily about this damned dungeon. Another rotten worm appeared from nowhere. He stood at the entrance of Tunnel 18 looking at the crimson numbers, his heart filled with resentment as if everything was gradually spiraling out of control. Wang Yangping said in a deep voice, the only remaining team is Yi Lin's. If he can bring people out, perhaps we'll have enough psionic crystals. But his combat strength is too unpredictable. Huang Kai, hearing this, immediately jumped up and yelled, HMPH bullshit, we're here now, and I'll say it directly. He's just a fake tier 3 relying on equipment. He only instantly killed monsters before because he used his ultimate move once. He pointed at his face aggressively, saying, I'll bet my face that they're definitely all wiped out. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded. Yi Ning emerged from the tunnel entrance, a relaxed smile on his face. Oh, it seems you won't need your face anymore. Huang Kai's eyes widened, unable to believe that Yi Ning had gone through so many dangers, yet was still unharmed, not even a scratch. He stammered, Yi Ning, you're still alive. Wang Yangping was also stunned, his eyes wide, thinking, not only is he not dead, but he's completely unharmed. How is that possible? Yun Ming couldn't believe his eyes, demanding, how is that possible? Weren't you attacked? Li Ke answered without reservation. Lord Yi Lin led us to evade most of the mutants. As she excitedly recounted, Zhang Bin beside her didn't forget to mock the others. Why are you all so disheveled? Did you all fail to dodge? The others, covered in wounds, blushed with shame, only stammering, this is too embarrassing. Huang Kai, struck by karma, was utterly helpless. And now with Yi Ning's sword pointing at his face, he was coldly asked, who just said our entire team was wiped out? With no way to argue, Huang Kai stiffened his neck and stubbornly insisted, you must have been to this dungeon many times before, memorizing all the routes. That's why you're faking it. You know nothing. Yi Ning calmly and sharply exposed, impossible. Since the Gate of Hell dungeon was created, the terrain changes completely every time someone enters. Wang Yangping's eyes were sharp, secretly assessing, he definitely has special evasion skills. If we can recruit him, the army will gain a valuable talent. Huang Kai, having gone through this, also opened his eyes, thinking this isn't cheating. Yi Lin's strength is nothing like what Lin Lan said. I can't act rashly now. I must wait until the tier 3 mutant appears to test him. Seeing him still talking nonsense and refusing to admit his mistake, Yi Ning scoffed and asked, Brother Huang, are you a coward? Wang Yangping, seeing Huang Kai pushed to a corner, quickly intervened. Lord Yi Lin, we are about to fight tier 3 mutants. Why not concentrate on the main task? Yi Ning nodded, temporarily putting aside the matter with Huang Kai, and replied, since Colonel Wang has spoken, I will follow your arrangements for now. Wang Yangping, hands on hips, loudly assigned tasks. There are 2 tier 3 novice mutants on this layer. Our army will take care of one and the rest will work together to eliminate the other. After the battle we will exit this dungeon. Huang Kai immediately vehemently objected. I disagree with this arrangement. He pointed at Yi Ning arrogantly saying, our team only has 3 tier 3s and one of them might be fake. The 2 tier 2s are useless. Wang Yangping, unable to tolerate his picky attitude, retorted, Huang Kai, can a fake tier 3 instantly kill 8 tier 2 monsters? Since we've come this far, if we truly can't defeat them, it's not too late to call for reinforcements as long as we pay. Seeing this group of people shifting like a merry-go-round, Yi Ning interjected, his tone decisive, Colonel Wang, we have no problem here, but if you need help, just shout. Huang Kai, seeing his tough stance, secretly guessed that he definitely had a trump card. He looked at Yi Ning, his heart filled with doubt. Yi Lin's strength was too mysterious to guess. Wang Yangping didn't want to delay any further and ordered, all right, begin. Before them, 2 grave-digging worms shaped like gigantic mantises blocked both ends of the tunnel, trapping the entire team in the middle. Wang Yangping adopted a fighting stance, preparing to charge forward. The 3, wielding blazing weapons, attacked the monster with loud gongs. Although it appeared ferocious, its inner capabilities were weaker than expected, and it quickly took hits, none avoiding them. As the sun set, the battle gradually turned in their favor. Yi Ning keenly glanced at Huang Kai. At this moment he was struggling to resist, sweating profusely, trying to stop the monster's storm-like attacks. Realizing he couldn't bear it alone, Huang Kai gnashed his teeth and turned to Yi Lin, urgently shouting, aren't you going to make a move? The battle is in full swing, how can it be without Yi Ning? He displayed a brilliant smile and charged forward. Sword light flashed like a meteor. Here I come. My magic sword will send you to the altar to watch the naked chicken. He soared into the air holding his weapon high and delivered a clean, decisive slash without a single wasted movement. However, Huang Kai's attack, even with his psionic battle axe, was like a pinprick on the monster's rock-hard body. He was immediately knocked back, falling to the ground miserably like a broken puppet. Yi Ning scoffed, his fists swinging like wind, continuously slashing at the monster's weak points. He flashed above the monster's head, then quickly created distance, attracting the opponent's attention. Like to peek, unable to dodge. Then Yi Ning mercilessly stomped on Huang Kai's head, saying teasingly, Brother Huang, move aside, I've been tolerating you for too long. Huang Kai ignored, roared in anger. Yi Lin, are you looking for death? Since the battle began, he had been like a clown, struggling but achieving nothing. Despite his rage, Huang Kai roared and quickly stood up. Yang Gon blocked the monster's attack, his eyes fixed on the sharp pincers, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, the monster launched an earth-shattering blow, and Huang Kai was once again sent flying, falling to the ground like a broken puppet. Watching Huang Kai's pathetic state, Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh, teasingly asking, Brother Huang, are you all right? To cover up his failed counterattack, Huang Kai retorted, Bastard, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The battle was now at a critical point, everyone unleashing powerful energy at the 2 monsters. Yi Ning realized the situation was dire and became serious. Brother Huang, I'll cover you. Before acting, he silently calculated that the distance between the 2 monsters was still 200 meters. If they entered within 100 meters, they could instantly kill the entire team simultaneously. Huang Kai, realizing his limitations, suggested, Yi Lin, let's focus on this monster first. I can't hold it off alone. Yi Ning, like an overbearing CEO without much thought, decisively ordered, You guys are cute. Don't do anything, everyone go support Yun Ming. You can rest assured about this side with me and Brother Huang. The monster still charged in like a whirlwind. Huang Kai didn't understand Yi Ning's risky tactic and roared, Damn it, you've moved all the tier 2s over there and there's no one to support us here. How are we supposed to stop it? But Yi Ning, with his protagonist halo, confidently replied, As long as you can hold on for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Although Huang Kai had doubts, he still nodded. I'll just make do. I'll believe you for now. After killing the monster, I'll settle accounts with you. Recalling his previous guess, Yi Ning indeed had a trump card. According to the plan, Huang Kai desperately entangled the monster. I've blocked it. Quickly use your ultimate move. Yi Ning calmly retreated, muttering, Still 50 meters, I must take a risk. Huang Kai, seeing Yi Ning leave him alone to fight the monster, was too scared to speak coherently. Yi Lin Ui. Suddenly, Yi Ning rushed towards Wang Yangping and roared like thunder, Colonel Wang, watch out behind you. We can't hold it off here. Wang Yangping, before he could even react, was sent flying by the monster's palm. It turned out this was all Yi Ning's clever plan. He shouted, Everyone retreat. I'm about to unleash a powerful move. Be careful not to get hurt. Yi Ning patiently took his stance, gripping 2 swords tightly, each emitting a different energy. First, lure it closer, that way I can ensure a one-shot kill. A slight smile played on his lips as he unleashed his ultimate move. One monster was struck by a blazing slash, the other by a verdant energy stream, and both fell, unable to escape their fate. In the dim light of the battlefield, Wang Yangping stood silently. His face was contorted, looking at the scene before him, extremely tense. This instant kill effect was completely different from before, bearing no resemblance. Huang Kai, next to him, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, exclaimed in surprise, This is not an ultimate move at all. All the lights on the battlefield were now focused on Yi Ning. He stood alone, turning the tide with his own strength, simultaneously fighting 2 monsters, 2 ferocious grave-digging worms trapped Huang Kai between life and death. At that very moment, Yi Ning wielded 2 sharp sword lights, tearing through the air and striking violently. Dazzling light and energy waves erupted, emitting a wild power that seemed to freeze the entire battlefield. Yi Ning's peak strength shocked everyone. Yun Ming stood not far away, feeling a slight tremble at Yi Ning's ability to clear everything. He muttered, This power is too terrifying. Even if we truly intended to steal the kill, we couldn't say anything. Because just now, Yi Ning could have easily annihilated everyone. With his supreme strength, Tier 3 novice awakened ones like them were like mere ants before him. Perhaps Yi Ning was not only Tier 3 but had already reached Tier 3 intermediate or even advanced. Huang Kai, under the terrifying attack, fell unconscious. Yi Ning calmly sighed, looking at his teammate. "Brother Huang, didn't I tell you to dodge? How could this happen to you?" Then he joked. "You died for me, so rest assured I will make good use of your equipment." Yi Ning's words froze the people around as if glued, unsure how to react. The notification panel suddenly lit up, flashing with light. This round completed. All members receive 300 psionic crystals as a reward. Individual rewards will be calculated separately based on performance. You can choose to continue or exit. Wang Yangping stepped forward, solemnly reminding Yi Ning, "Lord Yi Lin, if we proceed further, Tier 3 intermediate mutants will appear, and with limited manpower, he doesn't want to take excessive risks. Our army has decided to stop here." Even though Yi Ning had just performed excellently, he had no interest in continuing the slaughter. He gently nodded in response. "I'm also tired today. Let's all retreat together." He didn't want to affect his future plans due to a momentary impulse. He only had his last life-saving dimensional slash left and needed to carefully preserve it. Wang Yangping loudly said, "Everyone gather, all right, let's gather first." Before retreating, he offered a meaningful suggestion. "Our army wants to purchase all the psionic crystals everyone has. The market price is 10 credit points per piece, but we are willing to buy at 11 points. Zhang Bin's face lit up with joy as if he'd won the lottery. "That's great, we can earn a little more." Yun Ming, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. "No problem, I'm selling it anyway." He extended his hand, signaling agreement. A notification sounded. "Those who agree to the trade can leave after completing the transaction with our personnel." Wang Yangping didn't forget to turn to Yi Ning for his opinion. "Lord Yi Lin, what do you think? You possess the most psionic crystals here, and they are what our army needs most." Yi Ning. Before answering, he slightly narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Why is your army so eager to collect so many psionic crystals?" Wang Yangping didn't beat around the bush and frankly replied, "We need a large amount of psionic crystals. This is for our project to upgrade low-tier awakened ones. The crystals on the market have already been bought up by us, but it's still far from enough." Yi Ning fell into contemplation. While crystals could enhance power, the consumption and effect were not proportional. A novice awakened one wishing to advance to intermediate would need at least 10,000 psionic crystals. And to reach Tier 2 peak, that number would reach hundreds of thousands, even millions of credit points. Seeing Yi Ning's silence, Wang Yangping spoke, his tone carrying a hint of respect. "Lord Yi Lin, you must also admire the army's investment. For this plan we are truly very generous." Yi Ning came from a humble background, treading carefully every step of the way. He pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a moment, let me calculate. I have over 20,000 psionic crystals in hand, so can you round it up and give me 300,000 credit points?" "No." Wang Yangping heard this and couldn't find any excuse to decline, even enthusiastically asking, "No problem. In fact, even if Lord Yi Lin didn't say so, I had already planned for it. Also, Lord Yi Lin, are you interested in entering this dungeon multiple times?" However, Yi Ning replied expressionlessly and decisively. "However, Yi Ning has decided to bid farewell and has no interest. If the same person enters the dungeon multiple times, the rewards will diminish, so I don't think it's necessary." Faced with Yi Ning's resolute attitude, Wang Yangping couldn't help but be surprised, but still tried to persuade Yi Ning with sweet words. "Yi Lin, if you are willing to lead others in the army to enter this dungeon multiple times, you will definitely gain Captain Tang's appreciation. To tell you the truth, we are collecting psionic crystals this time for Captain Tang's youngest son. He was selected and ranked 3rd on the list. He will definitely become Tier 3 in the future, and possibly even break through to Tier 4. Yi Ning, annoyed by the other party's incessant talking, immediately switched to overbearing CEO mode and coldly interrupted. "Joke, not funny." Yi Ning, annoyed by his incessant talking, immediately switched to overbearing CEO mode, coldly interrupting. "Stop, complete the trade and then get out quickly." Wang Yangping was taken aback by Yi Ning's icy demeanor. The scene then shifted to another smoky location. Yi Ning, riding his beloved mount, galloped along the road, secretly thinking, "This time I thought I was making money like the wind." Who knew it was insignificant compared to the resources provided by the military? Yi Ning found the army's current actions incredibly foolish. Those in the seed plan were waiting for resources to accumulate strength, but their combat power was unstable, making them easily defeated once they entered the battlefield. A mocking smile played on his lips. The army was simply wasting resources. Even a small fry ranked 3rd had more than what I possess. Thinking this, Yi Ning secretly warned himself not to rest on his laurels. He had to work harder. Yes, bureaucracy. I must raise my attribute points as soon as possible. I must undergo the Tier 3 trial as soon as possible. By then I will strive to be first on the list, have a say, and change the status quo. In a magnificent palace resembling a fairyland, Yi Ning sat before piles of psionic fruits like small mountains. Currently, except for willpower, which had reached 31 points, his other attributes were only 26 points. To improve, he needed more psionic fruits. The system panel displayed Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31, Food is the paramount necessity of the people, he murmured, opening his mouth wide, ready to devour the mountain of fruits before him. Yi Ning wolfed them down, as if in the famine of 1945, and the system continuously prompted Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Before long, with his bottomless appetite, he had almost eaten all the psionic fruits. Holding the last fruit, Yi Ning sighed with weariness. Damn it, I really ate until the last one. Almost at 30 points, I have to force it down. With no other choice, he slowly chewed it bite by bite. The system lit up again. Constitution 1, all attributes reached 30 points, triggering a lucky draw. Unlike before, a brilliant and colorful roulette wheel appeared before Yi Ning, greatly astonishing him. Oh, I get a draw when I reach 30 points? Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he excitedly ordered without hesitation. Then draw it for me. I hope to get a superb piece of equipment. Watching the roulette spin rapidly, Yi Ning imagined various powerful weapons, from glittering superb longswords to treasures that significantly boosted combat power. Finally, the notification panel lit up. Obtained superb equipment. Ring of Spirit Grace. The result left Yi Ning somewhat disappointed. Didn't get a weapon, only a ring. Nevertheless, he consoled himself. Something is better than nothing. He reluctantly accepted it, muttering, a superb ring, the Ring of Spirit Grace? Is it related to soul or willpower? Next was the magnificent introduction of the Ring of Spirit Grace. Superb accessory equipment attributes. None. Equipment properties. None. Storage space 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters, can contain living beings. After reading the contents, Yi Ning's initial perception of this treasure was completely overturned. Although the introduction was brief with no significant equipment attributes, the storage space of up to 1 million cubic meters still impressed him. With this, I can carry a warehouse with me. Even dozens of nuclear bombs would be no problem. The notification panel did not stop there, continuing to reveal the equipment skill. Willpower conversion. Willpower conversion. You can convert willpower attributes into other attributes, lasting 3 seconds. Tier 2 conversion limit 5 points. Tier 3 conversion limit. Tier 4 conversion limit 20 points, Tier 5 conversion limit 100 points. Yi Ning suddenly realized that this ring was indeed extraordinary. Willpower conversion, this ability is truly heaven-defying. I am currently Tier 2 peak, meaning I can at any time in battle retrieve willpower attribute points and add them to other attributes. However, he suddenly realized a shocking truth. A truth forgotten for many years. Ah wait, it not only says Tier 3 and Tier 4 but also Tier 5. Tier 5, is this the limit of humanity? Or besides Tier 4 mutants, do Tier 5 mutants also exist? The notification panel still insisted on clarifying the equipment's evaluation to Yi Ning. Equipment exclusive to the Spirit Sanctuary world. Wearing this ring will automatically grant Descendant privilege, allowing entry into the Spirit Sanctuary world. Note, this privilege is a night-level privilege, please use with caution. The more he read, the more Yi Ning felt like a lost fawn in a deep mountain forest. What the hell is the Spirit Sanctuary world? In my previous life, I never heard of it until humanity was extinct. Is this a world where Tier 5 mutants exist? After some exploration and understanding, he somewhat grasped it. He now regarded this ring as a true treasure. It also seemed to be related to a mysterious future and should never be casually sold with everything settled. Yi Ning pressed confirm and then called his subordinate. Li Fugi, sell all the battle axes, golden shields and other enchanted materials I just bought, then exchange them for psionic fruits, he respectfully responded. Yes, master. However, the notification panel lit up again. Ordinary psionic fruits can only satisfy basic attribute increases up to 30 points. Reminder, if you wish to upgrade again, you need to purchase advanced psionic fruits. Knowing this, he hastily pressed, okay. Li Fugi, use all the money from selling equipment to buy advanced psionic fruits, he concisely replied. Understood, master. Yi Ning suddenly fell into deep thought, his gaze far-reaching. I'm almost at the attribute limit, just 31 points away. The zombie riot in Tianfeng's safety zone will definitely happen the night after tomorrow. By then my ultimate moves will have just cooled down. Today I must reach Tier 2 attribute peak. Then I'll use my ultimate move to intimidate everyone, and then propose taking the Tier 3 trial by then. No one will be able to refuse, however. Just as he was immersed in dreams of future glory, he suddenly received a thunderbolt of news from Li Fugi. Master, advanced psionic fruits are no longer available on the market, he shrieked in surprise. What? Li Fugi replied with a look of apology. The news I've gathered is that all advanced psionic fruits have been bought by the military. Hearing this, Yi Ning pondered for a moment, thinking, can I only ask Chen Yang for help? If the old plan doesn't work, then I'll find a new one. He immediately picked up the phone and called Chen Yang. Chen Yang appeared on the screen excitedly saying, Lord Yi Lin, I'm Chen Yang, do you still remember me? As soon as Yi Ning thought of him, Chen Yang called, does he read minds? Thinking this, Yi Ning maintained a polite smile and replied, of course I remember, he thought to himself. This kid called as soon as I thought of him, does he read minds? So it's a mental connection. Chen Yang also had something to tell Yi Ning. Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce just discovered the prototype of an A-rank supernatural dungeon. They want me to lead a team, so I'm inviting you to explore it together. Low risk, high reward. Yi Ning didn't expect it to be this. He asked blankly, a rank, and it's the prototype of a supernatural dungeon? On the other end of the screen, Chen Yang smiled brightly as he explained to Yi Ning. That's right, Lord Yi Lin, this supernatural dungeon currently hasn't formally become a system mission. It will be much safer and easier for us to go now than after the dungeon is formed. If anything happens, just run out of the area. Overall, A-rank supernatural dungeons usually contain many spiritual entities, but this dungeon currently only has one. Other spiritual entities are still in the process of transformation. Yi Ning replied coldly in a calm tone. I understand your meaning, just state your conditions directly. Chen Yang was all smiles, doing his best to give an enticing invitation. As long as you're willing to go this time, even if we fail, I'll give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will 70 of the profits be yours, but Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points. He continuously threw out weighty conditions to win over Yi Ning. Yi Ning stroked his chin, sighing with admiration. You're truly generous. I guess you want to use this strategy to lay the groundwork for your long-term business, right? Chen Yang, feeling guilty, with sweat on his forehead, scratched his head and chuckled dryly. You guessed right, Lord Yi Lin. If you have any other conditions, feel free to state them. Yi Ning's lips curled into a slight smile, and he replied without hesitation, You are indeed very smart. In addition to what you said, I also want 20 of the future profits, and some advanced psionic fruits from Beihe Village. In the continuous mountains and desolate primitive Beihe Village, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a bleak red over everything. Yi Ning sat in the car, his gaze casually sweeping out the window, Chen Yang's words still echoing in his mind. The Zhenjiang corpse tide riot will happen the day after tomorrow. His ultimate moves have also cooled down. He secretly thought, I'll take this opportunity to enter a dungeon that doesn't require physical skills, so the investment won't be a loss. The car stopped in front of a barren, desolate village that seemed uninhabited. A thick fog enveloped the village, casting a mysterious veil over it. Chen Yang sat in the front seat, turned his head and said cheerfully, Lord Yi Lin, we're here. The two got out of the car and met up with their companions. Wang Zheng stepped forward, revealing a friendly smile, and asked, This must be Lord Yi Lin, right? I am Wang Zheng, son of the Vice President of Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. It's a pleasure to meet you. He then introduced the people around him. Let me introduce everyone. This is Fang He, a willpower and agility type awakened one, and a highly paid expert we hired. The others are my subordinates. Fang He frowned, a displeased expression on his face, and snorted coldly. I'm just a tier 2, I don't deserve such high praise. Speaking of high pay, I'm far from Lord Yi Lin. Yi Ning was slightly startled, muttering to himself. I'm catching stray bullets even while sitting. Wang Zheng quickly let out 2 dry laughs to ease the atmosphere. Lord Yi Lin, please don't mind him. Brother Fang has always been outspoken, but he already has 3 or 4 experiences with supernatural dungeons, since we've all met. Then let's go in and take a look. Yi Ning replied indifferently. As you say. After a brief exchange, the group began to enter the village. Along the way, stagnant water continuously appeared underfoot. Fang He walked in front, clearly displeased, and instructed Yi Ning, After entering the dungeon, please be sure to follow my instructions. You must follow the system prompts I receive. Don't think that just because you're tier 3 you'll be fine, or don't blame me if you die. Yi Ning frowned and retorted, System prompts? Isn't this a dungeon prototype? Isn't there no system mission? Fang He proudly, pointing at his chest, boasted, That's my ability. When I get close to a main clue, I'll receive some system prompts, which are like mission information. Yi Ning secretly thought, this talent is indeed rare, almost equivalent to knowing the mission content without even accepting the mission. It seems Chen Yang and Wang Zheng have thoroughly prepared for this dungeon prototype. Walking into the village, Wang Zheng spoke first, his gaze sweeping over the villagers fetching water by the river. He said in a deep voice, This place is built along the river, and the villagers make a living selling water in the safe zone, but we found that their tricycles for transporting water are all rusted, which means they haven't been out for a long time. Chen Yang continued, his tone full of doubt, Did you see that? They don't even realize they should be selling the water. He pointed to a man who was continuously pouring water into an overflowing bucket, the water spilling onto the ground as if caught in an endless loop. He just kept fetching water from the river and pouring it into an already overflowing bucket. After a while, a villager suddenly spoke, his tone full of doubt. Are you soldiers? Chen Yang immediately replied, his tone calm. We are from the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military. Immediately another villager interjected, his tone urgent. I know, if that witch jumps into the river to commit suicide, it will cause us great trouble. Yi Ning keenly sensed the abnormality in the words and quickly stepped forward, urgently asking, So is the river water really polluted? What's with the jumping into the river? When did it start? What's the reason for jumping into the river? The villager panicked, realizing he had said too much, and quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. No, I was just talking nonsense. The river water here is very clean. Yi Ning said in a deep voice, his gaze cold, If you can't explain clearly, we'll have to take you with us. The villager was sweating profusely, his face pale, his hands waving frantically. Sir, Zhang Shui's death 7 days ago had nothing to do with us. She stole something, then jumped into the river to commit suicide. It rained heavily that day, and the river was swift, so she was swept away instantly. Yi Ning quickly grasped the key points, his tone sharp. Why jump into the river after stealing something? Did you force her to do it? He panicked, almost crying. You're wrong, sir. This really has nothing to do with us, it really doesn't. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yang suddenly became agitated and shouted loudly, if it's not you, then what's behind you? Yi Ning quickly reached out to stop him, gently persuading, don't act rashly. His gaze was sharp, observing the man's every move. He whispered to Chen Yang, although this person looks ordinary, his hands are clearly soaked for too long. If he has a problem and we act rashly, we'll suffer heavy losses. Fang He, who heard everything from behind, snorted lightly. I didn't expect your reaction to be quite quick. Yi Ning ignored him, stepped forward and smiled, easing the man's panic. Don't worry, where are the deceased's family? Take us to see them. If we find that this has nothing to do with you, we won't bother you anymore. The villager gradually calmed down and finally compromised. All right, he said, leading the group to a dim wooden house. Thick fog enveloped it. Withered flowers and trees made the space even more eerie and sinister. He pointed at the house and said, this is the house. Only her mother and daughter Li Ru are left inside. Their home is cold, just go in yourselves. The group walked in. Wang Zheng couldn't help but snort softly. It's really cold, it's like entering winter. Chen Yang's expression was grave, his tone heavy. It seems there really is something wrong with this house. A row of water vats appeared before them. Strangely, each vat was filled with water overflowing. Yi Ning frowned and muttered to himself, why are there so many water vats filled with water? A plop sounded. Water splashed from the vat following the movements of an old woman. That's right, the old woman had just emerged from the water vat. Wang Zheng cursed. Holy shit! Fang He, with his usual displeasure, quickly soothed everyone, his tone experienced. Don't be afraid, everyone. From what I can sense, she's just more severely affected but hasn't yet evolved into a spiritual entity. The old woman weakly asked, who are you? Yi Ning showed a warm smile and replied, old woman, we're here to investigate your daughter's jumping into the river. Was someone forcing her to do it? If so, we will definitely get justice for you. At the mention of her daughter, the old woman immediately became agitated. My daughter is in the water, you must help me find her. In the water, you must help me find her, you must help me find her. She kept repeating, making the matter even more mysterious. Chen Yang sighed and said to Yi Ning, Lord Yi Lin, it seems she's completely confused, we can't get anything out of her. Yi Ning continued to ask calmly, old woman, where is your daughter's granddaughter? The old woman slowly, her tone heavy, replied, my granddaughter went to the river to fetch water, she'll be back after dark. Seeing Fang He's expression change slightly, Yi Ning asked, did your system have a prompt? He replied with certainty, not yet. My ability requires me to be close to a key person to get information. So I guess the granddaughter, Li Ru, is the key, Chen Yang interjected. Then let's go to the river to find her now. Fang He quickly stopped him. No, Chen Yang frowned in confusion. Why? Fang He reined in his agitated emotions and chuckled dryly. What I mean is it's getting dark soon, so why don't we wait here and see? Yi Ning noticed his unusual behavior and secretly wondered if Fang He was hiding something. He silently pondered, the corpse is gone, both mother and daughter are fetching water. Is it possible that the villagers are constantly fetching water because they are under the ghost's influence trying to pull them out of the river? Just then the door opened and Li Ru, holding a bucket of water, walked into the house with an innocent smile. Fang He immediately asked, Li Ru, are you back? Seeing the strangers, the little girl quickly hid the bucket behind her, but the strong smell of blood from the bucket was impossible to hide. Yi Ning covered his nose and whispered, the smell of blood is strong from the bucket she's carrying. He quickly activated the system, and psychic probe was fully engaged. The smell of blood on Li Ru's hands grew stronger. A foreign object was faintly visible on the water's surface. The water in the bucket sloshed, fully revealing the shape of the object. A stammering voice sounded, is that a tongue? Li Ru turned blankly to the group, her tone full of doubt. Who are you? Fang He quickly warned everyone around, lowering his voice urgently. I just received a system prompt, don't provoke her. Then he stepped forward and gently asked, we are a patrol team from the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military. Someone reported that your mother is missing. However, the little girl immediately retorted, her tone full of anger. Not missing, she was murdered by the villagers. They slandered my mother and forced her to die. Yi Ning's eyes instantly darkened, heavy like storm clouds pressing down on a city. So that's it, we are also sorry for your loss. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them. Of course I know, I've already written down all their names. Then she handed him a crumpled piece of paper. Then after we find your mother, we'll go catch them. But Li Ru shook her head repeatedly, her tone firm. My mother has already come home, there's no need to look for her. Now you can go catch the people. Yi Ning was startled, thinking to himself, no need to look? Wasn't it said the corpse was swept away by the water? What does she mean by came home? Seeing his prolonged silence, the little girl frowned and urged, are you hesitating? You said you'd help me just now, don't tell me you were lying. He suddenly remembered Fang He's earlier warning. Don't provoke her, but if we rush to catch people now, it might be premature. Yi Ning raised his hand, showing an awkward smile. Of course not, it's just that we need some procedures to catch people. We promise to handle it by tomorrow morning. Immediately, the little girl's killing intent spread, cold as a biting night wind. All right, if you lie to me, I'll definitely kill you. Everyone witnessed Li Ru's burst of killing intent, all becoming silent, unsure how to respond. After discussing, Fang He spoke, arranging in a commanding tone, tonight we'll temporarily stay in the abandoned hut next door. Chen Yang and Wang Zheng will share a room, and the others will sleep separately. At this moment Yi Ning felt confused, so he turned to Fang He, his tone full of doubt. In this situation, why should the others sleep separately? Fang He snorted coldly, explaining like an expert. HMPH, at night, ghosts usually prioritize the strongest or weakest targets. We must face it directly once to determine more clues. Yi Ning nodded, his tone half joking, half serious. Oh, I see, so you called me here to be tonight's bait? Hearing this, Chen Yong quickly clarified, his tone apologetic. Lord Yi Lin, you've misunderstood. Wang Zheng also interjected, his tone fawning. That's right, Lord Yi Lin, we mainly think you're very strong. But you just smiled faintly and replied calmly. Money makes the world go round, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll do my part. Seeing him so calm, the two also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Yi Lin, but only Fang He sneered, his tone full of mockery. HMPH, let's see if you can even survive until tomorrow morning. Based on the current clues, he confidently speculated that Zhang Shui was likely forced to death by the villagers and turned into a ghost, but because she was still in the initial stage, she could only influence the villagers and use her daughter to seek revenge for herself. So now we only need to do two things to resolve this. First, find Zhang Shui's corpse. I'll go to Li Ru's house tonight to ask, and if not, then Yi Ning will go to the river to look. Second, help them complete their revenge. After finding the corpse, we'll arrest the people on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Li Ru for disposal. Yi Ning secretly thought, his tone full of doubt. But isn't what you're saying too simple? It feels inconsistent with the difficulty of an A-rank supernatural dungeon. Fang He shook his head, his tone dismissive. Simple? Don't forget this is the initial form of the dungeon. Important clues are still above it. The event fully forms first. No one will know that Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers might also turn into ghosts. Hearing his analysis, Chen Yong's face turned pale, his voice trembling with fear. At that time, I'm afraid entering here would be a dead end. Phew, fortunately we came early, and it's starting to get dark. Outside, the cold wind howled. Yi Ning lay on the dilapidated bed, silently analyzing in his mind. Although Fang He's analysis made some sense, he felt something was off. He had concealed some information by the river earlier, and now he suggested that Yi Ning go to the river to find the corpse. Coupled with his targeting of Yi Ning, he must really want him dead. It might be related to money. If there truly is a corpse by the river as he said, it would be quite dangerous. Tonight he would go to Li Ru's house alone to take a risk. Maybe there really were some good things there. If I didn't die and he couldn't act first, then the good things would naturally belong to me. Thinking this, things became much simpler. Moreover, Li Ru's behavior just now was not at all like someone merely influenced, and that tongue in the bucket, an ordinary little girl, even if she wanted revenge, certainly couldn't have done it. After a moment of thought, he suddenly noticed something unusual on the ceiling. There was a rustling sound of footsteps. Here it comes, let's see who you really are. Yi Ning activated his psionic energy, unleashing his full power ability, making everything around him clearly visible. An invisible figure gradually materialized, but only he could see it. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you Zhang Shui?" No. He took out the resentment bead from his inventory. A treasure obtained from the supernatural dungeon earlier, now finally ready to be used. He held the bead to his chest, muttered a spell, and psionic energy surged into it like a tide. The resentment bead increased mental attack power by 25 with a special effect. Automatically blocks one fatal attack from a spiritual entity but will dissipate along with the equipment. At the same time he transformed and cast sword manifestation slash. An invisible blade shimmering with cold light. The figure let out an eerie sinister laugh and a low growl, then abruptly flew out of the house. Yi Ning immediately broke through the door and shouted loudly, "Where are you running?" Screams of terror echoed from around. "Ah, how could this happen? Don't come any closer." Yi Ning was startled, recognizing the familiar voice. What? Chen Yang and Fang He were in the nearby courtyard. Did it happen simultaneously? Everyone immediately gathered, their faces pale. Chen Yang asked in a panic, "Who was screaming just now?" "Yi Lin, what happened?" he replied in a deep voice. "The ghost was here just now." Chen Yang and Fang He might have been attacked simultaneously. Attacked simultaneously? Wang Zheng shook his head in surprise. So that ghost's ability is completely different from Fang He's analysis. Its lethality is not weak at all. Did it get stronger after we arrived? Yi Ning frowned, analyzing. It's understandable if Chen Yang, being the weakest, was killed, but what about Fang He? Perhaps the previous prediction was wrong. And it's very dangerous here now. How about everyone retreats from this area first, and I'll stay to continue investigating. See you tomorrow morning. Chen Yang, worried, hesitated to speak. Lord Yi Lin, he smiled reassuringly, his composure unshaken. I have a life-saving item on me. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me. Seeing his resolute stance, Chen Yang could only nod and led everyone in a hurried retreat. Only then did Yi Ning reveal his sharp aura, his eyes cold. The resentment bead could only save his life once. He needed to be even more cautious. Activating his full mental probe, he quickly discovered a corpse lying motionless in the distance. Chen Yang only had one leg left, bloodied and mangled. Was he mentally controlled and then eaten by the female ghost? But from Chen Yang's shout to being eaten, it would definitely take some time. So it's impossible for it to have killed Fang He simultaneously. He continued to observe, finding Fang He's corpse intact, not eaten. It's likely there's more than one ghost here. He murmured to himself, his sharp gaze sweeping across the courtyard. Did Fang He try to dig for something in the courtyard and then encountered a ghost? A clue might be underground. Yi Ning used his mental probe to investigate deep underground. A white-clad corpse ghost appeared lying motionless deep beneath the soil. This was the white-clad female ghost's corpse. Wait, he froze. Her hands had 6 fingers. 6 fingers might be genetic, but Li Ru didn't have them. This proves she isn't Zhang Shui, so who is she? Suddenly the corpse ghost's eyes snapped open, glinting with cold light. Oh no, she found me. Yi Ning was startled, and quickly activated the resentment bead, psionic energy surging in, casting soul net, attempting to envelop the corpse ghost, but it merely waved a hand, easily shattering the net. Its physical damage was several times stronger than mental power. He gripped the resentment bead tightly, and a protective layer immediately appeared before the corpse ghost could charge. The resentment bead activated its supreme ability, blocking a fatal attack. The defense layer shattered, but he had already taken the opportunity to cast Swift Lightning Step. His legs seemed to be infused with violent energy, his speed instantly exploding as he dashed away. The female ghost roared in pursuit, but when Yi Ning crossed the boundary of the protective barrier, it could only stop helplessly. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was truly dangerous. Although he wasn't with Chen Yang, he had already escaped the safety barrier. The white-clad female ghost wasn't Zhang Shui. It was likely that due to the previous heavy rain she had been washed down from upstream. So Zhang Shui was probably downstream, or even still alive. I must scout the downstream area before daybreak. As dawn broke, Chen Yang said worriedly to everyone, Lord Yi Lin hasn't come out all night. Wang Zheng continued, his voice heavy. The communication system is affected by the barrier and we can't contact Yi Lin for now. How about we go in and look for him? After re-entering the dungeon, everyone searched everywhere, but there was no sign of him. Yi Ning was also nowhere to be found in Li Ru's courtyard. Had he disappeared? How could this be? Chen Yang was puzzled. Suddenly, Li Ru's voice came from behind, cold and chilling. Uncles, didn't you say you'd help me catch people this morning? Why haven't you acted yet? Everyone was startled, turning to see Li Ru's eyes glinting with a strange light. Bring them all to the riverside, I will carry out judgment there. Wang Zheng uneasily whispered to Chen Yang, let's go, our only clue now is to help this child get revenge, let's finish this first. Fang He and Yi Ning are both missing, they have no other choice. In a flash, everyone dragged the 3 people on the list to the riverside. Frightened screams erupted as the 3 desperately pleaded. Zhang Shui wanted to die herself, it has nothing to do with us, another shouted. No, we really didn't kill her mother, even if you're soldiers you can't be unreasonable. But Li Ru's gaze was cold, completely disbelieving, clutching a pair of sharp scissors in her hand. It was you forced my mother to die. Die? The little girl rushed forward, plunging the scissors directly into the chest of one of the men. A piercing scream echoed and blood splattered. Li Ru ferociously pulled out his tongue, her voice filled with murderous intent. I will not only kill you, but also cut off your tongues. The little girl giggled, her gaze sweeping over the remaining 2. He, who will be next? The 2 trembled, sweating profusely, stammering out, please, I was wrong, I shouldn't have fabricated lies. I'm sorry, Xiaoro, I'm Uncle Zhang. I really didn't say anything, it was all him. It was he who wanted to sleep with her and fabricated lies after being rejected. Before their pleas were finished, sharp screams accompanied by blood continued to splatter the riverbank. Chen Yang witnessed this chilling scene, wondering if this was truly something a 10-year-old girl could do. He hoped that after Li Ru killed all these people the matter would be over. But the little girl's gaze suddenly swept over everyone, her voice cold. Uncles, they're not completely dead yet. Can you help me throw them into the river? Chen Yang and Wang Zheng were terrified, but still nodded. Okay. As they threw the bodies into the river, Chen Yang asked tremblingly, Little sister Li Ru, is your mother's revenge settled now? As for her corpse, if you need help, Li Ru interrupted him, her voice calm but meaningful. Yes, uncle, but you don't need to interfere with other matters, because my mother has arrived and she said you must die too. Before they could react, a corpse ghost emerged from the bottom of the river, its fierce gaze overlooking everyone. Chen Yang cried out in horror, what the hell? The accompanying soldiers became the primary targets, shouting for help. Help! Wang Zheng and several others desperately fled, yelling, oh no, run! But the female ghost opened its massive mouth, creating a terrifying suction force that pulled everyone towards it. It's too strong, we can't escape. A soldier was instantly bitten. Chen Yang was scared out of his wits, drawing his knife to his own neck, mumbling, Brother Wang, I'd rather commit suicide than die so painfully and disgustingly. Wang Zheng also shouted in despair as if calling for help. Just then, a burst of energy erupted, knocking the knife out of Chen Yang's hand. Yi Ning appeared, controlling the knife with his psionic energy, his eyes sharp. Behind him was a woman holding her daughter. He immediately cast a skill, striking the female ghost directly. Chen Yang exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Lord Yi Lin, that's great, he called out in a deep voice. Li Ru, look who this is, and who was the woman holding in her arms. Upon seeing them, Li Ru's eyes immediately filled with tears. Mom, Xiaoro, daughter, mom. The 2 mother and daughter rushed towards each other, but as they got closer, Li Ru looked in shock at the corpse in her mother's arms, her voice trembling. Mom isn't dead, but I died. Zhang Shui replied painfully. Xiaoro, it's all Mom's fault. Everyone was bewildered. Chen Yang stammered. Zhang Shui isn't dead. Then who is the white-clad female ghost? Li Ru died, so Li Ru is also a ghost. What exactly is going on? Yi Ning explained in a deep voice. It's a long story. Step back first, it's still very dangerous here. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clad female ghost opened its mouth, trying to suck in Zhang Shui and her daughter. Seeing her mother threatened, Li Ru angrily touched her own body, and her resentment exploded. No, Mom, she transformed into a giant malevolent ghost, charging forward to fight. Yi Ning let out a sigh of relief. Li Ru is finally clear-headed. We are much safer now. Zhang Shui called out from a distance, "Xiaoro, Mom!" The two ghosts clashed, biting and clawing, dust filling the air. Yi Ning calmly recounted that the rain was heavy that day, and Zhang Shui unfortunately fell into the water but was rescued downstream. Li Ru drowned while searching for her mother and then unknowingly became a ghost. The hatred for revenge unconsciously influenced the villagers. Later, Li Ru found the white-clad female ghost corpse in the river, mistakenly believing it to be her mother. That's roughly what happened. The only way is to find out the truth and make them fight each other. Wang Zheng was stunned and asked, "So those villagers who were captured earlier, besides babbling nonsense, were actually wrongly accused? There are two ghosts here." No wonder Fang He and Chen Yang were killed simultaneously. Yi Ning took out a pair of glasses and information appeared. Ghost Eye, blue item. When warned, can receive information and system prompts within line of sight. He thought to himself, this effect is similar to Fang He's ability. Perhaps it's because of this ability that he dared to risk his life. Chen Yang and Wang Zheng both knelt down, their voices respectful. "We are truly grateful to Lord Yi Lin for saving our lives this time. The 100,000 credit points we promised you earlier will be transferred now." Yi Ning nodded, thinking that he had earned nearly 700,000 credit points this time, which was a substantial income, but he immediately changed the subject, his tone serious. "By the way, have the advanced psionic fruits I need arrived?" Chen Yang stammered, his voice full of apology, explaining haltingly. "Sorry, Lord Yi Lin, the advanced psionic fruits will probably take a while longer." Yi Ning frowned, his voice low with a hint of doubt. "Why?" he sighed, not holding back, whispering softly for fear of being overheard. "To be honest, all advanced psionic fruits are currently monopolized by high-ranking officials in the capital military zone, supposedly for the seedling plan," Yi Ning thought. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, muttering to himself, "If I don't handle this personally, I'm afraid it will be difficult to overcome this ordeal." He clenched his fists, his voice calm yet resolute. "Exactly." Chen Yang nodded repeatedly, his tone both excited and worried. "Wang Zheng, tonight I'll treat you all to a show in Tianfeng, and it's best if you bring your fathers and uncles too," the two said in unison, their voices filled with surprise. "A show?" Yi Ning clenched his hands, his gaze distant as if he was conceiving a world-shaking drama about the zombie riot in Safety Zone 199. Chen Yang had returned. Now a figure was patiently waiting at the foot of the mountain. Chen Yang asked in surprise, his voice slightly raised. "Oh, Uncle Zheng, why didn't my dad come?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "I am Deputy Commander Zhang Dao. The commander had urgent matters and couldn't leave, so I'm visiting Tianfeng on his behalf." Chen Yang nodded, his tone relaxing considerably. As long as you can fully represent my father in making decisions, Lord Yi Lin probably won't object. Let's pick up Wang Zheng and everyone else first and head to Tianfeng together." At the headquarters of Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce, a loud slap like thunder instantly silenced the entire space. Wang Zheng covered his cheek, his voice trembling, full of grievance. "Dad, what are you doing?" the vice president of Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce, Wang Tianzheng, angrily scolded his son, his face flushed. "I've already agreed to visit Tianfeng to see someone named Yi Lin, which is giving him enough face. Who would have thought you would dare to touch the psionic fruits the Chamber of Commerce had reserved for the capital military zone?" Wang Zheng bit his lip, his voice aggrieved yet defensive. "Fortunately, Dad discovered it early, otherwise we would all bear the consequences. Dad, Lord Yi Lin is my savior, but I haven't fulfilled my promise to him yet. The military zone has already ordered countless psionic fruits from so many chambers of commerce. A few less from us won't make any difference," Wang Tian roared, his voice as furious as thunder. "Shut up, what do you know, son? You don't understand, not to mention the Chamber of Commerce. Even the president is pressuring me. Even if not, we must never offend the army to curry favor with an unknown Yi Lin. Yi Lin saved you in the dungeon, but he was someone you hired to protect you." He paused, took a breath, his voice softened a little but remained stern. "Besides, we're not refusing to give them, just delaying it a bit. All right, Chen Yang has arrived. You go with him to Tianfeng to see Yi Lin, and then we'll decide. If he's really as powerful as you say, I'll reconsider the matter of the psionic fruits." Wang Zheng's eyes lit up, his voice full of hope. "Really, Dad, don't lie to me." The scene smoothly switched to Tianfeng's safety zone, where a thick atmosphere of tension permeated the air. Yi Ning sent a message to Commander Xiao Hai, his words brief but as sharp as a blade. "The zombie tide operation will take place tonight. Please make all defensive preparations as soon as possible." At this moment, Tianfeng Commander Xiao Hai held his phone, his gaze grave as he reread the message Yi Ning had sent earlier. A week ago, Yi Ning sent him a warning message, which made Xiao Hai ponder. Despite early precautions, the city had remained eerily quiet for 7 days, without the slightest disturbance. Now a new message arrived, even providing the time down to the minute and second. While Xiao Hai was still thinking, a subordinate rushed in, his voice urgent and breathless. "Commander Xiao, there's indeed activity in the old city. They've breached the barrier and are approaching the safety zone." Xiao Hai was startled, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "There are quite a few Tier 1 and Tier 2 mutants, but no Tier 3 mutants have been detected yet." He murmured to himself, his voice full of emotion as if Yi Ning's prediction was eerily accurate. Yi Ning was actually right. Xiao Hai immediately shouted loudly, his voice echoing like a divine decree. "Quick, everyone activate the alarm and prepare defenses." An all-city broadcast resonated through the night sky, shattering the tranquility. "A zombie tide is imminent. Residents in the outer districts, please evacuate to the rear safety zone as soon as possible." Landmines have been pre-planted every 15 meters, arranged in sharp triangular patterns. Commander Xiao Hai issued a decisive order, his voice authoritative. Ensure an escape route is left for the zombies so our awakened ones can rush in and eliminate the enemy. Flammable liquids and trenches, quickly. Planes circled in the air, emitting thunderous roars, scouting the situation. Yi Ning observed from a distance, his voice calm yet filled with worry. Tianfeng will be hard to defend. The servant Sha next to him asked in surprise, his voice full of confusion. Master, I think the Tianfeng area is very well prepared. Yi Ning shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. Although they had used all their landmines, traps, and crossfire, these things could deal with zombie armies, but they were too weak against mutants. The entire safety zone only had over 2,000 awakened ones and over 1,000 guardians, with only over 600 people on the front line. He paused, his voice growing heavier. Among them, only over 200 people have long-range firepower. Such a distribution of combat power is like walking into a trap. Servant Sha's face turned pale, his voice trembling. Master, hearing you say that, did they all encounter danger? Yi Ning smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with confidence. No, this time I'm here. The notifications below still rang loud and urgent, their sound full of urgency. The zombie horde has crossed the boundary. All forces prepare for battle. The deafening roar of energy fighters resonated with explosions, bombs raining down, blocking the torrent of monsters, carefully avoiding mutants. Awakened ones in the distance concentrated their attacks. Monsters below surged forward, trampling underfoot. Terrifying explosions tearing through space, weakening their frenzied attacks. Awakened ones rushed forward with their swords. Roaring defensive firepower. Melee fighters followed closely, charging into the battlefield with overwhelming momentum. Melee unit, follow me. Overlooking the fierce melee from high above, Zhang Dao frowned, his voice full of doubt. That kid Yi Lin, when we arrived 2 hours ago, Tianfeng told us to wait here for the zombie horde. Now the horde is here, but he suddenly disappeared. Wang Tian curled his lips, his voice hinting. What do you mean? It's obvious Yi Ning is waiting for high-level mutants to appear, otherwise why would he show off to us so much? But no Tier 3 mutants have appeared yet. He's not planning to make us watch him fight Tier 3s with Tier 2 strength, is he? Zhang Dao laughed heartily, his voice booming. Ha ha ha, President Wang is truly humorous, I think so too. He said he would give us a surprise, is it just to make us laugh? Hearing this, Chen Yong's face showed slight displeasure, his voice low with a hint of dissatisfaction. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we respect Yi Ning very much, you'd better not joke like that. Zhang Dao raised a hand to calm him, his voice gentle yet serious. Chen Yang, Uncle certainly trusts your judgment. Don't worry, no matter what. We will wait until he finishes. When the time comes, whatever he wants to say, Uncle won't let you lose face. But Uncle watched you grow up and still hopes you can exercise some restraint. After all, you shouldn't think that just seeing a Tier 3 intermediate means you can use them. Wang Tian nodded, his tone as if teaching. That's right, you're still young. Although Tier 3s are valuable to us, there's no need to deify them. All right, the three of us will observe the battle, Chen Yang said firmly, his eyes gleaming with conviction. I believe Yi Ning will not disappoint everyone. At this moment on the battlefield, fierce mutants rushed in, causing awakened ones to cry out in pain. Help! A soldier quickly sent a message, his voice panicking. Tier 2 peak corrupted spring corpse appeared on the left flank. Quickly notify Commander Xiao. Xiao Hai rushed over, his blood surging, unleashing a bloodblade slash, cleaving the monster in two with one strike. Commander Xiao is mighty. Let's kill! The soldiers cheered, their morale soaring, but suddenly a violent tremor came from underground. Xiao Hai's face turned pale, his voice filled with worry. Damn it, that sound is probably a Tier 3 mutant, possibly even a dual-headed one. The actual difficulty is much greater than in the dungeon. A dual-headed Tier 3 mutant requires at least 6 Tier 3 novices to deal with. Retreat, all forces retreat back to the safety zone. Burn the trenches, hold the line and await reinforcements quickly. Just then a figure appeared in the distance, sword light flashing like the wind. Yi Ning unleashed Sword Stream Storm, eliminating the Tier 3 mutant in a single move. Xiao Hai stood frozen, staring blankly, his voice trembling. One move to take down a Tier 3, who is it? Who is it? Yi Ning landed, his eyes cold, a faint smile playing on his lips. Commander Xiao, long time no see. Wait until I deal with this one, then we can talk. He swung his sword, unleashing Heaven's Trajectory gleaming. A horizontal slash, clearing all high-level monsters in his sight. Xiao Hai was utterly shocked, thinking, Yi Ning, in just half a month he actually ascended to Tier 3, much stronger than me. How is that possible? Am I, Xiao Hai, destined to live in someone else's shadow for most of my life? Yi Ning rested his sword on his shoulder, turning around with a mysterious smile. Commander Xiao, the final cleanup all the soldiers can certainly handle. Follow me in 10 days, there's an important matter to discuss. Seeing this scene from high above, Chen Yang couldn't hold back, his voice full of excitement. Did everyone see that? That's the power of Lord Yi Ning. I'm seeing it for the first time too, as expected. It's not something an ordinary Tier 3 can compare to. Truly rare, Wang Zheng nodded, adding with admiration, this strength is probably not inferior to Commander Chen Kai, and is considered top tier among Tier 3 intermediates. No wonder he's so proud. Chen Yang suddenly received a text message, his voice cheerful. Lord Yi Ning has news, he's waiting for us in the Tianfeng conference hall. Let's go. The scene switched to the Tianfeng conference hall, where the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Yi Ning sat there calmly waiting for the four to enter. He curled his lips, his voice low yet full of authority. HMPH, Commander Shao is here too. Everyone must have already met. I don't need to introduce. Sit, we're all family, let's discuss things together. Xiao Hai looked around, immediately recognizing Zhang Dao, the Deputy Commander of Safety Zone 119, and Wang Tian, the Vice President of Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. He thought to himself, as previously guessed, Yi Ning not only has backing but it's a powerful force. Wang Tian spoke, his voice full of praise. Lord Yi Ning, your strength lives up to your reputation. Even among many intermediate powerhouses, it's rare. Zhang Dao nodded, echoing respectfully. Indeed, I heard you also helped us a lot. Chen Yang, on behalf of Safety Zone 119, thank you for your invitation. Xiao Hai heard this, even more shocked, almost disbelieving his ears. Lord Yi Ning, did I hear that wrong? Or did they mispronounce it? Yi Ning smiled faintly, his voice calm yet full of confidence. First, I want to tell everyone, my real name is Yi Ning, not Yi Lin. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Dao murmured to himself, so they didn't even know his real name, which means there's no one supporting him. Then what's the reason for Yi Ning's rapid ascension to Tier 3? Yi Ning continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. As you can see, my current strength is roughly Tier 3 intermediate. Commander Shao, please help me find a strength testing device. I want to test it here. Xiao Hai suddenly stood up, his voice full of surprise. Lord Yi Ning, we have already witnessed your strength with our own eyes. Wang Tian interjected, his tone affirmative. That's right, we've always known you're Tier 3 intermediate, no doubt about it. But Yi Ning remained firm, his gaze unwavering. Commander Shao, please. Xiao Hai sighed, reluctantly nodding. All right? Then he turned, his tone with a hint of doubt. Lord Yi Ning, you didn't invite us here just to prove you're Tier 3 intermediate, did you? That's really unnecessary, isn't it? Chen Yang quickly spoke, trying to ease the tension. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're all here. Waiting a little longer won't hurt, right? Yi Ning just smiled, silently waiting, his eyes calm yet full of confidence. Before long, the strength testing device was brought in. Zhang Dao looked at Wang Tian, let out a soft snort, his tone a little mocking. HMPH, his strength is good but his demeanor is too petty. A little pride isn't a bad thing, but insisting on showing off in front of us is really a waste of time. Yi Ning didn't answer, just silently stretched out his hand and injected a stream of energy into the device. The screen lit up, a prompt tone resounding through the entire room, stunning everyone. Tier 2 peak. Everyone was astonished, each person's eyes wide, utterly surprised. Zhang Dao stammered, his voice disbelieving. What? Tier 2? Did I mishear? Wang Tian frowned, walked over to check the meter, murmuring, how is this possible? Aren't you Tier 3? Is it really just Tier 2? Chen Yang also opened his mouth wide, his voice trembling. If he were Tier 3 advanced or even peak, I wouldn't be too surprised, but to be only Tier 2 yet burst out with Tier 3 intermediate strength, it's truly astonishing. Xiao Hai clutched his head, his face pale. He's not Tier 3. Wang Tian nodded, his voice low, as if he suddenly understood something. That's right, I checked his promotion missions before. He took 4 missions and completed all of them, but is still only Tier 2, yet his strength is equivalent to Tier 3 intermediate, and he has no backing. Chen Yang almost shrieked, his voice full of confusion. What the hell? Can someone lend me some brains? Yi Ning smiled faintly, his voice calm yet sharp as a knife. I know it's hard for everyone to accept immediately, but I am indeed only Tier 2. Half a month ago I tested sulfur monosulfide ranked talent, but because I belonged to the willpower type I was evaluated as having no potential, so I was rejected by the seed plan. Xiao Hai interrupted him, his voice full of anger. SS ranked talent, ascended to Tier 2 peak in half a month, strength comparable to Tier 3 intermediate. Yet they say he has no potential. If that's the case, then those people in the seed plan might as well die. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes gleaming with firm light. Everyone, this time I invited you here to prove my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone understands that for me, ascending to Tier 3 is as easy as turning over my hand. The seed plan will definitely reevaluate. I want to completely change the army's prejudice against willpower types. The first place, I must take down those so-called seed geniuses. I will defeat them one by one and let everyone see who the real seed is. Wang Dian frowned, his voice full of curiosity. Lord Yi Ning, what do you need us to do? And how strong are you exactly? Yi Ning replied, his voice low but a mix of truth and falsehood. Actually, my talent is to convert willpower into attack power. Furthermore, I have an investing power behind me, but I can't reveal it for now. He thought to himself that these words were merely to confuse as long as the sword god system wasn't exposed. Zhang Dao nodded, enlightened. So that's it. No wonder then. I was thinking there must be a powerful force investing, Yi Ning continued, his voice full of authority. Regarding cooperation, I hope to form an alliance with the 3 of you to serve me. I will have the final say. Please give your full support. When I regain the first place, I will naturally repay you. I will go out first. You all have 10 minutes to discuss. He walked out of the room, closing the door, pondering to himself. Xiao Hai had been stuck at Tier 3 novice for many years, unable to advance. Wang Tian as vice president had always been suppressed by the president, and Zhang Dao as deputy commander of the North China War Zone was certainly uncomfortable with the deputy title. The room was filled with lively discussions. Chen Yang was the first to speak, his voice full of excitement. Uncle Zhang, what are you still hesitating about? With Yi Ning's potential, he'll at least be a lieutenant general in the future, much stronger than Grandpa. Dad, why don't you immediately agree to Lord Yi Ning? With his potential, not to mention the president, it's not impossible for us to become the #1 chamber of commerce in China in the future. Wang Tian turned to Zhang Dao, his voice thoughtful. Brother Zhang, what do you think of the mysterious power behind Yi Ning? First, if he hasn't obtained psionic fruits, he's definitely not from the army or a major power. Second, he has excellent vision and rich experience. I'm leaning towards him being a super individual. Zhang Dao nodded, his eyes sharp. I think so too, Chen Yang interjected, puzzled. What are you two uncles talking about? Wang Tian sighed, his voice heavy. Little Chen Yang, although Yi Ning has great potential, standing with him means going against many high-ranking officials in the seed plan. For example, General Zhang Meng, your father, a member of the third group, is currently tier 3 peak. Zhang Dao added, that's right, that's a power like a mountain. For Yi Ning's potential alone, this deal is too risky. But Xiao Hai suddenly spoke, his voice firm. Gentlemen, perhaps you don't value me, but after hearing Yi Ning's opinion, I've decided to take a gamble on him. First, I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. Second, high profits often come with high risks. I've been stuck at tier 3 novice for too long, to be honest. I'm not reconciled. Chen Yang nodded, his voice excited. I think Uncle Xiao is right. Dad always says the rougher the waves, the more precious the fish. Is Dad content with being only a vice president for life? Uncle Zhang, if you're representing Dad and Grandpa today, you should know how they would choose. 10 minutes later, Yi Ning opened the door and walked in, his gaze sweeping over the three. How have you all decided? The three spoke in unison, their voices full of determination. We are willing to contribute our strength. Yi Ning nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Good, then my allies, these are the things I need. I hope you can prepare them before tomorrow morning. Also, please help me contact the army leadership in the capital and tell them I want to begin the tier 3 trial. Wang Tian held the list Yi Ning handed him and couldn't help but show surprise, murmuring, Great, the list was already prepared. He's certainly not shy about making requests. He turned to Xiao Hai, his tone with a hint of teasing. No wonder he's a man of great ambition. Xiao Hai nodded, accepting his task, his voice calm. Then I will report the information to the capital now. Yi Ning smiled, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. After all matters were assigned. Yi Ning turned his face, looking at the still distant city, a sense of pride swelling in his heart. He had finally established his own force, with one foot in South China, one in North China, and Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce as his backing. Next, all he needed was to make a big splash in the capital. In the capital's seed plan conference room, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. A general spoke, his voice heavy. Has everyone finished reading the report? Although hard to believe, Deputy Commander Chen Kai of North China has confirmed it. A genius with sulfur monosulfide rank talent, strength comparable to tier 3. We actually missed him, another person interjected, his voice full of worry. If there's another problem this time, no one here will escape responsibility. Yang Guoping, you are in charge of the seed plan, he nodded, his eyes sharp. This matter is very important. We must report it immediately and seize the opportunity to rectify our mistake. I suggest immediately dispatching a tier 3 team to bring Yi Ning back to the capital to ensure his safety. As for the ranking, once he arrives, the superior will personally evaluate him. Suddenly, Tang Zhen, the chief of staff of the seed plan, slammed the table, his voice trembling. General Yang, can we temporarily conceal this news and not report it? Yang Guoping frowned, his voice cold. Tang Zhen, when Yi Ning was first tested with sulfur monosulfide rank talent, it was you who suggested abandoning him. Now you still dare to say such things? Are you looking for death? Tang Zhen quickly defended himself, his voice lowered. General Yang, I'm not saying not to report it. Just delay it for a week or even half a week will do. The people in the room fell silent, their eyes filled with contemplation. Yang Guoping snorted coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. General Zhang Meng's son Zhang Yang is currently ranked first, but he hasn't reached tier 2 peak yet. With Yi Ning's current strength, ascending to tier 3 is a certainty. If Yi Ning surpasses Zhang Yang, even if Zhang Yang has sulfur monosulfide rank talent, he must relinquish the first place. Another person interjected, their tone filled with worry. Top-tier resources above tier 3 are unique, but Zhang Meng holds a high position and great power. He's one of the leaders. Yang Guoping nodded, his tone cold. Chief of Staff Tang, you are indeed loyal. A week is out of the question. 3 days at most. I can only keep it a secret for you for 3 days. If by then your son doesn't measure up, don't blame us. Over the next 2 days I will arrange to bring Yi Ning to the capital. I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions towards him, otherwise even those behind you won't be able to protect you. The scene switched to another location where the geniuses of the seed plan were meticulously cultivated. From growth agents to resources, everything was amply supplied. General Zhang Meng's son Zhang Yang, the top-ranked seed genius, frowned and said, I just advanced to tier 2 advanced, and you want me to reach peak within 3 days? Aren't you joking? Zhang Meng's voice was deep and serious. I'm not joking, son. Do you still remember Yi Ning, the one with sulfur monosulfide rank talent back then? With Chen Kai's support, he has already reached tier 2 peak and possesses tier 3 strength. Zhang Yang was stunned, his tone disbelieving. You mean he wants to take my top spot? Zhang Meng nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Exactly. Although Chen Kai behind him is insignificant, if he advances to tier 3 first, your top spot will definitely be lost. I will send you to a high difficulty dungeon. Only then can we bridge the gap. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, his tone full of determination. I understand, Dad, don't worry. I will not let you down. Zhang Meng patted his son's shoulder, his voice low. My son truly has ambition. Don't worry, I will find a way to buy you more time. Yi Ning has only just emerged. It's not as easy as he thinks. In Tianfeng's safety zone, Yi Ning sat at a table before a mountain of psionic fruits. He smiled contentedly, thinking, sure enough, having connections makes a difference. Not only did they quickly bring psionic fruits, but the old man Chen Kai also gifted an A- rank sword skill book. He opened the sword skill book, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This one book alone was enough to bankrupt Tianfeng's safety zone. He decided to maximize his Tier 2 attribute points first, then plan further. System notifications kept sounding, a stream of information clearly appearing in Yi Ning's mind. Using Advanced Psionic Fruit, Strength 1, Burst Power increased by 3. Using Advanced Psionic Fruit, Constitution 1, Stamina increased by 6. Using Advanced Psionic Fruit, Agility 1, Speed increased by 6. At this moment his body felt as if it were filled with psionic energy. All his attributes, Strength, Agility, Constitution and Willpower, had reached 31 points. An endless surge of power coursed through his veins, making him exclaim, "Is this what it feels like when attributes are maxed out?" The speed of psionic energy mobilization was lightning fast, and the application of attributes was more thorough than ever before. He held the A-rank sword skill book in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ambush sword skill, A-rank skill. Transcendent Leap deals powerful impact to the target with effects of suppression, termination and crushing while active, immune to all crowd control, defense increased by 200, he murmured, his tone full of admiration. An A-rank sword skill indeed, excelling in both offense and defense, powerful even without enhancement. Yi Ning threw the book into the air without hesitation, instantly activating it. A dazzling energy surged into his body, and the system notification sounded. Sword skill learned successfully, upgraded to SSS rank skill. Current skill, Sky Shatter, SSS rank. Sky Shatter, SSS rank skill, effect 1. Charges at a specified target within 1 kilometer, locking onto it. The target is repelled, gains a rapid strike effect, free falls at extreme speed, causing area impact and attacking the locked target. Effect 2, while active, immune to all crowd control, gains a psionic shield, can consume stored psionic energy to mitigate damage. If the enemy's willpower is lower than yours, you cannot be locked or attacked. This skill turns you into a true god. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A 1 kilometer range lock, almost invincible after skill activation. This power would be tested when he participated in the Tier 3 trial in the capital. But he also realized that with his current skills maxed out he couldn't improve further before advancing to Tier 3. No matter after Tier 3, even without this skill, I can activate more powerful moves. Suddenly, a new mission prompt from the system startled him. Mission: collect 4 special materials. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Breaker. Material 2. Human-faced Bone Vine. Material 3. Toothbone Pearl of the Shatterer. Material 4. Ghost Core. Reward: unlock skill fusion function. Merge 2 current skills into 1, freeing up 1 skill slot. The freed SSS rank skill does not consume psionic energy. Its cooldown is reduced to 12 hours, and psionic energy increases by 1,000 points. Yi Ning was stunned, thinking the Sword God system rarely issues missions and the rewards are so generous. But these 4 materials, the Heart of the Mountain Breaker, are said to come from a Tier 3 peak mutant killed by multiple experts 27 years ago. The others are unheard of. They are probably rare ancient artifacts which I can only look for in the National Resource Library after I reclaim the top spot. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Hai walked in, his tone excited. Yi Ning, news from the capital. They're sending a Tier 3 team to pick you up tomorrow. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes sharp. Good for them. What about the ranking? Has it been adjusted back to first place? Xiao Hai hesitated, his voice a little low. That hasn't been communicated yet. They just said they'd temporarily put you in a special spot and decide once you arrive. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. With my current strength, first place is a given. But those people in the seed plan are afraid to make a decision, probably due to pressure from vested interests. Xiao Hai sighed, his tone filled with worry. Yi Ning, actually Commander Chen and I both feel you might be too eager for the ranking. The current first place is Zhang Yang, Zhang Meng's son. He has enormous influence in the capital. Even if your strength is obvious, you'll certainly establish yourself in the high ranks eventually. But giving way now would make even Zhang Meng's faction more friendly towards you. Yi Ning interrupted him, his tone cold and firm. Uncle, I understand what you mean. A tall tree catches the wind, easily inviting storms, but I have a reason I cannot give way. It's too important to reveal to you for now, but I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not out of youthful impulsiveness. As for those obstacles, I will crush them. The next afternoon, a squadron of the latest psionic fighter jets appeared, imposing and magnificent, as if ready to flatten the entire Tianfeng in an instant. A solemn command sounded, prepare to line up and welcome them. A group of people emerged from the fighter jets, their imposing aura so strong that the air seemed to solidify. Xiao Hai ran forward, ready to shake hands, his tone warm. Welcome, sirs, to Tianfeng. You must have had a tiring journey, however. The group merely swept a cold, disdainful glance over him. Xiao Hai thought awkwardly, alas, I'm just a small safety zone commander. They're not here for me. A person walked over, their voice deep but full of authority. You must be Yi Ning? I am Lin Rui, captain of the capital's 27th Space Force. You can call me Old Lin. We are responsible for taking you back to the capital. Yi Ning nodded, responding succinctly. Yi Ning, thank you for your trouble. Lin Rui scrutinized him, thinking this young man is so composed, not at all like someone from a small place. He didn't say much. His tone decisive, no time to waste, let's go. Lin Rui silently observed Yi Ning, feeling the sharp aura emanating from him. Thinking this aura, it seems General Zhang's instructions might be somewhat challenging. He recalled Zhang Meng's earlier directive. Lin Rui, on the way back with Yi Ning, tried to delay him as long as possible. As the spaceship ascended, Lin Rui turned to Yi Ning, his tone gentle but with a deeper meaning. Guest Yi Ning, we're almost at the outskirts of the capital. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a welcome dinner for you. I hope you can honor us with your presence. Yi Ning remained silent, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Is this an attempt to delay me so I miss the Tier 3 trial? He smiled faintly, his tone calm but firm. Captain Lin, I appreciate your kindness. But regarding the meeting, let's wait until I've advanced to Tier 3. Lin Rui's heart skipped a beat, thinking, General Zhang told me to delay him. It seems gentle persuasion won't work, I'll have to use force. He winked at the pilot, and instantly a thick smoke suddenly erupted from the fighter jet, accompanied by urgent alarms. Oh no, the psionic fighter jet has malfunctioned. We have no choice but to make an emergency landing nearby, the pilot cried out in panic. Yi Ning frowned, his eyes sharp, clearly seeing through their trick. Intentionally, General Zhang certainly has a lot of nerve. He drew his sword without hesitation, pointing it directly at the pilot's throat, his tone cold and heavy. I don't believe there's any major problem with this fighter jet, just that your skills are inadequate. He took a few steps closer, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If I let you continue flying, I'm worried you'll crash the plane and kill everyone. If that happens, those behind you won't escape blame. Move aside quickly, I'll take over. Lin Rui was stunned, not expecting Yi Ning to be so decisive. This kid saw through it, and yet he still dares to threaten mutual destruction. If Tier 3 strength is used in combat on a fighter jet, the ship will instantly disintegrate. How can a young man from a small place have such courage? He quickly reached out to stop him, his tone softening. If guest Yi Ning can fix the fighter jet, then please, give it a try. Yi Ning sat in the pilot's seat, his tone cold. I'll only operate it once. All of you watch carefully, don't make mistakes in the steps and don't mistake me for someone else. He pressed the control buttons, pushed the throttle, and the fighter jet suddenly accelerated, soaring away at an astonishing speed. Lin Rui looked at the scene before him, sighing with admiration. Such decisiveness and courage, probably many high-ranking military officers can't compare. He has a promising future. It seems I chose the wrong side this time. He turned around, his tone filled with respect. Lin Rui, captain of the capital's 27th Space Force, salutes guest Yi Ning. Yi Ning merely curled his lips, briefly responding, Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future. At the capital's second military base, a group of people had been waiting for a long time. One person walked over, his voice booming. Is this brother Yi Ning? I am Yang Guoping, the head of the seed plan. Yi Ning extended his hand, his tone calm. General Yang, hello. Yang Guoping smiled and continued. Yi Ning, we've prepared a special dinner for you. Many high-ranking officials want to meet you. Yi Ning raised his hand to refuse, his tone concise. No need to rush, I want to start the Tier 3 trial now. Everyone was stunned, exclaiming in unison. Now, Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Why did you rank me in a special spot instead of first? And you said we should take it step by step. Isn't it because the higher-ups want to personally assess my potential? Well, once I pass the Tier 3 trial, my strength will be crystal clear, won't it? Wouldn't that save a lot of procedures? Yang Guoping fell into thought after hearing him, thinking, this kid hits the nail on the head with a single sentence, not wasting a minute. Neither arrogant nor impatient, truly admirable. He nodded, his tone calm. Yi Ning, the trial will be held tonight, but Zhang Yang is in a dungeon and definitely can't make it back. How about we start tomorrow, which would be convenient for high-ranking officials to observe together? Another person interjected, advising, yes, you should adjust your state tonight, your performance will be better tomorrow. Yi Ning nodded, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Tomorrow works too, then I'll trouble General Yang. He chuckled softly to himself. HMPH, the demolish the house effect truly works. I still need to give them some face, he thought. I had originally planned to participate tomorrow anyway, but if they agreed too easily, there might be a hidden motive. The demolish the house effect, for example. If you say the room is too dark and suggest opening a skylight, everyone will object, but if you demand to tear down the entire roof, they will compromise and agree to open a skylight. In another place, Zhang Meng, upon hearing the news, slammed his hand on the table in fury, roaring, what, besides delaying the report, you even dragged it out for another night? Where's Lin Rui? Didn't I tell him to bring Yi Ning to me? Yang Guoping sighed, his tone helpless. Don't even mention Lin Rui. That guy wouldn't even give me or General Yang any face. At this point we can't use force. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. No, I must notify Zhang Yang. If it's impossible, I'll send a few Tier 3 death-sworn men to him. Only by keeping everyone in the dungeon can Yi Ning be stopped. Yi Ning sat in the lavishly decorated room before piles of sparkling psionic fruits, a hint of satisfaction and surprise flashing in his eyes. No special rank, yet he received such treatment. The nation truly is rich, he murmured, his voice low. Although these things couldn't directly improve his situation, adjusting his state was certainly good. He glanced at the list of first-place rewards, his heart filled with excitement. A monthly allowance of 1 million credit points, a customized set of blue equipment, a set of Genesis-grade weapons, and 2 monthly opportunities to freely select resources from the national treasury. At this rate, I could advance to Tier 3 in less than a year. The scene switched to the Tier 3 trial waterfall, where the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. A group of people whispered, their tones filled with surprise. I heard someone from the seed plan is participating in the Tier 3 trial, another person interjected, their tone disbelieving. Wow, didn't the seed plan just start? Who could advance to Tier 3 so quickly? An old man sighed, his tone filled with emotion. It took me over 10 years to advance to Tier 3. Look at these seed candidates all in their 30s. Yi Ning stood amidst the crowd, his gaze sharp, thinking, HMPH, they know that seed candidates can't advance to Tier 3 in a short time. So they sent a few Tier 2 peak ones to occupy the rankings, intending to use a loophole in the rules to delay me and steal resources. Let's see how I deal with them. The host stepped forward, his voice booming and authoritative. Welcome high-ranking officials to guide us. The Tier 3 trial officially begins. Have all participating seed candidates arrived? A disheveled figure walked over, his voice hoarse. And me. Yi Ning glanced over, immediately recognizing Zhang Yang, thinking, HMPH, looking like he just crawled out of a dungeon, even if he's stronger than those stand-ins. Does it matter? Your first place position is mine today. Zhang Yang also looked over, killing intent burning in his eyes. Yi Ning, to make it to this trial I lost 4 loyal Tier 3 uncles in the dungeon. They all died because of you. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. Yi Ning merely curled his lips, offering no response. The host continued in a booming voice. If everyone is ready, let the trial begin. The first round tests strength. All who pass the 10th level qualify for advancement. The higher the level, the richer the reward. If you can make it onto the global system ranking, you will also receive exclusive rewards. This is a rare opportunity, you must seize it. An official murmured, his tone filled with regret. I didn't expect my generation's ranking to be so low. Today's shame must be avenged today. Zhang Yang walked up, his aura soaring. I'll go first. Strength and agility type. This trial I must get into the top 5, another person interjected, their tone excited. Me too, strength and agility type participating. Yi Ning calmly raised his hand, his tone cold. Yi Ning, willpower type. The crowd was stunned, whispering among themselves. Yi Ning, this is a strength trial. The willpower trial is later. Why the rush? One person scoffed. Let him try. Willpower is the hardest. No one in history has surpassed it. With his attributes, he can at best be at the bottom for strength types. Zhang Yang looked at Yi Ning and said mockingly, Do you think you, a Tier 2 attribute, can compare to me? Childish. Yi Ning interrupted him, his voice as sharp as a knife. Less talk. If you have the guts, stop talking nonsense and get in quickly. Zhang Yang roared, Let's compete then, who's afraid? A mechanical and cold system notification sounded. Contestants have entered the strength trial. In this trial, you will face various enemies. You can only proceed to the next level after defeating them. All equipment has been removed and other attributes have been lowered. Please prepare for battle. Starting in 10 seconds, Yi Ning read the notification, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Equipment and enchantments removed, only basic functions remaining. Levels 10 to 20 are the world's top 3, and level 23 is the limit for humans in the apocalypse. My goal is level 24. The first wave of monsters appeared, but to Yi Ning they were just appetizers. He swung his sword, the blade flashing like lightning, effortlessly taking down his opponent. Tier 1 Novice Corpsehound defeated, level 1 cleared, entering next level in 30 seconds. He mumbled, a hint of boredom in his tone. The first few levels are all weak mutants, truly uninteresting. Tier 1 Novice Ironclaw Zombie defeated. The next level opened, but Yi Ning's eyes remained cold, as if everything had just begun. Under the dim light of the observation screen, everyone was fully focused on the trial's progress. The first 7 levels passed easily. The contestants advanced at comparable speeds. To truly see their real strength, it would probably take until the 7th or even 10th level to determine the winner. No one could be sure who would stand out. Suddenly a proud voice rang out, overshadowing all whispers. Whom are you all blind? Who said no, my grandson has reached the 10th level, and that Yi Ning is still struggling at the 8th level? Another person laughed loudly. Then added, That's right, congratulations General Zhang. It seems Yi Ning isn't as powerful as rumored. Meanwhile, the young man in the arena pondered. If he only pursued speed, his psionic energy would quickly deplete after passing the first 7 levels, and he wouldn't be able to last long. He gently shook his head and murmured to himself, How foolish. They probably will never understand one truth. Those who laugh at others today will be laughed at tomorrow. Let's see who will have the last laugh in this competition. The people outside were still staring at the leaderboard, but from level 10 onwards the mutants' energy fields were too strong and the screen couldn't display images clearly. Someone laughed happily. Haha, alright, my son is the first. The screen has turned clear blue. The person next to him also chimed in excitedly. The person next to him was also about to compliment, passing 10 levels in 10 minutes, which means the battle ended in an instant. This time Yi Ning participated in the strength trial, truly humiliating himself. Another person laughed loudly and added, Haha, that's right, the first place is still my son's anyway. Huang Kai ranked 11th, passing level 10. Yi Ning ranked 18th, passing level 10. At this point, Zhang Yang had reached level 13, making Zhang Meng burst into triumphant laughter. 18th place, that speed is slower than a snail, haha. One person struggling at level 10, another at level 13. General Yang, you really need to open your eyes and see clearly. Yang Guoping, however, fell into deep thought. Given the strength Yi Ning had previously displayed, this result seemed illogical. Meanwhile, the young man in the arena moved silently, skillfully evading every monster attack, not letting them touch him. He mumbled, I remember in my previous life its weakness was on its back. With one sword thrust to the weak point, he effortlessly broke through the monster's defense. As expected, he had already reached level 12, still without needing to use attribute conversion. Psionic energy and stamina remained abundant. 10 seconds remaining. Battle will officially begin. Please prepare, the voice echoed in the space. He gently nodded, ready to gradually use attribute points for conversion. Psionic energy burst, stamina at full throttle. He rushed to level 21, unleashing his strongest moves. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang began to show fatigue but still strived to pass level 16. He muttered to himself, I'm definitely the first, but I must hold on a bit longer. Try to pass a few more levels, aim for the leaderboard and surprise everyone. I must defeat Yi Ning thoroughly. The weaker contestants had already started to retreat, staggering out of the arena. One person gasped and mumbled, Damn it, why is the difficulty so high in the later levels? Another nodded in agreement. That's right, are the people on the leaderboard who can pass 20 levels monsters? Anyway, I can't do it. Trying until level 14 already took half my life. Another smiled bitterly and comforted. It's alright, as long as we pass 10 levels, it counts as completing the mission anyway. At this moment, the leaderboard showed Zhang Yang at level 17, Feng Xiaoguo at level 16, while Yi Ning and Huang Kai were both at level 15. Most contestants had already withdrawn from the competition, but Yi Ning was still holding on at level 15. A willpower-type person, this is also a noteworthy achievement, Yang Guoping commented, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Zhang Meng still continuously boasted about his son, HMPH, I guess level 15 is just his limit too, unlike my son. But the situation gradually changed. Zhang Yang had already risen to level 17, only 3 levels away from the world's top 10. That's right, Zhang Yang is indeed excellent, someone exclaimed. However, Yang Guoping noticed that Zhang Yang's speed visibly slowed down after level 15. In contrast, Yi Ning not only didn't slow down but seemed to be accelerating. Did I misperceive it? Yang Guoping asked himself. Just then, the screen displayed. Yi Ning has reached level 16. Yi Ning is at level 16. It's not an illusion. He really is accelerating, someone shouted in surprise. Zhang Meng began to worry, his voice trembling. Is he catching up to Yanger? How is that possible? This is just luck, or he's fighting desperately, right? He gritted his teeth and mumbled. To become stronger, it's not impossible to die on this level. Just a moment later, the crowd erupted in surprise again. Level 17, Yi Ning has also reached level 17. It's incredible that a willpower-type person can even pass level 17. The people outside anxiously slapped the table and shouted, Son, come on, you absolutely cannot let Yi Ning surpass you. Inside the arena, Zhang Yang roared and cleaved the skeleton in front of him. Ah, die! He fiercely threw a punch, sending his opponent flying, but he was panting heavily, clearly feeling his body had reached its limit. I'm afraid passing this round is already my limit. This time, coming out of the dungeon to participate in the trial, my condition wasn't adjusted to its best at all. He shook his head and mumbled, Forget it, I'm already in first place anyway, no need to push myself here. He concentrated all his psionic energy into his battle axe, jumped up and unleashed the sky-splitting axe. With one strike, the skeleton shattered into 100 pieces. The axe is finally done, he whispered. Then let out a shout and withdrew from the trial. He immediately appeared at the teleportation gate, ending the battle. Zhang Meng rushed to his son's side, his eyes shimmering with pride and worry. Son, Dad, you did it. You passed level 18, first place, my son. But seeing Zhang Yang's pale face, he stopped, a sense of unease welling up. Zhang Yang looked up, his voice filled with doubt. Dad, what's wrong? I passed level 18, he hesitated, then continued. This is the best result in the Washoe military zone for 2 years. You're the first. Why isn't anyone congratulating you? He looked at the leaderboard, only to see a line of text. At this moment he was at level 19. Zhang Meng was startled, stammering, Wait, Yi Ning is at level 19? He turned to his son, his voice trembling. Just before you came out, he passed level 19 in only 3 seconds. Zhang Yang heard this. Blood rushed to his head and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? How could he rush to level 19? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You're mistaken. Yi Ning has reached level 19. Although the crowd was also dumbfounded, the fact had been confirmed. From level 15, Yi Ning was like a changed person, conquering 1 level every minute, comparable to Zhang Yang's speed in the first 10 levels. No, impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type. I have sulfur monosulfide rank talent. Zhang Yang roared, his eyes bloodshot. Were those who sacrificed for me just a joke? Haha. Seeing his son fall into despair, Zhang Meng quickly comforted him. Son, don't be like this. You must never doubt your potential. This time was just too rushed. 1 failure means nothing, and you might not be worse than Yi Ning. As long as we're fully prepared, you'll definitely be able to pass level 19 too. But as soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue suddenly erupted in shouts of surprise. Yi Ning, he has already passed level 20. Someone shouted, Level 20? Isn't that entering the global top 10? Yang Guoping anxiously immediately ordered his subordinates, Quickly go notify the Grand Commander of Daxia. The soldier responded resolutely. Yes, sir. He turned around, his voice filled with excitement. General Yang, such a genius, such a miracle. The high-level leaders of Daxia must be present. Inside the arena, Yi Ning stood at level 21, looking sharply at the monster in front of him. From level 30 onwards, all monsters are tier 3 mutants, fierce and unpredictable. It is indeed a challenge to fight them alone without enchanted equipment or powerful skills. He frowned slightly, converting 5 points of willpower attribute to agility. His body immediately became light as wind, skillfully dodging the poisonous smoke sprayed by the monster. But he mumbled to himself, even if it can't catch up to my speed, just escaping without attacking won't win. It's probably impossible to defeat it without taking damage. He decided to stop it from spraying poison first, leapt up, activated 5 points of willpower attribute conversion to strength and cleaved with his sword, severing the monster's poison gland. 5 points of willpower are still too little, he mumbled. Strength, agility, and constitution cannot reach their peak simultaneously. This is truly troublesome. Fortunately, the monster temporarily couldn't spray poison. He accumulated psionic energy, focused his strength into one sword strike, aiming at the monster's neck. The blade shimmered, cleaving the monster's head in two. As he landed, the notification sounded. Level 21 successfully cleared. Battle begins in 1 minute, please prepare. He breathed a sigh of relief and gently smiled. Whoosh, finally done. HMPH, next I can use ultimate moves to quickly finish it. Outside the venue, the crowd was buzzing, and Vice Commander Wong and committee member Hu appeared. Fang Hao, the Vice Commander, walked in excitedly saying, "What's the situation now? It's just 1 minute past level 21 and he hasn't come out yet. Not bad, he can still continue." Before he finished speaking, the clamor erupted again. Daxia, Yi Ning just passed level 22. Chairman Fang, Yi Ning passed again. That's level 22. Someone exclaimed. Level 22, that means he's entered the global top 3. Fang Hao was overjoyed. But the pressure he inadvertently exuded shook the entire venue. Someone quickly advised, "Commander Fang, please don't get too excited, otherwise your psionic energy fluctuations will be unbearable for others." Fang Hao awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I lost my composure. Back in the day I was also considered an elite of Daxia, and it took me half an hour of desperate effort to barely pass level 21, yet Yi Ning passed level 22 in just 1 minute. How did he do it?" Hu Jiping pondered and analyzed. It's strange, before level 15 Yi Ning's performance was indeed very ordinary. But from level 15 onwards his speed suddenly soared, almost 1 level per minute, but then at level 21 he slowed down, taking about 10 minutes. Level 22 was cleared in an instant. This is completely abnormal. He paused, his voice low. "I heard he's a willpower type. Is this information problematic? After all, some people would stoop to despicable means for power struggles. Petty tricks every day can be forgiven. But whoever dares to offend the nation will not be easily let off." These words carried profound meaning, making Zhang Meng's face pale, secretly thinking, "Chairman Fang, are you implying something about me? Although I did let Tang Zhen pull some strings, I really didn't forcibly obtain or forge information." Yang Guoping interjected, his voice worried. "It's almost a minute now, and Yi Ning still hasn't come out. Should he continue? I heard that after level 22 you have to face tier 3 mutants alone. Trials are different from battlefields. No enchanted equipment or skills can be used, only one's own abilities." Inside the arena, Yi Ning calmly unleashed Heaven's Trajectory gleaming, splitting the monster in two. A notification sounded. Level 23 cleared. Fang Hao almost leapt up, shouting, "Level 23 cleared. A previous global first place only reached level 23. At Yi Ning's speed, isn't he about to surpass it?" Everyone echoed in unison. "That's right. Now Yi Ning has firmly secured the global first place." Zhang Meng stood there, sweating profusely, his whole body trembling with excitement. The title of global first, now there was no longer any dispute. Fang Hao's eyes welled up with tears and he choked out, "If I'm not mistaken, 37 years have passed and North W, the top strength type in the North American region, has always dominated the leaderboard, and the last time our Daxia entered the top 10 was more than a decade ago." Another person then added excitedly, "That's right, now our Daxia has finally been vindicated. Quickly report this news to the Supreme Commander. Yi Ning deserves the highest level of treatment. Get ready. After he comes out we'll have a good chat." Commander Fang responded resolutely. "Yes sir." The crowd had gathered in front of the teleportation gate, waiting tensely, but almost a minute passed, and Yi Ning still hadn't appeared. "Why isn't he out yet? Is he already this strong and still wants to continue?" Someone shouted worriedly. "If the next level opens he won't be able to escape. Tier 3 intermediate mutants are about to appear and that will no longer be a simple challenge." Fang Hao was stunned, turning to Yang Guoping, his voice urgent, "Quick, find a way to notify Yi Ning. Tell him to come out immediately. No need to take any more risks. Quickly call the medical team over." But he shook his head helplessly. "The trial tower has blocked all communications. We can't contact him." Fang Hao mumbled almost despairingly, "Little ancestor, please don't be impulsive. Don't go in any further. One mistake will ruin everything." Time passed second by second, and the entire venue held its breath, the tension suffocating. Suddenly, a notification sounded. "Trial participant Yi Ning has completed the strength trial." The crowd cheered, but then they were confused. "Where did he go? Why didn't he come out? The trial is over." Yang Guoping replied with a hint of surprise in his tone. "He doesn't seem to have left. Instead, he continued to participate in the speed trial." He explained that global notifications are only released when contestants completely leave. The speed trial teleportation gate has opened. Contestants are preparing. Inside the arena, Yi Ning pondered. Although he really wanted to challenge a few more levels in the strength trial, level 23 was already enough to rank first. "Then let's forget it. I'll save Dimensional Slash and Sky Shatter for later trials. That'll be safer." He clearly remembered the hidden rules. For awakened ones, if they participate in consecutive trials, the results accumulate. If they leave midway, the additional rewards will be lost. I must get this reward. A notification sounded. "The Maze Monster Agility trial will begin in 1 minute. Speed will be assessed based on completion time. There will be monster attacks. No counterattacks are allowed, only agile dodging. Reaching the exit completes the trial, and the faster the speed, the greater the reward." Yi Ning glanced at the global leaderboard. Currently, the top spot was held by Fujiyama Mion from Japan. With a time of 1 minute and 9 seconds in the TAE Young War Zone, he murmured. Mia possesses the rare talent of object fusion, allowing her to merge into walls and dash forward unimpeded. Guys, on the other hand, possesses exceptional computational abilities, enabling him to accurately dodge all paths. He sighed. The global top 10 are all sulfur monosulfide rank, and with just willpower conversion and a few speed points, it's hard for me to compete outside. S-rank agility-type prodigy Huang Lingyu stared intently at the leaderboard. Her gaze was sharp, even though she was displeased that all attention was focused on Yi Ning. After all, Daxia's most outstanding elites had gathered, and Zhang Yang had been utterly defeated by Yi Ning. If I can surpass him in this challenge, I can at least secure second place, or even contend for the top spot. A notification sounded. Agility trial begins. Please proceed quickly to the exit. Huang Lingyu immediately rushed out, muttering to herself, "This way I can also bring glory to our elite safety zone." But as she ran, she found the maze more complex than expected and impenetrable. With her ability, taking the right path was the best option. Although it was a bit roundabout, this was her most confident speed. Relying on her S-rank agility talent, she easily dodged the mutant surprise attack. Meanwhile, Yi Ning ran and analyzed. Although this maze is complex, judging by the completion times on the leaderboard, its area might not be large. If I rush to the center at full speed and then use dimensional slash, I can instantly teleport to the exit, he frowned. How annoying. The closer I get to the center, the more mutated monsters there are. Fortunately, with the muscle memory from my previous life, I dodged most of the attacks. The battles of those years had long ingrained this ability in me. At the same time, Huang Lingyu faced an octopus monster and exclaimed, "What the hell is this thing? These mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with." She activated Gale, her speed soaring, and used the octopus as a springboard to dash out. But immediately after, another one appeared, its tentacles waving. "Damn it. Is there another one?" She continued to use Gale, but was hit by a tentacle, her body trembling slightly from a minor injury. Running out of strength, I must be faster. The exit is just ahead. I must surpass Yi Lin. In the center of the war zone, ferocious water monsters blocked the way. He finally reached the hot zone. The scene was chaotic like a battlefield, the roars deafening. Without hesitation, he activated dimensional slash and dashed towards the exit like lightning. Everyone outside stared at the screen, but the view inside was completely obscured. This speed challenge made everyone hold their breath. Chairman Fang, don't worry, the agility challenge will have results soon. It will take 3 to 5 minutes at most to get the results. Yi Ning showed astonishing control in the strength test, but a proud genius like him can easily be frustrated by failure. The crowd suddenly stirred, pointing at Zhang Yang, who was a living embodiment of collapse. He stood there, his gaze hollow, as if the whole world had abandoned him. Yang Guoping quickly spoke. "Yi Ning is a willpower type, it shouldn't be that bad." At this moment, Zhang Yang turned to his father, his voice trembling. "Dad, will he lose this time? Will he lose? Will he lose? He will lose. He will definitely lose. He's going to perform terribly this time." Suddenly, the signal on the screen flickered. "Ha, did someone pass so quickly? Is it our Huang Lingyu? She's the most talented person in this batch of challengers. She passed in just 1 minute. Didn't someone else just get on the leaderboard?" The result showed 1 minute and 8 seconds. Zhang Yang's face turned livid with anger upon seeing it, and he almost collapsed. Yi Ning was truly unbelievable, taking global first place with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. "This kid is amazing. Do you have any other surprises we don't know about?" Huang Lingyu emerged from the challenge with several minor injuries. No challenger had appeared yet, including Yi Ning. She proudly announced, "Although I didn't particularly stand out this time, I should at least make it into the world's top 20, right?" But when her gaze landed on the leaderboard and saw Yi Ning at the top with a time of 1 minute and 8 seconds, she exclaimed, "I lost, and the gap is even bigger than between Zhang Yang and him." Huang Lingyu was so shocked she felt as if all her strength had been drained. Her father quickly ran to comfort her. Suddenly the crowd stirred. "Lingyu, look, the commander is here." They saw Daxia's supreme commander Li Zongguo for the first time. Yi Ning had already caused a sensation with a global first-place finish in the agility challenge. Fang Hao quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Oh, where did he go?" "He has already chosen to continue with the Constitution challenge." Yang Guoping, quickly destroy the system for me and get him out. The crowd was shocked, but Li Zongguo burst into laughter. "I see everyone seems too tense, so I made a joke. Ha ha ha. This kid Yi Ning is truly a prodigy, let's observe calmly." Aha, Fang Hao thought. The commander's joke really came at the right time, making everyone even more tense. The Constitution Challenge notification lit up. The first place in Southeast Asia was Yap with an endurance value of 1.3 tons. George, ranked 1000th in South America, only reached 0.7 tons, almost twice Yap's. This astonishing gap was breathtaking, as if Yap possessed the vitality of 2 people. This challenge simulated a regional battlefield, with mutated monster levels increasing with city zones. Participants could only defend, not attack. The more damage absorbed within the time limit, the higher the score. The challenge lasted 10 minutes, but quitting early meant failure. Monsters swarmed with only small creatures in the starting area. The deeper one went, the more terrifying the levels became. To achieve a good score, he had to actively enter dangerous zones. He converted his willpower attribute to agility, and quickly entered the Fallen Heaven zone, activated by Tier 3 mutants. He defended for a few seconds, confident his endurance value was sufficient to pass. Outside, Li Zongguo asked Fang Hao, "Do you think Yi Ning can take first place in the Constitution Challenge?" Fang Hao cautiously replied, "Commander, although I also very much wish to see such a perfect miracle, objectively speaking, it might be impossible. As you know, Constitution talent, unlike other types, cannot be directly discerned from physical appearance. For example, General Qin Feng and General Zhang Hai are both burly in appearance, but Yi Ning doesn't seem to fit that standard." Li Zongguo laughed heartily. "Haozi, you're always too cautious with your words," he continued. "Did you theoretically predict before that Yi Ning could take first place in both strength and agility? This time I'll set an example for you. I dare say Yi Ning will not only take first place, but he will also be the first to reach the legendary level of the seed. Even if I'm wrong, it's just being proven wrong. What's the big deal?" Fang Hao shook his head. "Commander Yi, please stop." On the second layer of the peak he skillfully weaved through the horde of beasts, attempting to go deeper. The goal was within reach, but the danger here made him hesitate, not easy to overcome. Although he tried to dodge, the monster's fierce attacks still hit him, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. Suddenly a monster lifted its massive foot, preparing to stomp down. Amidst the dust he could only roll and dodge, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Just then, another monster took advantage of his exposed weakness, striking his left arm, causing his sword to fly out of his hand. "Damn it, my left hand can't fight anymore," he cursed silently in great pain. "I must retreat from the second layer of the peak before things get worse." He immediately called out, "Li Fugi, help me retrieve my sword." "Yes, master," Li Fugi replied, quickly reporting. "There's a strength-type giant elephant ahead on the second layer of the peak. Its trunk is its main weapon. Perhaps that can be exploited to pass." Without hesitation he leapt up, observing keenly, "If I can find its weakness, I'll pass this area in an astonishing way," he muttered to himself. When the giant elephant's trunk swung over, he quickly switched to a defensive stance, his body as if enveloped in an invisible armor. The giant elephant's mighty blow sent him flying, but fortunately he flew over other monsters and landed on the third layer of the peak. "I succeeded," he sighed with relief, but his body was already exhausted. "My constitution is still too weak. If I continue, I definitely won't be able to escape unscathed." Just then, a gigantic worm-like monster burrowed out of the ground, letting out a threatening roar. "Next is the Fallen Heaven trial," he murmured, gripping his sword. The monster's sharp teeth lunged at him, filling him with an instant surge of emotion. He moved decisively, raised his sword, activated psionic Fallen Heaven, forming a protective barrier around his entire body. Although sharp teeth pierced the barrier, it remained unbreakable. "As expected, I can always trust the system's SSS rank sword skill," he mused, gaining more confidence. His endurance value soared from 1.03 tons to 1.15, then 1.23 tons, and continued to climb, far exceeding the previous global first record. But why did 10 minutes feel like a century? The protective shield began to crack, and his psionic energy was depleted, unable to sustain it further. He immediately used jump and quick attack effects, but could not attack the mutated monster. When the protective shield shattered, he quickly created distance, leaping up to dodge the pursuit. Just then, a notification sounded. 10-minute challenge time has ended. "Do you want to quit?" He pressed the continue notification without hesitation. Yi Ning's endurance value reached 1.74 tons. The people outside were incredibly shocked. This value was 30 higher than Anna's, an absolute crushing victory. "First in 3 categories, this is a miracle," someone shrieked. Li Zongguo feigned a cough. Ahem, I suspect there's something wrong with Yi Ning. Perhaps he's not human but a god," another voice interjected. "Ha ha ha ha. I was afraid you were too tense. I was just making a joke." Laughter broke out, and the atmosphere eased a little. "Commander, you're at it again," everyone said in unison. Meanwhile he was alone inside, preparing for the final willpower challenge. "Although my left hand is temporarily unusable, fortunately this challenge doesn't require combat," he muttered to himself, trying to adjust his state. But a sudden notification sounded. "Please complete preparations within 1 minute, otherwise it will be considered a forfeiture." He frowned. "It seems the system doesn't allow rest if I want to get the hidden reward. Then let's begin. This is my home ground." System notification. "Please select trial method. 1. Normal willpower trial. Use ordinary skills to fight. Results based on time taken to defeat enemies in 7 rounds. 2. Special willpower trial. No skills used, relying solely on talent abilities. Enemies generated from memory. Completion of 7 rounds passes the trial. In my previous life I chose the normal method to upgrade, but now with skills on cooldown and my left hand unable to fight, I can only choose the special trial," he murmured. He pressed confirm and the special trial activated. Round 1 he appeared in Tianfeng's safety zone. The realism was chilling. A familiar voice rang out. "Yi Ning, you've come just in time. Hurry. The Tianfeng zombie tide is raging. Come fight with me outside the city." But when Uncle Xiao's hand tried to touch him, he turned and dodged, his gaze sharp, and pierced the opponent with his sword. "My sincerest apologies, Uncle Xiao," he said in a low voice. What do you mean by that?" Uncle Xiao looked bewildered. "You're a monster generated from my memories, trying to make me feel guilty to test my willpower," he replied, walking towards the newly appeared teleportation gate. "Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry." Though his heart fluttered slightly, he didn't stop. In the next round, Chen Zhao cried out as she was seized by a monster below. Chen Yang roared, "Chen Zhao, hold on!" Seeing him, Chen Yang turned and shouted, "Yi Ning, help me quickly. Chen Zhao is trapped by the mutated beast." "Chen Yang, I have never asked anyone for help in my life, Please take my sister, I will stop this mutant. He gripped his sword, his gaze firm, ready for the next challenge. Rushing forward decisively, Yi Ning swung his sword directly at Chen Zhao and the monster holding her captive. Chen Yang cried out in agony, Yi Ning, why are you doing this? He didn't stop, turned, and with a flash of his sword cut down Chen Yang as well. Although their brotherly bond momentarily stirred him, he coldly muttered to himself, though your fraternal love is touching, it's not enough to sway me. My apologies. The next teleportation gate appeared. He walked forward, his voice full of provocation. Come on, scum. Entering a new round, a soft yet seductive voice spoke. Didn't you say you wanted me? I can't resist now anyway, and I have no protective barrier, so I'll give you a chance. His lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp. Perhaps for many willpower types, this would be a great challenge. But for me, it's even easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, I killed Lin Lan without any qualms. A sword strike, swift as lightning, and Lin Lan fell. He walked calmly, muttering, the system really underestimated me, Yi Ning, in this round. In the next round, a girl appeared, her voice soft yet meaningful. Yi Ning. Although I seem casual normally, it's just my way of deliberately annoying my dad. Today is the first time. I hope it's Yan Yuqing, he replied in a low voice, thanking her for her kindness. But please close your eyes, this is the greatest respect I can show you. One sword strike and blood gushed, staining the entire room red. He entered the next round without looking back. A new room appeared, with shattered windows and a cold wind blowing in. A warm voice spoke. Don't be afraid, children. Teacher is here. Teacher will surely lead you away. Yi Ning suddenly stopped, realizing he was in the body of a 14-year-old boy. Was this the classroom from back then? The sounds outside grew louder, stirring up painful memories. That time, the teacher and all the classmates died, only I survived. That was also the last time I saw Wang Zhen. She shared half a biscuit with me, while she herself was hungry. Wang Zhen appeared, her voice trembling. Yi Ning, will you protect me? You will take me to a safe place, won't you? He looked at her, his heart aching. I really want to take you and everyone with me, but regret is just regret in the end. I no longer have the chance to truly change things. He pushed her hand away, his gaze firm. Wang Zhen panicked. Yi Ning, what are you saying? He didn't let emotion get the better of him, firmly clutching her neck, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. With a snap, Wang Zhen fell. The surrounding crowd shrieked. Ah, Yi Ning strangled Wang Zhen. He's mutated too. Run. He picked up a shard from the ground, his gaze cold. Not a single spiritual entity will be left. Sword after sword, no one survived. The teleportation gate opened again. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry everyone, no matter how cruel it is, I can only keep moving forward. If there's an afterlife, he continued, his heart heavy. In the 6th round, his younger sister Shaoan appeared, crying and looking at their mother. Mom, what's wrong with you? He thought. Friendship, love, now family ties. How cruel must this trial become before it stops? Shaoan saw him, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, have you come back, Mama? Mama? She rushed over and hugged him tightly. Brother, I'm so scared. He gently replied. Shaoan, don't be afraid, big brother is here. But as his gaze fell upon their mother, a hand suddenly struck his abdomen. A sharp stab pierced through and he recoiled, blood soaking his clothes. Shaoan stepped forward, her voice choked. Brother, why aren't you hugging Shaoan? Did Shaoan do something wrong? Did I make big brother angry? That blow seemed to pull him out of his illusion. I'm sorry, Shaoan, big brother was wrong. Please don't be mad at big brother, okay? He said, clutching his throbbing wound, his gaze fixed on his mother. Shaoan, Mama's Shaoan. Ning Shi, why are you like this? His mother's voice rang out, but he knew it was just a false memory. Tears streaming, he whispered, Mama, I'm sorry, truly sorry. One sword ended it all, having killed even his loved ones. Only the final round remained. He roared, Challenge system, what other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Suddenly, he felt his body lose control and fall, and surge of energy engulfing him in deep water. Am I dead? He thought, his consciousness fading, but calls echoed from a distance. Yi Ning, wake up. You succeeded, wake up, we need you. When Yi Ning opened his eyes, the soft light of a hospital ceiling met his gaze. Around him, familiar faces cheered. He's awake, he's finally awake. He frowned, his mind a blur. Where was this? What happened to me? Wasn't I in the middle of a Tier 3 willpower trial? Someone held his hand, their voice full of emotion. Yi Ning, you succeeded. You fell into a coma after breaking through to Tier 4. We were so worried about you. Thankfully you're awake. We see hope now. Tier 4 coma, he murmured, struggling to sort through his jumbled memories. What are you talking about? Did I return to my previous life before the capital fell? He examined his body. His left hand was fully recovered. The wound on his abdomen was gone, as if it had never existed. Not only that, a surge of power coursed through him, stronger than ever before, spreading like a tidal wave to his limbs. Is this the power of Tier 4? Even a Tier 3 peak couldn't possibly resist, he marveled secretly. General Li Yan approached, his voice urgent. We finally have hope. The front line is about to fall. That Tier 4 mutated monster has already led its army through our defenses. Yi Ning, how are you now? Can you still fight? If you need rest, we'll buy you time. These words confused him further. What was going on? Wasn't he already dead when he faced the Tier 4 mutated monster before? He recalled no, he wasn't dead. He was saved by several Tier 3s who risked their lives, and he had forcefully broken through his willpower core, ascending to Tier 4 before falling into a coma. But why did this memory contradict the present? Was this a side effect of the forced breakthrough, or was his rebirth merely a dream during his coma? His mind was a mess, unable to distinguish reality from dream. The aura bursting from his body made Li Yan raise his hand to stop him, saying in a deep voice, Yi Ning, you haven't controlled your new power yet, don't force it. Rest well, only when you recover your combat strength will we have hope. He turned to the others. Everyone follow me to the front line, try to buy Yi Ning some time to recover. He took a deep breath and told himself, I must calm down, I must be even calmer. To find out the truth I must at least leave this room first. Outside, the front line was already in chaos. The underground shelter was the last safe haven, but the crowd was packed together, screaming for help. Let me in first. With an elderly mother above and young children below, monsters surged from the front line, attacking mercilessly. An awakened one roared, Get out of the way, I'm an awakened one. Whoever dares to stop me dies. You foolish commoners dare to block the way, truly deserving of death, all of you get out, another echoed. You awakened ones are the hope of humanity. Ordinary people are useless even if they live. Suddenly, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, eliminating these 2 chaotic awakened ones. The crowd looked up in astonishment. Yi Ning floated in the air, his oppressive aura radiating like a storm. His voice echoed coldly, Everyone act in order. Anyone who kills each other again will be treated as a monster. He looked up at the sky, which was densely packed with flying monsters. The Lingwei sword glowed in his hand, sharp sword light continuously striking down the incoming monsters. The power of Tier 4 was so real and strong, he thought to himself, feeling nothing was impossible. It was time to head to the front line and face that Tier 4 mutated monster again. On the front line, a scene of devastation unfolded, with people scattering in terror, screams rising and falling. Brothers, follow me to plug the gap. But the monsters were unstoppable, mercilessly crushing the awakened ones. A warrior gritted his teeth. Even after losing his limbs, he bit the monster's body with his teeth. He roared, Don't think only you can bite. Even without hands and feet, we still have mouths. Another laughed heartily, saying before falling, Haha, enough, your meat truly stinks. Even on the brink of death, an indomitable will still burned. Humanity will always exist. Brothers, our commander has fallen. We must be like him. Even if we die, we must die on the charge. In the distance, others rushed over, their voices filled with determination. Everyone, we only have one chance to act. If we can kill this Tier 4 monster, even if only severely wounded, we still have hope against the zombie horde if we fail. Commander, even if we fail, there's still Yi Ning. Humanity still has hope, one person laughed bitterly. Haha, if there were a regret potion in the world, I'd have a house full of children and grandchildren by now, another spoke. Alright, stop thinking so much, we're almost at the monster. Prepare to attack. In the sky, the Tier 4 monster stood majestically. The crowd shouted, forming ranks, pointing directly at the monster's head, preparing for the final battle. Under the brilliant sky, cheers deafened. The strongest warriors of Daxia simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, their momentum as if to overturn mountains and rivers. Sun-piercing arrow, chaos slash, wondrous heavens opening, dazzling ultimate moves tore through space, pointing directly at the Tier 4 mutated monster, but its huge eyes flickered with terrifying energy. The warriors combined their efforts for a final strike, but with a flash of light the monster deftly dodged. I dodged, one person roared in despair. Immediately after, the monster activated its control ability and everyone instantly fell, unable to resist. Damn it, why is the gap so huge? The last person was choked by it, their eyes slowly dimming. On the ground, the faint hope of the crowd was shattered. A trembling voice rang out, They're dead, all dead in less than 3 seconds. This time we're really doomed. Why is this happening? In the monitoring room, Daxia's interim commander Chu Tian along with Li Zongguo and various generals watched the surging energy on the screen. Chu Tian gave the order, Notify Yi Ning to lead the last group to break through and retreat, protecting the spark of hope. We will make one last global call, then end everything. But just then a scream rang out, Wait, Commander, look, it's Yi Ning. In the sky, Yi Ning charged directly at the Tier 4 monster, his momentum like a storm. We meet again, Tier 4 mutated monster, he said coldly. The pressure he emitted sent lower tier monsters fleeing in panic. Below, the crowd cheered excitedly. He's here. Yi Ning has appeared. Look, under Yi Ning's pressure, the zombie horde is retreating. The warriors shouted, Brothers, charge. But the Tier 4 monster remained motionless, which made Yi Ning slightly puzzled. The zombie horde retreated, but the Tier 4 mutant stayed put. He asked himself, his gaze sharp. Even with his Tier 4 power, he couldn't create this situation. If all of this was just an illusion, if this was the Tier 3 trial after his rebirth, what should he do to pass? He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his mind in chaos. Could killing this monster end the grievances of his previous life? The crowd was still cheering. Lord Yi Ning, please make your move while it hasn't retaliated. Act quickly, another person shouted. You are our last hope. As long as you are willing, this disaster will end and everything will return to normal, right? Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his gaze firm. Whether this was a trial or not, as long as he killed this monster with one sword, the regrets in his heart would be released. But just then 2 familiar figures appeared and a warm voice rang out, Ning Shi, what are you still hesitating for? Kill it quickly and our family will never be separated again, brother. If you kill that monster, we can live happily together. Shaolin and his mother stood there, their eyes full of anticipation. He stopped, a pang in his heart. The system had truly gone to great lengths to force him to act, he muttered. I think I understand what the final test of this willpower trial is. If everyone wants it to end, then let it end. Outside in the monitoring room, everyone watched the screen anxiously. It's almost 9 o'clock, why hasn't Yi Ning come out yet? Fang Hao frowned. He always passed stages quickly before. Did something happen? Hu Jiping reassured. He should be fine. If Yi Ning chose the first option, he would pass easily and wouldn't lose skills. If he chose the second option, as long as he firmly believes in his will, he will be fine. Regardless of the option, there should theoretically be no problem, unless the first 3 rounds exhausted him too much. Everyone nodded. Then let's just keep waiting. Suddenly, Zhang Ming stood up, his voice serious. Everyone, perhaps Yi Ning hasn't passed yet because of another possibility. Chu Tian frowned. Zhang Meng, what do you mean? Speak frankly if you have something to say. Zhang Meng said in a deep voice, Commander, my conjecture concerns national interests. I suggest you issue the highest order to cut off all communications to ensure no information leaks. All personnel present must also undergo first-level monitoring. Chu Tian was stunned. What exactly are you trying to say? The cost of a lockdown is so immense, Zhang Meng said firmly. If what I say is irrelevant, I am willing to be punished and resign. Chu Tian nodded, giving the order. Immediately lock down the area. Activate Level 1 security mode. A layer of energy shield appeared, covering the entire area. Zhang Meng continued, Commander, I believe Yi Ning's ability to top all 3 rankings is not only due to his talent, but also possibly because he discovered a system loophole. No matter how powerful one's strength or constitution, no one can pass the willpower trial based solely on their own abilities. This is the only way to explain why Yi Ning, who were originally the strongest, encountered difficulties in this trial. Under sharp gazes, Fang Hao turned to face Zhang Meng, his tone full of provocation. Zhang Meng, you're threatening us. Don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten 16 years ago, there was an awakened one from the North American region who had the talent to temporarily replicate system items. Although the replicated items had no effect, they were accepted by dungeon NPCs. With this ability he almost maximized his gains from all large dungeons, acquiring enormous resources. It wasn't until he inadvertently exposed his true strength within the system that he was discovered and eliminated. He paused, a resolute glint in his eyes. From then on, we realized that even those nearly divine systems could make mistakes. My father was right. Yi Ning must have found a loophole. I'm not useless, I've never lost to him. Zhang Meng pondered for a moment, then said seriously, Commander, if Yi Ning can come out, I suggest you interrogate him directly. If we can replicate his ability, our Washa military zone will achieve an unimaginable leap. He paused, his tone becoming more cautious. Commander, isn't it too early to jump to conclusions? Yi Ning's life and death are unknown inside. Are we to capture and torture him after he barely emerges? That would be disheartening. Another voice rang out, interrupting the argument. Stop arguing, I have my own plans. Let's wait for Yi Ning to come out safely first. Inside the dungeon, Yi Ning stood proudly, his sword pointed directly at the Tier 4 monster. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Lord Yi Ning, kill it, brother, kill it, Ning Shi, kill it. He silently sheathed his sword, his gaze firm. I'm sorry, I don't think everyone should wallow in past failures and then imagine how to make amends. No matter how beautiful the past and future, I don't want to live in a false illusion. Then he stabbed himself with his sword. No matter how cruel and difficult reality is, I will face it again and change it. Because only looking forward is real. He gritted his teeth, his voice low like a vow. Undeniably, in my previous life I lost utterly. Although I was always afraid of failing again, in this life I will tear you apart. Suddenly a huge energy ball erupted, spreading from Yi Ning to the entire area. The system notification rang out coldly. Willpower trial ended. Current global ranking first. After passing the challenge, special rewards will be announced globally. The system continued to list attribute settlements. Strength trial ranked first, gained an additional 3 strength attributes, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. Constitution trial ranked first, gained an additional 3 constitution attributes, doubled upon advancing to Tier 3, totaling 68 points. Comprehensive ranking first, gained 10 all attribute rewards. All attributes increased to 78 points. The system continuously notified, talent enhancement obtained, fury, overload agility, indomitable constitution, and imposing willpower. Equipment settlement reward, completed hidden challenge, gained 4,000 reputation points. Obtained the honorary title, perfect being, grants exemption from system A rank privilege transactions when worn. Yi Ning stood firm despite the excruciating pain from his broken arm. Choice obtained, 4 blue-grade equipment or 1 epic-grade equipment. Special items obtained, epic rebirth potion, epic time key, talent reward summary, SSS rank willpower talent upgraded to psychic storm. System detailed description, psychic storm, gain 100 attribute amplification for 3 seconds, possesses telekinetic control, psychic defense field, and chaotic thought skills. Cooldown 24 hours. Yi Ning exited the dungeon, his broken arm dangling. The crowd erupted. He's out. Yi Ning's trial is complete. World number 1 is still world number 1. He's the only pure willpower type to pass the Tier 3 trial. But Yi Ning was still in pain. The cumulative burden of the dungeon seemed to have pushed him beyond his limits. A dazzling light erupted and a global notification echoed. Trial tower ranking updated. Yi Ning ranks first in all 4 categories. Everyone was incredibly shocked. Washa's Yi Ning is global number 1. Hearing the news, Yi Ning smiled weakly, collapsed to the ground and whispered, HMPH, this damn system didn't waste my desperate efforts. The crowd rushed over in a panic. Yi Ning, where's the medical team? Don't just stand there, save him. A doctor quickly examined Yi Ning's condition, then reported, Commander, Deputy Commander, please rest assured he is not seriously affected, only a broken left arm plus excessive exhaustion of physical and willpower. He will fully recover after a few days of rest. Fang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, Phew, that's good, you scared me senseless. Zhang Meng snorted coldly in his heart, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Global first, yet only minor injuries, how can it be that simple? He immediately spoke, his tone sharp. Commander, you should carefully consider my previous conjecture. I suggest forcibly waking Yi Ning with mental power and interrogating him immediately. These words infuriated Fang Hao. He stepped forward and roared, Zhang Meng, don't go too far. You want to lay a hand on Yi Ning? You'll have to get past me first. Zhang Meng's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone cold. What, Commander Fang, do you not want to act for the greater good of the nation, but merely on emotion? If my conjecture is correct, Yi Ning is merely a sacrificial pawn. Hu Jiping quickly intervened, his tone steady. Commander, I don't approve of this. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of error, the consequences would be extremely severe. Li Zongguo nodded, indicating agreement. That's right. Commander, Yi Ning has performed exceptionally. We shouldn't doubt him. Doing so would not only deeply dishearten Yi Ning but also affect the future of all Daxia. After a period of contemplation, Li Zongguo ordered. 3 days, let's wait 3 days and see if he wakes up. All right, he immediately added. Take him away, treat him carefully, there must be no mistakes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng's lips curled into a cunning smile. 3 days, I'd like to see if you even dare to wake up Yi Ning. Soon after, a crowd gathered around Yi Ning's wheelchair, their eyes filled with worry. A subordinate reported. Commander, over 117 countries have contacted us, asking about Yi Ning's condition. How should we respond? 3 days passed, and Daxia's best doctors confirmed that Yi Ning's vital signs remained stable and all his wounds had healed. But he just wouldn't wake up, perhaps, Zhang Meng speculated, mostly due to a guilty conscience merely faking unconsciousness. Zhang Meng immediately seized the opportunity, his tone full of calculation. I suggest we immediately proceed with a mental interrogation of Yi Ning. Fang Hao immediately objected, his voice like a bell. I disagree, we already agreed to 3 days, what are you trying to do? Zhang Meng turned to the crowd and coldly ordered, Guards, prepare the equipment, begin the mental torture of Yi Ning immediately. The equipment was quickly brought over. Fang Hao rushed forward to block it, shouting loudly, No, Commander, we cannot treat Yi Ning like this. Zhang Meng sneered. Deputy Commander Fang, are you trying to rebel? Just then, Li Zongguo sighed, making a difficult decision. Haozi, I don't want this either, but this concerns national interest. Everyone stand aside. The equipment was placed on Yi Ning. Zhang Meng stood there, a triumphant and sickening expression in his eyes. But just as the equipment touched Yi Ning's head, he suddenly opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, causing the machine to fall off him. He asked blankly, Where am I? The crowd cheered excitedly. He's awake. He's awake, thank goodness, he's finally awake. Fang Hao immediately rushed forward, smashing the equipment, his voice trembling with anger. He's awake, that's good. Stop these ridiculous things at once. Yi Ning looked around, his gaze stopping on the machines, and asked doubtfully, I'd like to ask what this is. It doesn't look like medical equipment at all. Li Zongguo stepped forward and clearly introduced, Yi Ning, I am Li Zongguo, the Supreme Commander of Daxia. This is Fang Hao, Deputy Commander, whom you haven't met before. This is Committee Member Hu Jiping and General Zhang Meng, whom you've already met. Yi Ning nodded slightly, removing the cap from his head. His eyes sharp. Oh, so that's it, he thought. These people haven't even had a chance to congratulate me on waking up, and the first thing they do is interrogate me, even planning to torture me. How ridiculous. But he knew his sword god system must never be exposed or he would be annihilated. He spoke calmly. Committee member Hu, doesn't the army know my talent? Hu Jiping stammered, while Zhang Meng's face darkened, his tone sharp. Yi Ning, we suspect there's an anomaly in your trial results. Did you exploit a loophole to win? This matter is extremely important, and I expect your cooperation. Do not attempt to conceal anything or else. Yi Ning cut him off, his voice cold. A loophole? Are you suspecting me? Do you think I cheated? Li Zongguo quickly interjected to soothe him. Yi Ning, it's not like that. Please listen to our explanation, he continued, his tone gentle but firm. I apologize. We are only speculating that you might have exploited a loophole, as your achievements are truly astonishing. Firstly, we are extremely pleased that you have brought such honor to Daxia. Secondly, I hope you can understand that if you indeed exploited a loophole, then this loophole would be an invaluable treasure for Daxia. Li Zongguo emphasized, In the name of the Supreme Commander, I guarantee that as long as you admit it, you will still retain your top rank. But Zhang Meng interjected, his tone full of provocation. Enough, Yi Ning, you're talking too much nonsense. Can't you control your tongue? Upon hearing this, Yi Ning cursed inwardly, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Yi Ning held tightly to the secret of the sword god system, he thought. They clearly suspect I have a guilty conscience, but the commander still wants to crown me first. Wouldn't all my efforts be in vain then? He sneered inwardly, a cold glint in his eyes. Although Zhang Meng is a troublemaker, I understand the considerations of those in power, but humanity has truly disappointed me. He made up his mind. This time they suspect a talent loophole, but I absolutely cannot let the tragedy of my previous life repeat. His tone was resolute. Yi Ning announced, All right, I'll tell you what that loophole is right now. He turned to Fang Hao, decisively ordering, Deputy Commander Fang, please get me a talent detection crystal, the highest grade one. Fang Hao immediately nodded. Yes, I'll go at once. Zhang Meng's lips curled into a sneer. He could just open his system panel in a few seconds, but instead he wants to look for a crystal ball. Does he want to prove he's an all-rounder? Even if he reached sulfur monosulfide rank in all types, he couldn't display such heaven-defying strength. No matter the outcome of this test, it won't prove he didn't exploit a loophole. Yi Ning turned coldly, his voice low but sharp. General Zhang Meng, is that right? After I've been tested, if you still have doubts, you can come talk to me again. In the distance, Fang Hao brought over a huge crystal shimmering with mystical light. This was the highest grade talent detection crystal. Yi Ning walked up, placed his hand on the crystal, his gaze firm. You wanted to know what the loophole is, didn't you? Then watch closely. He injected energy into the crystal, and a dazzling light burst forth carrying terrifying pressure. The system notification sounded. Detection result, SSS rank willpower talent. The crystal couldn't withstand the pressure. It shattered with a crash. Yi Ning looked directly at the crowd, his tone full of challenge. SSS rank, are you satisfied with this loophole? The crowd boiled over, cheering wildly. Amazing, I knew he was fine, Hu Jiping murmured in shock. SSS rank, does such a rank truly exist in this world? Hasn't there never been a precedent before? Li Zongguo was astonished. This is a divine level fluctuation. Zhang Meng's face turned ashen, and he cursed inwardly. It's over, I've completely lost this time. But Yi Ning merely responded softly. It's all right, I understand. He then changed the subject, his tone calm yet full of profound meaning. However, I've heard that besides the trials, the top-ranked individual also needs to engage in actual combat with the seed candidates to assess their potential. Commander, I don't wish to claim the top spot merely by words. He looked directly at Zhang Meng. I heard your son, Zhang Yang, was previously the top rank holder. I am someone who values fairness and doesn't want to rely on privilege. Zhang Yang is so outstanding it would be unfair to him if we didn't have actual combat, Yi Ning emphasized, his tone full of determination. According to regulations, lower-ranked individuals have the right to challenge higher-ranked ones. I don't want the first place. I want to sign up for a deathmatch. I challenge Zhang Yang, the current top rank holder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng broke into a sweat, his mind in a turmoil. Li Zongguo looked at Yi Ning, thinking, this kid is truly ruthless. I already promised compensation. He's still fanning the flames behind my back. Although Zhang Meng was a bit excessive, killing his son would be a bit cruel. Zhang Meng struggled to control himself, his voice trembling. Yi Ning, what is the meaning of this? He quickly changed his tone, adopting a conciliatory posture. First place is yours. Your talent far surpasses Yanger's. On behalf of Zhang Yang, I voluntarily relinquish the top position. I apologize for what happened just now. It was all a misunderstanding. I was just concerned for your safety. Yi Ning smiled faintly, but his words were sharp as knives. General Zhang, you flatter me, but we should still follow the rules. I don't want people to say that I, Yi Ning, am arrogant, authoritarian, and disregard rules. Zhang Yang is so outstanding. We should have a match to see who is stronger, shouldn't we? Hu Jiping chuckled inwardly upon hearing this and spoke. Commander, since Yi Ning wants to follow the rules, then let's do as he says. However, Yi Ning has just advanced to Tier 3 and needs some time to adjust. How about we announce the rankings and rewards 3 days from now after the battle is over? Li Zongguo thought, old Hu is truly a sly fox, always so cautious. How's he said nothing yet? He stepped forward to state his position. He nodded. All right, let's do as old Hu says. Zhang Meng was furious, cursing inwardly. Yi Ning, if you dare touch my son, I swear I'll make you die first. But on the surface he could only grit his teeth and endure. Yi Ning smiled faintly, thinking revenge is a dish best served cold. No, even a day's delay is disrespect to one's enemy. Zhang Meng, you and your son will soon be reunited after the argument subsided. Li Zongguo pulled Hu Jiping aside and asked in a low voice, Old Hu, it's just the two of us now. Tell me honestly, why did we agree to Yi Ning? Hu Jiping replied, his eyes sharp. Commander, have you forgotten about the cross-continental dungeon 10 days from now? Our previous failure has depleted our combat reserves, and this time is crucial. If we don't collect enough psionic crystals, our numerous fighter jets will become scrap metal. Li Zongguo frowned. You mean to have Yi Ning participate? Hu Jiping nodded. Precisely. Besides dealing with mutants, the cross-continental dungeon also requires facing Tier 3 awakened ones from other countries. This battle will test whether Yi Ning has the courage to kill people. As killing people and killing mutants are two different things, old Hu mused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. If Zhang Yang falls, Zhang Meng will surely go mad and internal strife will likely be unavoidable. That's why I proposed a 3-day deadline. Once Zhang Meng returns, he will definitely make full preparations for his son. At the same time, this period also allows us to formulate 2 flexible contingency plans, depending on the actual situation. Ha ha ha, you old fox, you say one thing but your heart is still so cautious, the Supreme Commander nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. In addition, it's best to publicly announce his talent as sulfur monosulfide rank, otherwise I fear he might attract deadly trouble. Exactly, let's do as you say. All other information must be strictly sealed off. The scene shifted to Zhang Meng, who had just returned, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yang's face. Dad, you're back, Zhang Yang cheered, his tone full of anticipation. Dad, did you find out about that kid's talent? Did he cheat? Dad, did that kid find some loophole? He must be locked up now, right? Dad, I'm still first place, right? Zhang Meng suddenly sighed, his face heavy as he met his son's hopeful gaze. What's wrong, Dad? Tell me quickly. We've already investigated. Yi Ning has no issues. On the contrary, in 3 days he will challenge you to a deathmatch. What? How can he have no issues? Dad, you're not mistaken, are you? Wait, Dad, what did you just say? Deathmatch? Me and him? No, I won't go. Zhang Yang was panic-stricken, his voice trembling. Can't I just give up first place? I won't go. He wants first place, I'll give it to him. Give him everything. Zhang Meng shook his head, his voice heavy as stone. I've already told him all that, but that kid is determined to compete with you. He doesn't want first place, he wants your life. Dad, go kill him. Kill him before the match. He wants me dead, so Dad, go kill him now. Dad would love to, but killing him now is as hard as ascending to heaven. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth. He's currently protected by a team of Tier 3 experts. Who are they? Go threaten them. The army has already sent people to protect him. Time is running out, so I'm practically dead, aren't I? Zhang Yang was practically roaring. Zhang Meng clenched his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. Yanger, you are my son, Zhang Meng's son. Dad won't let you die. I've already contacted some Tier 3 experts. When the time is right, they will intervene to help." He paused, his voice sinking. "Dad has served the nation for so many years. Even if the higher-ups favor Yi Ning, they will turn a blind eye to this matter. So Dad, is there any way for me to win, like with items or equipment?" "None of that will work. External assistance is not allowed in a deathmatch." Zhang Meng frowned. "But there's still a way. Yi Ning always emphasizes rules, so we'll use the rules against him." "How do we do that, then, Will?" Zhang Meng lowered his voice, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Not only that, we also have death-sworn operatives ready to act at any moment." "Haha, Yi Ning, no matter how strong you are, an outsider dragon cannot suppress a local snake. I'd like to see what you can do." 3 days later, in the capital military zone's arena, the atmosphere was boiling, crowds packed together, all eyes focused on the center. "Commander, everything has been arranged." A subordinate reported, his tone firm. 3 Tier 3 referees are in position, guarding the deathmatch arena. "The battle can begin at any time. Announce the start." Everyone's gaze simultaneously fell on Yi Ning. "Is this the Yi Ning who has been causing such a stir recently? I heard he's evil, but why does he look like a weak chicken? He's so thin, I feel like I could poke him to death with one finger. I can't believe he looks only 17 or 18. Head referee Lu Wanzhou stepped forward, looking seriously at Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, this is the participant list for this deathmatch. Take a look, and if there are no issues, prepare for the match." "Oh, wasn't I supposed to fight Zhang Yang? Why is there a list? Besides Zhang Yang, are there 9 other newly advanced Tier 3 seed candidates challenging me, and Zhang Yang is even at the very end." "Lord Yi Ning, this list has already been approved by the higher-ups," Lu Wanzhou explained. "According to regulations, you can challenge Zhang Yang, so other seed candidates also have the right to challenge you. The first 9 matches will exhaust you greatly, and if you can't hold on," he tried to persuade, hastily raising his hand to stop Yi Ning. "I understand, let's begin," Yi Ning replied coldly, then raised his hand high, his voice thundering. "Everyone on the list, come up together. I want to fight all of you alone." "What? Did I hear that right? No matter how strong your talent, you can't be this crazy. Fighting 10 people at once, isn't he asking for death? Even a Tier 3 intermediate couldn't withstand one move from everyone." Lu Wanzhou was drenched in cold sweat, his mind in a turmoil. The higher-ups agreed to list the names to protect Zhang Yang, but no one expected this situation to arise. Nothing must happen to Zhang Yang, and even less to Yi Ning. "What should I do now?" In the distance, a figure rushed over, shouting, "Yi Ning, don't be rash. If you don't agree to the deathmatch, you can refuse. This match won't affect your first-place ranking." Yi Ning's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sharp as knives. "Is there any rule that prohibits challenging everyone simultaneously? If not, then let's begin directly. After all, no matter how many wastes there are, they're still just wastes." Hearing this, Fang Hao, who was standing nearby, burst into laughter. "Haha, this kid is arrogant enough, I like it." Hu Jiping sat aside, his eyes sharp, his voice low and full of profound meaning. "You only see the excitement, but are you not aware of the bigger problem?" Li Zongguo frowned slightly, then decisively ordered, "Since Yi Ning has said so, then let's proceed as he wishes. The referees will ensure the match follows the rules." The old commander thought, "This kid's temperament is exactly like mine when I was young." Although he also appreciated such arrogance, letting Yi Ning face too much opposition was not a good thing. He himself had paid a considerable price back then. The old commander secretly warned himself, through this incident perhaps this kid should be taught a lesson. So he learns to exercise restraint. At the same time, Lu Wanzhou stood aside, his mind in a turmoil. It was clear the higher-ups wanted them to protect Yi Ning. But now the situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. He raised his hand, his voice booming. "Since the Supreme Commander has given the order, then let all 10 seed candidates, including Zhang Yang, step onto the stage." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's face turned ashen with rage. "He's humiliating me," he roared, his eyes bloodshot. "Kill him, I must kill him." Zhang Meng put his hand on his son's shoulder, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Yanger, this is a good opportunity. The crazier he gets, the greater your chance of winning. Let the others go first and drain his psionic energy. Then all you have to do is rush in and finish him off with a single blow." Several opponents were already standing on the arena, their gazes sharply fixed on Yi Ning. The referee's voice boomed, "The deathmatch is about to begin. Everyone ready. No items allowed. All enchants on equipment have been removed." The countdown began. The crowd stirred, the atmosphere boiling like fire. Such a scene has never been seen in Daxia. "How long do you think this battle will last? 3 seconds? 5 seconds? Or just 2 seconds? I bet 10 seconds. Another person scoffed. "After all, Yi Ning is at the top of the charts in speed and stamina. Maybe he can last a little longer." The notification sounded, and the match officially began. Zhang Yang yelled at his opponents, "Kill him, wear him down, kill him." But just as the match started, Yi Ning had already unleashed Sword Stream Storm, his moves sweeping in like a whirlwind. The opponents had no time to dodge or resist, and all were struck. "We've been tricked." Zhang Yang panicked, his voice trembling. "Help quickly, the death-sworn operatives." A man holding an iron hammer rushed over, roaring, "Yi Ning, I'll die with you." But Yi Ning's sword light flashed, striking him down without hesitation. The man was instantly cut into 4 pieces, his body exploding before him. "Haha, so there are death-sworn operatives with miniature nuclear bombs too." Yi Ning sneered. "Too bad you won't get a chance to show them off." His blade didn't stop, heading straight for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang knelt on the ground, screaming in terror. "Help, what are the referees still standing around for? Quickly, save me!" The 3 referees quickly put up their shields, trying to stop him. "This speed, this energy, can a Tier 3 novice really do this?" one person exclaimed, his tone full of doubt. Pay attention, we couldn't save them before, but Zhang Yang must be saved, otherwise our jobs are on the line. Zhang Yang ran backward in panic, desperately calling for his father. Save me, Dad, save me, I'm not fighting. It's alright, Zhang Meng roared. But in the blink of an eye, Zhang Yang's body was cut in half by a sword. Zhang Yang, is he dead? The crowd above was terrified. How is that possible? Holy shit, he swept the entire arena in one move. This power, this decisive killing intent, did you see it? How could Zhang Yang die? He was clearly protected. I felt like time stopped for a second just now. Was it just me? Yi Ning stood there, his eyes cold. The person I want to kill you cannot protect. Because I used dimensional/potential. He looked up, his voice thundering. No, I must let you know I am powerful now. Zhang Meng looked at his son's corpse, his heart aching, his eyes blood red. No, you beast, I will kill you. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly as if he had been waiting for this moment. HMPH, right on time. I thought you'd hold back. Zhang Meng roared, unleashing Tiger's Fury Fist, his palms strike powerful, a tiger appearing behind him. Yi Ning thought to himself, although your strength has reached Tier 3 peak, you're not much stronger than me. I bet you not only can't kill me, but you'll lose your life here. Just then, Fang Hao rushed in from behind, stopping Zhang Meng. He unleashed Overlord Dragon Fist, sending Zhang Meng flying with one punch, slamming heavily into the wall. Fang Hao, get out of my way, Zhang Meng roared, his eyes blood red. The revenge for my son, I am not a father if I don't avenge him. Zhang Meng, if you stop now, the commander will still sympathize with your grief. And let bygones be bygones, Fang Hao replied coldly, but if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Fang Hao actually wanted to teach Zhang Meng a lesson, but everything had to follow the rules, no unauthorized actions. His warning was sharp as a knife, reminding Zhang Meng not to overstep. But Yi Ning, as if he had anticipated everything, had no intention of stopping. He deliberately provoked, his gaze cold and challenging. Haha, a deathmatch knows no mercy. Your son is trash, nothing to say about that, but you as a father are also an old piece of trash. You two are truly like father, like son. Yi Ning raised his middle finger, his action adding fuel to the fire. Zhang Meng was enraged, his eyes blood red. Get out of the way, I will kill this bastard. Zhang Meng, do you want to die? Fang Hao roared, his aura erupting like a volcano, sending Zhang Meng flying where he fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He knelt there, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Commander, that's my son, my only son. Please consider everything I've done for the country over the years. I, Zhang Meng, have fought for Daxia. Commander, please give me justice. Above, Li Zongguo frowned. Old Zhang has already conceded. Is it necessary to push things this far? Yi Ning's lips curled into a slight, more provocative smile. Old dog, what right do you have to demand justice? You lack strength and still want to play the sympathy card. Are you planning to renege here? But he had already calculated. Even with an ambush, one must leave a path of retreat. But this time, I will push this old dog to the brink. You want to kill me? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now I stand here at your mercy. Yi Ning stood his ground, his voice cold as ice. Believe it or not, if I suffer even the slightest injury, I will wipe out your entire family. Even your chickens and dogs will not be spared. Ah, you beast. I will kill you. I will kill you. Zhang Meng roared, rushing over like a madman. Fang Hao smiled faintly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Yi Ning, this kid is really something. Since you've given me enough reason, I won't disappoint you. No longer holding back, Fang Hao charged forward, determined to finish it. Today I'll show you the difference between true peak and false peak. A powerful punch landed, completely ending Zhang Meng. Yi Ning raised his hand to block the flying debris, thinking to himself, as expected, it's a difference in tier. If it weren't for the system, I might be able to easily instant kill those of the same tier or even cross-tier kill intermediate tier 3s. But if I faced a tier 3 peak or even just a tier 3 advanced, I would probably be dead. Fang Hao looked up at Li Zongguo, his voice steady. Supreme Commander, Yi Ning was indeed in danger just now. The situation was urgent, so I couldn't be too concerned. Li Zongguo nodded, ordering, Deputy Commander Fang, you handle General Zhang Meng's funeral arrangements. It was unavoidable. But the old man cursed inwardly. Haozi, do you take me for a fool? You and Yi Ning are in cahoots. Do you think I'm blind? Even so, he sighed. Fortunately, old Hu has already prepared an emergency plan. Yi Ning walked forward, bowed to Fang Hao. Thank you, Commander and Deputy Commander, for saving my life and upholding justice for me. I, Yi Ning, am deeply grateful and swear to repay the nation with my life. Li Zongguo looked down, thinking to himself, this kid really knows how to talk. He's not simple at all. Since you want to make a name for yourself, then this old man will grant your wish. He raised his hand, his voice booming like thunder. Tomorrow at the Capitol Plaza, the first batch of Ignition Project award ceremonies will begin. The crowd erupted, discussion surging like a tide. Holy shit, Yi Ning just instantly killed all the Ignition talents. I didn't even get to see it. Zhang Meng also died, one wave after another. My heart can't take it anymore. This Yi Ning is too ruthless. Never offend him in the future. The award ceremony was held at the Capitol Plaza. A nationwide spectacle that shook all of Daxia. Daxia is about to change. Everyone thought so. Lin Rui and Tang Zhen, Zhang Meng's two subordinates, stood there, sweating profusely. General Zhang Meng is dead. I'm afraid we won't escape either. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I'd probably be finished now, too. Lin Rui breathed a sigh of relief, still trembling. Li Zongguo turned to Hu Jiping, his voice stern. Old Hu, I'm entrusting you with the award ceremony. Make it grand. Also, today's deathmatch results, including Yi Ning's combat power and talent, must be sealed. Anyone who leaks information without permission will be charged with treason. Understood, Supreme Commander. Hu Jiping nodded, his eyes sharp. The next day, a grand military parade was held at the Capitol Plaza, magnificent and imposing. With the unanimous approval of the Daxia army, Yi Ning officially became the leader of the Ignition Project. His rewards were significantly increased due to his outstanding performance in the global trials. His original A-rank privilege was upgraded to S-rank. A-rank resource allocation was now unlimited. His original monthly 1 million credit points soared to 3 million points, accompanied by a special allocation of 10 million points over 10 years. His qualification for selecting equipment was upgraded from Profound Grade to Legendary Grade. His previous divisional treatment was now elevated to Deputy Army level. His colonel rank was specially promoted to general. In addition, Yi Ning was specially appointed as an honorary member of the 21st Artillery Standing Committee. The award ceremony was so grand it felt like a change of supreme commander. A month ago, the scene of Yi Ning breaking into the Tianfeng experimental ground was still vivid. However, just yesterday, thanks to him, many people received promotion notices. Li Zongguo looked down, his voice steady. Yi Ning, do you have any other requests? Yi Ning thought to himself. This reward is already too generous. Making more requests now would be sheer greed. But then he thought, if I don't say it now, I might not have another chance. He looked up, his tone resolute. Supreme Commander, I hope to attend the Triennial Military Conference 2 days from now. Li Zongguo frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this brat really knows how to pose problems. Yi Ning is only 18, what could he possibly understand at this age? Why attend a military conference? This prodigy must only be interested in combat, not politics. He patted Yi Ning's shoulder, laughing heartily. No problem, you're an honorary member now. Naturally, you have the right to attend as an observer. If you have any good proposals, the army will seriously consider them. Thank you, Supreme Commander. Yi Ning bowed his head, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. After the ceremony, he sat alone, deep in thought. No, I want more than just to observe, I want executive power. He thought to himself, to prevent the East Sea disaster, he would need to mobilize at least one military region's forces. But for now he would accept and adapt. In the distance, Fang Hao walked over, his voice steady. Yi Ning, come with me. The scene shifted to the military region representative office where Fang Hao had taken him. Yi Ning, from today on you'll be living here. He pointed to the heavily guarded area. Shaded by green trees, it was not only safe but also offered top-tier amenities. He led him into a hermetically sealed metal room. This was the most confidential meeting room. I brought you here personally today because I have a secret mission for you. Although theoretically you've just reached Tier 3 and shouldn't be taking this on, we truly can't find a more suitable candidate. Uncle Fang, just tell me, Yi Ning replied, his eyes unwavering. Fang Hao nodded. The Transcontinental Dungeon, A-rank difficulty, Zombie Kingdom. Each country can only send a maximum of 2 intermediate Tier 3 awakened ones and 8 novice Tier 3 awakened ones. Besides dealing with mutants and completing main objectives, you also have to fight awakened ones from other countries to collect psionic ores. Yi Ning frowned slightly, memories from his previous life flooding back. I've been to this dungeon before, but it wasn't transcontinental back then, and there were no psionic ores. Suddenly the system in his mind chimed, its voice cold. Mandatory mission. Enter the Zombie Kingdom and seize ultimate control of the dungeon. Upon completion, rewarded with an S-rank combat weapon and special design blueprints for an aerospace carrier. Seeing Yi Ning slightly stunned, Fang Hao frowned. Yi Ning, although this mission is very risky, the combat team will always prioritize your safety. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning interrupted him, his tone firm. Uncle Fang, I'll go, I'm not afraid of danger. Anyway, I'm confident the mission won't fail. Good boy, decisive, Fang Hao laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. We really didn't misjudge you. So before you leave, do you need anything? Go pick it from the National Treasury. Although this was a mandatory mission, just the blueprints for the aerospace carrier alone were enough for Yi Ning to go all out. This gigantic spaceship was 17,000 meters long, 34,100 meters wide, carried 10,100 tons, could carry 64 psionic fighter jets, had 26 psionic cannons on its hull, and 2 main cannons at the bow and stern. Not to mention it could carry 7,000 people and was equipped with a psionic tower, psionic shield, and automatic targeting system. Too monstrous, Yi Ning thought to himself. Just reading the description made his blood boil. If this thing could actually be built, wouldn't he be able to dominate the world? He clenched his fist, determined to get it no matter what. After advancing to Tier 3, the system also opened 2 new skill slots. With a few days left to prepare, he decided to maximize his strength. The top spot was already his, so he would go to the National Treasury to pick 2 S-rank sword skill books first. Suddenly, an astonishing aura rushed from a distance. The aura was close to Tier 3 peak, carrying a chilling sensation. Yi Ning turned, his eyes sharp, and a female figure appeared. Personal Guard 009 reporting for duty. The girl blurted out, then suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly, catching him off guard. I am specifically responsible for Lord Yi Ning's personal protection. Yi Ning quickly pushed her away, frowning. Xiao Ju, personal protection, who sent you? And who said personal protection is like this? Deputy Commander Fang sent me, she replied blandly. As for personal, I learned it from the materials today. He was stunned, his tone full of doubt. Learned what materials? The girl immediately rushed over, trying to hug him again. It's like this and then like this. She even stood on her tiptoes, trying to get her face close to his. Yi Ning raised his hand to block, shouting loudly, Stop, stop immediately. He frowned, his tone displeased. These high-ranking officials are truly speechless. Aren't you afraid I'm hot-blooded? What if something happens on the battlefield? Doing this underestimates the seriousness of the situation. He activated his mental probe skill, his gaze sweeping over her, and the data showed that her body was connected to a control chip in her brain. There was a series of wires in her physical body, and her original brain had atrophied and stopped functioning. All thoughts and actions were controlled by the chip. She was more like a robot than a human. Yi Ning asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Ju, how did you become like this?" The girl grabbed his hand and placed it on her forehead. A notification for successful fingerprint recognition and updated instructions. A scene appeared in his mind. A frail girl said to the man in front of her, Dad, don't cry, I'm dying anyway. Instead of wasting it, I'd rather donate this body before I die so I can still serve the motherland in the future," she continued firmly. "I've always believed in Dad's words in the future of humanity, but Dad, this research is 1,000 times more painful than death. Even if successful, my soul will disappear and I'll become a machine. How can you bear to let me suffer that?" The man was Fang Hao, tears streaming down his face, choked with sobs. The girl smiled and said, "Dad once told me about the soul of a hero where the body may perish but the battle spirit lives on. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul may be destroyed but my body will live forever. Compared to disappearing completely, what is this pain?" Fang Hao covered his face, unable to speak through his sobs. The girl finally said, "It's fine to become a robot. I believe the orders Dad gives are always correct." The scene ended abruptly. Yi Ning was silent, his heart heavy. "Deputy Commander Fang, Uncle Fang, why do you value me so highly? You even let your daughter protect me," he thought. "Is the name Xiao Ju meant to sever emotions and forcibly suppress pain?" He looked at Xiao Ju and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Ju, listen up. Delete all so-called personal learning materials. From now on, you are only responsible for my close protection and following my orders. Understood?" "Understood," she replied, her tone devoid of emotion. "Now, come with me to the military region's first institute to receive S-rank sword skills." "Yes," Yi Ning strode forward, secretly thinking, "Uncle Fang, your great cause is not yet complete. Why do you let personal feelings get in the way? Though I don't fully agree with your methods, I am still grateful. You gave me a peach and I will repay you with a jade. Since you all trust me, I, Yi Ning, swear here and now not to disappoint anyone." As soon as he stepped into the institute, a man who had been waiting for a long time greeted him with respectful eyes. "Greetings, Lord Yi Ning. Welcome to the First Institute. I am the Deputy Director, Wang Shaoshan." "Hello, Director Wang," Yi Ning nodded. "I'd like to choose 2 S-rank sword skills. Do you have them?" "Yes," Wang Shaoshan smiled. "Please follow me, Lord." "Xiao Ju, wait for me outside. I'll be right out." Wang Shaoshan led him into the archives, speaking cautiously. "Lord Yi Ning, currently we only have 4 S-rank sword skills left. We have more A-rank sword skills. Would you like to take a look at the A-rank ones first?" "No need," Yi Ning replied decisively. "Just bring out the S-rank sword skills." Seeing his resolute attitude, Wang Shaoshan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lord Yi Ning, I don't mean to obstruct you, but as you know, in the capital military zone, many Tier 3 powerhouses covet S-rank sword skills. If you take them directly now, it might cause a lot of trouble." Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his eyes sharp. "I understand, it's all right, let's just see them first." Under the dim light of the ancient library, Yi Ning flipped through the manuals, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Hellfire consumes 6,000 psionic energy, only effective in fragile geological areas. After being inserted underground, it will cause a violent volcanic eruption within 10 seconds, devouring everything. Next is Absolute Slash, consumes 5,500 psionic energy. When health is below 10 in a critical state, activate once to deal 100 of the target's maximum damage, he silently recalled. Killing the target restores 30 health. The third skill, Death's Lament, requires 18,000 psionic energy, unleashes a single attack sharp as a death scythe. After the target dies, its soul is imprisoned. If released within 3 seconds, the power of the deceased can be used. He read, his tone thoughtful. Finally, Annihilation consumes 8,000 psionic energy, requiring 10 seconds of charging to deal terrifying damage. But during charging it cannot move or use other skills. He frowned, muttering, "HMPH, no wonder only these are left." He frowned, clearly displeased. Absolute Slash can only be used when near death, and Hellfire is limited by terrain. Death's Lament consumes 18,000 psionic energy, who can afford that? And Annihilation, standing still for 10 seconds, wouldn't that make one a living target? He turned to Director Wang with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Lord Yi Ning, would you like to take a look at the A-rank sword skills? Their effects are also quite good. We have over 8,000 types." But Yi Ning didn't hesitate. Waving his hand and selecting 2 manuals, Director Wang was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. "Oh my, he actually learned both Death's Lament and Annihilation?" Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, and he replied coldly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry and really can't be bothered with A-rank sword skills. Thank you, Director Wang, I'll be leaving now." Director Wang stood rooted to the spot, muttering to himself, "In a hurry, can't be bothered, what does that mean? Don't Tier 3 skills all have limitations? Is he not Tier 3? Otherwise why would he choose so carelessly?" Yi Ning secretly thought, although these skills have major flaws since the system rated them as S-rank, their power must be astonishing. Death's Lament consumes 8,000 psionic energy to seize souls and control enemies. Annihilation, on the other hand, transcends limits and is enough to turn the tide of battle. With a divine sword in hand and abundant psionic energy, if not now, when will I unleash it? The system suddenly vibrated, and the S-rank sword skill Death's Lament was enhanced to SSS rank. Yama's Incarnation and Annihilation also upgraded to SSS rank God's Wrath. He quickly scanned the description of Yama's Incarnation. Release consumes no psionic energy, cooldown 48 hours. Each use consumes 20,000 psionic energy. After killing a target, the soul can be locked within 100 meters and turned into a puppet, usable with the deceased's original power for 10 seconds. He nodded with satisfaction. System evaluation. Control life and death. You are the Yama Reborn. God's Wrath. Release also consumes no psionic energy, cooldown 48 hours, consumes 20,000 psionic energy, can summon a tier 4 phantom for 10 seconds, dealing terrifying damage. System evaluation. God's Wrath unstoppable. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, a surge of excitement rising within him. Indeed, the Sword God system has never disappointed me, he muttered, listing his existing skills. Sword Stream Storm for wide-range damage, Heaven's Trajectory Gleaming for clearing elites, Dimensional Slash for assassination and self-preservation, and Fallen Heaven for both offense and defense. Now, with Yama's incarnation turning souls into soldiers, even deep within a zombie horde he could turn enemies into allies. God's Wrath could summon tier 4 phantoms, leaving even tier 3 peak awakened ones helpless. He smiled but then suddenly sighed, wishing he could try them out immediately. Unfortunately, the transcontinental dungeon was in 2 days, so he could only endure for now. Just then a group of people walked over, their voices cold. Yi Ning, the system notified that you have already used 2 S-rank sword skills. He raised an eyebrow and replied, yes, so what? Can't I use them? The person quickly explained. You can use them, but before you leave you must leave battle data. Yi Ning frowned. There's such a rule, is it mandatory? Wang Xiaoshan ran over from a distance, panting. I'm very sorry, Lord Yi Ning, this is what our director Wanru wants. She hopes you can leave the battle data for these 2 sword skills for the military's future reference. It's not mandatory, just voluntary, considered a contribution to the country. But Director Wanru's shrill voice came from afar. Nonsense, the rule is that it must be left. Not just these 2 skills, all of Yi Ning's combat data must be tested and researched with our cooperation, Wang Xiaoshan muttered to himself, his face grim. This madwoman, because of her previous failed research and her son being a useless willpower type, now wants to go crazy and seek death, but don't drag me into it. Yi Ning stared coldly at Wanru, his voice as sharp as a blade. I refuse. He stood tall, his presence imposing, not yielding an inch. Wanru roared, her voice stern. Since you accepted the military's resources, you have an obligation to accept inspection, blood tests, strength measurements, muscle analysis. All of these are indispensable. No matter how famous you are, what good does it do? Do you dare to defy a military order? Yi Ning's lips curled, a cold smile on his face, secretly thinking, stop putting on airs here. To you who isn't a guinea pig. You claim to serve the country, but in reality it's just to satisfy your personal desires. How many awakened ones have you oppressed? He gripped his sword hilt, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Even if the sword god system didn't restrict him, he would never give up easily today. He drew his longsword from his spatial inventory, the blade gleaming with deathly light. If I don't cooperate today, Director Wan, are you trying to forcibly keep me here? Wanru roared, her voice trembling with rage. Yi Ning, how dare you? Wang Xiaoshan quickly interjected, trying to appease. Lord Yi Ning, Director Wan doesn't mean that. Please leave first. But Wanru cut him off, her voice growing sharper. Get out. Yi Ning won't leave today. She pointed at him. He violated a military order. Even if I apprehend him today, it's legal. I'm not afraid even if I report it to the commander. Yi Ning sneered, killing intent suddenly erupting. It seems Director Wan wants to threaten me, then don't blame me for testing my sword on you. But unexpectedly, a muffled thump suddenly sounded, swift as lightning. What's going on? Yi Ning's maid Xiaoju had her foot on Wanru's face, her voice cold. Threat neutralized. Clear. Should I kill her? Wanru was terrified, pleading with a trembling voice. Please don't kill me. No, please don't kill me. Wang Xiaoshan quickly interjected, his face pale. Lord Yi Ning, please spare Director Wan. She already knows she was wrong. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive her. Yi Ning frowned, his heart slightly stirred. He wanted to kill her, but he had just killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. If he struck again today, it would likely cause panic. Forget it. Spare her for now. Stand down, don't block my way, he ordered. And Xiaoju immediately kicked with the force of a whirlwind. Wanru was sent flying directly into the wall, her neck broken, blood gushing, her body limp and lifeless. Wang Xiaoshan shivered all over, muttering, Director Wan, she's more than just apologizing. I underestimated how far she would fly and also overestimated her ability to withstand it. Yi Ning turned around and forced a smile. Director Wang, as you can see, this was purely an accident, right? Wang Xiaoshan chuckled, stammering. Haha, yes. Director Wang accidentally hit the wall and died. It has nothing to do with you. He secretly thought, oh my god, this person is too domineering, absolutely cannot provoke him. Ning waved his hand, his tone gentle but full of authority. Then I'll trouble Director Wang with the aftermath. We'll take our leave first. Wang Xiaoshan quickly bowed and replied, Lord Yi Ning, you're too kind, please take your time. Xiaoju followed behind Yi Ning, softly asking, did I cause you trouble? He shook his head, a slight smile on his lips. No, she wasn't a good person anyway. Killing her is killing her. If the higher-ups blame it, let them. The scene switched to 2 days later inside the National Council Hall, where voices buzzed with discussion. Yi Ning, damn it, that kid actually came, one person whispered. He's probably just here to join the fun, right? But another retorted. Isn't he? Look, he's holding documents. Does he really have a proposal? A mocking voice chimed in. Ridiculous, what can a little brat do? Probably just putting on an act. Yi Ning entered calmly, sitting beside Fang Tang, the Minister of Armed Forces for the East China Military Region. Fang Tang clenched his fists, his eyes spitting fire. Yi Ning, you killed my wife Wanru. Even if I can't kill you today, I will abolish your privileges. A female staff member walked over, her voice soft and solemn. Lord Yi Ning, your number is 119, special honorary member. This is the agenda for this meeting, please read it carefully. Communication devices must be turned off during the meeting, and disclosure of proposal content is strictly prohibited. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze sweeping over the document. He thought in his previous life he had been familiar with such meetings by his 3rd year, but now to avoid suspicion he had to pretend it was his first time. What a bother. The girl continued, this meeting includes voting rights. After the main proposals are over, if you wish to express an opinion, you can press the button next to you, but please consider carefully before pressing. He smiled and briefly replied, I understand, don't worry, I won't press it randomly, except to present my proposal. You go about your business. The girl was stunned, stammering, wait, you said proposal? You really have a proposal? She secretly panicked. Oh my, the leaders told me to explain everything clearly to him and not let him cause trouble. Damn it, I must report this immediately. Seeing the etiquette lady rush away, Yi Ning frowned slightly, secretly thinking, am I like a monstrous flood causing such panic? From afar, Fang Hao walked over leisurely, a playful smile on his face, and sat beside him. What's wrong? Are you looking at the etiquette ladies here, kid? Is Xiao Ju not satisfying you? Uncle Fang, Uncle Fang, Xiao Ju is very good. She deserves the best in this world, treating me wholeheartedly. Yi Ning replied sincerely, I just mentioned a proposal and that etiquette lady rushed off. Fang Hao raised an eyebrow, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Oh, no wonder they arranged for me to sit next to you. You rascal, are you really going to stir things up? Tell me, what do you want to propose? Yi Ning chuckled, calmly replying, I'll tell you after this process is over, Uncle Fang. And I promise you it's definitely not stirring things up. Haha, you rascal. You're even playing coy now? Fang Hao laughed heartily, but his tone suddenly deepened with the gravity of an experienced man. Yi Ning is someone who's been through it. Uncle advises you, whatever you want to propose, it's best to exercise some restraint. After all, military and political matters always involve checks and balances. I know, Uncle Fang, don't worry. Fang Hao silently observed Yi Ning, secretly thinking, Yi Ning, I believe a man who dared to seal off a ruined battlefield and bring old soldiers home would never do anything to harm the country, right? He nodded softly. His gaze showed trust mixed with vigilance. Yi Ning was also a person Fang Hao could trust. Just then, the broadcast sounded, interrupting his thoughts. I announce that the 13th Survivor Conference is officially open. The agenda will now be read. The booming voice echoed through the hall. In recent years, neighboring countries have shown signs of encroaching on our borders and plundering rare resources. The military is preparing to mobilize 3 major legions for a counterattack. 2. The gap between awakened descendants and ordinary survivors is growing. 3. The North American military zone is preparing to re-establish its presence on the C-shaped island chain. And many more. After the voice fell silent, Yi Ning pondered, counting in his head. There were 9 proposals in total, 6 of which concerned other countries. He thought, no wonder Daxia experienced a strange period of decline before the apocalypse. No wonder people like him had to rush into transcontinental dungeons. At this point, the meeting entered the free proposal session. A line of text appeared prominently on the large screen. Honorary Member 119 Yi Ning proposes a motion. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Minister Fang Tang, number 23, suddenly stood up, his gaze cold. Yi Ning actually wants to propose a motion? What a freak. Does he think he can do whatever he wants by relying on his privileges? Just looking at his age, he's too young, too naive. Fang Tang pointed directly at Yi Ning, his tone stern. Fang Tang, Yi Ning, did you press the wrong button? If so, sit down quickly. Don't delay me from impeaching you. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, calmly replying, Oh, impeach me? What are you talking about? He thought his proposal about the East Sea hadn't even been brought up had the other party already prepared a defense. These documents were all from his secret investigations these past 2 days. They shouldn't have been leaked. Fang Tang now stepped forward, his voice filled with anger. Commander, esteemed members, 2 days ago, Yi Ning went to the First Institute and arbitrarily killed Director Wan, who was my wife Wan Ru. This is simply lawless. No matter how great his talent, he cannot disregard the law. Therefore, I propose revoking all of Yi Ning's resources and privileges. Yi Ning chuckled, secretly thinking, haha, so he's that bitch director's husband, huh? He stood up, his face unmoving. I'm afraid Minister Fang is mistaken. 2 days ago, I did go to the Institute to learn 2 sword skills, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Wan was overly excited when she saw me and didn't watch where she was going, accidentally hitting a tree and dying. Fang Tang's face turned red with anger, and he roared, You bastard, what did you say? Say it again. Yi Ning shrugged, his tone nonchalant. I mean, your wife saw a handsome young man like me, couldn't control herself, and then hit a tree and died. Hey, it's really a shame, I must say. She never had anything good to eat in her life. The entire conference hall erupted in laughter. Some people unable to hold back, secretly thinking, Peefed, is this true or false? When did such a serious meeting become a gossip session? People around secretly glanced at Fang Tang, mockingly thinking he brought this upon himself by airing his dirty laundry in public. Li Zongguo coughed a few times, trying to maintain order. Ahem, please pay attention to the conference discipline, Minister Fang. Such family matters should be settled privately. But Fang Tang still refused to give up, his voice trembling with anger. Commander, this matter is not as Yi Ning says. He's a small man who gained power, abused his privileges, and deserves death. Fang Hao, sitting nearby, couldn't suppress his anger and immediately stood up, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Fang Tang, how dare you? Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his tone calm yet full of confidence. Uncle Fang, I can handle this myself. If Minister Fang doesn't believe me, he can ask Director Chu of the Institute. As for your proposal, it does not meet the conditions for discussion. And now it's my turn. Coincidentally, my proposal also concerns you. Yi Ning proposed to dismiss Fang Teng from his position as Minister of the East China Military Region. The committee should mobilize all combat-ready forces in the East China Military Region to immediately evacuate the 6.7 million survivors along the coastal areas of Safety Zone 239, because in approximately 17 to 23 days an A-rank sea beast tide will erupt along the coastal area. This invasion will be a rank. A buzz of discussion immediately filled the hall, like waves crashing against the shore. Nonsense, what kind of joke is this kid playing? Does he know what he's saying? One person laughed mockingly. Where did this prediction come from? Has he ever been to the East Sea? This is even more absurd than Fang Teng's proposal for a green light. Haha, this kid is truly arrogant. 40 years have passed and no A-rank beast tide has ever erupted in the East Sea. Did he say these things in his sleep? Li Zongguo slammed the table, his voice low as thunder. Silence, no noise allowed during proposals. Yi Ning, if you dare to make such a suggestion, you'd better give me a concrete reason. Yi Ning straightened his back, his gaze firm, his tone clear as a sharp sword. East China Military Region, C13C area. In the past 2 months, the psionic energy content in the water has increased by 1.9, the highest in 40 years. In the D51C area, 43 undersea earthquakes occurred in the first half of the year, the strongest reaching B rank, and the frequency is also the highest in 40 years. The second item, the undersea energy measurement equipment has reported 13 failures since the beginning of the year. During repairs, 3 combat teams went missing and 23 engineers died in D-rank accidents. The cause is unknown. Sea beast attacks in the East China Military Region have increased by 195.7 annually, the highest in 40 years. Fang Teng stood there, his face gradually paling, sweat beading on his forehead. He secretly thought, how does he know so much about the East Sea? Yi Ning continued, his tone firm. All the above data comes from the East Sea Safety Zone. If the military does not believe it, they can go to the East Sea to investigate. If any of my reports are fabricated, I, Yi Ning, am willing to bear all consequences. Li Zongguo narrowed his eyes, looking directly at Fang Teng. Minister Fang of the East China War Zone, is the data accurate? Fang Teng stammered, sweating profusely, secretly thinking whether I admit it or not, I will be dismissed and even face a court-martial. No matter what I choose, it's a dead end. Better to kill Yi Ning first, at least I can get revenge. Deciding on the spot, Fang Teng suddenly stood up, his right hand flashing with psionic energy, preparing to cast a skill. Yi Ning, I will kill you. A heavy punch slammed down. Yi Ning reached out to block but was still forced back a few steps. Just as he regained his footing, he saw Fang Teng charging again. Fang Hao, swift as lightning, blocked Yi Ning's path. Fang Teng, are you crazy? Cut the crap. I'm going to die anyway. I must cripple him today. Fang Teng roared without hesitation. Li Zongguo suddenly stood up, pointing below, his voice like thunder. Damn it, to dare make a move at the conference, are you trying to rebel? Guard, seize Fang Teng, kill him if necessary. Xiao Ju rushed over from a distance, her gaze sharp as a leopard's. Primary threat target detected. Yi Ning smiled slightly, took out his weapon and struck a pose. Uncle Fang, move aside, I can handle this myself, no need. One punch is enough to deal with him. Fang Hao replied, sending Fang Teng flying with a single punch, crashing heavily into the wall. Just then, Xiao Ju appeared behind Fang Teng, accurately kicking his most vulnerable lower back. The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly, and Fang Teng spewed blood like a fountain from his mouth. Threat target eliminated. Threat neutralized. Fang Hao turned around, asking with concern, Yi Ning, are you alright? I'm fine, it's just that you acted too fast, Uncle Fang. I didn't even get a chance to show off. Yi Ning shrugged, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. The entire conference hall was stunned. One person whispered, my god, in less than 5 seconds a Tier 3 military officer was taken care of. Nonsense, Deputy Commander Fang is a Tier 3 peak, and that female guard also has near-peak combat power. Another person retorted. Didn't the commander just say to kill Fang Teng on the spot? No need to say more. Yi Ning is now a nationally protected asset. Fang Teng was truly insane. Li Zongguo raised his hand, his voice calm and steady. Order, restore order. The conference continues. Regarding Yi Ning's issue, it is a matter of great importance. All committee members can discuss freely, and the voting session will officially begin in 3 minutes. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became lively, with whispers rising and falling. Judging from Fang Teng's panicked reaction just now, the evidence provided by Yi Ning was clearly accurate. However, no matter how reliable the data, it might not accurately predict an impending beast tide. If action was taken hastily and the disaster did not occur, the economic losses would be immeasurable. Like a deep wound difficult to heal, however, if the disaster was truly brewing, in 3 minutes, the deadline would be up. Li Zongguo's authoritative voice echoed, the voting now begins. The results displayed on the screen, only a meager 14 votes in favor, 1 against, and a staggering 104 abstentions. He announced without hesitation that the voting decision had been passed. As soon as the conference ended, an urgent order was issued to dispatch experts immediately to the East Sea to formulate a secret evacuation plan, without a second's delay. The next day at Yi Ning's home, Military Region Representative Fang Hao walked in with a solemn expression. He looked at Yi Ning, his tone steady. Yi Ning, this afternoon you will be heading to the Transcontinental Dungeon. Awakened ones of Tier 3 Intermediate and above cannot enter this dungeon, so Xiaoju cannot go with you. Uncle Fang, don't worry, I know the rules, Yi Ning replied, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Fang Hao placed a box on the table, explaining clearly. Inside this box is the legendary grade equipment promised to you by the nation. The box also contains A-rank materials, the Heart of the Mountain Breaker and the Toothbone Pearl of the Shatterer, which you previously requested from the National Treasury. Oh, what about the human-faced Bone Vine and the Ghost Core? Yi Ning asked curiously. Fang Hao shook his head, his expression grave. These two items are too special and the National Treasury doesn't have them. The human-faced Bone Vine about 27 years ago caused 60,000 casualties in the South China region. It is said that 4 Tier 3 advanced predecessors intervened, but the monster still escaped. As for the Ghost Core, it is said to be an item created by spiritual entities. I have already notified the 7th Research Institute, which is responsible for the 3 major incidents, to investigate, but it will take time. I understand, Uncle Fang, you've worked hard. Please transfer everything in. Yi Ning nodded, his tone filled with gratitude. I'll familiarize myself with these items first and we can discuss other matters after I return from the transcontinental dungeon. Fang Hao gave his instructions and then turned to leave. Yi Ning secretly thought, the remaining materials I can only search for them slowly. I guess the Sword God system won't be upgrading for now. He picked up the first item without hesitation, decisively absorbed it, and a warm energy spread through his body. The system gave a dry prompt. Special material used, upgrade progress 2-4, material 1, Heart of the Mountain Breaker 1. Material 2, human-faced Bone Vine not obtained. Material 3, Toothbone Pearl of the Shatterer 1, Material 4, Ghost Core not obtained. The legendary equipment in the box glowed brilliantly in the dim light. Yi Ning reached out and pressed confirm. Dragon, long-awaited identity verification successful. Honorary committee member, a rank privilege. Yi Ning obtained legendary grade equipment. Paralysis gauntlets, obtained legendary grade equipment. Elemental wind blades. He picked up the gauntlets, feeling an additional 12 points of agility attribute like a breeze brushing his skin. Equipment skills, corpse annihilation, blood curse, consumes 500 to 700 psionic energy. Equipment evaluation, bloody storm, marvelous. Yi Ning murmured, his eyes sparkling. Next up were the elemental wind blades, with an additional strength 3, agility 3 attribute. Skills, Raging Inferno freeze with a wind blade effect. Raging Inferno consumes 700 psionic energy for attack with a scorching effect, dealing an additional 175 damage, leaving a wall of fire that lasts 10 seconds in front of the enemy. Extreme Freeze consumes 900 psionic energy, with a slowing and freezing effect on attack. When the sword is plunged into the ground, the surrounding area quickly freezes, triggering a series of ice explosions. The equipment evaluation emphasized the powerful summoning of elemental forces. Yi Ning held the longsword, feeling his blood boiling, ice and fire intertwined, as if heaven and earth were inverted. This power was truly immense and needed proper tempering to master. He plunged the sword into the ground and flames blazed, hot as a hellish furnace. Raging Inferno with just a light thrust could release a purgatorial temperature. Then he converted energy, and the surrounding area instantly froze, the cold biting to the bone. Extreme Freeze combined with this equipment could entirely rival SSS rank ultimate moves. Counting the 6 old ultimate moves, he could now unleash 7 or 8 moves simultaneously, power surging like a tide, compared to the previous Sacred Flame sword that was merely a purely fiery sword. Last time I ranked first in all categories. And the Sword God system also rewarded me with a gacha chance. I'll try the gacha today then, he muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. Now his attack damage was at its peak, with more than enough strength, agility and willpower. The only shortcomings were stamina and resilience, otherwise he would have easily dodged Fang Teng's punch today. I should draw some defensive equipment. Survival in the transcontinental dungeon now became the top priority, like a fated trial. At this moment the equipment image appeared, obtaining an epic grade personal combat suit, experimental level, triple modified. Yi Ning frowned, observing carefully. Is this really an epic grade combat suit? This doesn't look like metal armor, but rather fabric. Is this dog system playing with me? He shook his head, his face full of doubt and dissatisfaction. Yi Ning stared at the data displayed on the screen, his gaze sweeping over each line of shimmering text. Personal combat suit, experimental level, triple modified, with Constitution 7, Speed 3 attributes. Equipment effects include rule level bulletproof, explosion proof, fire resistant below 3000 degrees, cold resistant below -95 degrees. Reduces pure simulated weapon damage by 33, reduces sharp weapon damage by 33, reduces ranged attack damage by 33. Combat suit is undamaged, flexible for underwater movement, immune to radiation, and countless other benefits. This lightweight military uniform was as sturdy as an insurmountable fortress. Its rule-level immunity capability shocked him, and he secretly thought all the advanced equipment from my previous life combined still couldn't compare to this. Equipment skill. Infernal Abyss. After killing a target, the enemy's soul can be imprisoned in the combat suit and actively released to block damage when needed. The block strength depends on the target's power during life. This effect stacks infinitely. Equipment evaluation. As a divine relic of the spirit world, by absorbing a large amount of high-level creature blood, the initially ordinary combat suit has evolved into legendary equipment. Note, may cause hostility from creatures from other worlds, sparking an endless pursuit. Blood may instill fear in other creatures and bring special encounters. Yi Ning murmured, his tone excited. He said Infernal Abyss and the Yama's Incarnation ultimate move attributes were a perfect combination. One collected souls to block damage, the other collected souls for attack. But was this spirit world the same as the spirit realm from before? Where exactly was it? It seems the deity worshipped in that world must be at least tier 5, right? He frowned slightly, lost in thought. If its original owner knew I took their stuff, would they hunt me down? Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. It's not like I stole it. If they want to settle accounts, they can find the Sword God system. Preparations complete, the time to depart for the transcontinental dungeon was drawing near. The scene switched to the capital military zone where the airbase was bustling. Everyone was already in position inside the enormous spaceship, engines roaring ready to launch. Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why isn't that kid Yi Ning here yet? We still have 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't come, he'll miss the dungeon's opening time, a team member said anxiously. Let's wait a little longer, he should be here soon. After he arrives, everyone please be careful with your words. Don't call him that kid. Address him as committee member or excellency. After all, his current military rank is much higher than ours, the captain replied sternly. Captain, I didn't mean it that way. But look, he didn't arrive early, nor did he train with us. Train for what? Didn't the higher-ups say, our second mission is to ensure his safety, and the first mission is also to ensure his safety? What, it changed again? Then why are we still going to the transcontinental dungeon? Isn't it just to acquire resources? If you're afraid of danger, don't enter the dungeon, haha. You want to go, you want to be protected, and you want to earn merits. He's almost here, quite a grand entrance. Oh my, 6 tier 3 advanced protectors, isn't that too exaggerated? Haha, this is even more exaggerated than the legends. Everyone immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Excellency Yi Ning, I am Ming Luo, the captain of this operation. Would you like me to introduce everyone? No need to be polite, Captain Ming Luo. Just call me Yi Ning. Please introduce everyone. Yi Ning replied casually. This operation has 10 people in total. Vice Captain Zheng Cheng and I are both tier 3 intermediate. The rest are all novices, including 3 ranged attackers and 4 melee attackers. I have both strength and agility, and I'm responsible for assault. Zheng Cheng has both agility and willpower, a super rare talent, and is responsible for reconnaissance. Our main task is to bring back as many psionic ores as possible. Of course, it would be even better if we could eliminate awakened ones from other war zones. I understand. Can you give me some information about the awakened ones from other war zones? Of course, but haven't you seen the relevant dungeon information before? Ah, I knew about that before. Ming Luo handed over a thick stack of documents. This time we face a wide variety of war zones, including Country H, Country R, Country C, and Southeast Asia. A total of 6 countries. This might be the most intense battle in history. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like a string about to snap. Yi Ning scanned the documents, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What kind of trash are these people? I haven't even heard a single name. Everyone secretly thought, is he a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger? Or do important people all like to show off like this? Ming Luo cleared his throat, his tone stern. Excellency Yi Ning, I know you are very strong, but we still cannot underestimate them. We have already clashed with these people several times. Even with many tier 3 intermediate members in previous teams, they all died at their hands. Yi Ning frowned, his voice cold. You mean they killed many of us? Then this time I'll make them pay with blood. The gate to the transcontinental dungeon was now open, like a monster with its mouth agape waiting. The air grew tense, sharp gazes intertwining between the various war zones. 40%, we'll give you 3% at most, a voice from the L country war zone rang out full of provocation. Our H country war zone, this time besides 2 tier 3 intermediates, everyone else is at the peak of their division. Stop arguing, the exact distribution doesn't matter, just stick to the previous ratio. Another person interjected, their tone full of dissatisfaction. Captain Yamato Kazuki from the R country war zone spoke, his eyes cunning. The problem is this time we can't let the Washa war zone get any resources. As long as we cut off their psionic resources and destroy their planes, their anti-air system will be breached. By then, wouldn't all of Washa's safety zones become our breeding grounds? Yamato Kazuki is right. As long as we scare them enough, they won't dare to send anyone again, another person echoed, their tone triumphant. Only then can we enjoy peace, but this time we must be even more cautious. A voice deepened, carrying a hint of worry. After all, Washa has failed repeatedly, and this time they might send their strongest lineup. All their old captains died at our hands, and 6 of us fighting 1 are still so timid and afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly, they're not like us, another person sneered. Their land is vast and their population is large, but their strong individuals have to guard the borders and protect the people. Those with talent and potential mostly come from large factions. How many would dare to come in? Captain Ju from the H country war zone stood up, his voice booming like thunder. They're just a bunch of A-rank talent trash. I can kill them all myself. That's for sure. Our giant can rival a tier 3 advanced entity, another person laughed loudly. But then their tone quickly sobered. But in the global announcement a few days ago, Washa had a Yi Ning who was first in all 4 categories. So what? Not to mention Washa would never let him in. Even if he did, he's just an awakened one who just ascended to tier 3. What use could he be, exactly? If Yi Ning really dares to come, I don't mind cutting him up as a trophy, said Vice Captain Azumano Fu from the L Country War Zone with a sinister smile. Quick, move aside, that pervert who specializes in spatial assassination accidentally killed someone again. I already have 6 pigheads among my trophies, and the global #1 is definitely worth collecting. Just then, a notification rang out, interrupting the argument. The Washa War Zone has entered the Transcontinental Dungeon Zombie Kingdom. The dungeon will begin in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. Zombie Kingdom, an A- ranked transcontinental dungeon, appeared before them, like a world cut off from reality, with excellent technological civilization development. Social order and class system were similar to the real world, but awakened ones had never appeared. Various armors and machines possessed strength equivalent to tier 3, although there had never been a large-scale zombie horde disaster before. Only some sporadic waves. Let's go everyone, let's enter together, Ju shouted excitedly, then added, and kill them all. As soon as Yi Ning was teleported in, he felt a terrifying pressure. The other members of his team collapsed, unconscious. Only he remained awake, though his head felt somewhat dizzy, he thought to himself. So this is entering, no wonder it's a transcontinental dungeon. Even a strong willpower type like me felt dizzy during the teleportation. He looked around and saw everyone lying haphazardly, covered by a protective circle. This was a temporary engagement space, used to confirm the number of participants. No one could attack during this time. After 30 seconds of confirmation, each team would enter the zombie kingdom sequentially based on their overall strength. Sequentially entering, is this not the real entry yet? Yi Ning frowned, recalling his previous life. When he entered this dungeon, there were no such rules, not even combatants. He looked around and found that besides one person on the opposite side staring at him with cold eyes, everyone else was unconscious. Oh, new faces in the Washa War Zone woke up quite early, huh? That person smiled faintly, his tone full of provocation. Yi Ning secretly assessed that he had woken up quickly enough. But why did he feel that guy woke up even faster than him? Impossible. He estimated that kid should only be tier 3 novice and seemed unstable. He turned to Zheng Cheng. You just woke up, quickly asked, and sulfur monosulfide rank willpower type. This waking speed is something to behold. Oh, you're awake, Zheng Cheng. What's with this temporary engagement space? Zheng Cheng calmly replied. This is what we told you about before, the time advantage. Previously, the dungeon would compensate for the weakness of entrance. The weakest ranked team could enter the dungeon first. The other members of the team gradually woke up, staggering to their feet, their faces pale, feeling uncomfortable from the aftershocks of the teleportation. The side effects of this teleportation are really unpleasant. I feel pain all over, one person moaned, clutching their head. On the opposite side, people from other war zones smiled faintly, their tones contemptuous. Has the Washa War Zone completely given up this time, even sending in rookies? Haha, except for Captain Ming Luo, everyone else in the team is trash. This time I'm going to make Ming Luo's head into an ornament, another person snorted, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. Let's go greet them. But as soon as they touched the protective circle, they were immediately blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance. Hey, you dare to come in again? Didn't enough of you die last time? Haha, a bunch of trash. You're not even worthy of licking my ass, but your captain's lamb is really delicious. I have to stew it for a long time to make it tender, one person sneered, his tone full of provocation. Trash, you only deserve to be thrown into the biogas pit as fertilizer, another continued, his eyes filled with humiliation. You damned fat pig, this time we'll definitely kill you to avenge our captain, a Washa team member roared, clenching his fists. You'd better clean yourselves up and wait for us. I also want to boil you into soup, the person on the other side laughed, his tone sinister. Ming Luo raised a hand, trying to suppress the anger in his team. Everyone, don't get agitated, calm down, ignore them. They know we're the first to enter, so they're deliberately provoking us, don't fall for it. Yi Ning stood by, his lips slightly curved, secretly assessing that the captain's handling of the situation was quite good. Calm enough at this moment. Ju from the H Country War Zone was allowed by the system to pass through the light barrier, his eyes sharp as a knife. Your new captain really doesn't have any madness in him, haha. Wasn't it because of saving him that your old captain didn't die last time? But it doesn't matter today, whether you have the ability or not, you will die. I won't hesitate to let you die enlightened, understood? The person opposite laughed, their eyes full of disdain. Oh my, is there no barrier between our teams? Before they only talked about forming alliances, but this time they actually used an extremely precious joint item. Ming Luo frowned, his voice low. So the previous intelligence was wrong. With this new information, we're in big trouble. Ha 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 ha, have these pigs finally realized their impending doom? Didn't your superiors tell you? Oh, I forgot, you're all trash, even your intelligence is wrong. A person from the opposing war zone laughed, their tone full of sarcasm. Yi Ning remained motionless, his eyes cold, thinking, alliance, so be it. Without tier 3 advanced, a human wave tactic is useless against me. He quickly analyzed that 60 tier 3s was indeed a lot, but no matter how much trash there was, it was still trash. But this information indicated that there must be an insider in the team or among the high-level leadership. Ju walked closer, his tone full of threat. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might consider letting all of you keep your full bodies, not turning you into minced meat. Or you can use the woman in your team to save everyone. My technique is very good, I guarantee she'll be thrilled, reaching ecstasy. The woman in the Washa team heard this, her eyes burning with rage. "I'll kill you, you bastards," she roared and charged forward, but a male teammate pulled her back. "Don't fall for it," he shouted, trying to calm her down. Another person from the R area spoke, his tone sinister. "Don't you want psionic ores? Then give us the women in exchange. That's not a bad idea, I have to say. The awakened women in your war zone are really tender. Do you remember Zhang Wei from your team last time? I heard she was even the military flower of your army." He laughed, his tone even more vicious. "Hey, do you know how long we played with her after we caught her? You really liked her, didn't you, Mingluo? She was the most outstanding awakened one in your team in recent years, beautiful and admired by many. You didn't even dare to touch a single one of her fingers, did you? But unfortunately, how many men played with her until she died that day? How did she beg us? I even felt a little sorry for her. She was still waiting for you to save her, but it's a real pity you rats abandoned her and ran away. Hey, that taste, the taste of her lips and teeth." Ming Luo could no longer restrain himself, his eyes bloodshot, roaring like a beast. This time he himself couldn't suppress his rage. "I'll kill you, you beast, don't touch her, give her back to me." He charged forward, aiming a fierce punch at the barrier, but the invisible force blocked his fist, rendering it ineffective. Other teammates rushed over, trying to hold Ming Luo back. "Captain, we're not going to live anyway this time. Let's fight them to the death in this dungeon," one person shouted, his eyes filled with determination. Yi Ning suddenly roared, his voice like thunder, drowning out all the noise. "Everyone shut up." Then he lowered his voice, his eyes sharp but calm. "Calm down, use your brains," he thought. A Tier 3 awakened one, capable of unleashing power at any moment. How can he be bullied by others? The people opposite looked at each other, a hint of wariness in their eyes. Those few thought, "This kid is not simple, just as the rumors say." One person whispered, his tone full of caution, "Is it because he doesn't know Zhang Wei that he can analyze so calmly?" Ming Luo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then turned to Yi Ning and said steadily, "I know it's impossible, but Yi Ning, don't worry. Know what's most important. No matter what happens, we will protect you. If you encounter danger, use the items provided by the army." Zheng Cheng nodded, adding, "When we encounter them, avenge us." Yi Ning's lips curved slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, thinking the battle hasn't even begun and these guys have already decided to die. "Fine, I'm too lazy to explain to them. I'll just kill them all later." Opposite, Yamato Kazuki quietly said to Azumano Fu, his eyes cunning, "Your ears are really sharp. Did Ming Luo just call that guy Yi Ning? HMPH, I didn't expect it, but the global #1's head still belongs to me." A system notification rang out, cold and decisive. "Detection phase has ended. Washa Warzone team, please enter the dungeon. Other warzones will enter in 6 hours." Ming Luo cheered, his tone full of hope. "We're going in 6 hours early this time. There might still be a chance to turn the tide." Yi Ning merely forced a smile, thinking, "Haha, this dungeon is really merciful to the weak but also truly despicable." Before stepping in, he turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd opposite, his tone cold and full of implicit threat. "You damned fat pig, you like eating bananas, don't you? When you come in, I'll use your head as a stool and let you eat until you're full. And you beasts, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you keep your full bodies. At least I'll feed your little brothers to the dogs." He disappeared into the teleportation gate, leaving the people on the other side gnashing their teeth in anger. "Is that kid threatening us? Haha, a Tier 3 rookie. Where does he get such courage?" one person roared, their tone full of contempt. Yamato Kazuki frowned, his voice low. "Haha, don't rookies always like to brag? No, that kid is unusually calm. Captain Yamato, we're entering much later than expected. More importantly, there's still 6 hours. They can hide and take cover." Azumano Fu smiled faintly, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. "Haha, I think you're overthinking it. Even if that Yi Ning hides in an underground crevice, I, Azumano Fu, am confident I can twist his neck off." A system notification rang out again. "Successfully entered the Transcontinental Dungeon Zombie Kingdom. Time difference from other war zones, 5 hours 59 minutes and 32 seconds. The missions were clearly displayed. Mission 1, research genes and obtain abnormal data within 3 months. Mission 2, obtain psionic ores, minimum quantity not less than 1,000 kg. Promotion will be evaluated based on the quantity obtained. Mission 3. After finding the main item of this world, you can choose to start the first stage of the mission. Note, after completing the 3 missions, you can choose to leave the dungeon or kill enemy awakened ones. For each kill, the mission evaluation will increase by 1.2, and you will receive special rewards." Ming Luo immediately gave an urgent order. "Everyone, hurry. Find a system with internet access and determine the coordinates of the NPCs in this mission. We must complete all missions and escape before they arrive." But Yi Ning raised a hand to stop him, his eyes sharp as a sword. He suddenly slashed forward with his sword, and a dazzling stream of energy tore through the air. Ming Luo exclaimed in panic, "Yi Ning, what are you doing? If you do that, we'll be wanted by the NPCs." Yi Ning straightened up, his voice low but full of authority. "From now on I will be in command. I will help everyone win this dungeon." Immediately, a regional notification sounded, a mechanical and cold voice. "Invasion riot warning, invasion riot warning." Ming Luo was stunned. Didn't he say he was going to find the mission NPCs and try not to provoke the forces of this world? Yi Ning's lips curled, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. "No, first we must fight to conquer this world and seize supreme power. No need to wait for them to come and kill us. Once completely surrounded by the allied forces, no one can escape. That will be my Yi Ning massacre moment." He stepped forward and sat in the control circle of a vehicle that looked like it had a steering wheel. His actions were decisive, and the system confirmed. Password correct, please begin driving. The team members watched Yi Ning expertly control the vehicle, unable to hide their astonishment, their eyes filled with surprise. The riot warning notification suddenly stopped as if stifled by an invisible hand. Yi Ning, you've already taken control of this vehicle. How did he do it? Ming Luo exclaimed, his voice full of doubt. Military secret cannot be disclosed, Yi Ning replied succinctly, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. He held up a card, its metallic luster shimmering in the dim light. Ming Luo's Special Operations Team, changing captains now. For this operation, everything is under my command. Everyone was shocked, recognizing it as the command card, the highest symbol of authority for Special Forces. Ming Luo frowned. Special Forces command order, what's wrong? Do you want to defy orders? I wouldn't dare, Zheng Cheng quickly replied, his voice slightly trembling, but he immediately gestured. Everyone get in the car. One person in the team muttered softly, their tone full of emotion. This is too domineering. He tells us to protect him, but then he throws himself into danger. Haha, no problem. We're not going to make it out alive anyway. The battle vehicle, like an arrow shot from a bow, sped toward the road to Lyson Manor. Inside the vehicle, everyone marveled at Yi Ning's skilled driving. His operations are so practiced. What exactly is going on? One person whispered. Their gaze fixed on Yi Ning's back. Yi Ning remained composed, thinking that compared to the Apocalypse Systems missions, completing the Sword God Systems missions was more important. Only then could he obtain the design blueprints for the aerospace carrier. He frowned, his thoughts racing. This was crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the Apocalypse War. After all, even if his personal power was immense, facing a world-class zombie horde, it would be but a drop in the ocean. The system suddenly updated, a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Mission update. Seize ultimate control of the dungeon and alter the world's future course. The greater the change, the more privileges gained. Warning, avoid being killed by the dungeon world's protagonist, Lin Rui. The protagonist cannot die, so the fastest way to change the world's course is to seize power. Yi Ning nodded slightly, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Furthermore, once he had power, he could better curb the Six-Nation Alliance. According to the system information provided by Ghost Eye Hacker, heading to the governor's mansion was the fastest route. Ming Luo sat by, making no secret of his doubt. Yi Ning, you want to control the upper echelons here, relying on their power to help us eliminate those people? Exactly. Yi Ning answered decisively, but that's too fantastical, it definitely won't work. Ming Luo objected, shaking his head. Forget about 60 Tier 3 combatants and whether we can control the army, we can't even determine their appearance locations, an ambush is simply impossible. Zheng Cheng added, his tone filled with worry. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. What's so difficult about that? Using the triangulation method is enough, he explained, his voice low but sharp as a knife. Firstly, this system won't let us be too far from the enemy, otherwise it wouldn't be a confrontation dungeon. Secondly, neither side can be too far from the mission objective, or all time will be spent on travel. With us as the center and the maximum speed of an awakened X3L as the radius, that's basically the range where they will appear. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the virtual map in his mind. By overlapping the circles with the center, the range can be narrowed, but it's still too large. After all, only by attacking them immediately upon their appearance can we pose a threat to them. He continued, his tone growing more confident. The two main NPCs in this mission are Professor Clay and the civilian Lin Rui. The professor is in the lab, which, judging by the name, should be in Chinatown. Taking the midpoint of these 2 points and connecting it to the area we just derived gives us this region, he pointed, his gaze sharp. Do you remember where we appeared? Right in the parking lot. This means the system will try its best to avoid natives seeing awakened ones, but their appearance locations will be the suburbs, highways, and parks in this area. Everyone fell silent after hearing him, their eyes filled with admiration. The analysis was extremely clear. Zheng Cheng muttered to himself, his tone full of surprise. So this wasn't an impulsive decision, this is too incredible. I really underestimated him before. Yi Ning smiled faintly, thinking, of course it wouldn't be that simple. The main reason I can be so sure is because of Ghost Eye Hacker's reminder. An hour later, the scene switched. The vehicle stopped in front of a magnificent building surrounded by a tense atmosphere. We're here, get out, Yi Ning ordered, his tone decisive. Suddenly, a group of locals rushed out shouting, intrusion alert, who are you, don't move. Yi Ning exuded an astonishing pressure, sweeping out like a tsunami, controlling the entire surrounding area. He ordered, his voice icy, go ahead, knock them all out. Don't kill anyone. Don't worry about them contacting the outside. The communication network here has been cut off by my mental power. Everyone followed Yi Ning's command, immediately dispersing and employing their unique skills, handling everything at extreme speed. The mansion guards panicked, shouting, monsters, quick, open fire, enforce the law on the spot, but they were quickly suppressed. Outside, the Washaw team members continuously unleashed skills, sometimes freezing enemies instantly with bone-chilling fire. Other times, raging flames completely controlled the situation. Another person used a mental skill, their gaze sharp. Too much righteousness, that's not good. Ming Luo laughed heartily, his tone filled with pleasure. Haha, Tier 3 against ordinary people, it's indeed a crushing blow. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. If the Six-Nation Coalition were as easy to deal with, that would be great. Zheng Cheng shook his head, his tone teasing. Haha, you're dreaming. Meanwhile, Yi Ning had already broken through the door and rushed inside. The guards kept firing, but he merely curled his lips, thinking, perfect. Let me use your electromagnetic guns to test the defense of my new combat suit. The electromagnetic projectiles struck the combat suit, but he felt no threat, as if it were just a gentle breeze. Not bad, feels like a mage, he muttered to himself. A hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, the guard stammered in horror. He can actually be immune to electromagnetic projectiles, how is that possible? Yi Ning shrugged, his tone icy. Alright, I'm in a hurry today. No time to play with you. Elemental wind blades, extreme freeze. He swung his sword and a blast of cold air erupted, yet maintaining its precision. Of course, not too cold, just right. A blade of ice whistled past and the guards were instantly frozen stiff, their bodies motionless like statues. The Washa team rushed in, Ming Luo shouting, quick, go rendezvous with Yi Ning. But when they entered, everyone was stunned. The space was not as dangerous as they had imagined, but instead filled with artistic flair, exquisite paintings and sculptures everywhere. How it seems not only is there no danger here, but it's also very artistic, Zheng Cheng exclaimed, his tone filled with surprise. Yi Ning calmly stepped forward, facing Governor Brandt, his gaze serene yet full of authority. It's a pleasure to meet Governor Brandt. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, there will be no problems. Governor Brandt was sweating profusely, trembling, thinking, a pleasure to meet me? Hundreds of guards in my mansion were taken down in seconds. This is definitely not something a human can do, he stammered. Even a genetically modified human can't do it. Don't kill me. I'll cooperate with whenever you want, but first, I want to know who you are and why you're arresting me, Yi Ning gestured. And a floating object flew to Brandt's side, his gaze sharp as a knife. We are from the future. Having traveled from this world 10 years from now, our mission is to prevent the crisis in this world. So you can rest assured we are not bad people. As you can see, we haven't killed any of your subordinates. At most, we've only restricted their movements. He paused, his voice lowering. Actually, it's quite easy for us to find you. I need you to mobilize all armed forces in Obama Province within 3 hours and activate all Skia systems to help me find and kill these people. They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world. Brandt was stunned, muttering, the future. Danger? Is this a movie or a reality show, or am I dreaming? Yi Ning waved his hand and the card slapped Brandt's face like a gentle reprimand, waking him up. Are you awake now? Awake, awake, don't hit me anymore. Brandt quickly replied, sweating profusely. But I'm just a provincial governor, I can't mobilize so many troops, he explained, his voice trembling. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes. Then how many can you mobilize? How many A-rank mechs can you mobilize? He secretly calculated that A-rank mechs could barely rival Tier 3 novice awakened ones. If he could mobilize dozens or even hundreds of mechs, there was still hope. Brandt swallowed, replying, at most 3 A-rank mechs and more B-rank mechs, about 120. I can command them, but once A-rank mechs are mobilized, they will decide whether to attack themselves. I have no command authority. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. HMPH, this is completely superfluous, but Yi Ning didn't waver, continuing to give orders. Ming Luo, take your men to the adjacent manor and capture a girl named Anna, Brandt shouted in panic. Don't touch my daughter. Yi Ning stood up, coldly reciting a series. According to Federal Law Number 78, you have the right to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Furthermore, the armed forces of Obama Province have at least 6 A-rank mechs and 2,400 B-rank mechs. A drill order or under the pretext of counterterrorism, any reason will do, yet you are being dishonest. Brandt hastily defended himself. No, it's not like that. To achieve what you're saying, it requires review by an AI expert. I can enter a state of combat readiness, but if the expert doesn't approve, the subordinates won't listen. And an AI expert cannot be deceived. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, a glint of confidence in his eyes. You just need to mobilize them. Issue the order immediately to assemble all provincial armies at the designated coordinates within 3 hours. Furthermore, dispatch engineers and technicians to those coordinates for monitoring. Brandt nodded repeatedly. All right, Yi Ning thought. Fortunately, I cooperated with the NPC who completely followed the plot in my previous life. I got a backdoor command from this expert. A moment later, the AI system notification sounded, a mechanically clear voice requesting the issuance of a counterterrorism order. The army mobilization order issued by the provincial governor has been approved by the expert. Governor Brandt was stunned after hearing this. His eyes filled with surprise and fear. He can actually control an AI expert. He really is from the future. He trembled, thinking, his forehead covered in sweat. At this moment, Brandt's daughter was brought over, yelling with a pale face, What do you want to do? What have you done to my dad? Brandt rushed to his daughter in panic. Anna, please release my daughter. But Yi Ning merely waved his hand. An invisible force gently touched his neck and Brandt immediately collapsed, unconscious. Yi Ning turned to Anna, his voice cold but sharp. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. He looked directly into her eyes, his gaze seeming to pierce her heart. Listen, your father embezzled $3.9 billion and assassinated political opponents. This is a capital crime, but as long as you help me find Lin Rui within 6 hours, I can spare your father's life. Don't try to deceive me. I know you are classmates. I even know the details of his secret crush on you. He paused. His tone softened slightly. Of course you don't need to worry about Lin Rui's safety. We are here to protect him. 4 hours later on National Highway 077 in Obama Province, the Six Nation Coalition stopped, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, no one here. I told you there couldn't be an ambush, one person said triumphantly. You overestimated those pigs just now, another sneered. True, they must have been scared to death as soon as they heard we entered. Damn it, they threatened us before and now they're hiding, Yamato Kazuki roared, a glint of displeasure in his eyes. Let's enter the city, capture a few administrators and force them to find those pigs. But one person suddenly frowned, their voice lowering. I always feel something is wrong here. Are these trotters too cheap and they look like they've just been turned over? Suddenly, red lights flickered densely across the network. The coalition members suddenly realized they had fallen into an ambush. In the sky, fighter jets and robots swarmed like a beehive. This was the army of this world. How could Washaw mobilize such a large army? One person shouted in horror. The 1st, 3rd, and 7th fighter jets began deploying poison gas bombs. Nerve gas spread, making the coalition struggle for breath. Staggering hurry. Willpower types, activate mental defense layer together, one person ordered. A mental barrier instantly unfolded, stopping the spread of the gas. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the 2nd, 4th, and 6th fighter jets deployed airburst bombs. The electromagnetic mech units simultaneously attacked in explosive fire mode. Explosions rang out one after another, thoroughly tormenting the coalition. Yamato Kazuki roared, flames burning in his eyes. Tier 3 novices, responsible for defensive cover. Tier 3 intermediates, charged with me. Death to anyone who stands in our way. He curled his lips, his tone arrogant. I've intentionally stayed at Tier 3 intermediate for 5 years, unwilling to upgrade. Guess why? A-rank mechs, even if they can rival Tier 3 novices, are just trash in front of us. Exactly, those B-rank foot soldiers behind are even less worth mentioning. Azumano Fu sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. You think you can kill us with these things? How naive. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from the air as if using a spatial gate, landing directly on a plane. You think just because you're flying in the sky we can't do anything to you? I have space abilities. He waved his hand, unleashing Golden Dragon's frenzy dance, instantly destroying the first plane. Outside, everyone staring at the big screen felt a chill down their spines. Jolling, this won't do, one person murmured, his tone filled with worry. The gap in combat power is simply enormous. Even if we can deplete a few weak Tier 3 novices, we can't deal with the rest. No, it's alright. We never expected these mechs to win anyway. Yi Ning stood there, drawing his sword, his gaze sharp as a knife. Hope for what? Only hope for this sword in my hand. Minglua hastily tried to stop him, his tone panicked. Yi Ning, wait, if you do this, you're walking right into a trap. It's too dangerous. If anyone should go, it should be us first. Otherwise it will be difficult to protect your safety. Yi Ning glanced, his voice low but full of authority. Then you all come with me, but I only ask you to stand outside the mech's protective circle. Don't let a single one escape. No one is allowed to charge without my order, but if you disobey orders you will be dealt with according to military law. He stepped onto the battlefield, his figure like a whirlwind. Oh, it seems someone is charging over, one person in the coalition exclaimed. Hunting time begins, let's clear this pile of trash first. It's Yi Ning of the Washa team. Yi Ning swung his sword. Sword streams storm raining down like a sword shower, sharp sword light tearing through the air. The coalition panicked, sweating profusely. Fortunately, Yamato Kazuki timely activated all defenses, forming a protective shield to block the undefended enemies were cut to pieces and the protective shield, already shaky, instantly shattered under Yi Ning's sword. The Washa team members were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yi Ning had defeated all Tier 3 novices in one move, even injuring Tier 3 intermediates. No wonder he didn't let us charge. This heaven-defying power is more terrifying than the legends. Minglua murmured, his eyes filled with admiration. How did he do it? These Tier 3s aren't rookies like Zhang Yang. Zheng Cheng frowned, his tone contemplative. Is it because those mechs depleted a lot of the Tier 3 novices' psionic energy earlier? The most dangerous part is next. We must be ready to rescue him at any moment. He turned to the team members, his tone serious. In a critical moment, even if it means disobeying orders, we must save him. On the coalition side, everyone looked at Yi Ning, their eyes burning with the flames of revenge, charging like a pack of hungry wolves. You killed all my brothers, I'll kill you, you bastard. We're going to kill you and feed you to the dogs. Who's our killer? Now it's our turn. Yi Ning, today I'm going to eat your flesh, one person roared, their eyes blood red. But the local robots still stubbornly blocked, forming a wall of steel. Get out of the way, do you want to die? A coalition member shouted. They pushed hard. Yi Ning stood still, his gaze as sharp as a knife, searching for a breakthrough in their formation. At this moment the crowd seemed to form a straight line, he thought to himself, a slight smile on his lips. Then come on, this straight line is your death line. He swung his sword. Sky trajectory gleaming erupted and a sword light tore through space. Several individuals instantly fell. A space-type enemy, unafraid of death, silently approached from behind him, grinning sinisterly. Yi Ning, your head is mine. But two Washa team members reacted immediately, firing a volley of heartfire snake ice arrows. Two streams of ice and fire energy shot towards the space-type enemy's arm, causing severe injury and profuse bleeding. Oh, trying to rush over? No way, he growled through gritted teeth. Yi Ning turned, wielding the elemental wind blades, raging inferno, effortlessly deflecting the remaining attacks like wind brushing across a lake. The space-type enemy still confidently shouted, Yi Ning only has 2 ultimate moves at most, everyone, don't worry, attack him together. And of course his head is mine. Yi Ning sneered upon hearing this. How could he be sure he only had 2 ultimate moves? If he knew all along, why only say it now? He even kept his distance during the ambush and shouted a warning beforehand. He shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Two other enemies rushed over, roaring, "He's exhausted his tricks, kill him!" Yi Ning burst out laughing, his voice echoing like thunder. "Exhausted my tricks? Haha." He raised his hands high, murderous intent erupting like a demon. "Then let me show you what else I've got." Yama's incarnation skill immediately activated. The two enemies instantly evaporated, as if they had never existed. System notification. Consuming 20,000 psionic energy, remaining psionic energy 35,000. The coalition members were stunned, shouting, "What the hell is that? Were we fooled? How is this possible?" One person said, trembling. Is this the 4-category top talent? I've never seen such a move in my life. Not just the move but also the psionic energy release, 20,000 points. That's too exaggerated. Today we will not let a single washaw pig escape. Another word. "Brothers, I'll kill Yi Ning." But Yi Ning did not stop. Continued to activate Yama's incarnation, summoning shadowy specters that obeyed his command, assailing like a whirlwind of death. "Kill that Jindo for me," he ordered, and soon 3 specters surrounded the unfortunate individual. Desperate screams echoed. Yi Ning calmly walked towards Yamato Kazuki, his gaze icy. "Yamato Kazuki, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" he sneered. "Because their strength couldn't kill me?" Yi Ning shook his head, his tone full of mockery. "Wrong. Because I said I would personally shove your head up your ass, Yi Ning. I keep my word." He immediately turned. Terrorizing energy condensed in his hands. Elemental wind blades, Arctic dragon howled forth, roaring like an ice dragon. Yamato Kazuki roared, unleashing Soul Protection Fist, and the two forces collided, neutralizing each other in midair. But Yi Ning was faster, sliding behind him in a blink, unleashing elemental wind blades, Phoenix Rage. A burning phoenix charged towards him, flames soaring. Yamato Kazuki tensed his body, activating Wings of Nirvana, forming a solid shield that blocked Yi Ning's attack. "No wonder he's a berserker physique type. His defense is indeed excellent," Yi Ning mused, a slight smile on his lips. "But that's all. I don't have time to play with you anymore." Suddenly, several darts flew from behind. Was it Azumano Fu's covert attack again? Yi Ning sneered. "Do you think you're the only one who can mentally control objects?" He activated Psychic Full Defense, retaliating with a dagger, easily deflecting the darts. Yamato Kazuki seized the opportunity, diving from the air, shouting, "Yi Ning, these are all just feints. You've fallen for it. Firestorm Meteor." Yi Ning stood his ground, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "You're actually coordinating your attacks? In that case, I'll show you that in the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless." Yi Ning raised his longsword high, activating Sky Defense. A dazzling shield enveloped him. Yamato Kazuki's attack was futile, like wind passing through rock. "What? He's just a tier 3 novice, yet he has such defensive power?" Yamato Kazuki roared, his eyes filled with surprise and anger. Yi Ning sneered, his voice echoing, "This move isn't over yet." He leaped into the air, flipping over, his figure diving like an eagle. Skylock Heavy Strike. A terrifying pressure erupted, crushing down on Yamato Kazuki, making him feel as if he was being pressed by a mountain. His body couldn't move. Impossible. Azumano Fu, hidden in the void, also felt immense pressure. Sweat poured down his face. How could this guy be so strong? In the distance, Jindo propped his sword on the ground, struggling to fend off Yi Ning's 3 specters. He roared contemptuously, "I have tier 3 advanced strength. Do you think these half-baked tier 3 undead can kill me? Don't dream, Yi Ning. Today I will personally kill you." But just then an earth-shattering explosion erupted from Yi Ning, and even Jindo far away felt the destructive power. What is this again?" he shrieked, his body trembling from the aftershocks of the skill. Yi Ning emerged from the billowing smoke, his gaze icy. He had only used Sky Defense before. He hadn't expected its offensive power to be no less than Sword Stream Storm. The washout team members were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. How many moves did Yi Ning have? What kind of monster was he? Yamato Kazuki was enraged to the extreme, activating his strongest move, Berserker Transformation. His body swelled, muscles bulging like a gigantic war machine. "This is my trump card, Yi Ning. I only use this form when fighting tier 3 advanced opponents. Today you are privileged to see it, even if you die by my hand." Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Oh really? I don't think so." Yamato Kazuki roared and charged forward. He unleashed a terrifying sky-splitting fist, its destructive power shaking the earth, sending weaker enemies flying. The washout team members panicked. "Oh my god, I've never seen anything so big before." Yi Ning is in danger, but they can only watch helplessly. "We can't charge forward at all." Yi Ning plunged his sword into the ground, and the combat suit's shield glowed, deflecting the attack. He thought to himself, "Is this the destructive power of a tier 3 advanced mutant? Fortunately, I have a new combat suit to block the damage. Otherwise, this punch would be truly difficult to parry." Yamato Kazuki continued his attack, unleashing a 1,000-army sweep, a horizontal strike with an aura as if to flatten everything. Yi Ning immediately activated Infernal Abyss, summoning Jindu's soul to block. Jindu's soul appeared, transforming into a whirlwind shield, deflecting the terrifying attack. "How is this possible?" Yamato Kazuki roared in horror. "So your ultimate moves are all used up. In that case, it's my turn." Yi Ning sneered, his longsword glinting, God's wrath condensing on the blade. System notification. Skill consumes 20,000 psionic energy, remaining psionic energy 4,800. He summoned a tier 4 phantom. An agile figure identical to Yi Ning appeared. The coalition members were shocked. "I thought tier 4 would be at least dozens of meters tall. I didn't expect his body to be the same as his. Can this work?" Yamato Kazuki sneered. Ha, is this releasing your own soul, actively sending it over? Can your soul fight? How naive, but no sooner had he spoken than Yi Ning's Tier 4 phantom landed. Yamato Kazuki's body was riddled with sword marks instantly cut into countless pieces. Yi Ning watched this scene, unable to help but exclaim. An instant kill with one sword. Although the form was identical to his own, it was much more powerful than himself. The Washa team members were dumbfounded. Did we win? Did he not let us in to avoid accidentally killing us? Yi Ning's Tier 4 phantom sat on Yamato Kazuki's head, motioning for him to come over. Haha, do you know what I want to do? Yi Ning laughed. Of course I am you, the phantom replied. Then gradually dissipated. Yi Ning sighed. Unfortunately, it can only appear for 10 seconds each time. Then you are my future. He kicked Yamato Kazuki's head towards the banana-producing region. His gaze icy. HMPH, Yamato Kazuki, I told you I would shove your head up your ass. I did it. In the distance, Azumano Fu trembled in the shadows. Too terrifying. Besides me, the entire team has been wiped out. No, I must escape quickly. At least I can bring the news back, but Yi Ning had already discovered him, his sharp gaze directly piercing the void. There's still a fish that slipped through the net hiding in the shadows. I didn't notice you before. Now Azumano Fu, get out here. He swung his sword, fully activating his mental power to detect, and a burst of rage flame tracking erupted, incinerating space. Trying to escape. I said I'd wipe out all of you. Did you think I was joking? He rapidly converted his agility attribute, unleashing Rage Inferno, flames burning fiercely as if to devour Azumano Fu. Azumano Fu panicked, trying to hide in the void, sweat pouring down his face. Oh my god, although he can't see me, he wants to force me out with fire. He gritted his teeth, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. Yi Ning, stop chasing me. Azumano Fu still had a trump card no one knew about. But in the distance, Ming Luo shouted, his tone filled with worry. Yi Ning, your psionic energy is low, but letting him go back alive is even more dangerous. Azumano Fu jumped up. Attempting to evade Yi Ning's pursuing flames, the attack speed of these flames was too fast, he thought to himself. No, if this continues, I will surely die. Suddenly he changed his mind, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He had just used so many powerful moves. Logically, his psionic energy should be almost depleted. Instead of turning his back on the enemy, he might as well rush forward and try to defeat him. He roared, activating Life Burn Void Rupture, and turned to face Yi Ning. Die power erupted as if surpassing the limits of Tier 3 Advanced. When life is burned, my attack power is even stronger than an ordinary Tier 3 Advanced warrior. Even if you are fast, you are not faster than my supersonic blade. Die, Yi Ning. But Yi Ning merely smiled faintly, his gaze as calm as a lake. Haha, Azumano Fu frowned. Death was imminent. Why was he still smiling? But when the supersonic blade sliced through, it passed through Yi Ning's body without any obstruction. No, how could the blade pass through the body without any resistance? He panicked. It's over, it's an illusion. How could this be? Does he also have space-type skills? Before he could even understand, Yi Ning had already appeared behind him, unleashing Dimensional Slash and with one sword strike. Azumano Fu immediately fell, blood gushing like a fountain. I'm going to kill you. Yi Ning roared desperately. The Washa team members rushed over anxiously. Yi Ning, are you alright? Several people prepared to charge forward, unleashing Ice Prism, Arrow, and Heartfire Snake, aiming at Azumano Fu. But Yi Ning raised his hand to stop them, saying coldly, stop, let him live. The arrows still shot forth with full power. Yi Ning frowned. Didn't I tell them to stop? They still used full power. Two people in the team stammered. Yi Ning, I didn't mean it. I was too nervous at the time. I couldn't pull back. Others quickly ran over. One person speaking. Yi Ning, did you let him live to extract information? But even if we ask, we can't tell if it's true or false. It's better to kill him quickly to avoid further complications. Yi Ning pointed his sword at the ground, his gaze sharply threatening Azumano Fu. Speak, who is your inside man in the Washa team? He sneered, his voice weak but full of provocation. I won't say. If you have the guts, kill me. Ming Luo frowned. Yi Ning, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor in our team? Everyone has been strictly vetted and all communication methods are monitored. Don't listen to his provocations. Yi Ning replied calmly, his gaze never leaving Azumano Fu. Everyone, don't panic yet. We'll know once I'm done interrogating him. He leaned down, his voice low as ice. Azumano Fu, if you wanted to die, you could have self-destructed under normal circumstances. The reason you didn't is because your previous ultimate move depleted the energy for self-destruction, right? Now you're just a piece of meat, you can't even commit suicide. Upon hearing this, Azumano Fu's face turned ashen like death. Yi Ning wounded him severely on the shoulder with one sword. Now if you'll tell me, I'll give you a quick death, Yi Ning said coldly. He still remained silent. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly. You won't talk, it's simple. I've read Washa's ancient tortures like human swine, slow slicing and so on. Azumano Fu panicked. No, don't, I'll talk. My inside man is Zhang Kaming. Ming Luo rushed to Zhang Kaming in shock. It's really Zhang Kaming? Impossible. What benefits did they give you? Why would you betray your brothers? Heartfire erupted, continuously burning Zhang Kaming. Screams echoing. Azumano Fu forced a smile. Yi Ning, are you satisfied? Can you give me a quick death now? Yi Ning glanced at him, his gaze icy. I'm fairly satisfied. But don't be in a hurry. There are two more people in front of you. He suddenly vanished, charging towards a nearby figure, approaching someone who had abandoned a piece to save the king. Didn't I see that? Yi Ning roared, his longsword slashing down, aiming directly at Zheng Cheng. Ming Luo panicked. Yi Ning, are you crazy? The traitor is Zhang Kaming. Why are you attacking Zheng Cheng? Yi Ning stopped, his voice low but sharp. Who told you there was only one traitor? He turned to look at Azumano Fu. Do you really think Azumano Fu would say it so easily? This is tantamount to sacrificing one exposed piece to save a hidden one. Zhang Cheng's face turned pale. Impossible, you're just guessing wildly. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate hearts. Even if I'm just guessing, hasn't your reaction already confirmed my suspicion? If he wasn't a traitor, why would your reaction be so gloating as if kicking someone when they're down? Now your existence holds no meaning for me. He swung his sword, a decisive strike ending Zhang Cheng's life without hesitation. Ming Luo frowned, turning to Yi Ning, his tone filled with confusion. Azumano Fu is very cunning. Perhaps this is his clever way of kicking someone when they're down. Zhang Cheng spoke, a hint of vigilance in his eyes as if questioning his conscience. I, Zhang Cheng, can honestly say I've been true to the country and my conscience. Yi Ning, how dare you falsely accuse me? Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his gaze sweeping over him like a blade. Why, you are indeed very cautious in your actions. There's no written evidence and you didn't even contact Zhang Kaming. He paused, his tone becoming low and sarcastic. So how did the messages get delivered? By remote attack, leaving a mark on the opponent, he continued, his gaze fixed on Zhang Cheng. Do you remember Azumano Fu's previous attack on me? But he gave an early warning, luring you and Zhang Kaming to make a move. At that time, Zhang Kaming's attack hit us and Zhang Cheng's attack hit Azumano Fu's arm. That's the evidence you were relaying information. The same evidence appeared in every dungeon. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, saying sharply, I bet you have even more such evidence on you. Zhang Cheng finally lowered his head, his voice full of powerlessness. You're right, I am indeed a traitor too. Ming Luo was stunned, his eyes reflecting pain and anger. Old Zhang Cheng, why did you do this? Yi Ning stared at him, his voice calm yet full of curiosity. But I'm also very puzzled as to why you became an informant. I've checked your file, it's flawless. Orphaned at 14, rescued by the military, no burden so no one could threaten you. Joined the army at 16, at 26, a Tier 1 awakened, single-handedly contained a Tier 2 mutant, was promoted to Tier 3, recruited into special forces, fought 13 times at the border, twice in critical situations. He paused, his gaze as deep as an abyss. The former captain treated you like a brother and Zhang Wei also considered you a brother. I'm very curious what the enemy war zone promised you to make you decide to betray your comrades. Zhang Cheng sighed, his voice low and sorrowful. If I tell you the truth, I've always felt I wasn't guilty of treason. Do you believe me? On the contrary, I just wanted to do my best for the Washa war zone. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, his tone full of sarcasm. Oh, that's a novel way of putting it. Zhang Cheng said, Yi Ning, you're right, I don't covet power nor do I desire anything from them. And I hate those bastards more than you do. Every day I wish I could kill them, but I can't. To save more friends I can only be their pawn. Ming Luo couldn't help but rush forward and kick him hard, his eyes burning with fury. Zhang Cheng, what the hell are you talking about? You betrayed us for our own good. Is that how you treated Zhang Wei and the old captain? Zhang Cheng gave a bitter smile, his voice full of sorrow. Haha, Captain, if I hadn't done that, do you think you'd be alive? Last time both old Captain Meng Yi and Zhang Wei died. Why did no one pursue us afterwards? That's because I begged them like a dog. Anyway, we couldn't win, so it was better to minimize casualties. He paused, his eyes blurred by painful memories. Zhang Cheng, when have I ever been afraid of death? But I'm afraid of watching my brothers die one by one. Then he tore open his shirt, revealing the dense network of scars on his body. Yi Ning, do you think I don't want to save everyone? I can't. We're like pigs in a cage. Only by sacrificing a few of us can the others survive. Yi Ning looked at him, his voice firm as stone. But this time is different. This time I can lead you to victory. Zhang Cheng nodded, a flicker of final hope in his eyes. Yes, Yi Ning, I really didn't expect this time. If only I had met you sooner. Yi Ning, I'm actually happy. Now that you've appeared, I can finally die without regrets in this humble life. He turned around, his voice trembling with emotion. Brothers, I miss the old Captain Zhang Wei and everyone very much, so I will go to them first to atone. Please live for me. Protect Yi Ning well, protect the future. Then he self-immolated. Flames burning fiercely, consuming his weary body. Everyone could only stand outside watching helplessly, unable to stop the fire. From ancient times, the law of survival of the fittest has never ceased. No matter what kind of weaklings, they will be eliminated. Whether it's foreign races, alien creatures, or mutant beasts, if my rebirth this time cannot save the world, it will be more than just a tragedy. The only way to prevent tragedy from happening again is to become stronger. Strong enough to overturn heaven and earth, strong enough to reverse destiny. Yi Ning turned around and said decisively, Let's go, we still have many other missions waiting to be completed. The scene shifted to Lyson Manor, the governor's office in Obama Province. The air suddenly fell into an eerie silence, the surroundings empty like a graveyard. Deep in the woods, a robot suddenly drew its gun, launching a sneak attack from the darkness. Fortunately, a barrier suddenly rose, blocking the bullets, focusing defense and protecting Yi Ning. Ming Luo shouted, his voice tense. Yi Ning frowned, his eyes scanning around. This can't be the kind of force the governor's office can mobilize, right? It seems the higher-ups arrived just in time. It's just as well. I want to talk to your president. He swung his sword, elemental wind blades extreme freeze, a biting cold spread, instantly freezing the robots into huge chunks of ice glittering under the moonlight. A team member whispered, his tone full of awe. Captain, it seems Yi Ning doesn't need our protection. Under the gloomy sky, the girl stood firm, her sharp gaze fixed on the distant enemy stronghold. All around, everyone quickly unleashed gale slashes, their blades flashing as if to tear through the night. He spoke calmly, warning everyone. Everyone, calm down, don't cause too many casualties, wait for the next negotiation. Everyone replied in unison. We understand. He rushed into the dark house ahead without hesitation. A figure stood silently inside, a cunning smile flashing across his face. Haha, Governor Brandt, I didn't expect you to play such a trick. The man trembled, quickly defending himself. It's not my fault, this really isn't my fault. He knelt on the ground, his voice terrified. It was your loud commotion that made the higher-ups realize something was wrong and send people. I really didn't call them. I already advised them, but they wouldn't listen and even used me as bait. He frowned, his tone puzzled. Oh really, sir, everything I said is true. Please spare me, I will cooperate with anything, Governor Brandt pleaded, trembling. Suddenly his daughter Anna rushed over, her eyes filled with worry. Please don't kill my father, I beg you. I've brought Lin Rui whom you're looking for. Brandt cried out in terror. Anna, it's dangerous, quickly retreat. He slowly walked forward, his presence calm yet overwhelming. Lin Rui tightly gripped his weapon, immediately holding it horizontally in front of him, his eyes vigilant. What do you want to do? He smiled, his voice gentle yet mocking. Oh Lin Rui, do my actions make me seem like a bad guy to you? No more nonsense. Lin Rui frowned, but he continued to explain, his tone calm. It seems to be the case from what you're seeing, but in reality it's not. Otherwise look, I haven't actually killed anyone. I just want to save this world, so I had to do this. Lin Rui pouted, his tone full of doubt. Only a ghost would believe your words, he smiled, his eyes bright as if seeing through the future. So, young man, as the future leader of humanity, are you willing to join me in saving the world and escaping the apocalypse? After saying that, he gently broke the weapon in Lin Rui's hand, moving like lightning. Lin Rui was stunned, his eyes shining. Save the world and escape the apocalypse? Are you really talking about me? Are you really a time traveler from the future? Before he could finish daydreaming, Anna swung her hand and hit Lin Rui hard on the head, her voice sharp. Lin Rui, do you really believe him? Lin Rui rubbed his head, still trying to defend himself. Anna, I think he might be right, otherwise how do you explain his abilities? Then he pulled her aside and whispered, besides, with his combat power he could kill us with just one sword. Why would he lie to me? And I've always felt that in the future I would achieve something great. He stood nearby, hearing every word clearly, and nodded slightly in admiration. You're right, you're very smart. No wonder you're the future savior, brave, kind, a little foolish, and still a high school student. He's truly a standard hot-blooded protagonist. Such a person is most suitable as a spokesperson. Lin Rui looked up, his eyes flickering with hope and doubt. But I don't have any abilities now, so how can I save the world and escape the apocalypse? He smiled, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry, abilities will come to you too, sooner or later. For now, you just need to follow me and do as I instruct. His words were like honey, making Lin Rui nod repeatedly. Just then Ming Luo hurried over, his tone filled with worry. Yi Ning, a large number of fighter jets are rushing towards us. Even with nuclear bombs aimed, it must be from federal headquarters. Even if we're strong, we can't resist an entire civilization, he said in a deep voice, his eyes sharp. Everyone stay here and wait for me to return, and Governor Brandt, I need your cooperation now. Brandt quickly nodded, his voice trembling. I agree. I'll cooperate, don't kill me. In the distance, the roar of plane engines grew closer, accompanied by cold warnings from loudspeakers. Warning, you are surrounded, do not resist. Immediately release the governor. He looked up, his voice loud and full of authority. I am Yi Ning. I want to speak directly with the federal president. If you don't want to destroy the world, do as I say. The scene switched to the Federal Central Conference Room. President BNE sat in front of the screen, his eyes cold, muttering, destroy the world? Does he think this is a movie? He turned to his subordinates, giving a decisive order. Send word down if they don't surrender within 10 minutes. Immediately carry out indiscriminate bombing. Deploy nuclear bombs if necessary. A military officer hesitated. But Mr. President, Governor Brandt is still in their hands. The president waved his hand, his tone utterly merciless. Don't bother with that waste. He's already exposed everything. He deserves to die. Anyway, the residents of Obama Province have already been evacuated. For the safety of the Federation, sacrificing a governor is no big deal. Cold warnings blared from the distant loudspeakers directed at the intruders. You have 10 seconds to surrender. Otherwise, we will proceed with large-scale bombing. Planes roared in the sky, the cold notification continuing warning. Aircraft have locked onto targets. Nuclear bombs ready for deployment. Then an authoritative voice announced, Governor Brandt, the Federation will never forget your great sacrifice for it. Upon hearing this, Governor Brandt's face turned pale, his voice trembling. What? Am I also abandoned by the Federation? The people around were stunned, unable to believe their ears. This is trouble now, one person whispered. Lin Rui frowned, muttering to himself. I originally thought that if I could kill all opponents, the mission would proceed smoothly. He looked up, his eyes flashed. I won't die, will I? He glanced at Governor Brandt, his tone cold. Governor, it seems you're no longer useful. Go back and wait, we'll throw you out in a bit. He smirked, his eyes sharp. It's just a nuclear bomb, I'll handle it. His hand quickly swept across the control panel, the screen's light reflecting on his determined face. Although his combat suit was immune to thermal weapon attacks, he still had to consider Ming Luo and Lin Rui's safety. If ordinary threats didn't work, he muttered to himself, then I'll really destroy this world to create a threat. In the sky, the notification from the planes continued. Fighter jets had locked onto targets, nuclear bombs were ready, but with a flick of his hand the screen in the president's control room flashed with a dazzling red alert. President, it's bad, our nuclear missile system has been hacked. The nuclear attack has been cancelled. President BNE was stunned. What? That's impossible. The screen continued to flicker, dense with red alerts. Warning, Province A is a nuclear target. Warning, Province B is a nuclear target. Other provinces were also named by the alarm. Over 700 provinces, that's impossible, the president shouted. Even I only have half control, a military officer said, trembling. Mr. President, it's true, we're also locked out here and can't regain control. That person said they would destroy the world, it's true. They really aren't human. The president's face turned pale and he immediately ordered, "Stop, make them stop." I agree to negotiate with him. Immediately dispatch a special plane to pick them up. Bring them here. A subordinate replied. Soon another plane appeared in the sky. Lin Rui's eyes widened and he muttered, "What in the world is going on? Yi Ning can actually do something like this. Is this the power I'll have in the future? This is so awesome." He turned to Ming Luo, his voice filled with excitement. "Captain, have our previous combat strategies all been wrong?" He turned to Ming Luo, his voice calm. "Once we meet the president, I'll need your cooperation. At that time you'll do this." Ming Luo frowned, asking worriedly, "How will they believe me?" The scene shifted to the Federal Council Hall. He stood outside the door, his eyes cold. "Ming Luo and I will go in. Everyone else waits outside protecting Lin Rui." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. President BNE sat opposite, his voice serious. "Yi Ning, correct? I am President BNE. Tell me, who exactly are you, and what is your purpose?" He replied, his voice calm yet heavy. "We are time travelers from the future. In 1 year, the entire world will face a disaster called the apocalypse. At that time, there will be countless zombies and mutants. Countless humans will die at the hands of zombies." The president frowned, but he continued, "Countless humans will die at the hands of zombies, and the Federation will also disintegrate. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity launched a nuclear war to combat the zombie horde. Even with civilization's collapse, the disaster could not be stopped." He paused, his eyes bright. "But fortunately, in the 6th year, we successfully developed a time machine and traveled back to the past to change all of this. This is a video of our future battles with monsters. The authenticity of the content can be analyzed, so we are saviors, not invaders." The president frowned, his tone puzzled. "You mean man-eating monsters will appear in the future? That's truly terrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is very convincing, how can I believe you are truly here to help us and not monsters yourselves?" He smiled, his tone cold yet menacing. "You can choose not to believe, but I truly can destroy you. Even before the apocalypse arrives, I am already the apocalypse." He held up the control panel, his finger gently sliding across it as if ready to activate at any moment. The guards immediately raised their guns at him, shouting, "Stop or we'll shoot." But in the blink of an eye, with a gentle wave of his hand, he effortlessly disarmed them all. As if it were just a game. "Our guns." The guards were stunned, speechless. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold, overriding the tense atmosphere in the room. "I warn you, I have no time to waste here. If you don't cooperate, your future will be destroyed. Rather than dying at the hands of monsters, you might as well die at my hands. At least that way you can die faster." Ming Luo suddenly stood up, jumped onto the table, and dramatically raised his hand to intervene. "Yi Ning, I believe the president is just having trouble accepting this for the moment. I know you don't want to see humanity go extinct again, and I know this is our last chance, but I still want to ask you to give them a little more time." He turned to everyone, his voice urgent. "Everyone, don't hesitate any longer or we won't have a chance to come back. We risked our lives to travel back before. It was precisely because the Federation didn't believe us that the rescue mission failed. This time, a group of monsters also returned with us. Those monsters we killed on the suburban road." Ming Luo stopped, his eyes filled with sorrow. Lord Yi Ning was also very disappointed with the higher-ups' actions last time. He had a comrade who also died in your siege. Yi Ning covered his face, shaking his head gently, mumbling in his heart but not speaking aloud. Ming Luo continued in a firm tone, "If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Of course, this time we also brought gene enhancers, which can extend life and strengthen physique. Drink it and you will gradually become as strong as us." President BNE repeated in surprise. "Extend life and become as strong as you?" He nodded and said decisively. "Trust all of you, and this time I will cooperate fully." Ming Luo gave Yi Ning a thumbs up as if saying the negotiation was successful. Yi Ning's lips curled into a smile, thinking, "Fortunately, I carried the enhancement potions with me. As expected, besides threats there must also be benefits." The president was even more serious now, bowing respectfully and saying, "Respected saviors, how do you need us to cooperate?" Yi Ning replied calmly, "First, I need the Federation to mine as many psionic ores as possible. Second, please find Dr. Croc and help me investigate the source of the apocalypse." The president asked in surprise. "Is that all? I'll do it immediately." Yi Ning smiled faintly, secretly thinking that the mission was progressing smoothly. With the Federation's certification, mining psionic ores was like their own mining activity. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his mind. "Zombie Kingdom preliminary mission completed. Next stage mission, find the origin of this world's apocalypse. Continue?" He immediately replied, "Continue." The Apocalypse system's initial mission was complete, but the Sword God system had yet to make progress. He realized that to maximize the alteration of the world's course and future, wielding power and controlling protagonists like Lin Rui was only the first step. The core was to find the source of the apocalypse and stop it from the beginning. Only then could he not only obtain the design blueprints for the aerospace carrier but also turn this place into a real-world farm. He turned around to assign tasks, his tone decisive. "Ming Luo, Huang Yun and Lin Rui, come with me to see Professor Croc. Lin Biao, you take the others and follow the army to the mining area to supervise the mining work. Lin Biao nodded excitedly, saying, "All right, Yi Ning, I guarantee to complete the mission," everyone discussed excitedly. "Before, we could only control a few chambers of commerce and mine a small amount of minerals. But this time we only need to supervise to obtain hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of tons of psionic ores." Another person laughed loudly, saying, "Exactly, thanks to Lord Yi Ning's wise decision, our days of being suppressed by other war zones are over." The scene switched to the Federal Gene Research Institute. Yi Ning walked in, facing a disheveled middle-aged man. "Hello, Lord Yi Ning, I am Croc, head of the Federal Gene Research Institute." Yi Ning got straight to the point, his tone sharp. "Professor Croc, I need you to answer a few questions. First, what are you currently researching? Second, have there been any anomalies or problems with your research projects? Third, are you conducting any other private research?" After hearing this, Croc's forehead beaded with sweat. He replied somewhat tremblingly, "All my research complies with federal law. There are two main areas of research. One is genetic enhancement used to improve the physique of mech warriors. The other involves top federal secrets." Yi Ning held up a badge, his eyes cold. "I now possess the highest federal authority and have the right to know. You don't need to worry about confidentiality regulations anymore." Croc glanced at the badge, then nodded reluctantly. "All right. The second project is the Human Origin Project. We are simulating the process of human evolution." Yi Ning frowned. "Human origin? What was the initial plan? How long has this research been going on?" Croc cautiously replied. "Almost 7 years. Specifically, it started with genetic intervention on human embryos. After all, adult genetic modification is limited, but embryos are different, like a tree. By intervening at the seedling stage, we can even make the tree grow into the shape of a chair. It's just that the research process has not been smooth, and occasionally some abnormal humans appear." Yi Ning stared at him with cold eyes, saying, "Abnormal humans? Then take us to the experimental base to see." Croc nodded, leading the group deep into the secret laboratory. As he walked, he explained with a chilling calmness, "For example, this is a combination of genes and humans. This is spider genes, that is snake genes. These are all considered relatively successful experiments." As they walked, everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines at the sight of the deformed specimens in the glass cages. Lin Rui murmured, his voice filled with surprise, "I never thought the Federation would allow such experiments on humans. This is too cruel." Croc turned around and said calmly, "But these also help humans become stronger, and this is only embryo experimentation, not actual live human experimentation." Yi Ning frowned, his gaze sharp. "Croc, these are all successful experimental subjects, right?" Croc nodded, leading them to a stronger door in the core area. "These are the successful experimental subjects outside, and the failed ones are still inside." When the door opened, everyone was horrified by the sight. Deformed embryos floated in test tubes, grotesquely shaped, like nightmares. Lin Rui's eyes widened, and he said tremblingly, "Oh, they look even more disgusting than mutants." Yi Ning pointed at a twisted specimen in front of him and said in a deep voice, "What is this?" Croc replied, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. "This is an experimental subject codenamed Cocoon. We drew inspiration from the process of caterpillars turning into butterflies. I am considering researching whether it's possible to create an experimental subject with 2 sets of organs." He spoke endlessly. "Have you observed caterpillars? Before they become butterflies, they wrap themselves in cocoons, then turn back into cellular fluid. These cellular fluids cleverly and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of a butterfly. It's clearly just a puddle of water, yet they somehow know where the head will form and where the body will form," he continued, his tone growing even more fanatical. "Not only that, if you cut a cocoon in half, it will hatch into 2 half butterflies. The upper half is a head, the lower half is a body, but if you cut it lengthwise, it will have half a head on one side. Incredibly, their cellular fluid seems to know what it is, even. If a straw is inserted into a cocoon, it will hatch into a butterfly with a straw in the middle of its body. If the cellular fluids of 2 cocoons are mixed, it can actually create a butterfly with its head in its belly. They are completely unafraid of the mixed chaos and still hatch as before." Lin Rui and the others' faces turned pale, feeling nauseous. Huang Yun rushed forward, grabbing Croc by the collar, and roared, "You conducted such cruel and inhumane experiments, and you're proud of it? Isn't this the prototype of the mutants? I never thought it was created by humans themselves." Yi Ning raised his hand to stop her, his voice low but cold. "The root has been found. Just destroy this place completely," Croc hastily argued, trembling. "These experimental subjects' brain cells are not fully developed. They won't feel pain." Yi Ning waved his hand, his gaze serious. "Everyone calm down. I don't think this mission is that simple." Lin Rui cunningly asked, "Do you think it's very simple?" Yi Ning shook his head. "That's because you can easily control the Federation, but that's not easy for me at all," Ming Luo interjected, his tone full of doubt. "Perhaps what you say is right, but my intuition tells me that although it looks disgusting, this is not the root of the matter." Yi Ning released Croc, signaling him to continue speaking. Croc gasped, "Lord Yi Ning is wise. There's no rotting flesh here to cause a virus outbreak." Yi Ning frowned, thinking but not speaking aloud. He turned to Croc and said coldly, "Besides these, is there anything else?" Croc hastily replied, "No, nothing else. but his worried glance did not escape Yi Ning's eyes. Oh no, he activated his mental probe skill, his gaze sharp as a knife. You're lying? There are other facilities underground. Before Croc could react, Yi Ning stomped his foot and the immense force shattered the floor. Everyone fell before they could react. They plummeted into the basement in a disheveled heap. Croc hastily explained that it was an abandoned laboratory, used before but later filled in. Yi Ning snorted. HMPH, you still dare to lie in front of me. He scanned the room, seeing rows of corpses permeated with a strong smell of death. The death time of these corpses was no more than 48 hours. How do you explain this? Croc trembled all over, stammering. Why are you forcing me? Don't you know everything here has the tacit approval of the higher-ups? Some important patients need organ replacements. Lin Rui and the others' eyes widened. Their eyes filled with grief and anger. Huang Yun roared, you secretly killed people to take their organs. This is not your embryo experiment at all. These are living children just like us. Lin Rui gritted his teeth, choking out. How can you be so heartless? I even wanted to join the Federation before. You are all hypocrites. Croc took a step back, his voice weak. That's really not my business. I was just following orders, and these are not humans. They are all just pigs raised on an assembly line like livestock. Humans not only kill them but also skin them and pluck their hair. Yi Ning could no longer suppress his anger. He tightly grabbed Croc by the collar, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Where's the production line? Take me there immediately. Croc trembled, and 10 minutes later led everyone to a tightly guarded door. The guard said anxiously, Lord Yi Ning, you don't need to look here. I know you're looking for something else, but this is definitely not what you need. I guarantee it. Yi Ning scoffed, waving his hand, sending the guards flying to the corner. Get out of the way. He walked forward and asked in a deep voice, is this it? Croc nodded, trembling. Yes. Yi Ning forcefully broke the latch and violently pushed open the door. Inside, rows of moving machines operated continuously. Filled with deformed embryos, he gritted his teeth, his voice low as thunder. Do they know what they're doing? The humans in this world are truly insane. The system in his mind suddenly sounded. Virus infection source found. Large number of virus infection sources detected, he observed carefully. Finding that although these embryos had no thoughts, they continuously bit each other like early versions of the Green Demon, he turned to Croc, his aura pressing. How long have you been doing this? How many materials have you produced, and are you producing them elsewhere? Croc tremblingly explained. This production line has been running for several years, producing millions of units. There's no other place, just here. He tried to defend himself. Lord Yi Ning, although this production line seems unethical, it's very useful. You know, just 1 unit of material is enough to save 4 or 5 federal citizens. Many of our professors, experts, soldiers, doctors, and even council members have achieved rebirth through this technology. Yi Ning could no longer listen. Grabbing Croc by the collar and lifting him up, his voice cold as ice. Within 3 minutes I want a list of everyone who has had organ replacements. If you can't do it, I'll kill you and go ask others. Croc panicked. Yes, this. If millions of units of material are converted into beneficiaries, there could be tens of millions of people. These people appear in various fields, even including high-ranking federal officials, and each of them is the original pathogen carrier. Yi Ning pondered, his gaze solemn. Lin Rui turned around, asking worriedly, Yi Ning, do you suspect this is the culprit? Yi Ning nodded, his tone firm. Not suspecting, it's confirmed, Huang Yun interjected. Then what do we do next? Destroy this place directly? Yi Ning shook his head, his gaze heavy. It's too late. Too many people have already had organ replacements. Even destroying this place now would only alert the enemy. Ming Luo frowned. Then do we persuade or threaten the Federation, asking them to hand everyone over for unified resolution? Persuading them to commit suicide is impossible. As for threatening, if everyone dies, who would care about the threat of nuclear bombs? Lin Rui said in despair. Then are we just going to sit back and do nothing? You're so strong you could kill all of them, Yi Ning sighed. My time is limited. I can't eliminate everyone in a short time. Even if there's one fish that slips through the net, the disaster will still happen. Moreover, if it's just me, the army will definitely betray me. At that time, social unrest will be no less than the apocalypse, Ming Luo suggested in a deep voice. If open action is ineffective, what about secretly? Even if we can't stop it, we can delay it. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes lighting up. That's exactly what I want. If we can delay the apocalypse, that's already a big step in changing the course. As long as the course is changed, there is still hope of gaining power and obtaining the aerospace carrier blueprints. He turned to Lin Rui, his tone serious. Lin Rui, are you willing to be a savior in the darkness? Lin Rui's eyes widened, and he said excitedly, Me, a savior in the darkness? That sounds cool. Yi Ning nodded. Exactly. On the surface I will continue to cooperate with the government and maintain order. And you, as a Dark Knight, go save this world. Lin Rui said worriedly, but I don't have superpowers. Yi Ning smiled faintly and took out a combat suit and a syringe. Don't worry, I can activate your potential in advance. He injected the liquid from the syringe into Lin Rui's body. HMPH, this is an enhancement potion. It can boost your strength. Come put on this equipment. As soon as Lin Rui put on the combat suit, he felt a surge of energy throughout his body. This power, this equipment feels stronger than a mech, he cheered. But just then, a red warning flashed in Yi Ning's mind. Personal template detected as prematurely activated and inconsistent with the corresponding apocalypse. Repairing, Lin Rui said blankly. HMPH, what's this? It looks like a game panel. What's inconsistent? Repairing what? At the same time, Yi Ning received another red warning. You have violated system regulations. Please retrieve the system equipment granted to an unawakened NPC within 10 seconds, otherwise you will be forcibly made into a dungeon NPC. Yi Ning was so frightened that he immediately shouted, "Lin Rui, quickly take off the equipment for me." Lin Rui was bewildered. "What's wrong?" Yi Ning roared. "Stop talking nonsense, take it off quickly." Time counted down second by second. When the countdown reached the last 2 seconds, another notification suddenly appeared. Warning lifted, no awakened found, violation disregarded. Yi Ning was stunned and looked around blankly. The warning automatically lifted. Was it because Lin Rui is the protagonist of this dungeon, or did the sword god system intervene? He immediately turned around and reminded in a deep voice, "Don't take it off, your body had some abnormal reactions just now, but it's fine now." In the distance, Professor Croc ran over, panting with sweat beading on his forehead. "Lord Yi Ning, I have the list you wanted, it's all here. Please order me to seal off the entire experimental base. All researchers, all projects, all incoming and outgoing vehicles must be strictly controlled. Not even a fly will be allowed through without your order." Yi Ning gently reassured him, his voice calm. "Don't worry, this is just for supervision and also to protect your safety." After a while, when everyone had left the base, Yi Ning decisively ordered, "Lin Rui, you drive to the federal government building." Manhua stood to the side, frowning slightly, and asked doubtfully, "Yi Ning, you want to find the president, then trick him into revealing the list so Lin Rui can kill as many of those people as possible, right? But with just Lin Rui, even if he's stronger than before, is that enough?" Yi Ning quickly explained, a smile flashing in his eyes. "This time, Lin Rui is just a supporting actor. The main task of the massacre is up to us." Manhua was surprised. "Us? Didn't you say before that we couldn't reveal our identities or clash with the military? That approach definitely won't work now. But what if I disguise myself as a monster?" He suddenly understood and cheered. "Oh, I see, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a brilliant plan." Yi Ning immediately contacted him with his mental power, his voice sharp. "Li Fugi, help me buy 4 disguise props and 1 illusion prop." A respectful voice came from the federal government building. "Yes, master." But then the person continued, their voice sinking. "Lord Yi Ning, you might have misunderstood the issue with the experimental base." Yi Ning nodded, responding softly, "Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Although the experiments are cruel, they are unrelated to the virus." That's good, that's good." In his mind, memories flashed. BNE had a kidney replacement at that base 2 years ago, so he couldn't arouse the president's suspicion. He smiled kindly and turned to the president. "However, Mr. President, I found that the physical condition of those who have undergone modification might attract monster attacks in the future. To prevent such a tragedy, I hope you'll organize a global conference and gather the important figures on the list. I've brought many medicines from the future that can not only solve this problem but also enhance strength and prolong life." The president's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. "Really? I'll arrange it right away." In the Federal Conference Plaza, after the news was announced, the crowd was already packed. Guards were constantly reminded and stern voices echoed, "All soldiers, pay attention to security." Half of the Federation's high-ranking officials as well as political and business elites and public figures are present. This conference absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. BNE stood at the back shouting, "Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the envoy from the future, Mr. Yi Ning, to deliver his speech." Yi Ning walked onto the stage, his expression solemn, his voice loud and powerful. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all read the information provided by the military. An apocalyptic crisis is about to erupt. To protect your special physiques and prevent future monster attacks, I have decided to distribute medicine." Just then, a spatial gate suddenly appeared. Monsters roared out of it. Yi Ning shouted, "Oh no, they actually crossed over here. We were still a step too late. What do we do now? It's a shame my teammates are all in the mining area, but Mr. President, rest assured I won't let them harm you." However, in reality, these monsters were just everyone in disguise wearing masks and creating illusions. Huangyan released a suppression curse and toxic gas spread like an invisible blade, quickly knocking down the crowd. Yi Ning used sharp knife kicks, simulating monster moves and striking down without hesitation, while he controlled the elemental wind blades, making enemies fall in droves. The guards immediately retaliated, gunshots ringing out. "Fire, fire!" Yi Ning skillfully used his toxicity absorption skill to neutralize the opponent's attacks. Lin Rui appeared in Yi Ning's likeness, barely concealing his excitement. "This level of damage, when will I be able to master it?" He recalled Yi Ning's previous instructions. "Lin Rui, since the first wave of death missions tomorrow night will be quite heavy, we'll temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. You just need to impersonate me and cooperate with the act. When our time limit is up, everything here will be handed over to you. For convenience, you can sometimes play me and sometimes play a monster. As time goes on, we'll eliminate those infected people." Lin Rui nodded, his tone firm. "Okay, I understand." BNE was filled with anxiety, looking at Yi Ning in horror. "Mr. Yi Ning, why aren't you making a move yet? We're all counting on you." Yi Ning smiled reassuringly, his tone as firm as a nail. "Don't worry, Mr. President, I will definitely protect you." Lin Rui immediately drew his sword, the blade glinting, and slashed directly at 2 fiercely entangled monsters. "You monsters, die!" The monsters feigned panic, quickly opened a spatial gate and escaped. At this moment, only Yi Ning, disguised as a monster, stood quietly in the center of the battlefield, with no enemies in sight. A slight smile played on his lips as he prepared to unleash a powerful energy-free ultimate move. Yama's incarnation, one terrifying strike, was enough to make enemies tremble. The massacre was about to end. The final step was to make the survivors kill each other. Yi Ning activated Yama's incarnation and the specters of the dead appeared, roaring as they pursued the living crowd, attacking mercilessly. After unleashing the skill, he quickly slipped into the darkness and left the scene. "Damn it, I'll definitely kill you." An angry roar sounded, and the scene switched to the Federal Mobile Experimental Base. Yi Ning reappeared through a spatial gate in his monster form. He muttered, his eyes sharp. "I can't destroy the experimental base, but as a monster it's different. After this destruction, he believes the people here will no longer dare to restart the organ replacement project. After all, organ replacement will make the body more susceptible to monster attacks in the future. Haha." After finishing the destruction, he changed back into human form. This time he deliberately spared President BNE's life to better control the situation later. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after Lin Rui eliminated all the contaminated people. By then, Lin Rui could become the new ruler of this world and would follow his orders. A mission notification suddenly appeared. Dungeon progress changed. Dungeon native protagonist Lin Rui change value 49.1. Professor Croc death change value 87.2. Infected number decreased 10.17. Change value 23.3. Total plot change value 53.2. Yi Ning currently has highest dungeon authority, but suddenly a dazzling red alert flashed. Warning, system process abnormal, unknown error detected. Dungeon authority revoked, cleanup procedure initiated immediately. Yi Ning scoffed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Is the apocalypse system angry? Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, shooting directly towards his body, initiating the cleanup procedure. Black smoke emanated from his body, confronting the dazzling beam of light as if trying to devour it. He watched his body in surprise. The dark black energy enveloped the beam of light as if to swallow it. Finally, the system notification. Error information repaired, no longer abnormal, warning cancelled. Dungeon settlement beginning. Yi Ning pondered, could that golden light and black energy be the Sword God system? And was it related to the apocalypse cleanup plan? He used to think the Sword God system was just a powerful tool, but he never expected it to be so overbearing. His body was completely unharmed, and that golden light from the void could even suppress the apocalypse system. It was truly astonishing. The apocalypse system controlled the life and death of all survivors like a god. Yi Ning patted his chest, excitedly calling out to the system. "Hello, big brother," he continued. "You're amazing. Can you end the apocalypse directly?" However, the Sword God system, whether called Big Brother Sword, or Little Sword, completely ignored him, so it seemed he still had to rely on himself. The dungeon system notified settlement complete. Dungeon completion 100, tattoo completion 19.7. Evaluation level SSS. Reward psionic ore, attribute points being calculated. 1 reputation, equipment blood lion claws blue, sapphire helmet blue, elemental fist blue, angelic strategy blue. Skill enhancement learning B rank, dungeon exclusive. Mechanical synchronization A rank, dungeon exclusive. SSS rank exclusive privilege, skip 1 plot event allows forced entry into any future irreversible plot. Item reward main battle arena custom blue. Description 1. When used in the Evil Corpse Kingdom dungeon, all members gain 3 attribute points and state recovery speed increases by 35. Forced fusion. 2. Allows early entry into the dungeon regardless of strength difference. Maximum duration 4 hours. 3. Item can be used in other dungeons, but special effects are not stackable. Although the rewards were generous, Yi Ning shook his head. They were currently useless to him. However, those blue equipment and skills could be given to Lin Rui to help him greatly increase his strength. As for the main battle arena item, he planned to give it to Ming Luo, who would lead the team charge again in the future. Suddenly, the numbers on the announcement board flickered wildly, constantly changing as if boasting about their achievements. Could it be? Yi Ning's lips curled into a smile, muttering with a hint of surprise and sarcasm, "You have successfully obtained the Evil Corpse Kingdom Dungeon Authority. Isn't that too glorious?" From his spatial ring, a ray of light suddenly erupted, dazzling like a meteor. He suddenly widened his eyes. "Oh, were all the rewards from the apocalypse system pushed here just now?" Then the mission notification sounded clearly. "Excellent completion, received a full set of S-rank combat equipment, aerospace carriers sent, please check." The sky suddenly ripped open and countless documents fluttered down from the void like snowflakes covering the surrounding space. Yi Ning quickly waved his hand, collecting them into his spatial ring at extreme speed, sweat beading on his forehead. "Do I need so many? This will take ages to go through." He stopped, sighed deeply, and pondered. "Snake, I need to think about who to teach this technology to first. Although I don't mind giving it to the military, I'm worried it might cause internal strife and unnecessary trouble. It's safer to find people I knew in my previous life like Huang Ji, Xian Sanlang and Chu Tian." The system sounded again, a mechanical voice echoing. "Dungeon process detected as ended. Dungeon determined to have no experimental value. System is clearing." Yi Ning was stunned, his brows tightly furrowed. System clearing, what does that mean?" Dungeon authority changed. Current owner is Yi Ning. Authority level reached highest. Authority functions include 1. Active activation. You can open the dungeon at any time with no time limit. 2. Mission release. You can release missions at any level and customize mission content and rewards with rewards provided by yourself. 3. Time acceleration. In the dungeon you can freely control the flow of time with a speed range of up to 10 times. 4. NPC creation. This will consume materials to create NPCs. You can customize the appearance of any NPC and manufacture it. 5. Control weather, etc. Yi Ning was dumbfounded, his eyes shining like stars. Oh, is the apocalypse system communicating with me? So taking over dungeon authority means being able to control the entire dungeon. There are hundreds of authorities here. This will be his own world from now on, and he will be the supreme god here. With enough energy he can create thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. But he suddenly paused, shaking his head helplessly. Wait, these authorities don't seem to include zombies. Could it be that zombies never belonged to the dungeon's property? Never mind, it doesn't matter. The existing authority is enough. If war breaks out in the future, if I can't kill them, it's not my fault. When Ming Luo and the others had collected the ore and explained everything to Lin Rui, it was time to leave. As for the East Sea Beast Tide, he wondered what the situation outside was like. The scene shifted to the border military base conference hall, where everyone was engaged in a heated discussion. Raise the support standard for Yi Ning? I disagree. Lu Tianming, chairman of the Border Peacekeeping Committee, a Tier 3 peak, vehemently opposed. Everyone, is our meeting today only about a dead man? There are many other important matters to discuss. Is it necessary to discuss compensation for Yi Ning's family in this meeting? Another committee member interjected, his tone full of warning. Committee member, please mind your words. What do you mean by holding a meeting about a dead man? Cheng Yuan, captain of the Special Forces, a Tier 3 advanced, slammed his hand on the table. We are discussing how our military should properly handle the situation if something happens to Yi Ning, so as not to dishearten our officers and soldiers, not because we believe he is already dead. Lu Tianming sneered, his tone sharp and critical. Haha, Commander Cheng, stop deluding yourself, it's been half a month outside. Although time flows slower inside, several days have already passed. 6 against 1, even a Tier 3 advanced couldn't survive. Yi Ning and his team couldn't possibly be alive. How many times has your Special Forces team failed? I think we should give up future battles with dungeons. Resources should be sought from reality, and meaningless sacrifices should be avoided. Cheng Yuan continued, his tone filled with indignation. Because the difficulty was too great and our intelligence made a serious error. This is not Yi Ning's fault. Lu Tianming waved his hand, his tone calm but full of calculation. Commander Cheng, don't get too excited. I just want to say that if they cannot survive, instead of wasting resources compensating Yi Ning's family, it would be better to save those resources for more useful people. Also, I remember Yi Ning was ranked first, right? Now that he's dead, that position should go to Wang Kai. The supplies Yi Ning took earlier need to be returned to the military for redistribution. After all, we can't let a dead person occupy positions and resources. Cheng Yuan angrily slammed the table, his sharp gaze shooting towards Lu Tianming. Committee member Lu, you're going too far. Lu Tianming's lips curled into a sneer and he retorted coldly, what, do you dare to lay a hand on me? He waved his hand, his voice sinking. All right, let's stop here. The first place position belongs to our military's rising star, and it also represents the military's face. Indeed, if the news were to leak, we would be ridiculed by the whole world. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Regarding Yi Ning's pension, it will be disbursed according to national regulations. Of course, all of this is predicated on confirming Yi Ning's death. I will report back to the commander after this. The scene shifted to the national port station in front of the Evil Corpse Kingdom dungeon entrance. Half a month had passed and the air was filled with a suppressive atmosphere. A soldier whispered softly, his tone doubtful. Do you think Tuya Kazeki and the others were killed by those Washa pigs? The person next to him scoffed. Nonsense, do you think they're all as useless as you? The participants are all elites, another person interjected, his tone full of triumph. Haha, I bet those Washa pigs were scared senseless, another nodded. That's right, I heard from an agent that even the Washa military has confirmed their entire team was wiped out, the rest laughed. I just think this mission was even simpler than before. After this, Washa definitely won't dare to come in again. That's right, when our people come out, it'll be time for war. Without psionic ore, Washa is bound to fail. Women, resources, land, anything we want will be ours then. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation came from the dungeon gate, startling everyone. Look, a portal is active. Our heroes are coming out. Quickly call for backup, one person shouted excitedly. This time, the psionic ore will definitely take a long time to transport. Besides the ore, Tuya Kazeki must have brought back a few pig heads. Haha, another person raised a camera and laughed. I'm going to film this video and see what those Washa pig heads look like. But the dungeon notification suddenly sounded. The cold mechanical voice rang out. Dungeon over, 0 survivors. Everyone was stunned, falling backward in disbelief. No one survived, impossible, one person shrieked. Why? The scene shifted to the port station in front of the Washa Zombie Kingdom dungeon entrance. A crowd had gathered, the atmosphere tense. Colonel Chen Ming, do we have to retreat now? No more waiting? A military officer asked worriedly. Chen Ming frowned. There's no longer any need for this place to exist. Committee member Lu has already ordered all personnel to immediately relocate to the southeastern border. Zhao Shangtu was about to speak. But if Yi Ning and... Before he could finish, Chen Ming coldly interrupted. No buts. Since you've been ordered to withdraw, do so immediately and stop with the nonsense. Zhao Shangtu insisted. Colonel Chen Ming, how about this? I'll take a few people and stay here to guard, and you can take the rest. Chen Ming sighed. You truly won't give up until you see the coffin. Have it your way. I'll only leave 2 people at most, the rest will obediently follow me. But just then the dungeon gate began to move violently. Is the dungeon over? Are any of our people still alive? They must be alive. One person shouted, their voice filled with hope and worry. Another shook his head. HMPH, they can't be alive, don't you dare. Before he could finish, the first figure emerged from the gate. How could this be? Is that Ming Luo? Everyone cheered. We still have people alive. Ming Luo, are you the only one? But then others also emerged, one after another, all holding their heads high. Captain, why are you still standing there? Don't block the way. Another notification sounded, the mechanical voice confirming, dungeon over, current number of survivors 8. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. All 8 are still alive. Everyone is still alive. Am I dreaming? One person exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. How about it? Is anyone injured? What are the medical teams still standing around for? Go check them quickly. Yi Ning waved his hand, his voice calm yet full of authority. No need for the medical team. These are all ores. Everyone come and move them. How move ores? One person asked in surprise. Are your specialized tools for storing ores broken? Yi Ning shook his head, smiling. It's not that. There aren't enough hands here. Call everyone over to move them. A senior military officer's eyes widened. 1 tier 3 is enough. He wants everyone to come over. As soon as he finished speaking, a large quantity of psionic ores was pushed out from inside the dungeon, piling up like mountains, almost overflowing the entire area. A soldier's mouth hung open, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, My God, I've never seen so many ores in my life. Another laughed loudly, his eyes sparkling. Did they rob a mine? No, they robbed dozens. He turned to Yi Ning, his tone full of doubt. Yi Ning, did you not encounter the 9 war zones from Country R and Country H? Was our intelligence inaccurate? Did they not cooperate? How did you survive? Yi Ning's lips curled, his eyes sharp. What, do you think we escaped by luck? Ming Luo interjected, his tone firm. Colonel Chen Ming, I've seen you before. You're committee member Lu's man, right? Let me tell you, not only did we bring back a large amount of resources, but Yi Ning even commanded us to kill everyone from the other war zones. Chen Ming's face turned pale with shock, stammering. What did you just say? He mumbled, his mind a mess. It's over. Committee member Lu just took all of Yi Ning's family's resources yesterday. The report about replacing the top rank has also been submitted. Not only is Yi Ning not dead, but he's achieved a great feat. He turned to Yi Ning, sweat beading on his forehead. If Yi Ning finds out about this, no, I must inform committee member Lu as soon as possible. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. Colonel Chen, why is your reaction different from everyone else's? Did you wish us dead inside? Chen Ming forced a smile, quickly waving his hand. How could that be? Committee member Yi Ning, you're overthinking it. But in his mind, countless frantic thoughts surged. No, I must find a reason to keep him here, to buy time for committee member Lu to deal with the consequences, Chen Ming said hurriedly, his voice trembling. The reason I'm like this is because your previous proposal for the East Sea evacuation plan has been cancelled, so I'm very worried. Yi Ning frowned, his voice low. What did you say? Cancelled? Why? Chen Ming equivocated. The higher-ups have sent an influential representative to the East Sea to thoroughly investigate the matter, but no evidence of an impending beast tide has been found. As for the specific situation, I'm not clear either. Yi Ning clenched his fists, his eyes sharp. If that's the case, I'll go to the East Sea myself tomorrow to investigate. He turned to Ming Luo, his tone decisive. Ming Luo, you all come with me to the East Sea first. Ming Luo frowned slightly. Yi Ning, according to regulations, we should return to the capital to report first, and I suspect Chen Ming and his accomplices are up to something. But there might not be enough time. Yi Ning nodded. The lives of 7 million people in the East Sea are paramount. I'll write the report on the way. We've accomplished a great feat. The higher-ups won't blame us. As for other schemes, we'll deal with them when we return. The scene shifted to the sky above the East Sea. Yi Ning descended from high altitude, his gaze sweeping across the vast sea. The beast tide will erupt in 4 to 6 days at most. The proposal was clearly approved before, so why isn't it being implemented now? He muttered, his tone heavy. The internal conflicts of this peaceful era are even more complex than when the apocalypse broke out in my previous life. Before my rebirth, I commanded the wind and summoned the rain, perhaps also due to the halo of the apocalypse. Now it seems that if I want to save the world, I must first gain supreme power. Otherwise, it probably won't be possible. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. If I want to seize supreme command, I must break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible. With my current authority and resources, I can reach Tier 3 peak in 3 months at most. But to break through to Tier 4, I must initiate the Transcendence Project. He recalled that in his previous life, after the apocalypse broke out, humanity was able to hold on for 2 years because of the Transcendence Project. If he remembered correctly, the main researcher's surname was Sun, from the East Sea Safety Zone. After the East Sea evacuation is complete, I must find him as soon as possible. He immediately initiated a video call, his tone urgent. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, I need you to mobilize all available forces to the East Sea to support me. A surprised voice responded. What happened? Yi Ning said eagerly. Time is short, no time to explain. If you trust me, arrange it immediately. The scene shifted to the reception room of the Lu family in the capital. A subordinate trembled. Committee member Lu, what should we do now? Not only is Yi Ning back alive, but he's also achieved a great feat. The commander and everyone else are very happy. Lu Tianming's face was ashen. He's a vengeful person. If he finds out what we did while he was away, Director Wang interjected, his tone flustered. Seeing Director Wang say this, he cursed. Damn it, this is a real nightmare. I truly don't know how he did it. Lu Tianming tried to calm himself. Committee member Lu, how about we? Director Wang hastily interrupted. Don't panic. Didn't Chen Ming say Yi Ning went to the East Sea? We still have time to clean up. We just need to return the resources taken from Yi Ning's home. Lu Tianming sighed, his tone dejected. Committee member Lu, I'm afraid we can't return them yet. Those high-grade psionic ores were eaten by my son last night. Not only that, his sister is also difficult to deal with. I only told her Yi Ning died, and the little girl seemed to take it hard and is now hospitalized. Lu Tianming was enraged, his eyes burning with fury. You idiots, this is completely breaking the rules. He turned to Director Wang, saying word by word, Director Wang, if I send someone to the hospital to send flowers and a fruit basket to comfort his sister, is there still time? Lu Tianming snorted coldly, quickly offering a temporary solution. Also, you need to find a scapegoat. If Yi Ning really investigates, just find a temporary worker to take the blame. Director Wang nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. He paused, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Besides the overt, we also need to keep a covert line, just in case. Lu Tianming's lips curled into a smile. So you mean he didn't return to report but went directly to the East Sea safety zone, achieving great feats but not knowing how to restrain oneself is always a big taboo in the army. He sneered. As long as he does anything out of line, killing him will be as easy as turning over a hand. The scene shifted to the East Sea Safety Zone conference room. A representative stood up, his tone respectful. Thank you, Representative Yi Ning, for clearing the East Sea's name and helping us avoid the trouble of evacuation. This small credit is nothing, he smiled. We have prepared a seafood feast to entertain you tonight. Commander Li is too kind. Yi Ning waved his hand, his eyes calm. An upright man fears no shadow, but then he frowned, his voice low. A rank beast tied, how could it erupt so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, a guard was suddenly kicked into the room, falling to the ground. Everyone was startled, a voice roared. Who dares to intrude into the East Sea Safety Zone conference room? Seeing Yi Ning stride in, the entire hall was in an uproar. Yi Ning went straight to the point, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I want to re-investigate the East Sea's safety issues. I hope everyone cooperates, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Qian Fen, a representative, stood up, his tone calm yet full of challenge. Yi Ning, we have already investigated the problems in the East Sea Safety Zone. All the anomalies you mentioned were compared at the meeting and there were no problems. The results have been reported, and you could have checked and verified them yourself yesterday, another person interjected, his tone cold. That's right, committee member Yi Ning, I advise you to leave immediately, otherwise according to Article 27, Paragraph 33 of the military regulations, if you trespass into a military base to search for classified information, I can directly order you to be killed on the spot. As soon as I give the order, hundreds of awakened ones will. Yi Ning held up his authority card, his eyes unwavering. I have a rank authority, Ming Luo, take a few people to search. I need all the information within half an hour. The focus is on water areas and troop deployment records. Ming Luo nodded. Understood. Half an hour later, a large amount of data was displayed on the information panel. Yi Ning activated his willpower attribute, fully utilizing his one mind 12 uses skill, analyzing all the details at an astonishing speed. Qian Fen sneered. What's he pretending, an amateur trying to direct professionals? Can he even understand the data? I can't even find any anomalies. How can he find anything? Is that how a rank authority is used? I'm going to report it to the capital and have the army revoke his authority. Yi Ning did not respond, his eyes sharply sweeping over the two people in front of him. A month ago, a small earthquake occurred in the ancient Bai Sea area. You determined it was a compressional wave. Don't you usually consider beast migration? He pointed at the data panel. On the 1st of this month, the temperature of the Shuishao power plant rose by 3.9 degrees. Your conclusion was equipment malfunction? Qian Fen retorted, his tone firm. The problems you mentioned indeed exist, but if they can be explained by conventional theories, there's no need to attribute them to a beast tide. Small earthquakes occur every year. If we consider them beast tides, then the East Sea Safety Zone would have no reason to exist, he continued. Yi Ning, I can clearly tell you that the reason we're sure this is not a beast tide is because a few days ago, I personally led 39 Tier 3 military officers to search within 300 nautical miles offshore, but found no signs of beast tide aggregation. Yi Ning pointed directly at the report panel, his tone cold. No signs of beast tide? Then what about the crossfire that erupted near the coast 4 days ago? Monitoring equipment recorded traces of Tier 3 attacks. The time and location of the engagement matched another troop deployment record. Data shows that at 3 a.m. 4 days ago, you deployed 7 Tier 3 soldiers for routine patrol, but only 4 returned. So where did the 3 die? Would a routine patrol result in deaths? Qian Fen and the adjacent military officer started sweating, their faces pale. It's over. He actually noticed the inconspicuous details in the deployment record. Fen tried to remain calm, his voice trembling. Stay calm, this is a top national secret, it cannot be leaked. Yi Ning pointed at the coordinates on the map, his eyes as sharp as a knife. At this point I saw a laboratory. What are you doing there? Take me there, or shall I go myself? Tu stammered. You have no right to go there, that's an A-classified secret, not even a rank authority is allowed. Yi Ning's lips curled. It seems the problem is here. Get out of my way. He drew his sword, the sharp blade glinting, forcing everyone to step back. The crowd began to scream. Someone stop Yi Ning, don't kill anyone else. Yi Ning turned to Ming Luo, his voice low and icy. Ming Luo, follow me, let's break in. Both sides clashed, swordlight flashed, blades met, emitting jarring clang sounds. Everyone screamed, trying to block them. Stop them, we must stop them. But another person sighed, his tone helpless. Commander, if we don't kill them, we can't stop them at all. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the EC research lab, Yi Ning and 2 others stood before the door. The pursuers arrived, shouting loudly. Yi Ning, I'll warn you one last time, this place has absolutely nothing to do with the beast tide. Not even I have permission to enter. If you dare to break in, you will bear all consequences. Don't blame me for not warning you when you face a military court. But Yi Ning remained unshaken, his eyes cold. He ordered, Xiao Ju, break down the door. The girl beside him punched forcefully, and the solid wall shattered like paper, revealing a secret room inside. A man stood tall, his eyes sharp. That was Yuan Shao, he roared, who is fearless enough to break into my research lab. Yi Ning stepped forward, pointing directly at him, his tone decisive. Within 1 minute I need to know all the information here. Yuan Shao sneered. Who do you think you are? I'm telling you, this project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even Commander Li Zongguo would be polite to us, but Yi Ning did not hesitate. Xiao Ju, grab him. The girl rushed forward and punched Yuan Shao, sending him flying. He shrieked, You're crazy, you lunatics, you're finished. You bastard, I'll definitely report you to the army, just wait and see. Yi Ning coldly ordered. Xiao Ju, shut him up. The girl didn't hesitate, shoving her boot into his mouth, leaving him only able to make muffled sounds through the transparent glass. Yi Ning observed the room. Sea beast modification cages, gene extraction equipment, biological fusion tools, and embryo screening systems. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. You're actually combining child embryos with sea beasts? Even with his mouth gagged, Yuan Shao struggled to say indistinctly. As long as we combine the power of sea beasts, we can create powerful awakened ones. We didn't experiment on survivors. Everything is legal. Yi Ning's blood boiled. These events, these justifications were exactly the same as in the evil corpse kingdom. Indeed, the baseness and arrogance of human nature had not changed an iota under the sunlight of the apocalypse. He held his sword to Yuan Shao's neck, a cold blade touching his skin. Speak, what happened 4 days ago? Did you release the modified creature? Speak quickly or die. Blood seeped from Yuan Shao's forehead. He panicked. I'll talk. A modified creature did escape 4 days ago, but it's alright. That thing is just a hatchling, it's not aggressive. Yi Ning said in a deep voice. You said it's not aggressive, so what happened to the 3 missing participants? Don't tell me they fell into the sea and drowned. Yuan Shao trembled. Yi Ning, if I tell you, your death will also be near. Are you sure you want to know? Yi Ning plunged his sword deeper. Stop talking nonsense. Those 3 weren't killed, they were just locked up because they saw things they shouldn't have. The modified creature's maternal gene belongs to the former Supreme Commander. Yi Ning's anger flared upon hearing this, his eyes turning blood red. The system suddenly chimed, its voice mechanically cold. Activating special mission. A rank sea beast attack event. Event description. The contaminated hatchlings have been born and are gradually forming a beast tide. They will instinctively search for the mother. The first wave of the beast tide is expected to approach the area in 4 hours. Mission description. Please immediately evacuate the East Sea survivors. Mission completion will be assessed based on the number of survivors. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, corpse grade psionic solution. Notification. Killing the mother will slow down the sea beast movement speed. Yi Ning clenched his fists, thinking only 4 hours left. It's impossible to thoroughly investigate and provide evidence for the military to cooperate now. With my current strength, even killing the mother would only slow them down. Something even the commander couldn't do, he murmured, his gaze heavy. All he could do now was retreat and resist. He immediately ordered, his tone decisive. Xiao Ju, immediately contact Xiao Hai, Chen Kaila, and Wang Tian. We must immediately force the East Sea evacuation plan. The girl nodded. Understood. The scene shifted to the East Sea Safety Zone's Secret Research Institute. A military officer roared, his eyes full of warning. Yi Ning's unauthorized mobilization of the army without permission is no different from treason. Even if his judgment is correct later, it cannot compensate for the crime. Are you sure you want to do this? Yi Ning turned to Ming Luo, his voice low but firm. Ming Luo, I understand everything you said. Right now, my best option is to leave, pretending nothing happened. That way, I would still be Daxia's top genius with unlimited potential. Not only that, when the disaster strikes, my previous warnings would bring me reputation and praise. Everyone in the army would regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors tragically die, no one would blame me. Instead, they would think I did my best. He paused, his gaze burning. But if I know all of this, then why? It's because I understand. If I don't give my all to save millions of people, if I'm reborn and still can't stop this disaster, wouldn't I have wasted this opportunity? He looked at the entire team, his voice low. Ming Luo, you can decide for yourselves whether to join me in this mess. Even if you choose to retreat, I won't object. Ming Luo stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Lord Yi Ning, please don't misunderstand. You saved our lives. We'll follow you through thick and thin. Just give the order. Yi Ning nodded, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you all. They entered an area surrounded by high-voltage electric walls, the air thick with a sense of danger. Representative Qian Fen confidently stepped forward, his tone cold. Yi Ning, you already know things you shouldn't. No one is leaving here alive today, although I dare not kill you. If you dare to break in and die in the electrified zone, it has nothing to do with me. Another person interjected. Yi Ning, now you know why I didn't dare to continue investigating, right? There's no shortage of food and drink here, so I advise you to stay put and await the superior's decision. But Yi Ning remained unshaken. He charged straight through, letting the high-voltage current strike him, blue light flickering around him. The two representatives were dumbfounded. What? He can actually withstand high-voltage current? One person shrieked. Yi Ning, what kind of skill is that? He activated the extreme freeze skill, and a biting cold spread, freezing everything. The two hastily put up their psionic shields, their elemental armors shining brightly. But to no avail. Yi Ning unleashed dimensional slash, sword light flashing as if tearing space, closing in on the two, with his blade at their throats. His voice was as cold as ice. What exactly happened? I couldn't even clearly see how he did it. The two stood still, sweating profusely. If you don't want to die, shut down the current immediately, one person said, trembling. Don't hurt me, I'll turn it off. He quickly pressed the switch. The high-voltage current dissipated, and everyone immediately rushed forward. Ming Luo eagerly asked, Yi Ning, what do we do now? Yi Ning decisively ordered. Xiao Ju, restrain Li Li. Ming Luo, take the control panel. Everyone else cut off all contact between the EC safety zone and the outside world. The two quickly complied, apprehending Li Li and seizing the control panel. Yi Ning turned to Qian Fen, his tone cold. There's no shortage of food and drink here, so you'll stay put. He threw Qian Fen into the corner, knocking him unconscious. Activate the electric field. No one inside is allowed to leave. Qian Fen struggled from the corner, roaring, Yi Ning, you bastard. But Yi Ning ignored him, turning to Li Li, his voice sharp as a knife. Commander Li Li, immediately hand over all command of the EC safety zone to me. Li Li, bound, roared. What, Yi Ning, you really want to rebel? You're too audacious. Do you know who's behind me? It's the former Supreme Commander. Even the current Supreme Commander gives him 3 points of respect. I hold an irreplaceable position in the secret research lab. If you dare touch me, you're dead. Yi Ning frowned. An irreplaceable position in the secret research lab? What position? Li Li sneered. You're not qualified to know. Yi Ning felt uneasy. He suspected Yuan Shao had lied about the mother. The former Supreme Commander being the mother might be true, but the hatchlings that escaped this time might not be related to him. Yuan Shao's words were undoubtedly meant to scare him away. He recalled from his previous life that the main target of the Sea Beast Tide was the EC safety zone, then it spread to the capital. If the hatchlings were launching a beast tide to find their mother, then this mother was likely Li Li. He activated Ghost Eye, his gaze flashing as he swept over Li Li. System confirmation. Identity. Commander Li Li of the EC Safety Zone, hidden identity as one of the two mothers of Sea Beast gene fusion technology. Yi Ning nodded, confirming his suspicion. He looked at Li Li, his voice as cold as ice. I originally didn't want to kill you, but now there's no escaping death. He signaled Xiao Ju, and the girl was as fast as lightning, a flash of sword light. Li Li was instantly killed. The system chimed, target kill completed. Mission updated. EC Safety Zone mother kill progress completed. Sea Beast Tide will be delayed by 3 hours. The first wave of sea beasts is expected to approach the coast in 6 hours and 51 minutes. Please evacuate EC survivors as soon as possible. Yi Ning clenched his fists. Only a 3-hour delay, but it's better than nothing. At least more people can be saved, he quickly ordered, his tone urgent. Ming Luo, let's split up. He would investigate the safety zone's suburbs, Chen Kaila and Xiao Ju together. Xiao Hai and the others would gather the public in the city for an orderly evacuation. If you encounter difficulties, contact me via the video system. Ming Luo nodded. Understood. The scene shifted to the wilderness near the EC safety zone, the air heavy. A military officer spoke, his tone filled with worry. Commander Chen, Commander Xiao. Yi Ning acted without authorization. What exactly are we here for? Xiao Hai frowned, his eyelids twitching. I don't know, I just hope it's not a big deal and won't drag on too long. We can still train here, but if it takes too long it will definitely be noticed by superiors, Chen Kaila mused. On the contrary, I advise everyone to be mentally prepared. If it were a small matter, there would be no need for such a grand scale. But even if it's a big deal, it can't be so rushed. After all, Yi Ning just performed a great feat. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from afar. An armed helicopter swept across the sky, heading straight for them. Is it Yi Ning? One person cheered, their eyes sparkling. The military officer descended from the helicopter, his tone decisive. Lord Yi Ning has commanded us to immediately lead our troops into the East Sea and evacuate all survivors. He will take over the East Sea in 1 hour to assist with the evacuation. Everyone was stunned. What? Led troops into the city, take over the East Sea and evacuate? Isn't that treason? Another person eagerly asked. Is this the army's instruction, or is Yi Ning acting on his own? The military officer replied, the army has no instructions. This is Lord Yi Ning's command. An A-rank disaster is about to strike the East Sea. We have a responsibility to evacuate the survivors. This is risky, but I trust his judgment. Time is short, please decide quickly. He paused, his voice sinking. Whether successful or not, I'm afraid none of us will escape unscathed, Xiao Hai murmured. Yi Ning clearly has a promising future, why would he do this? Chen Kaila interrupted him, his tone firm. Xiao Hai, you're right, but think about it, among us whose future can surpass Yi Ning's, if he dares to abandon his future to take this risk, why should we be selfish? Since we've followed him, we'll share his fate. Another person nodded. Exactly. A gentleman has always sacrificed his life for righteousness. The scene shifted back to the East Sea safety zone. Yi Ning looked at the bustling city, his tone heavy. Xiao Ju, does it look like before the apocalypse? Xiao Ju shook her head. I haven't seen the world before the apocalypse, but I heard it was beautiful. Everyone thought life was getting better and the apocalypse seemed like a distant legend, but unfortunately, everything will be destroyed before our eyes. Yi Ning sighed. Even if he could save them this time, the pain of parting would be inevitable. Then the sky suddenly rained and the system alarm blared. Warning. A rank sea beast tide is about to strike. All survivors in the East Sea safety zone, please evacuate immediately. With the assistance of the army, evacuate in an orderly manner. Notification repeated. Prediction, please evacuate immediately. Yi Ning clenched his fists. If we want to end this disaster, we still have a long way to go. I understand you can do it. Xiao Ju nodded. Yes, I believe you can do it, Yi Ning said sternly. Now is not the time for sentimentality, he ordered. Xiao Ju, I have an important mission for you. Go to the East Sea safety zone and find all the researchers. Find a researcher named Sun Licheng and bring him to me. He is a crucial figure for the future. Xiao Ju briefly replied, understood. 4 hours later, in the capital military zone conference room, the atmosphere was tense. A commander slammed the table. Treason, he's a traitor after all. While drinking, I was thinking about how to reward Yi Ning when he returned, but instead he caused such a huge mess. Lu Tianming spoke, his tone cold. Commander, I just discovered that we cannot contact the East Sea safety zone. Through satellite, I found that Yi Ning is rebelling. He killed the East Sea commander, seized power with troops, concealed information, and deceived survivors into evacuating. Such a traitor, no matter how powerful, cannot be kept, Fang Hao retorted. Commander, it's undeniable that Yi Ning has gone too far, but what if his prediction is correct? What if the East Sea really is facing a sea beast tide? He pointed to the data on the satellite screen, which showed that in addition to the evacuation, Yi Ning also mobilized troops to the defense line. Truly believing there would be a beast tide, Lu Tianming sneered. HMPH Deputy Commander Fang, do you mean that a commander who has guarded the East Sea for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital, 34 senior researchers and over 600 disaster warning personnel are all useless, inferior to an unknown brat like Yi Ning? Haha. Even if he discovered anomalies, why didn't he report them to the army? According to psychological analysis, Yi Ning has fallen into a paranoid state. His thinking is abnormal, he said sternly. To minimize losses, I suggest immediately leading troops to stop Yi Ning and execute the beheading plan if necessary. Fang Hao trembled with anger. You're going too far, Hu Jiping intervened, his tone calm. The beheading plan is suspended. First, stop Yi Ning. It's best to capture him alive before making a decision. The commander nodded in agreement, his eyes sharp and decisive. That's the only way. Committee member Lu, immediately lead your troops and make sure to capture Yi Ning alive. Lu Tianming's face broke into a radiant smile upon hearing this. Understood, Commander. He walked out of the conference room, his aura magnificent like a beast unleashed, radiating pressure. Yi Ning, oh Yi Ning, I was worried you'd come back to settle scores with us, but I never expected you to be so foolish as to seek your own death. Haha, capture him alive. Swords and guns have no eyes. In a chaotic battle, an accident is perfectly normal. The scene shifted to the East Sea Safety Zone sea defense wall, with only 29 minutes remaining until the sea beast attack. Chen Kaila looked at Yi Ning, his tone filled with doubt. Yi Ning, will the sea beast really come? The deadline you mentioned is almost up, but besides this rain there's no movement on the sea. Yi Ning replied, his gaze calm but sharp. They will come. Their speed is extremely fast. They could erupt at any moment. Yi Ning, if it really erupts, our outcome might be a little better, but if it doesn't happen, even if I guessed correctly, the outcome is only slightly better. This is truly unsettling. He paused, his voice sinking, carrying resolve. It has always been this way since ancient times. We don't need to worry too much as long as our conscience is clear when the sea beasts attack. Should we try our best to hold this place, or just buy time? Because the scale of this attack is too large and we don't have enough manpower to stop it. If we can hold out until all survivors are evacuated, that would be a blessing. Chen Kaila frowned, his tone heavy. What about the East Sea Safety Zone? Yi Ning shook his head, his gaze firm. The East Sea Safety Zone can only be abandoned. It took over 10 years to build the East Sea to what it is today. The superiors will never agree. He smiled faintly, with a hint of sarcasm. That's why I didn't report or negotiate, otherwise it would only cause greater losses. His words silenced those around him, creating a solemn atmosphere. Just then, Xiao Ju returned with some people, her tone excited. Lord Yi Ning, I've brought the person you were looking for. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes lighting up. Excellent. Xiao Ju descended from the air, carefully supporting a man afraid of hurting him. When she found him, the man was being chased by a group of low-tier awakened ones in the street as if they wanted to snatch his black box. The man trembled, his tone filled with panic. Sir, my name is Sun Licheng. I'm just a temporary cleaner at the research institute. Please don't kill me, don't kill me. These things are mine. I didn't steal them. Yi Ning laughed loudly. a glint flashing in his eyes. A cleaner? Haha, no wonder I couldn't find you on the list before. Don't worry, why would I kill you, he thought. Finding Sun Licheng is as significant as saving the entire East Sea safety zone. This timid man, after the disaster struck, was practically a godsend. In his previous life, his psionic ore extraction technology allowed ordinary people to awaken, and in this life, with the mines of the evil corpse kingdom, he would have as many psionic ores as he wanted, and he could support Sun Licheng in rapid research and development. This way, he could smoothly advance to Tier 4. Yi Ning decisively ordered, Xiao Ju, arrange an armed helicopter to specifically take him to the Fang Manor and make sure he is safe. I'll be back later. Xiao Ju nodded resolutely. Understood, I will make sure he is safe. Sun Licheng anxiously asked, his voice trembling. Sir, does the protection you're talking about really mean the same thing as the protection I understand? Before Yi Ning could answer, Xiao Ju grabbed his clothes and pulled him onto the helicopter. Let's go, Mr. Sun, I'll take you to the plane. They'll take you to a safe place. After Sun Licheng was sent away, Xiao Ju returned to report to Yi Ning. Lord Yi Ning, I have made all the arrangements. He nodded, his tone steady. You've worked hard. Suddenly, a stern and authoritative notification echoed from the sky. We are the border peacekeeping force directly under headquarters. By order of committee member Lu Tianming, chairman of the peacekeeping force, all rebellious armies must immediately surrender. All survivors, please cease evacuation. The army has never issued an evacuation notice, nor is there a sea beast attack. Chen Kaila's face darkened with worry. Have they sent people from the top? He gripped his weapon angrily. Damn it, the trouble has finally arrived. Yi Ning waved his hand, his eyes sharp. Uncle Chen, you keep an eye on the sea for me. Xiao Ju and I will handle these people. A figure descended from the air, his voice booming. Yi Ning, I am Luo Chang, deputy commander of the border peacekeeping force. I am here to apprehend you under the orders of committee member Lu Xiaohua. The personnel you arranged for evacuation have already been captured by us. Your evacuation plan has completely failed. If you're smart, you'll come with me obediently. If you resist, you'll be killed without mercy. Killed without mercy, Yi Ning roared, his eyes sharp as blades. Not only did you capture Uncle Xiao, but you also dare to obstruct the evacuation of civilians? HMPH fools, you really are tired of living. Luo Cheng replied from a distance, his tone arrogant. Yi Ning, the army's satellite surveillance shows everything is normal in the East Sea. There are no signs of a beast tide. Abandon your foolish fantasies. Do you know how much damage you've caused the East Sea? The superiors are furious and have dispatched Tier 3 elite troops from the capital. They will arrive soon. I will not let you off today. Xiao Ju tilted her head, asking Yi Ning coldly, Lord, do you need me to kill them? He waved his hand, his gaze calm but with an underlying calculation. No rush. Try to buy time and conserve psionic energy for the upcoming beast tide. Besides, their miserable lives will still be useful later. Luo Chang charged, his momentum fierce as a tiger. You are truly stubborn. Attack, witness my sky-splitting axe. Yi Ning immediately retreated. Swift as lightning, he switched attributes, adding all points to agility. Luo Chang and others charged from all directions, unleashing skills. Shattering Fist, 1,000-ton drop, earth-shattering hell, sun-chasing arrow. Xiao Ju used her skills, her hands sharp as steel, blocking the attacks. Yi Ning switched to his Tier 3 defensive combat suit, building a solid barrier, blocking the three attackers. The barrier vanished and the three were forced back. Yi Ning gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it, these guys really want to kill me. You just wait, I'll settle scores with each of you later. Luo Cheng sneered, his tone contemptuous. Yi Ning, you, a mere Tier 3 novice, dare to contend with us advanced? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourself. Yi Ning defended and countered, his voice cold. I advise you not to push me too far. Just then another person charged from behind, launching an attack. Yi Ning leaped into the air, deftly dodging both attacks simultaneously, but was unexpectedly severely wounded by several strange arrows. He thought to himself, the strongest killing move of the willpower type, I have to use it today. Although this move is ineffective against a beast tide, it is extremely effective against these awakened ones. Infernal Abyss, Psychic Storm. Yi Ning unleashed Psychic Storm, and a dark energy filled with willpower swept forth, enveloping the four enemies. Luo Cheng screamed in horror. This is a willpower-type attack. Quickly activate mental defense, another replied. Activated, but his willpower is too strong, it's unstoppable. Yet another enemy panicked. Is this the ability of the useless willpower type? Impossible, I can't even move my body. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ju delivered a whirlwind kick, sending all four flying. Yi Ning jumped next to Xiao Ju, his eyes sharp. These two consecutive moves are enough to keep them immobile for 2 minutes. Just then, an anomaly appeared on the sea. One person exclaimed, Look, is that a beast tide on the sea? It really came. Alarms blared. A mechanically cold voice. Beep beep. 1034 high-speed moving objects detected. Beep beep. 771 high-speed moving objects detected. Chen Kaila was stunned. What? The sea beast tide really erupted? Is Yi Ning's judgment true? Another panicked. Now what do we do? Quickly informed committee member Lu. Yi Ning immediately gave an order, his tone decisive. Ming Luo immediately launched 2 nuclear bombs from the bunker to stop this wave of beast tide. 2 planes in the air received the order and immediately dropped atomic bombs. The sea churned violently, dazzling with light. Chen Kaila asked in horror, Yi Ning, you detonated an atomic bomb. If you do this, the East Sea will no longer be habitable. Yi Ning replied, his eyes firm. When you see the number of the next wave of beast tide, you will understand why I gave up on the East Sea. This is just the beginning. Nuclear bombs can only buy time. He turned and shouted, all artillerymen, prepare to fire. Awakened army, prepare. Once they approach the coast, attack immediately, the crowd responded in unison. He looked at Luo Cheng, his voice cold. Luo Cheng, right. Can we execute the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and order the entire city to continue supporting the evacuation and fight desperately against the beast tide. If you survive, I promise not to pursue this matter further. Luo Cheng was stunned but nodded. Okay. The scene shifted to the East Sea Command Center. Lu Tianming calmly surveyed the situation, his tone smug. How is it? Is Yi Ning captured or killed? Haha. But upon receiving the news he was shocked, his voice trembling. What did you say? The beast tide really erupted and Yi Ning detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea, he laughed, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. It seems the situation has indeed turned around. Even if Yi Ning guessed correctly, repelled the beast tide and evacuated the survivors, what then? The nuclear radiation pollution in the East Sea will be enough to make you pay the price. The lights in the capital conference room were blazing. Senior generals gathered, all looking very tense. Commander Hu Jiping lightly tapped the table, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, and his steady voice rang out, Gentlemen, the East Sea beast tide has actually erupted. Time is of the essence. We must quickly deliberate on a solution. Furthermore, a clear decision must be made regarding Yi Ning's matter. He paused, his eyes showing contemplation, and continued. In terms of response strategies, the 6 major war zones are concentrating forces to summon high-tier awakened ones for reinforcement. The 27 coastal safety zones have also prepared to receive survivors. If the front line can hold for 2 hours, casualties can be controlled below 7. Fang Hao's expression was firm. He immediately spoke. What's there to discuss? Yi Ning saved millions of people. This is a glorious military achievement. As for the army being accused of inaction, we can easily handle it. We just need to announce that all of Yi Ning's actions were part of the army's plan. Those Tier 3 strong individuals who went to arrest him will say they went to provide support. After the disaster, we'll actively promote Yi Ning as a national hero and reward him handsomely. Lu Tianming's face was cold. He immediately retorted, his tone full of displeasure. Deputy Commander Fang, are you insane? Yi Ning forged military orders, unilaterally mobilized troops, imprisoned representatives, made unauthorized judgments. Which of these isn't treason? What's more, he secretly detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. Just because he achieved merit, can we turn a blind eye? If next time he uses merit as an excuse to do something even crazier like killing us, should we also let him? What about the law? What about national law? Moreover, who can guarantee that his prediction wasn't just a lucky guess? As he can't produce any evidence, another committee member nodded, his voice low. I agree with committee member Lu. Merit cannot offset demerit. If we don't handle this clearly, it will leave future troubles. I suggest arresting Yi Ning as planned and at the same time announce that the army had already discovered the problem. Yi Ning's actions had nothing to do with saving the East Sea. However, since he saved many people, his sentence can be commuted, but his subordinates must be severely punished. Fang Hao slammed the table in anger, roaring, What are these motherfuckers talking about? Are you guys full of yourselves? The front lines are fighting for their lives right now, and you're still thinking about arresting people. Is saving lives wrong? Is warning wrong? If nuclear bombs weren't deployed, could the defense line have held? Nuclear pollution can be solved with time. The East Sea commander and army representatives both said no problem. And what was the result? Do they want to die? Since ancient times, a general outside the city is not bound by the emperor's commands. Don't you understand this principle? Fang Hao's sharp words left Lu Tianming speechless. Hu Jiping quickly raised his hand to stop them, his steady voice ringing out. All right, you two, stop arguing. In my opinion, we should compromise. Yi Ning did act without authorization, but he did save lives. If he hadn't taken the risk, what would have become of us? Even if we arrest him, can we deceive the public and the soldiers into believing this rescue was the army's credit? We didn't believe Yi Ning. We were wrong, and we must admit it. We cannot disappoint the public and the soldiers again. Li Zhanguo stood up with a resolute expression, his voice filled with authority. In that case, notify all major military regions. All of Yi Ning's actions are in accordance with military orders. The command authority for the East Sea A-rank beast tide will temporarily be handed over to Yi Ning. Once he returns, if the evidence is confirmed, relevant personnel will be severely punished. Meeting adjourned. After the conference room was empty, a female secretary walked over and softly asked the commander, Commander, you never intended to pursue Yi Ning from the beginning, did you? This meeting was just to block the mouths of the Lu faction. Hu Jiping smiled, his gaze deep. Child, you've grown up, that's right. The East Sea is my responsibility, and I must admit my mistakes. Even if I'm blamed, I must endure it. Yi Ning is indeed outstanding. But his prediction this time, I don't know how he did it. He paused, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. You said he resembles that man from 5 years ago. Shish, that's taboo, don't mention it again. In the East Sea Command Center, Hu Jiping furiously slammed the table, his eyes burning with anger. Damn it, is this a compromise plan? Li Zhanguo and those old fogies are clearly trying to screw me over. Have you forgotten that my old commander sacrificed himself more than 10 years ago? Regardless this beast tide, I will not fight desperately on the front line. Yi Ning's fate will be decided by his own ability. The scene shifted to the East Sea defense line, where the roar of sea beasts mingled with the smoke of battle. Yi Ning observed the battle from a distance, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sea beasts surged forward, their psionic shields flickering, rendering ordinary artillery useless. His voice rang out decisively. I now have command over the East Sea. All awakened ones immediately form a defensive formation along the coastline. When the sea beasts approach, do not engage them head-on. They are tough and thick-skinned. Disperse and take them down one by one. Remember, the most important task is not to win but to delay for as long as possible. He turned to his teammates, giving a solemn order. Come with me out to sea and kill these Tier 3 sea beasts. We just need to buy time and prevent them from reaching the shore. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood. Yi Ning charged forward, his sword light flashing like a storm. He unleashed Sword Stream Storm, instantly slaying dozens of sea beasts. The terrifying sight left the awakened ones high above in shock. One person trembled. This destructive power, one move is equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. Such a prodigy. We chose the right person. Suddenly, a shout. A group of sea beasts on the right flank were about to charge ashore. Yi Ning did not hesitate, and immediately unleashed Heaven's trajectory gleaming. The brilliant light streaked across the darkness like a meteor. At the same time, Xiao Ju, known as the Straight Path Imperial Dragon, charged into the enemy formation, fighting the sea beast barehanded. Suddenly, Xiao Ju shouted, her tone filled with vigilance, "Watch out, a Tier 3 advanced giant whale." She charged forward, kicking the giant beast with an unnamed whirlwind kick, but it immediately counterattacked, its ultrasound shaking her back. The weaker awakened ones clutched their ears, screaming in pain. "Ah, that sound is terrifying. My internal organs are about to shatter." Xiao Ju was forced back by the aftershocks, but just then, she felt danger behind her. A Tier 3 giant crab suddenly ambushed, its sharp pincers slashing down. She used extreme evasion, narrowly dodging the attack. Before she could even catch her breath, a huge tail descended from the sky. With nowhere to hide, she thought she was finished. But just then, Yi Ning charged from a distance, his sword light flashing. Dimensional slash. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, blocking the giant crab's attack. Xiao Ju was startled, her voice low. "I didn't fulfill my duty as a guardian." Yi Ning looked at her, his gaze firm. "I don't see you as a guardian but as a comrade." These words seemed to infuse her with strength, surprising Xiao Ju. "A comrade?" She smiled, feeling power surge through her. "These sea beasts are even more troublesome than mutants of the same tier, but now I feel inexplicably full of strength." The two combined their efforts in a rapid assault, forcing the 2 sea beasts into a corner. The giant whale was terrified and dived into the water to escape. Xiao Ju was surprised. How that big whale got scared and ran away? Impossible. That's just a tough Tier 3 advanced sea beast. But before she finished speaking, 3 sea beasts suddenly ganged up on them. Yi Ning's face changed drastically, realizing something unusual. Damn it, they not only have intelligence, but they also understand tactical coordination. Memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. The East Sea battle had been a brutal defeat and all counterattacks had been in vain. Now he understood why. 3 sea beasts simultaneously unleashed their skills and terrifying power swept towards them. Yi Ning quickly activated Fallen Heaven Defense, building a barrier that blocked all 3 attacks. He roared, "Their attacks are too strong, I can't hold on much longer. I must counterattack immediately." Both leaped into the air, breaking out of the encirclement, then descended from the sky, breaking the enemy formation. Yi Ning unleashed Fallen Heaven Heavy Strike, sword light raining down like a meteor shower. Xiao Ju cooperated with Heaven Star Palm Kill, forcing the 3 sea beasts back. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ning shouted, "Deliver another blow to that giant shark." Sword light flashed, aiming directly at the faltering giant beast. Finally, Comrade Xiao Ju delivered a powerful punch, killing the giant whale. But just as the 3 high-tier sea beasts fell, a swarm of fierce jellyfish suddenly surged from the water, completely surrounding him. Damn it, the jellyfish monsters are Tier 3, it would be very disadvantageous to fight them. Xiao Ju immediately break through the encirclement and retreat. "I will dive into the sea and pursue that giant whale. It might be the leader of this wave of sea beasts. I must kill it first." Amidst the chaos, his comrade leapt into the dark water. He activated his mental probe without hesitation, his sharp gaze scanning the deep sea. "Get out here, let's see where you're hiding. I have 3 modified combat suits. Even if you hide at the bottom of the sea, I can find you." In an instant, the giant whale's figure clearly appeared, surrounded by miscellaneous guards like shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "You've already mobilized all your high-tier units, haven't you? These shrimp soldiers and crab generals can't stop me." He brandished a sharp slash, charging at supersonic speed, catching the shrimp soldiers and crab generals off guard and unable to react. Then he unleashed his ultimate skill without hesitation, God's Wrath Pseudo Tier 4. A Tier 4 phantom appeared, emanating a light like vengeful flames. "Once I kill you, your beast tide will be leaderless, and I'll even take your soul to deal with them." The sea beast's foam attack whistled in, but his phantom continuously swung its sword, easily deflecting it as if it were child's play. "Your strongest attack can't even hit me. Now die." He charged onto the sea beast's head without hesitation. With one sword thrust through its brow, the strange black energy from his body surged out, enveloping the king of the sea beasts. Its power was shocking, forcing him to clench his teeth in resistance, but with just one move he sliced the colossal body in 2. "What a pity you met me today." The skill completed, the sea beast's soul was extracted, but the phantom's time limit also ended. Although it looked majestic, those brief 10 seconds truly vanished like the wind. After slaying the target, he leapt onto the water's surface, immediately activating the next skill at an unceasing pace. "One more move and the rest depends on my people and those Tier 3 powerhouses the army sent to capture me." So, Yama's incarnation, as he summoned it, the souls of the monsters gradually appeared, becoming pieces that would turn the tide of battle, eliminating their former companions. Monstrous sea beast souls turn and strike them down. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju struggled against the siege of the Tier 3 jellyfish. Damn it, these Tier 3 jellyfish are indeed hard to deal with. The jellyfish not only attacked from a distance with their tentacles but also created barriers to obscure vision. Even more terrifying, whenever a tentacle was severed, new ones immediately grew back, making it almost impossible to destroy them fundamentally. The encirclement tightened, her psionic energy gradually depleted, and even the thought of breaking through became a luxury. Tentacles once again wrapped around her arm. She held on with all her might, desperately trying to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. If she couldn't replenish her psionic pills in time, she would likely collapse from exhaustion here. The screen on her forehead flashed red, warning of critically low energy. In this life or death moment, a critical hit left her almost defenseless. "I'm sorry, comrade, this time I can't complete the mission you entrusted to me. Nor can I witness the end of this world." But just then the giant whale suddenly leapt out of the water, carrying her comrade. He reached out and pulled her onto the whale's back so decisively that it felt like he had snatched her back from the gates of hell. "Xiao Ju, come with me." She looked up, her eyes gleaming with hope as if she had returned from hell. "Understood, comrade." "Behind us the souls of the sea beasts are assisting the charge, eliminating the remaining monsters," she asked. "Comrade, do I need to activate the blushing and heart-thumping special effect now?" "No need, you should delete such useless knowledge." "Understood." Meanwhile, the remaining monsters stubbornly pressed towards the final wall. Luo Cheng, though exhausted, resolutely held back the beast tide, his eyes burning with an unyielding will. A Tier 2 sealed sea beast was even more troublesome than a mutant of the same level, forcing him to fight with all his might. But after years of fighting, do they think I'm someone who gives up easily? However, weaker warriors continuously fell under the monster's brutal attacks. "Damn it, these sea beasts are too difficult. Our low-tier warriors have suffered countless casualties. Forget it, let's just save whoever we can." With the sheer number of these sea beasts, we're probably doomed to die here today. Luo Cheng and three close comrades climbed higher, preparing for their final stand. The three immediately launched a full assault on the Tier 3 octopus, blocking their path. Working together seamlessly, they swiftly eliminated the massive monster. Huff huff, one Tier 3 monster was already so exhausting, and there are still countless Tier 2 and Tier 2 peak monsters. "This is simply a death trap," Luo Cheng panted, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "What the hell is committee member Lu doing?" Yi Ning was completely right. Without Yi Ning, things would be even worse. A nearby soldier frowned and softly admonished, "How dare you speak to a superior like that?" Luo Cheng replied in a low voice, "What about speaking this time? He really did something inhumane. Such a dangerous situation, he himself wouldn't dare to come. Anyway, we're all going to die here, so who cares about superiors? Come with me and let's lure that electric ray from the sea over here to ambush it." But the sea beast souls Yi Ning had summoned earlier suddenly appeared behind them. Luo Cheng glanced, immediately recognizing them. "These sea beast specters can still fight after death. Can these sea beasts still fight after death? What on earth is going on? Damn it, how can we fight like this?" He suddenly sensed an anomaly. "Wait, these specters are attacking the sea beasts. Someone must be controlling this. Who is it? We're the highest ranked on the battlefield. Who has such ability? Could it be Yi Ning? He's only Tier 3 novice. How is this possible?" Another teammate murmured. "Perhaps it's not impossible. Did you see that strange willpower attack Yi Ning used against us earlier? If he has the ability to control specters, then was he holding back against us just now?" Before Luo Cheng could think further, Yi Ning suddenly appeared beside him, his gaze sharp as he bellowed, "Ferocious sea beasts, you high-level warriors are still dazed here. Do you not want to live?" Luo Cheng quickly stammered, "No, it's not like that, Lord Yi Ning. We are just surprised by you." Yi Ning interrupted him, saying decisively, "All right, enough with the nonsense. Although the momentum of this beast tide has been contained, there are still many stragglers, so everyone hurry and deal with them." This time Luo Cheng could only obey, but his heart was still filled with worry. All his ultimate moves that didn't consume psionic energy were used up, and although his psionic energy was still abundant, he could only use God's Wrath and Yama's Incarnation one more time. With the remaining psionic energy, it would barely be enough for ordinary skills like elemental wind blades or armor gauntlets. For the remaining sea beasts, other awakened warriors might still be able to cope, but he decided to conserve his strength, only intervening when truly necessary. Suddenly, a cold, decisive notification sounded. The first wave of sea beast attacks has been contained. The second wave of sea beast attacks will arrive within 3 hours. Its number twice that of the first wave. Luo Cheng was stunned. The second wave of beast tide, in his previous life he had not yet been discovered by the army, so he did not participate in this battle, only hearing that it was extremely brutal. The East Sea safety zone was utterly unprepared and completely destroyed. The army later attempted to retake it but repeatedly failed, eventually forced to abandon it. 3 hours, even if the other army corps arrived, it would be too late. The warriors here, even if they survived, were already exhausted. A direct confrontation with the second wave of beast tide was impossible. The only way was to establish a quarantine zone and evacuate the survivors and warriors from here as quickly as possible. Yi Ning turned to ask Uncle Xiao, "Uncle Xiao, how is the evacuation going on your side? Is everything smooth? How much longer until everyone is evacuated?" Uncle Xiao sighed, his voice heavy. "Things are not going smoothly at all. The people sent here have persuaded many of the previously evacuated survivors to return. They crammed all the survivors into the shelters and posted guards." Yi Ning frowned. "What did you say?" Uncle Xiao showed him pictures and continued, "As you can see, the survivors inside have been tricked. They don't believe us at all and refuse to open the doors. We can only forcefully break down the doors and take everyone, but this will only make them distrust us even more. The evacuation mission has now become exceptionally difficult, and the time has been indefinitely extended. Based on current progress, it's estimated that it will take at least another 3 hours to evacuate everyone. Yining clenched his teeth, his tone firm. Everyone, keep up the good work. Uncle Shao nodded, his eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, even if it costs me my old life. Ending the brief call, he switched off the communication device, his eyes filled with contemplation. In this seemingly resource-rich, peaceful era, it turned out that everything was 100 times more difficult than in the future. Similar disasters would surely recur, and his goals would inevitably encounter severe obstacles. Once the East Sea problem was resolved, he had to quickly ascend to the pinnacle of power, gaining decisive authority. To deal with the impending extreme disaster, absolute focus and ruthless measures were needed. Anyone who dared to obstruct him, only death awaited them. Xiao Ju still followed closely behind, her voice asking, "Comrade, where are we going now?" He replied decisively. "Xiao Ju, go collect data and fuel reserves from the nearby safety zones in the East Sea, then notify them to transport all reserved fuel to the East Sea safety zone within 2 hours. At the same time, find a way to replenish psionic energy and protect yourself." She nodded, but her tone carried worry. "Understood, comrade. The East Sea safety zone is now completely beyond salvation. Rather than a slow, painful cut, it's better to make a swift, decisive one, create a massive fire, burn down the entire East Sea safety zone and form a quarantine zone. At least this way it can ensure the survivors won't be pursued again." In another corner, within the inland boundary of the East Sea safety zone, Xiao Ju contacted him again via her device. "Comrade, I'm afraid the surrounding safety zones don't have enough fuel." He frowned in disbelief. "Didn't I check the fuel reserves of each region before?" she explained helplessly. "Most of them falsified their accounts, and those who didn't were unwilling to cooperate, and even killing them wouldn't solve the immediate problem." Just then, a person she had pinned underfoot stubbornly shouted, "Yining, wasn't the sea beast tide already contained? You still want to burn down the entire East Sea safety zone? Do you know how many years the East Sea safety zone has been established? I have already united 6 surrounding safety zones and reported to the capital." "The capital will definitely not agree. You have no right to demand fuel from us," he replied coldly. "I know, Xiao Ju, you go back, it's hopeless." His heart was ablaze with anger. If he didn't eliminate these useless people, he would sooner or later die of exhaustion. But now he took a deep breath, comforting himself. "Phew, I must remain calm." The refugee convoy drove into the safety zone but was stopped by the army preparing to create a large fire. Cries rang out, "Is our East Sea gone? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Why are you only evacuating now? We paid so much tax and the army treats us like this." Some people became even more agitated, shouting, "We want to go back for our belongings. Give us back our cars. How dare you confiscate my car, please. We invested everything we had to gather this batch of goods. Half of our people died just to transport it back. These were all brought back by our men at the cost of their lives. If you destroy the city and these things, how are we supposed to live?" The soldiers tried to explain not to destroy the city, but all the surrounding safety zones strongly opposed burning down the East Sea and refused to provide fuel. A representative from the East Qing Safety Zone spoke, his tone full of confidence. "As the East Qing Safety Zone rescue representative, I encourage everyone. Please rest assured the frontline situation is very good, and everyone will be able to go home in a few days." These words were like a shot in the arm, calming the crowd. "Really? That's great. Thank you, military. Thank you, military. We will cooperate with the evacuation." But then another voice rang out, full of anger. "Did everyone see? How can we destroy the city? If the East Sea is destroyed, what will happen to these poor people? What does that brat Yining know? He has no idea how much damage his actions will cause to the East Sea. It's just a bunch of sea beasts. What's the big deal?" the representative continued. "Everyone, follow me into the city to search for and evacuate those survivors hiding in buildings." Understood. Of course, all financial activities of the survivors, especially those of the major merchant associations, will be protected by us. Now that the city is empty, everyone, act quickly. In a time of disaster, no one will investigate. How much we earn this time depends on us. Witnessing all this from high above, he could only smile bitterly. "Ha ha ha ha, excellent, very good. This is profiting from national calamity, absolutely wonderful." When words could no longer express it, only a bitter smile remained. He scoffed. Yining realized he had been too naive after his rebirth. He had forgotten that this peaceful era was still controlled by a group of incompetents. He had confused the army that fought in blood in his previous life with these parasites of the present. A huge mistake. He had forgotten that humans only shed tears when they face the coffin. From the current perspective, this was just a small beast rampage, but he almost failed. Starting from warning the East Sea, Fang Tang obstructed. The army stood by. He forcefully mobilized troops. The enemy controlled the resistance. The truth was revealed, but the commander still made mistakes. The survivors returned, their hearts heavy. He wanted to burn down the city to stop the enemy, but those parasites created trouble, which was utterly absurd. Initially, he only wanted to save the East Sea, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Until now, you've all forced my hand. Want to profit from national calamity? Then go into the city. Today I will send this group of people to the Western Heaven, right at the foot of the East Sea Safety Zone's Lingling Tower. After the Apocalypse era, the psionic energy nodes provided by the system spread everywhere, awakening humanity, and the old world was destroyed by the zombie tide. Survivors built safety zones around these nodes. Each psionic energy node was crucial for maintaining the core psionic energy of awakened ones. Without nodes, the safety zone would collapse. The East Sea's Lingling Tower was a Tier 3 psionic energy node. If it exploded, the East Sea safety zone would be permanently gone. But if he didn't do this, how would humanity be alerted? What they would lose in the future was far more than just the East Sea. This explosion would trigger a psionic energy burst, erasing human traces, disrupting sea beast perception, and establishing the strongest quarantine zone. Uncle Xiao called Yi Ning. The survivor rescue mission is basically complete, half an hour ahead of schedule. Although some people reported that some soldiers from the surroundings have returned to the city. We found them. Yi Ning already understood when the words reached here. Let them be. All you need to do is get the evacuated survivors out of the East Sea safety zone as quickly as possible. I'm hanging up. He immediately called Xiao Ju. Contact Ming Luo, Chen Kaila and the other frontline warriors as soon as possible. Within 10 minutes have them evacuate the coastline. Understood. Yi Ning rushed forward, heading straight for the Lingling Tower. Farewell, East Sea Safety Zone. He unleashed elemental wind blades raging inferno, furiously hacking at the protective shield. After one strike, he immediately raised his shield to protect himself from the recoil. All combat personnel, resist with all your might. Seeing cracks appear in the protective shield, he added a few more blows. The explosive energy spread in all directions. Yi Ning swiftly flew into the sky, pushing his agility a tribute to its limit to escape the explosion at the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. A group of people were still engrossed in plundering antiques and high-grade equipment. We're rich, of course we are. This time we don't even need to cook the books. Everyone, we must save all the people of the East Sea. This is our responsibility. Representative GU is truly brilliant. No sooner had he spoken than the Lingling Tower's energy erupted, engulfing everything in a sea of flames. The explosion rapidly spread, destroying all buildings in its path. In the capital's conference hall, everyone watched in dumbfounded silence through the screen. What on earth is Yi Ning doing? Is the psionic energy node destroyed? Psionic energy nodes cannot regenerate. The East Sea safety zone will be gone forever. Lu Tianming furiously roared. Yi Ning, he is utterly lawless. The East Sea tide had been contained and the situation was improving. But Yi Ning proposed burning down the city. I tried to dissuade him in vain and had to rush back to report. I never expected him to actually. The commander frowned, his face dark in the face of this tragedy. Yi Ning, did I truly put my trust in the wrong person? Fang Hao suddenly stood up. Commander, let me go personally. I guarantee I'll bring Yi Ning back. Even dealing with Yi Ning or his guard Xiao Ju is no problem for me. He clearly knew that if the commander sent more people, the misunderstanding would likely deepen, and Yi Ning would be difficult to reclaim. Good, take my car and bring Yi Ning back as soon as possible. I'll interrogate him myself. Just 10 minutes later, in the East Sea safety zone, everything had been reduced to ashes. Under the blood-red sunset, Deputy Commander Fang Hao stood atop a barren mountain outside the East Sea safety zone, his gaze sharply sweeping over the area sealed off by Yi Ning's A-rank authority card. He decisively ordered, his voice low but full of authority. Land, I want to see him. As Daxia's most advanced supersonic aircraft landed, Yi Ning stood on the mountaintop, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Haha, even Daxia's most advanced aircraft has been dispatched. It seems another important figure has come to reprimand me. He jumped from the cliff without hesitation, his figure as agile as a leopard. Opposite him stood Deputy Commander Fang Hao, his face serious. Yi Ning, you've caused a great disaster. Is that Uncle Fang? Yi Ning replied, his tone calm but his eyes sharp. I destroyed the East Sea Lingling node. If you want me to explain, just say so. Fang Hao frowned, his voice low. Before we go back, do you have a solution? Yi Ning sighed, his shoulders slightly slumped as if weariness had seeped into his bones. Uncle Fang, I'm tired. I'm too lazy to explain. He pointed to the distant flickering psionic energy node, a determined glint in his eyes. Look over there, you'll understand in a minute. Fang Hao frowned. What do you mean? Suddenly, a group of sea beasts twice the original number surged forward like a tsunami. His voice trembled. He couldn't believe his eyes. The second wave of sea beasts. Yi Ning nodded. He coldly watched the sea beasts trying to breach the psionic energy node he had previously destroyed. Now do you understand? I used this extreme method to prevent the sea beast tide from pursuing the survivors. Fang Hao mused, his gaze gradually clearing. I understand, but why didn't you report it clearly to your superiors? Yi Ning gave a bitter smile, his tone tinged with resentment. Explain clearly? Was there time? I explained it clearly at the beginning, but what was the result? Who would believe me until they saw it with their own eyes? He paused, a hint of grievance but also resilience flashing in his eyes. Jialing, you've worked hard this time. Although still a little aggrieved, Fang Hao gently advised. Regardless, you should return to the capital first and explain everything. The outcome is already clear. The commander is not an unreasonable person. As for that loose end, I'll handle it. Yi Ning nodded, his tone low but firm. Fang Hao suddenly remembered something, his eyes becoming serious. right? Be careful of Lu Tianming and his group when you go back. While you were fighting in the dungeon, they already went to your house. Your mother and sister are now in the hospital." Hearing this, Yi Ning's face darkened and a blazing fury ignited in his eyes. "What did you say?" Without waiting for an answer, he turned and sped towards his home. His heart was burning with anxiety. In the small house, his sister Shaoan huddled by the hospital bed, her eyes red, her voice choked. "Brother, where are you? If you're still alive, please come back quickly." She clutched a pillow, tears streaming down her face. "Mom has been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. I'm so scared." Woo-woo. Just then the door burst open. Yi Ning walked in, his voice panicked but full of warmth. "Shaoan?" Seeing her brother, Shaoan rushed to him, hugging him tightly, sobbing, "Brother Wu, I thought you were dead." Yi Ning gently stroked her head. "Shaoan, don't cry. Brother isn't dead. Didn't brother come back safely? Be good, let brother go see mom first." Shaoan wiped her tears, her voice trembling. Mom fainted when she heard you died. The doctor said mom is fine, but she hasn't woken up yet." Yi Ning tightly held his mother's hand, his heart aching, his voice a whisper full of emotion. "Mom, I'm sorry I made you worry. I'm back. I'm fine, Mom. Please wake up soon, Mom." Just then his mother's arm moved slightly. Yi Ning was overjoyed, calling out to his mother repeatedly. Shaoan asked worriedly, "Brother, will Mom not wake up?" He smiled reassuringly. "No, Shaoan. Mom knows I'm back. She'll definitely wake up." Yi Ning turned to his sister, his voice low. "Shaoan, who came to our house, who said brother died, do you remember?" Shaoan frowned, trying to recall. "It seemed like a Director Wang. They came to the house and took all of brother's things. I didn't let them take them. Then they said brother died, but it was strange. Yesterday he came again with flowers and a fruit basket, saying an intern made a mistake and that brother wasn't dead. After taking a call, he changed his expression and said, 'Brother, you're going to die soon.' He was talking nonsense and I didn't believe him, so I threw all his things out." Hearing this, Yi Ning's gaze was as cold as ice, a sharp thought flashing through his mind. "Director Wang Kai's father, Lu Tianming's subordinate. You dared to harass my family while I was away. I will uproot you all." Seeing his expression change, Shaoan asked worriedly, "Brother, your expression just now was so scary." Yi Ning sighed, stroking his sister's head, his voice softening. "Besides bad people, there are good people too, like Uncle Fang. He arranged for Mom and you to be hospitalized and even sent 2 people to protect your safety." Shaoan nodded, her eyes still red. Brother, can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave? I'm all alone. I'm so scared." Yi Ning smiled, his gaze warm but firm. "Shaoan, don't be afraid. Brother won't go anywhere until Mom wakes up." In Lu Tianming's oppressively vast living room, yellow light cast shadows on the cold walls, creating a tense atmosphere. Committee member Lu Tianming pondered, his sharp gaze fixed on Director Wang standing before him, sweat beading on his forehead. "Committee member Lu, we've already sent people to arrest Yi Ning. He'll be caught as soon as he returns to the capital." Director Wang stammered, his voice trembling. "They said it seems the second beast tide has already erupted." "Yi Ning, he's back too." Lu Tianming frowned, his finger rhythmically tapping the chair. His voice low but sharp. "Director Wang, can you get to the point? Don't be so flustered." He paused, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "With such little courage, what great things can you achieve? We still have time before the commander convenes the committee meeting. Plenty of time to maneuver. Don't forget, the commander's final order was for Fang Hao to arrest him. Whether it's a beast tide or not, it doesn't matter. As long as we remain calm, we will win." Director Wang nodded repeatedly, but his eyes still betrayed his unease. Lu Tianming's lips curved slightly, his voice deepening. "Director Wang, do you remember that person from over 10 years ago? We will use this method to arrest Yi Ning at the meeting. Additionally, there's this plan." He smiled sinisterly, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Excellent, this is truly a radical solution. This was a taboo in Daxia. Anyone who touched it would be demoted." Suddenly, the air in the room became even more suffocating as a group of figures appeared, returning from the battlefield. They exuded a powerful aura, but were immediately surrounded by another group, guns aimed directly at them. Chen Kaila, deputy commander of the Wabe zone, stood proudly, his voice filled with anger. "You have severely violated military discipline and orders. Please come with us." Commander Shao Hai of Tiangfeng's safety zone stepped out, his eyes as sharp as knives. "We fought tooth and nail, just rescued millions of survivors. Why are we being arrested?" Special Forces Captain Ming Luo roared. "Ming Luo, save your breath. Arguing with them is useless. Stand aside, we'll go ourselves." Chen Kaila clenched his fists, fury burning in his eyes. "I, Chen Kaila, have lived my life with a clear conscience. Only Shao Ju is still outside, watching inside," he muttered, his heart burning with anxiety. He had to inform Comrade Yi Ning as quickly as possible. In the spacious conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The committee members sat upright, their gaze fixed on the commander who stood on the high podium. His voice was steady as he said, "I believe everyone has seen the information about the second beast tide erupting in the East Sea. Deputy Commander Fang Hao is taking over, and the Wading safety zone has set up roadblocks. There has been no large-scale chaos for now." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each face. "I have convened everyone today to discuss Yi Ning's actions. From the results, Yi Ning rescued millions of survivors and stopped the sea beast tide. Although the procedure was somewhat overstepping, I believe the merits far outweigh the demerits, especially his foresight. This operation should be exempt from liability and commended," he said solemnly. "Furthermore, we need to offer a formal apology to Yi Ning." Committee member Hu suddenly stood up, his voice full of opposition. "Commander, isn't it too hasty to draw such a conclusion?" "I disagree." He pointed forward, his gaze sharp. "Everyone has been deceived by Yi Ning. Do you know that before destroying the East Sea he broke into the secret research institute, Sierre? What? Yi Ning not only killed Commander Li but also stole all research results, attempting to claim them for himself. He destroyed the East Sea simply to destroy evidence of his crimes, and he almost killed me. If committee member Liu hadn't sent people to rescue me in time, I would have been left in the East Sea and the truth would have been buried forever," Hu continued in a sharp tone. "As a representative of the Jingjin coastal region, I'll explicitly state first the East Sea beast tide was not that severe, yet Yi Ning completely destroyed the East Sea safety zone. Second, dozens of military officers from neighboring regions were dispatched for rescue, but when they entered the city, Yi Ning destroyed the psionic energy node, killing everyone, simply because the regional commander refused to provide fuel to burn down the East Sea. This was clearly out of personal gain. Furthermore, we found that Yi Ning also appropriated a large amount of supplies from the East Sea safety zone. I even suspect that his so-called prophecy was actually him creating the beast tide himself. Otherwise, how could he predict it so accurately? Unless it's a case of a thief crying 'Stop thief,'" the atmosphere in the conference room erupted. Commander Cheng furiously stood up, his face flushed red, roaring, "Enough, all you do is spread rumors, twist facts and make baseless accusations. You scoundrels only care about your selfish interests and framing others. If you have the guts, go to the front lines and kill some beasts." Director Wang of the logistics department sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "Commander Cheng, why are you so angry? I know Yi Ning contributed greatly to your incompetent dungeon teammates, but let's be fair, you need to open your eyes and see clearly. Don't be like your treacherous subordinates, relying on their achievements to rebel with Yi Ning," Cheng roared, his eyes bloodshot. "I'll rebel, your mother. I'll kill you, believe it or not," another committee member quickly intervened, his voice calm. "Old Cheng, calm down. Director Wang's actions are understandable. After all, if he can eliminate Yi Ning, his son Wang Kai can take the top spot." A father's love. Director Wang stood there, sweating profusely, his eyes flickering as if hit where it hurt. He stammered, "Li Zongguo, you're making baseless accusations." Lu Tianming sat in his chair pondering, then raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice coldly ringing out, "Let me say a few words, Commander. It's undeniable that Yi Ning is talented, but has committee member Yi Ning truly arrived here? Don't believe me, go outside and see." Stepping out of the room, everyone was shocked to find Yi Ning unleashing a thunderous punch, knocking several guards to the ground. Lu Tianming glared, his eyes fixed on Yi Ning. And he understood something. "Did you see what I said? Isn't that the legendary paralysis gauntlets and elemental wind blades equipment?" Yi Ning sharply turned to look at the crowd. "Anping, you explained to everyone. I didn't expect these scoundrels to move against Mingluo and the others so quickly. Fortunately, my mother has already woken up. Now it's time to deal with them." He turned to the girl, standing in the shadows, his voice low and firm. "Xiao Ju, hide for a while. I'll go inside and see. You act as you see fit." Xiao Ju nodded, understood. Back in the conference hall, Lu Tianming and others were still vehemently shouting accusations. A guard coughed violently. "Commander, we only asked committee member Yi Ning to wait for a moment, but he actually tried to kill us." Another interjected, his voice hoarse. "Cough, cough, Commander, did you see that? I said Yi Ning was crazy. He kills people at the slightest disagreement." Yi Ning merely curled his lips into a cold and disdainful smile. "Interesting. To be honest, regarding the East Sea situation, or anything for that matter, I'm too lazy to explain," he signaled, his voice sharp. "Xiao Ju, come out." Xiao Ju immediately appeared, activating the video device that replayed the recent battle. When the screen showed Yi Ning fighting, Lu Tianming's face turned ashen, as if he had eaten excrement. A committee member stammered, "What? Committee member Lu, the lighting here is too bright, the projection isn't clear. Why don't we go inside to watch?" After the video finished playing, Xiao Ju turned off the device, her voice cold. "Playback complete. Committee member Lu, what you did was truly inappropriate." Lu Tianming's face was pale as he argued. "Commander, I admit that setting an ambush at the entrance was my mistake, but I did it for Daxia's safety." He pointed at Yi Ning, his voice sharp. From the video, although the East Sea beast tide was fierce, it wasn't so severe that the entire East Sea had to be destroyed. Yi Ning, he acted solely for personal gain, the commander frowned. "Committee member Lu, have you forgotten what I said earlier?" Just then a piercing alarm sounded and red text appeared on the large screen. "The Washa zone is about to be attacked by an A-rank sea beast tide. Zone mission, eliminate the Tier 3 peak giant sea demon. Please prepare." The entire conference hall fell silent. A committee member trembled. "My goodness, the system identified a Tier 3 peak sea beast tide. The second beast tide has been upgraded to A rank. This has never happened since Daxia's reconstruction." Yi Ning laughed loudly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. "Haha, the system warning came just in time. It saved me the trouble of explaining." He looked at the commander, his tone calm but full of power. "Commander, now you don't need me to explain anymore, do you?" Just then, the commander's phone rang. Fang Hao was on the other end, his voice urgent. "Commander, the scale of the beast tide here is beyond imagination. Although the army has been mobilized, the current forces are insufficient to resist. The soldiers are not afraid of death, but a frontal assault will only lead to senseless casualties. Fortunately, the psionic energy node has contained them, ensuring the safe evacuation of survivors." The commander nodded, his voice as low as a nail. "Understood. Ensure the safety of survivors, abandon the East Sea. Support the army." Fang Hao replied, "Understood, Commander." Everyone in the conference hall turned their gaze to Lu Tianming, whose face had turned pale. A committee member roared, "Commander, why can Yi Ning predict so accurately? He is clearly manipulating all of this." Cheng Yan's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed forward and grabbed Lu Tianming by the collar, roaring, "Damn you, according to your absurd logic, were all historical heroes disaster creators? Are you shameless?" Lu Tianming struggled. Cheng Yan, do you want to fight me? The commander suddenly stood up, his aura erupting like a volcano. Everyone shut up, he scanned the entire conference hall. His voice sharp, the matter is already clear. Yi Ning is an undisputed hero in this Sea Beast Tide incident. A national commendation conference will be held tomorrow. Yi Ning's lips curved slightly, and he shook his head. No need for a commendation conference, just issue a respectful announcement. He paused, his eyes sharp. If the commander truly wants to compensate me, I only want one thing, to personally investigate and deal with the matter. Some audacious bastards dared to harass my family while I was fighting in the dungeon. Director Wong trembled, sweating profusely. He stammered, Committee member Yi Ning, please let me explain this matter. It was all the fault of the intern. It has nothing to do with me. The commander, seated high, his gaze sharp as a blade, swept over Director Wong. Director Wong, this matter is a serious violation of regulations. Let committee member Yi Ning investigate it. I will send an action team to assist him, but Yi Ning, you must act lawfully and with restraint. Is that clear? Thank you, Commander. Yi Ning nodded, his eyes unwavering. In a speeding car, Lu Tianming sat beside Director Wong, his face grim. Director Wong said tremblingly, Committee member Lu, we're in the same boat now. You must save me this time. Lu Tianming's lips curled slightly, and he said coldly, Director Wong, are you threatening me? No, I wouldn't dare. Director Wong quickly waved his hand, sweat pouring down his face. Lu Tianming sneered. Why panic? Didn't the commander already warn Yi Ning not to go too far? When the enemy comes, we'll block. When the water rises, we'll cover. National law is above all else. Does Yi Ning really dare to act recklessly? Don't worry, if he doesn't know his place, the commander won't let him off either. The forbidden seed has been sown. In a secluded corner, Xiaoju whispered, Comrade, shouldn't we rescue Ming Luo first? Yi Ning's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of slyness flashing in his eyes. No rush, let's kill the chicken to warn the monkeys first. If they get scared, more people will confess voluntarily when we return. Xiaoju nodded. Which chicken do we kill first? Yi Ning sneered. Director Wong, of course. He embezzled 30 million over 4 years, not even sparing subsidies. Do you know, an ordinary family's monthly expenses are only 20 points. I truly underestimated him. At Director Wang's home, the atmosphere was as oppressive as before a storm. Director Wang roared, his face flushed. Yi Ning, my things are not yours. You have no right to search my home. The commander said you must mind your status and not go too far. Xiaoju immediately rushed forward and slapped him to the ground. You parasite dare to tell me too far? Killing you today is doing the people a service. Director Wang knelt in panic, begging for mercy. Yi Ning, you cannot torture me without authorization. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I'll do whatever you say. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, his eyes icy. That's better. Speak who is behind you, don't try to hide it. Even if you don't say it, I know, but if you confess, you might live. Director Wang trembled, remembering Lu Tianming's words, his eyes filled with despair. Lu Tianming had no intention of saving him, and even wanted to use his death to bring down Yi Ning. He gritted his teeth and said, I confess it was Lu Tianming. All the valuables taken from your home are with him. He promised to promote my son, that's why I followed him. Besides me, he was also behind the fuel incident in the East Sea area. He rattled off many details, his voice trembling. Yi Ning nodded, signaling to Xiaoju, very good, record it. Have him sign it, then release him. He emphasized to Xiaoju, understood, I'll take these things for now, they'll be redistributed after a thorough investigation. After finishing, he called his sister, his voice gentle. Xiao brother wants to teach you something. When facing greedy, bullying people, we must kill them. Deceiving the dead is not deceiving. At the Lu mansion, Lu Tianming was flirting with Lin Lan, sweet-talking her. Lin Lan, I'm extremely annoyed today, you must help me calm down. Just as the atmosphere grew heated, a subordinate rushed in frantically. Committee member Lu, it's bad. Lu Tianming was startled, his face flushed, and he threw the teacup on the table at the messenger. Damn it, what is it now? The subordinate said tremblingly. Director Wang is dead. Yi Ning just captured many of our people and is now heading this way. Lu Tianming was stunned. Was he crazy? If this continued, what face would the army have? Quick, report to the commander and tell him Yi Ning has gone mad. But he immediately mumbled, his eyes dazed. No, the commander sent people to follow Yi Ning. How could he not know? This is bad. He quickly got up, his tone urgent. I must go see the old Supreme Commander immediately. Outside the Lu mansion, the atmosphere was tense, shouts and firelight illuminating the street corner. Yi Ning stood tall, his eyes sharp, and decisively ordered, take these people on a parade down Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of Lu Tianming's house. Livestream all their crimes so the whole world knows. Wang Hai, the leader of the action team, quickly stepped forward and said urgently, Enough, committee member Yi Ning, stop. The higher-ups already know of your displeasure and are being very lenient with you. But what you're doing is too much. What do you take national law and military discipline for? Yi Ning sneered, flames of fury burning in his eyes. Too much when they framed me and tried to kill me. Didn't you think that was too much when they ignored the lives and deaths of the people? Didn't you think that was too much? Too much? This is just the beginning. He unhesitatingly used his mental power, covering the entire city like an invisible storm. His voice was loud and powerful, overriding all noise. Lu Tianming, old scoundrel, get out here, you bastard. Do you have the guts to do it, but not to admit it? Flames erupted in his hand, striking directly at the building where Lu Tianming was hiding. Since the authority of the Evil Corpse Kingdom dungeon was already exposed during the rescue of Ming Luo and the others, he must now maximize the benefits. He thought to himself, his eyes flashing with resolve. The more shocking it is, the more advantageous for me. Only by fighting the beast Tide to the end can I bring down the old man. Yi Ning roared again. Lu Tianming, old dog, stop hiding, get out here. Lu Tianming's face flushed and he rushed out of the building amidst the flames. Hearing Yi Ning's insult, he trembled with rage. He actually dared to humiliate me with mental power in front of the whole city. That's too much. I must kill this beast with my own hands. But a figure quickly stopped him, whispering, Committee Member Lu, that kid is intentionally provoking you. You might not win against him now, especially since he has a master like Xiao Ju protecting him. Lu Tianming gritted his teeth. Alright, retreat for now. When I see the old Supreme Commander, I will definitely make him die a miserable death. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was stifling. The commander looked at Yi Ning, speaking seriously and in a low voice. Yi Ning, there are no outsiders today. Some things need to be made clear. Stop here, otherwise we cannot continue to protect you. Yi Ning held up a stack of documents, his eyes firm. Commander, this is Director Wang's confession before his death. It was all orchestrated by Lu Tianming. Is everyone unaware, or are they deliberately turning a blind eye? A committee member frowned. Yi Ning, the commander's secretary, isn't present today precisely because he wants to speak frankly with you. Can't you see that? Stop with the sarcasm. Since you left the confrontation dungeon, my support for you has been obvious, hasn't it? I also want to kill Lu Tianming, but the time isn't right. We cannot involve the commander in this. The commander sighed, his voice low. Yi Ning, there are some things you are not yet qualified to know, but given your potential, we've decided to take this risk and explain. Every move Lu Tianming makes can involve the entire system. He has powerful forces behind him that even I must be wary of. If too many are involved, Daxia will fall into civil war. Bordering countries are watching, waiting for their chance. Even if I risk bringing down the government, it would only benefit our enemies. Some things are not that we don't want to do them, but that we can't. He paused, his eyes serious. No one wants to kill them more than I do. But the situation is urgent now. As long as we don't split, we can at least unite against external enemies. You'll just have to endure these internal conflicts. As for Lu Tianming, he can be demoted, but we cannot arbitrarily kill innocent people. Yi Ning pondered, his eyes softening slightly. I understand everyone's difficulties and I appreciate your trust. If we cannot arbitrarily kill innocent people, I request a life or death challenge with Lu Tianming. Fair and square. According to Article 131 of the committee charter, the rotation standard for standing committee members can be based on ability. A committee member smiled bitterly. Kid, aren't you listening? First, that law is outdated and no longer applicable. Second, do you think Lu Tianming's Tier 3 strength is just for show? He climbed to this position through sheer ability. Under the dim lights, he slammed the table, his tone resolute. So what? So what? I think you really don't want to live. His strength is not much weaker than mine. Do you really think you, a mere Tier 3 novice, can contend with him? I'm telling you today, potential and strength are two different things. Suddenly, the old commander erupted with a powerful aura, and the heavy pressure caused the surrounding tables and chairs to shake and almost collapse. One person quickly spoke, his tone gentle. Commander, please calm your anger. Fighting with a junior would make you lose face. Another followed with a hint of persuasion. Yi Ning, the commander is only doing this for your own good and for the good of Daxia. He smiled faintly, slowly raising his hand, his eyes flashing with determination despite a slight internal retreat. While I can understand from your perspective and position, I would like to offer a different viewpoint. He unhesitatingly unleashed his aura even more fiercely than the old commander's, like a raging storm. The old commander frowned, his voice low. Kid, do you really want to rebel? He replied calmly, his eyes sharp as a knife. What if our biggest enemy isn't factionalism, or even the influence of foreign powers, but something more serious? What if the East Sea Beast Tide is just a small beginning, followed by a rank and S-rank beast tides and zombie hordes erupting everywhere? What if the apocalypse descends again with Tier 4 mutants attacking cities and humanity is completely destroyed? What if we're being boiled alive like frogs in warm water and there's no time left? His words rang like an alarm bell, causing everyone to fall silent in contemplation. One person blurted out, The apocalypse again, Tier 4 mutants destroying humanity. Yi Ning, are you crazy? Another followed, his tone full of doubt. Yi Ning, why are you saying such things? If I told you I have the ability to foresee the future, would you believe me? As soon as his words fell, everyone was stunned, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, the old Supreme Commander's phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. The old Supreme Commander frowned, muttering to himself, "Trouble, old Supreme Commander, you called for me?" He smiled faintly, speculating in his heart. The old Supreme Commander, could it be the one from the Ultimate Mother? The old Supreme Commander's voice came through the device, carrying a hint of mockery. "Little Li, still in a meeting so late? It seems being commander is really hard work for you. You're old now. If you really can't do it anymore, why not hand it over to the younger generation?" The old Supreme Commander laughed heartily, his tone full of confidence. "Old Supreme Commander is joking with me again. I'm only 60, I'm still a child. I can eat 8 bowls of rice at a meal. At this age I can still charge into battle and do many things for Daxia. Stop talking nonsense." The old Supreme Commander's tone became serious. "I heard from little Lu that there's a genius recently who's been killing people and setting fires, doing whatever he wants. Of course I'm not blaming him. He's a genius, so naturally he should be treated differently. These things are indeed acceptable, but shouldn't his subordinates who violated laws and discipline also be severely punished?" Outside the door, Lu Tianming poked his head in, interjecting, "Commander, if we really have to enforce the law, then Ming Luo, Chen Kaila, Xiao Hai and the others must all be executed. I will handle this matter carefully, please rest assured, old Supreme Commander." the old Supreme Commander replied coldly. That's good. Remember, don't destroy Daxia for a so-called genius. Don't let the tragedy of that so-called genius 14 years ago happen again. Hearing this conversation, he frowned slightly, not understanding why the old Supreme Commander wore a mask, and his voice was distorted by a voice changer. From their words it seemed there were two factions pulling in a delicate balance. And what was the story of the genius from 14 years ago? The old commander turned to him, whispering, Yi Ning, you heard it all, didn't you? If you want to save Ming Luo and the others now, you must release Lu Tianming. Make your choice, otherwise Daxia will face a huge crisis. He smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with confidence. Commander, if I have a way to help you resist the pressure from the borders, do I still need to make a choice? The old commander was stunned. What did you say? What do you mean? He calmly announced. I have obtained the authority of the Evil Corpse Kingdom dungeon. The three were simultaneously shocked, their eyes wide. One person blurted out, What did you say? Dungeon authority? You've obtained the legendary dungeon authority. What level of authority is that? Can it teleport awakened ones? He calmly explained. It's the highest level of authority. I can use all resources and technologies in the dungeon. I can command everyone in the dungeon at will. All rules of the dungeon are decided by me. These words stunned the three old men. They couldn't believe their ears. One person shouted excitedly, My God, incredible, rule level, we're rich. This is simply top tier. He raised an eyebrow, his tone calm yet sharp. Are you all too excited? Is this enough for you to withstand the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer. The old commander took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress his excitement, admonishing himself to remain calm. But he finally couldn't help but blurt out, his tone with a hint of impatience. Damn it, this perverted genius. Kid, I'll make my point clear right now. Enough, enough. Seeing him charge over to administer punishment, he nimbly dodged to the side. The two next to him also rushed up, their eyes flashing with excitement and surprise, as if they wanted to hug him to express their fervor. One person shouted, Oh, those two also rushed up to express their love for you. This is rule level. How is this different from us being able to arbitrarily kill tier 3 powerhouses from foreign factions? You, kid, can rampage in the dungeon. Let me kiss you. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? He frowned, quickly waving his hand. Shut up, you stink. As the atmosphere gradually subsided, the old commander cleared his throat, his tone serious. Tomorrow morning I'll release Ming Luo and the others, and they'll all be promoted and get raises. He raised an eyebrow and asked, What about my life or death battle with Lu Tianming? The old commander frowned, his tone low, laced with worry. Yi Ning, for your safety, I still advise you not to do this. He smiled confidently, his eyes flashing with determination. The life or death battle will be held 3 months from now. 3 months is enough for me to ensure I can defeat him. Everyone can also use this time to prepare for potential internal conflicts. 2 months from now I will open the confrontation dungeon and eliminate a large number of foreign forces to alleviate the pressure. The old commander sighed, looking at him with a complex expression. So, Yi Ning, the reason you can kill people so recklessly is because you have this trump card, right? He seemed reckless, but every step was meticulously calculated. Without a single flaw, another person interjected, his tone full of doubt. Yi Ning, I want to know, do you really have the ability to foresee the future? He replied, his tone calm yet challenging. You believe it, it exists. You don't believe it, it doesn't. Of course, I also want to ask you, Commander, if I really do, what will you do? If that's truly the case, I, this old man, am willing to hand over power to the younger generation. Do you really think I can still eat 8 bowls of rice at a meal? You've already foreseen the East Sea Beast tide and obtained dungeon authority. So it's hard for us not to believe you. If the future is really as bad as you say, and we truly don't have time to be like frogs in warm water anymore. He nodded, his eyes flashing with resonance. To borrow that phrase, that's what I think too. It seems even in this era I'm not as alone as I imagined. He suddenly changed the subject, his voice low. By the way, who is that old Supreme Commander, and what was the incident from 14 years ago that he mentioned? The old commander paused, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. That was Daxia's taboo. 14 years ago, there was also a genius like you from a common background with extraordinary talent. She quickly rose to fame and was seen as a rising star in Daxia. Later, she also secretly led people to the East Sea, and after returning, she betrayed them. She secretly attempted to assassinate the former commander, who is now the old Supreme Commander, but failed and was killed. It was precisely because of this that the old Supreme Commander went into seclusion due to severe injuries, which is how I had the opportunity to reach my current position. Even more coincidentally, her name was also Yi Lin. He murmured in shock. How could such a coincidence happen? So that's why everyone valued me but also had reservations about me. The old commander nodded, his voice low. That's right, though it sounds absurd, everyone did have their reservations. Are you her? His mind was in a turmoil. He couldn't help but wonder if Yi Lin had also been reborn, or if this was merely a strange coincidence. Were the East Sea experiments 14 years ago, and the assassination of the old Supreme Commander related to some secret? He looked at the old commander, his tone becoming resolute. Commander, do you know why Yi Lin suddenly assassinated the old Supreme Commander? Also, has the old Supreme Commander always worn a mask and cape? The old commander frowned slightly and replied, The old Supreme Commander only said the assassination was due to a personal vendetta, so no one dared to investigate further at the time. As for his attire, it seems to have started 14 years ago. I heard it was because he was severely injured during the assassination. He pressed on, his gaze sharp. Has anyone seen him after he was injured? The old commander paused slightly, his tone puzzled. Why do you ask? Do you suspect his identity? How so? He smiled, his tone calm yet full of profound meaning. Please answer me first and I'll explain afterward. Yi Ning's words made the old commander pause, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. That remark reminds me of something, he slowly recounted. A few years ago, a servant at the old Supreme Commander's residence suddenly went mad, shouting as they fled that the old Supreme Commander wasn't human and had scales on his body. But that person was quickly killed, so no one paid attention to those crazy ramblings. He frowned, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. As expected, before anyone could react, he continued in a low, grave voice. Do you all know the true reason why beast tides erupt every time? It's a human sea-beast gene fusion experiment. It is the mother that triggers the beast tide attacks. There are two forms of the mother. One is Li Li, though not yet fully mature, and the other is precisely the old Supreme Commander. You initiated this secret research. Everyone was shocked, exclaiming in unison, what? He calmly explained, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. The scale of this sea beast tide is still small compared to what's to come. Next time they surge, they will break through the psionic storm layer and directly conquer the capital. Putting aside political struggles, this alone is reason enough for us to eliminate him. Another person asked tremulously. Does the old Supreme Commander know that he caused the beast tide? He replied, his gaze as cold as frost. I hope he doesn't, because if he does, the trouble will be even greater. But I fear things are not as simple as we hope. What's even more concerning is that he not only knows but may also control the beast tide in the future. One person beside the old commander nodded, his tone decisive. After all, those genetically modified humans are no longer human. Commander, from this perspective, political struggles are minor. I support Yi Ning. This battle has to be fought sooner or later. We might as well do it quickly. The old commander sighed, a hint of worry in his eyes. We really do need to put this issue on the agenda. There's much to do in 3 months to win this war. You all will be responsible for the overall strategy, and I will reach Tier 3 peak as quickly as possible. 3 months from now, my life or death battle with Lu Tianming will be the signal to begin. One person laughed, his tone full of doubt. 3 months from Tier 3 novice to Tier 3 peak, kid, are you dreaming? It takes ordinary people 10 to 20 years to reach that stage. He smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. Then how long does it take an ordinary person to go from awakened to Tier 3, and how long did it take me? As long as I have the resources and conditions, I can do it in less than 3 months. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The old commander raised an eyebrow and nodded. All right, what resources do you need? Just say it. Back at his residence, Yi Ning sat amidst mountains of resources, his gaze burning. Having absorbed this batch of high-grade psionic essence, he felt a surge of power erupting within him. He was just one step away from Tier 3 intermediate. But he reminded himself, his tone steady, don't rush, I must lay a solid foundation and then everything will progress faster. Just then, the system issued a notification, a mechanical voice sounding, A-rank Sea Beast attack event mission completed. Current survival rate 98.31, Sea Beast threat level low. Mission evaluation SSS rank, reward corpse grade psionic solution, 1000 reputation points. Additional reward, A-rank awakened token, he nodded lightly, murmuring. It seems the survivor evacuation mission went smoothly. The higher my reputation, the easier it will be to wield power in the future. The psionic solution can be given to Sun Licheng to support his Transcendence Project research. He then checked the additional reward, which displayed out-of-body awakened token. Item, one-time consumable. Effect, summons mutated sea beasts to attack and destroy surrounding areas in a designated sea region. The number of summoned sea beasts depends on the sea region's level up to Tier 3 peak. Item evaluation. Awakens fear from the deep sea. A surge of joy welled up. Yi Ning couldn't help but murmur, his eyes gleaming. Oh my god, is this a superweapon? Summoning sea beasts? If any neighboring country dares to cause trouble, releasing sea beasts will be enough to plunge them into chaos. He chuckled inwardly, his confidence growing. Besides dungeon authority, he now had another trump card to balance external forces. With things settled, he immediately made a call, his voice excited. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chen, Uncle Wang, are you all out? Are you all right? Uncle Xiao's voice came from the other end, full of excitement. Not only are we fine, but we just received news from the army. According to the Wabei War Zone, the 3 major safety zones around Tianfeng have merged to form the Wafang War Zone. I will be a colonel from now on. From this point, the Zhenjiang Safety Zone will also be under my jurisdiction. Not only that, but the capital also gave me the opportunity to be promoted to Tier 3 Intermediate. As for Uncle Chen, he's been appointed Director of Foreign Resources Department for the Wabei War Zone, with far more power than a Chamber of Commerce president. Yi Ning, following you is definitely the best investment I've ever made in my life. Uncle Wang interjected, his tone eager. That's right, Ming Luo also received a lot of resource rewards, but he had other things to attend to and already left, so he asked me to thank you on his behalf. He nodded, his tone warm. As long as everyone is satisfied with the outcome. Uncle Chen took over, his tone filled with gratitude. Yi Ning, you not only saved us but also gave us important positions. You must have put a lot of thought into it, right? He smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. Commander Chen, you can choose to become the General Commander of the Wabei War Zone or let Chen Yang take over. Of course, I'd prefer you to be the General Commander of the Xinjiang Legion. Chen Yang will be your successor. This is a newly established military unit. This unit will be subordinate to the Special Operations Bureau, or you could also understand it as being under my command. Uncle Chen nodded, his tone decisive. This matter will be handled as you arranged. With this step, Yi Ning officially laid the foundation for his path to command, his gaze as bright as the rising sun about to soar. A person next to him laughed. That's right, our sun is about to rise. Back at the 7th Research Institute, he led Sun Licheng into a secret room. His tone was full of confidence. Sun Licheng, this is the secret laboratory I've set up for you at the 7th Research Institute. Are you satisfied? Whatever personnel or equipment you need, just list it, and the 7th Research Institute will fully cooperate with you. Sun Licheng was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. My exclusive laboratory, committee member Yi Ning, are you really taking my project this seriously? You're not joking, are you? I used to be just a cleaner. You haven't mistaken me for someone else, have you? He smiled and clapped his hands, signaling. A group of people emerged from the room and bowed respectfully. Professor Sun, if you have any requirements, please don't hesitate to ask. Our 7th Research Institute will fully cooperate. Sun Licheng watched this scene, tears welling up, his voice choked with emotion. He remembered the days he was belittled. A cleaner wants to do research like others? How laughable. Haha, and he even wants to use the psionic energy from industrial ores on people. What's the difference between that and making people drink gasoline? Rather than that, he might as well buy a cleaning robot and get swept away with it. Haha. And now Yi Ning was fully investing in and supporting him. He gripped Sun Licheng's hand, his tone resolute. Please believe me, your research will shock the world and even change it. Sun Licheng nodded, his eyes gleaming. Thank you very much, Yi Ning. I declare the Transcendence Project officially launched. Please prepare Class 3 gaseous psionic energy purification equipment and a cryogenic electron microscope. Seeing Sun Licheng's enthusiastic demeanor, he smiled slightly. That's right, Dr. Sun, that's more like it. Just then, a person approached, their voice low. Committee member Yi Ning, we have found clues about the man-faced ape and the aberrant core you previously asked us to investigate. He raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, oh, where? The person replied, the man-faced ape is currently with Captain Yinglong of the Blood Shadow Legion in the Weizhong region. The aberrant core is not currently held by anyone, but there are legends about it in the Yuanzhong region. He pondered and continued to ask, so can the army transfer the man-faced ape first? The person shook his head, his tone troubled. That's difficult. You might not be aware, but due to historical reasons, there are many private armed forces in the Yangzhong region, especially the Blood Shadow Legion. They are the local Earth Emperors, not subject to army jurisdiction. If we forcibly send troops, it will likely lead to a fierce battle and cause innocent casualties. He nodded, his tone calm. All right, I understand. Thank you, Director Chen. Time is like sand slipping through fingers. Yi Ning murmured to himself. I must collect resources and upgrade the Sword God system as quickly as possible. He muttered, his eyes gleaming with determination. The army is about to be embroiled in internal power struggles, and they definitely won't be able to focus on Yuanzhong in the short term. I might as well go there myself and search for the aberrant core while I'm at it. Furthermore, the trip to Yuanzhong is also an opportunity for self-improvement and to solidify my Tier 3 foundation. A bold idea flashed in his mind, his voice low. Wouldn't it be even smoother if I could subdue the forces in Yuanzhong? In the underground military training room, Lu Tianming stood among a group of subordinates, his gaze sharp. He sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. That old fox Li Zongguo not only didn't treat me poorly but also bestowed many rewards. Clearly he still fears the old Supreme Commander. A person behind him whispered in a low voice, if he fears him, why did he release Yi Ning's subordinates and even let that kid Yi Ning challenge you to a life-or-death battle? The old Supreme Commander spoke from behind, a hint of a sneer in his tone. Tianming, isn't this a good thing? Those who were difficult to assassinate before can now be openly killed. Perhaps the events of a decade ago still trouble Li Zongguo, but he cannot personally engage. Yi Ning foolishly walked into a trap, and Li Zongguo took the opportunity to push him, using him as a pawn to kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Tianming's lips curled into a smirk, a fierce glint in his eyes. Then it shall be as the old Supreme Commander wishes. Tianming, why are you so angry? Do you lack the confidence to kill Yi Ning? I am Tier 3 peak. Killing him will be like killing a dog. He paused, his tone slightly low. Although I said that at the time I heard Yi Ning's performance on the Beast-Tide battlefield was extraordinary. Furthermore, I haven't fought in 2 or 3 years, so I can't take this lightly. In the next 3 months I will intensify my training just in case. Yi Ning, just wait for your death. With that, he threw himself into training. Facing the robots simulating Yi Ning, he erupted like an unbridled horse in an instant. Robots were sent flying, their fragments scattered across the floor. He laughed loudly, his tone excited. Although I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time, warming up feels good. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Hell's Gate dungeon to regain my combat readiness. Just then, a subordinate rushed in, his tone urgent. Committee member Lu, new intelligence. Yi Ning has set off for Yuanzhong. Hearing this, Lu Tianming's lips curved into a sly smile. Yuanzhong, isn't that Lin Lan's hometown? Haha, how interesting. Go quickly, tell Lin Lan to come see me. A girl named Lin Lan approached, her tone gentle yet full of caution. Committee member Lu, you asked for me. He looked at her, his gaze sharp. Lin Lan, Yi Ning has gone to Yuanzhong, go and help me kill him. Lin Lan paused, her voice trembling. Committee member Lu, it's not that I'm unwilling, but with my current strength I'm afraid I can't do it. He sneered, his tone full of scheming. Of course you can't rely on strength alone, but you can try other methods, for example, taking his life when he's unprepared. Also, I forgot to tell you something. Do you remember how Yi Lin once humiliated you? Haven't you always wanted to kill him for revenge? I've discovered that Yi Ning is actually Yi Lin. Lin Lan was shocked, her tone surprised. What? How is that possible? Yi Lin was only tier 2 and Yi Ning in such a short time, he cut her off, his gaze sharp as a knife. You'll know when you see him. If it's true, then things will be even more difficult, but it's simple, just find a disguise item. Suddenly, Lu Tianming grabbed Lin Lan by the neck and roared, no buts, I'm telling you I don't have enough patience to reason with women. Even if it means going down together, he must be killed. If you can't kill him, you must ensure he is severely wounded, do you understand? Otherwise, I can't guarantee your sister will survive tonight. Lin Lan bit her lip, her tone full of grievance. Committee member Lu, I know what to do. Lu Tianming released her hand and smiled triumphantly. Even if this mission fails, it won't affect me at all, but there's a good show to watch, so why not? A subordinate reported respectfully. Committee member Yi Ning has arrived in the Yangzhong war zone. Further southwest, you will enter the sphere of influence of the Blood Shadow Legion. The main forces of the army are still in the Tarim border region, so it would be best for us to land outside the Cyan Wolf safety zone. Standing in the unfamiliar land, Yi Ning quietly observed. He pondered to himself, between the Central Army and the local army's borders, such a massive private force actually exists? He muttered to himself, his gaze sharply sweeping over the chaotic scene in Yuanzhong. In his previous life he had never set foot here, only vaguely remembering a rebellion a year later. The Cyan Wolf safety zone was established 22 years from now, right? He turned to military envoy Huang Yuanhao, his tone steady. Is the Cyan Wolf safety zone commander very strong? Huang Yuanhao, a tier 3 intermediate warrior, respectfully replied, yes, committee member Yi Ning, the Cyan Wolf safety zone is a very vast region, although its population is only 8.66 million. But according to military statistics, there are 3 major awakened legions here, with over 200,000 tier 2 awakened and 31 tier 3 powerhouses. The Cyan Wolf commander was tier 3 advanced 17 years ago, but his current strength is unknown. As for Mura's father, he had already reached tier 3 advanced over 40 years ago. This safety zone is also renowned for its incredibly hard copper ore, which is very suitable for manufacturing psionic tools. He paused, then continued cautiously. Not only that, but its central location also makes it the main trade route between Yuanzhong and the interior. Therefore I suggest we disguise ourselves as merchants when entering the city to facilitate our actions. I was stationed here more than 20 years ago. Probably had some understanding of the situation. He nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. Then I'll listen to you, thank you for your hard work. But he thought to himself, the strength here is much greater than the surface data suggests, so I can't act rashly. To control Yuanzhong I must quickly increase my strength. The scene shifted to the Cyan Wolf safety zone. The group entered the city gate where the air was filled with commotion. A rude roar sounded. Line up, anyone who dares to cut the line will have their legs broken, Yi Ning, disguised as a merchant, observed silently. Stalls near the city gate were laden with various psionic equipment. Suddenly a guard blocked their way. He said arrogantly, stop, you want to go in without paying the entrance fee? Yi Ning frowned, his voice calm yet cold. Entrance fee? We are merchants and also tier 2 awakened, do we need to pay a fee? The guard sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Merchants pay even more, so what if you're a tier 2 awakened? Are we short of people like you here? You don't even know the rules? Huang Yuanhao quickly stepped forward, handing over some coins, his tone conciliatory. Apologies, our young master is visiting for the first time. This is the merchant team's entrance fee. Please accept it, sir. The guard snatched the money, still arrogant. What, sir? Here everyone's just a nobody. Keep your tails between your legs, you hear me? He suddenly turned to other soldiers and roared. Damn it, these people are from the capital. There's a reward for anyone who catches a soldier from the capital. The soldiers immediately rushed forward, surrounding Yi Ning and his group. Yi Ning slightly tilted his head, whispering to Huang Yuanhao, Uncle Huang, what's going on? I haven't been here for years. I didn't expect the situation to be so tense. Do we need to make a move? Huang Yuanhao shook his head, his voice low. Making a move before even entering the city might complicate our plans later. Just then, Fang Hao sent a message. Zhao Ning, I heard you've arrived in Yangzhong. I've sent someone to pick you up. If you run into trouble, just mention his name. Tang Hai, Yi Xiao's second-generation descendant. He smiled faintly, silently lamenting that Uncle Fang was truly a great help. He stepped forward as instructed, his tone calm. Sir, we are here to deliver goods to Tang Hai. The guard was stunned for a moment, his tone suspicious. Tang Hai? Which Tang Hai? Is it Minister of Supplies Tang Hai? Do you capital opportunists think you're worthy? Quickly surrender or you'll die. He swung his knife, but Yi Ning deftly dodged. Just then, a furious roar came from afar. Stop, all of you, stop. A middle-aged man ran over. His eyes burning with anger, it was Tang Hai, Minister of Supplies for the Cyan Wolf safety zone. He roared, you blind fools, how dare you lay a hand on my guest, Tang Hai? The guard stammered, Minister Tang, but they're carrying a capital pass. Tang Hai cut him off, his voice cold. So what if it's from the capital? My guests are all from major merchant associations. Can't they do business here? Is that clear? After resolving the matter, Tang Hai turned to Yi Ning, his tone conciliatory. This is young Master Yi. I'm truly sorry you've been wronged. I will host you well tonight to apologize. He smiled faintly, his tone gentle. Minister Tang, you're too kind. But he pulled Tang Hai aside, his voice low. Brother, are you also with the army? What's wrong with the soldiers here? Why do they want to kill people from the capital on sight? They used to be unwelcome, but it wasn't this bad, right? Tang Hai shook his head, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. You all misunderstand, I'm not with the army. I just owe Lord Fang Hao a favor, so hosting you is to repay his kindness. As for the army, their status here is now like rats running in the street. Yining slightly frowned, pondering to himself. A while ago, the army clashed with major forces here, and many people died. No wonder Uncle Fang called me young Master Yi. Tang Hai seems prestigious, but he might not be entirely trustworthy, so I must be more cautious. Tang Hai laughed heartily, leading the group into a magnificent palace, his eyes gleaming. All right, let's not talk about that. I'll take you to rest first. Young Master Yi, do you know what's most attractive after the apocalypse? What's Yuanzhang's real specialty? He led him into a spacious, luxurious hall, astonishingly opulent. The heavenly wolf hall was splendid, every detail exuding wealth, he thought. Building this must have cost hundreds of millions, and more notably, the precious blue item distant skywood from the battlefield was even used as the central air conditioning. A girl walked over, her tone gentle. Minister Tang, is this your distinguished guest, young Master Yi? Tang Hai nodded, his tone serious. Exactly, tonight's reception must be of the highest standard. If these three distinguished guests are unhappy, you know the consequences. The manager smiled and turned to Yi Ning. Young Master Yi, you've arrived at a good time. We've just received a new batch of goods and I hope you'll give us many pointers tonight. He raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Are you a Tier 2 awakened? She nodded, her eyes sparkling. That's right, if young Master Yi is interested. As long as you ask, I will personally serve you tonight. Hey, although I'm a bit old, my skills are not bad. Tang Hai interjected, laughing. But I still recommend you watch other performances first before deciding who to choose to accompany you. He waved his hand, his tone calm. No rush for the performance, let's find a place to chat first. A moment later, the group sat in a private room surrounded by soundproof barriers. Tang Hai spoke, his tone sincere. Young Master Yi, the Heavenly Wolf Hall is my property. It's absolutely safe here. If you want to know anything or need help, just say so. He nodded, his eyes sharp. First, I'm curious about the conflict with the army you mentioned earlier. What happened? Tang Hai sighed, his voice low. Actually, 2 years ago, the major forces here still cooperated with the army, ready to provide support at any time. After all, the army was powerful. But 2 months ago, the army demanded that the Blood Shadow Legion and other major safety zones mobilize all high-tier awakened to guard the border. This caused great dissatisfaction. The army forced us to cooperate in the name of the nation. But frankly, when the apocalypse came, the army didn't protect us at all, so why should we contribute now? Huang Yuanhao couldn't help but speak, his tone agitated. Minister Tang, how can you say that? During the special incident in the Taklamakan Desert, if the army hadn't sent high-tier awakened for support, this place would have been destroyed long ago. How many people did we save? Do you know how difficult it was for the army 20 years ago? Not to mention the beast tide 60 years ago. We even had to push the monsters north to avoid disaster in the west. Can these things be forgotten if not mentioned? Yi Ning raised his hand, his tone conciliatory. All right, Uncle Huang, don't get excited. Sit down and speak properly. Huang Yuanhao sighed, his voice low. Apologies, I was out of line, but thinking of his fallen comrades, he still couldn't help feeling sad. Tang Hai lowered his head, toasting himself with a drink. Young Master Yi, I'm truly sorry. I just wanted to remind you that you must be very careful here. I'm not good with words, perhaps it's because I grew up hearing that the army abandoned this land. Just pretend I didn't say anything, I'll toast myself again. He raised his glass and smiled faintly. All right, I'll drink with you. But he thought to himself, the previous generation has twisted their memories and perceptions. Taking over this place will be much more difficult than anticipated. He changed the subject, his tone calm. All right, let's not talk about the army. Actually, my main reason for coming here is personal. I want to buy the man-faced ape from Captain Yinglong of the Blood Shadow Legion. Tang Hai was stunned and shook his head. Man-faced ape? Impossible. You don't know this. Yinglong of the Blood Shadow Legion reached Tier 3 peak 17 years ago. The Blood Shadow Legion controls 3 major safety zones, 16 gathering points, and important psionic ore veins. The man-faced ape was a trophy from a famous battle before he established the Legion. He would never sell it. He frowned, his tone firm. Then can you introduce me to him? I'd like to talk to him in person to see if I can trade it for other equipment. Tang Hai gave a bitter smile. Don't mention you, even I don't have the qualifications to meet him, he pressed on, his eyes sharp. Then do you know his recent whereabouts? Tang Hai hesitated, then replied. I heard he's about to move to a newly formed dungeon, but the specific location is unknown. As for the dungeon, you'll have to investigate that yourself. Yi Ning nodded gently, his tone calm. Thank you, Minister Tang, he pondered to himself. In his previous life, a famous dungeon appeared here in Yuanzhang which once dropped a set of legendary equipment. Yinglong must have gone to that dungeon himself, he mused, his eyes sharp. In the real world, the three of us have no chance of snatching the man-faced ape from Yinglong, but in a dungeon, if the situation is big enough, there's still a chance. Tang Hai laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Young Master Yi, business is done. It's time to relax. I will let you experience the enjoyment of the heavenly con of old. Every horse here is a blood treasure horse at your disposal. He clapped his hands signaling, and a group of people entered. Tang Hai continued, his tone full of enthusiasm. Young Master Yi, the dancers here are chaste maidens, carefully selected and trained, knowledgeable in all things. Not only that, they are all awakened. Although their strength is not high, they can perfectly cooperate in any posture at any time in any place. No matter how many you want. A girl walked over, holding a wine glass and dancing, her tone seductive. My lord, please allow me to pour you wine. She deliberately sat on Yi Ning's lap. Yi Ning's face flushed slightly, and he quickly pushed her away, his tone awkward. No thank you, I'm not used to this. Tang Hai frowned, thinking he didn't like her. It seemed young Master Yi wasn't satisfied with this girl. Someone take her away for punishment. He quickly waved his hand, his tone appeasing. It's not like that. Mainly I'm worried that when desire wells up I can't control my strength. They're so delicate. What if I exert too much force and hurt them? I can't ruin young Master Yi's second-generation reputation. He secretly sought an excuse. He had to find a reason to refuse. Tang Hai laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling. Young Master Yi, why didn't you say so earlier? Young people like to play games, want something more interesting. You've come to the right place today. Alright, you all retreat. Please bring Miss Blood Oriole up. He was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. Tier 3? Is Tier 3 also here for entertainment? Has this place become so lawless? Tang Hai laughed heartily, his tone confident. Young Master Yi, don't doubt it. I said Tier 3 and it is Tier 3. Miss Blood Oriole is not some waste we created, but a true Tier 3 awakened. Her strength might even be greater than yours. Her temperament and appearance, I dare say, are top-notch in all of Daxia. He raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Listening to Minister Tang, you seem to admire Miss Blood Oriole very much. Yet you're willing to let me have her. If you could keep her for yourself, you definitely wouldn't do this, would you? Tang Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head. You don't know. Blood Oriole is proud and disdains flattery. Many safety zone commanders have tried to get her into bed and failed. Even Lord Yinglong of the Blood Shadow Legion was rebuffed by her. The name Blood Oriole was given by Yinglong today. I'm just inviting her over. Whether you can conquer her is up to you. A voice came from outside the door. Miss Blood Oriole has arrived. Yi Ning looked up and couldn't help but be stunned. Tang Hai laughed heartily. Young Master Yi, your expression is exactly like mine the first time I saw her. Haha, but be prepared. Just being able to be with her for a moment is already remarkable. Definitely don't be frivolous. He cleared his throat and turned to Tang Hai. Minister Tang, could you please give your seat to Miss Blood Oriole? I want to admire her more closely. Tang Hai laughed heartily, stood up. Haha, young people are indeed full of vigor. Alright, I'll give up my seat. He walked to another chair, sat in the corner and muttered. Just now he was pretending to be calm, but now he can't hold back, can he? Young people really lack manners. Let's see what he's up to. Blood Oriole walked in, bowed slightly, her voice clear yet cold. Young Master Yi, he smiled, pointing to the chair next to him. Miss Blood Oriole, please don't be shy. Come and sit. Let me admire you properly. She frowned, her tone sharp. Young Master Yi, you are very rude too. Oh really, are others always rude to you? From outside came Xiao Ju's angry voice. Miss Blood Oriole, if you dare to mess around I can kill you in 3 seconds. Under the dim lights, Huang Yuanhao squinted, feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Yi Ning, already close to Tier 3 peak, and couldn't help but be shocked. He thought to himself, is this kid trying to use his power to bully her? Isn't he afraid of a mutual destruction? Outside, the man known as Xiao Ju was fuming. He roared, his voice clear and resonant. Miss Blood Oriole, if you dare to mess around I can kill you in 3 seconds. He looked sharply at Blood Oriole, then suddenly changed his tone, as soft as a gentle breeze. Miss Blood Oriole, have we met somewhere before, in a dream or in a past life? Blood Oriole tilted her head slightly, a smile twinkling in her eyes, and replied, Young Master Yi, it seems you're not only handsome but also very good with words. I'll temporarily forgive your rudeness just now. It's an honor. Please allow me to toast you. Her smile made the nearby Tang Hai stunned. He muttered to himself, what's going on? This woman is usually so proud. Yet she easily sat down and chatted intimately with Yi Ning after just a few words. Tang Hai frowned, a surge of dissatisfaction rising in his heart. It cost him 30,000 credit points just to get her to drink a glass of wine. But this Jia Ning, with a few frivolous words, received VIP treatment. But a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Disguise props can conceal one's appearance, but aura and killing intent cannot be faked. Although this woman claimed to be Blood Oriole, she was clearly Lin Lan, the former captain of the Blood Wolf breeding team. He raised the corner of his mouth, secretly calculating. She's impersonating Blood Oriole definitely, because she's after Yi Ning. For now, I'll let her play along, and when the time is right I'll expose her. Yi Ning seemed oblivious to her schemes, maintaining his composure. He raised his wine glass, gently swirling it, his gaze sweeping over Blood Oriole with a smile. It smells wonderful. Of course, it's the king's special product. But then he suddenly splashed the wine on the ground, his eyes sharp. I'm talking about you, do you mean? Without waiting for her to answer, he stepped forward and gently but decisively picked up Blood Oriole. Blood Oriole was slightly startled, her tone hinting at teasing. Young Master Yi, are you too impatient? A spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As for foreplay, we can take our time in the room. Your female bodyguard won't get jealous, will she? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds. Yi Ning laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with meaningful light. Don't worry, if you're going to die, you'll die in my bed. These half-truths instantly heated the atmosphere in the room. Blood Oriole, or Lin Lan, gave a cold smile, thinking to herself, men are so easily hooked, especially by aloofness and mystery. As long as she gets rid of Yi Ning's troublesome bodyguard, subduing him in bed would be as easy as turning her hand over. A moment later the two entered the private room. Yi Ning looked at her, his eyes sparkling. Miss Blood Oriole were already on the battlefield. He approached, gently caressing her fair, soft calves, his voice low and full of provocation. Hey, these legs are so fair and soft, it would be even better if they wore black stockings. Tell me, what position do you like? Do you want to be on top or me? Blood Oriole chuckled, pushing him away, her tone calm. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's take a shower first and take off all our equipment or it won't be comfortable. I'll be waiting for you on top then. But Yi Ning didn't hesitate, pushing her onto the bed, his eyes gleaming with a smile. Miss Blood Oriole, your rose is dripping. If someone's going to shower, it should be you first, she said, a slight frown on her face and a hint of shyness in her voice. I don't know if you're too eager or too excited, but I actually prefer to take things slow. While I know you're very keen, it's still too fast right now. With that, she quickly got up and hurried into the bathroom, muttering to herself, all right, I'll go first. Inside the bathroom, Lin Lan took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. She secretly warned herself, calm down, I must stay calm. To kill him, I absolutely cannot be led by him. Her body trembled, not from shame, but from the lingering effects of being humiliated by Yi Ning last time. She had pleaded with Lu Tianming for a way out, abandoning everything including her self-respect. But now, to protect Xiao Yu, she had no choice. A small nuclear bomb had been implanted in her body. With a psionic energy detonation, everything would end. Outside, Yi Ning lay on the bed, his gaze sharp. She agreed to shower first. Clearly, she doesn't plan to kill him with external weapons. Does she intend to die with him? He recalled their previous battle. Lin Lan was someone with a strong will to live. Such a person wouldn't easily sacrifice their life unless absolutely forced. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, and he mumbled, someone is definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Only Lu Tianming's faction could orchestrate everything so meticulously. He got up, his voice steady. I'm done showering, it's your turn now. But when he saw Lin Lan emerge in a seductive outfit, he sneered, it seems with you dressed like that I have no desire to shower. Even if I don't shower, you should at least take off your clothes and leave. In the dim light of the room, Yi Ning suddenly grabbed Lin Lan's wrist tightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. She was startled, her voice tinged with panic. What do you want to do? The corner of his mouth curled up and he took out a rope from his storage space, quickly tying her hands, his voice low and meaningful. I like to play from behind. Although tied, Lin Lan remained calm. Her eyes sparkled with a smile. Young Master Yi, how do you want to play? I'm game, but it's no fun if you don't even take off your clothes. Yi Ning sneered, slowly taking off his clothes, and replied, don't rush, I'm taking them off now. Seeing him gradually fall into the trap, Lin Lan became more confident, her tone laced with provocation. Hurry up, I can barely hold back. Let me experience pure ecstasy today. But unexpectedly, Yi Ning took out a cloth, seemingly preparing to blindfold her. He leaned close and whispered in a low voice, come here. Lin Lan frowned, sensing something amiss. Why aren't you continuing to undress? Yi Ning sneered, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through any disguise. Because this outer garment of mine is epic-grade equipment, it's nuclear bomb-proof. If you self-destruct and ruin this good bed, I can't afford to replace it. She froze, her voice trembling. What do you mean? But before she could react, Yi Ning had already wrapped her tightly like a silkworm cocoon, his voice resolute. Lin Lan, stop pretending. From the moment you entered, I sensed that familiar aura. I deliberately tested you, and you inadvertently released killing intent. This further confirmed my judgment. Lin Lan tried to remain calm, but her voice already betrayed panic. Impossible, my disguise item, an ordinary tier 3, simply couldn't see through it. Yi Ning sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Perhaps you forgot, I'm no ordinary tier 3, and what's more, I'm the useless willpower type tier 3 that you all talk about. He approached, his voice low but full of oppressive power. Now your self-destruction is pointless besides suicide. If you don't want to suffer, you can speak directly. Tell me, I'll consider giving you a way out. First, was it Lu Tianming who sent you? Lin Lan bit her lip, her eyes flickering. I can admit it, but at least you have to release me from this thing first, okay? Yi Ning nodded but didn't forget to warn. All right, but I warn you, with my current strength you'd better not play any tricks. He untied the rope, his gaze never leaving her. Lin Lan took a deep breath, her voice becoming firm. He sent me here, but if you want to use this to deal with him, I'll self-destruct immediately. Yi Ning's lips curled, his eyes sparkling with a smile. You've admitted it, and you're still thinking of self-destructing. It seems you still have something important in your hands. Besides death, what else do you fear? Could it be your family? She remained silent, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. Yi Ning continued, his voice filled with certainty. Since I already know, why bother? So where is the real Blood Oriole now? Lin Lan sighed and replied, she went to the capital to take care of our sister in my place. Yi Ning frowned. Went to the capital? That makes things difficult. He pondered, a calculating glint in his eyes. If he wanted to get close to Yinglong, he would have to use Lin Lan's fake identity. He turned to her, his voice steady. I see you're acting exactly like the real Blood Oriole. Your relationship with her must be unusual, right? How much more do you know about this Yangzhong region than she does? Lin Lan replied, her voice calm. Xiao Yu and I, Blood Oriole, both grew up in Yangzhong. Our bond is like sisters. Later I took the injured Xiao Yu to the capital to seek treatment. To earn money, I joined a breeding team. Blood Oriole, on the other hand, used her beauty to associate with powerful men in the distant Zhang region, also to earn money for Xiao Yu's treatment. Yi Ning waved his hand, interrupting. I'm not interested in your story, especially since you've killed many innocent awakened ones, so get to the point. Lin Lan nodded, her voice becoming decisive. I know everything about Blood Oriole and also about the entire distant Zhang region. Yi Ning sat down, his gaze sharp. All right, first let me tell you the benefits I can bring you. Not only can I save your life and rescue your sister from Lu Tianming, but I also have all the treatment resources that Lu Tianming provides. Lin Lan squinted, her tone suspicious. What are your conditions? Yi Ning chuckled. It's simple, just continue to pretend to be her and help me get the man-faced ape from Yinglong. She immediately shook her head, her tone firm. Yinglong, that's impossible. You overestimate Blood Oriole, and at the same time you underestimate the value of that item to Yinglong. Yi Ning's lips curled, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Oh, aren't there rumors outside that Yinglong is pursuing Blood Oriole? Isn't it possible to ask him for that item? Lin Lan burst out laughing, her voice mocking. Pursuing, wanting that item? Ha 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 ha, do you really think this is the apocalypse? Are there really people like Yi Ning? Yinglong's pursuit is just for a free ride. People like them might be swayed by a little money, but if you want resources, don't even dream about it. She paused, her gaze sharp. Even their own resources aren't enough if you really want to get something from them. What price do you think Blood Oriole would have to pay? Go to bed with them, that's like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Oh no, it's killing the chicken, but you might not even get an egg. Yi Ning nodded, deep in thought. I understand, so can you at least help me find out his schedule en route, or in other words, take me to see him? Lin Lan frowned, her tone full of warning. You want to deal with Yinglong? Are you crazy? He's a tier 3 peak. Killing you is like killing a dog, he sneered, his eyes unblinking. You don't need to worry about that, just do as I say. Lin Lan's lips curled, her tone challenging. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you and have Yinglong kill you? Yi Ning looked directly into her eyes, his voice low but powerful. You won't do that. To be honest, if you really did that, the cost would be no less than if you killed me yourself. And do you know, not only would you die, but your sister wouldn't survive either. He paused and continued. Of course, if you don't betray me, even if I die, it has nothing to do with you. But I promise, alive or dead, I will never betray you and Blood Oriole. Lin Lan was silent for a while, her eyes flickering between suspicion and consideration. Finally she sighed, her voice soft but firm. Since you've put it that way, I really have no reason to refuse to cooperate with you. Under the flickering lights of the safety zone, Yi Ning quietly took out an ancient scroll from his system space. The scroll emitted faint psionic fluctuations. He handed it to Lin Lan, his voice low and persuasive. This is the life and death contract for this transaction. All conditions and promises are contained within. Signing it is a guarantee for both you and me. Lin Lan squinted, carefully weighing every word, her lips curled into a slight mocking smile. This is indeed all benefit and no harm for me. Anyway, you're planning to confront Yinglong, which is essentially a suicide mission, so there's no need for me to betray anyone. She paused, her eyes sharp. If you die, not only will I not have completed the mission, but I can also escape safely. If you don't die, according to the contract, you must fulfill those promises in the future. A moment later the two walked out of the room, and everyone's eyes immediately turned to them. A man standing nearby laughed heartily, his tone teasing. Oh, young Master Yi, how did you finish so quickly? Yi Ning's lips curled into a smile. He didn't mind, replying, No, it's just that Miss Blood Oriole is indeed only to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. The man burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I told you so. Have you learned your lesson now? Yi Ning merely smiled faintly. It's all right, very good. Blood Oriole is still my goddess. He turned to Lin Lan, his voice low. Miss Blood Oriole wants to take us to the Blood Shadow safety zone to pay our respects to Lord Yinglong. I wonder if Director Tang can provide a psionic aircraft. Director Tang's eyes widened, his tone filled with doubt. What, are you out of your mind? Lin Lan stepped forward from behind, her tone gentle yet profound. Director Tang, please don't worry, I'm just introducing them to meet and talk. Yi Ning nodded and added, Yes, Director Tang, just a meeting and greeting, there won't be any problems. Director Tang frowned but eventually nodded. Oh well, a psionic aircraft is a small matter, but before you leave I must remind you, Yinglong's strength is unfathomable. If it really comes to a fight, even Feng Hao might not be able to guarantee victory. You'd better be clear about that. Yi Ning nodded, his tone calm. I understand, Director Tang, please rest assured. The scene switched to the Blood Shadow Legion's first safety zone. The psionic aircraft landed amidst the roar of its engines. Everyone disembarked in turn, showing their identification under the sharp gaze of security personnel. A sentry's voice was stern. Any unauthorized movement will be met with lethal force. The security here was clearly several times tighter than in the Cyan Wolf region. Yi Ning quietly gestured to Lin Lan. Let's disguise ourselves for safety. We've all used disguise items. Lin Lan nodded, quickly changing her appearance. As the group walked in, an officer respectfully approached. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our young master. Young Master Yi has come at Director Tang's command to trade some items. This is a small gift, please accept it, both of you. The person opposite nodded, his tone cold. At least you know the rules. Go in, but remember you can only stay for 3 days at most. After 3 days you must report again at the Cyan Wolf safety zone. Just then, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Lan. Someone recognized her and hurried forward, his voice filled with surprise. Miss Blood Oriole. She smiled and handed over her business card, and the man was immediately startled. You don't need to check. Miss Blood Oriole, we didn't know you were on the fighter jet. Are you planning to visit the command center this time? Can we make arrangements for you? Lin Lan nodded, her tone gentle. No problem, no problem. We will arrange for an escort to take the lady over. Another officer immediately ordered. Where are the men? Immediately arrange for Tier 3 guards to clear the way and ensure the lady's safety at all costs. Yi Ning was secretly surprised. Blood Oriole's identity was indeed unexpectedly useful. Was it because of the rumors of Yinglong's infatuation with her? Another officer spoke. Miss Blood Oriole, if you wish to see Lord Yinglong, that's absolutely no problem. But these people are from the Cyan Wolf safety zone. We have no right to make arrangements for them. Lin Lan smiled and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Let them handle it themselves. Yi Ning secretly nodded. Indeed, just as Lin Lan said, Blood Oriole's treatment here was worlds apart. To see Yinglong, he had to use her identity as a stepping stone. He gestured. Let's go, proceed as planned. First, let's check out the commercial night market, then wait for news. The commercial night market in the first safety zone was bustling with activity like a lively painting. The cries of vendors rose and fell. Raisins are here. 6 points a gin. Fresh meat, just slaughtered and grilled, guaranteed not fake meat. Lin Lan gently leaned towards Yi Ning and said, young Master Yi, the development here is much better than 10 years ago. This level of prosperity can even rival the areas around the capital. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Have you noticed, even the street vendors here can afford to pay for electricity. Not only that, their management is much more regulated than in the Cyan Wolf region. He paused, his voice deepening. I see that the Blood Shadow Legion has a complete administrative system and management regulations, which indicates their ambition is not small. Suddenly, a corner of the market became noisy. Yi Ning frowned. Why are so many people gathered over there? Let's go take a look. The two approached and saw a group of people gathered around a stall belonging to the Black Camel Merchant Association. A vendor loudly hawked, the Black Camel Merchant Association's latest batch of goods is on the market. Interested bosses, just name your price. Look at these teeth. All very healthy and well-maintained. Yi Ning frowned slightly, recognizing this as a slave trading group. The vendor continued, teeth this good at this age mean they ate well before and are in good health. Buy them back as slaves, use them however you want. Pointed to a group of bound young people, their eyes filled with despair. Lin Lan whispered, they must have been captured after a raid on a settlement. This kind of situation is common in Yuanzhang. Aren't there female slaves over there too? Another man bid 400 points. Bosses, this is the lowest price. Yi Ning frowned, his tone cold. 400 and you still think it's expensive? These people are trained and many are still virgins. The crowd began to stir. Some wanted to inspect, some bargained for 750 points for 2 people. He said coldly, you want to buy Awaken for a few hundred points? Witnessing this scene, Yi Ning couldn't suppress his anger and turned to Huang Yuanhao, his voice low and full of pity. These girls brought here will probably not live more than 2 or 3 years. Huang Yuanhao's thick eyebrows knitted tightly, a hint of worry and helplessness flashing in his eyes. Young Master Yi, do you want to buy these people? It's useless. Even though they're pitiful, there are too many of them. If you buy this batch, there will be another and another. And even if you save this batch, if you can't take them away, they'll likely be sold again next time. Unless the system here can be fundamentally changed. Yi Ning slowly nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. His voice carried deep agreement. Uncle Huang is right. Adding fuel to the fire won't solve the problem and might even get us burned. To get to the root of the problem, we can only solve it fundamentally. Suddenly, Yi Ning pointed into the distance, his voice urgent yet restrained. Xiao Ju, look, is that person being tortured over there one of ours? At that moment, a team of fierce soldiers was dragging a group of handcuffed prisoners with iron chains moving with difficulty on the dusty ground. Yi Ning's sharp gaze swept over them, and he immediately recognized the military uniform as that of the 3rd Combined Infantry Brigade's Engineering Corps. On the high platform, the jailers roared curses at the chained prisoners. Are you still causing trouble? With that, he brandished a wooden stick and slammed it directly into the stomach of the leading prisoner. You fucking behave, I'll teach you to cause trouble, huh? The blow made the victim curl up in pain on the ground, sweating profusely. The woman behind him raised her head, her eyes burning with fierce hatred, staring intently at the man as if to devour him. The man noticed, his face flushed and his voice changed with anger. This woman, you don't resist but you keep staring at me. What does that mean? They used to protect you, but today in front of them I'll tear you apart. Yi Ning clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and muttering softly, it seems I can't avoid taking action today. That female soldier, I knew her in my previous life. The woman still threatened with the wooden stick. This dog, I'll let you stare, huh? I'll poke your eyes out. Just then a thunderous roar came from afar. Stop, Luohe, that's enough, Captain. What the hell is wrong with you? The goods are ruined like this, how are we going to do business? Yi Ning quietly exhaled, his chest relaxing considerably, thinking, it seems they also want to sell them, and nothing serious has happened yet. If I can save them without resorting to violence, that would be for the best. A captain being reprimanded did not mince words, retorting, tell me, do you have a brain or are you sick? You've got her all mangled like this. Who's going to want this woman? Don't you know those big shots are very picky? If she doesn't sell for a good price, I'll chop you up and sell you instead. Luohe bowed, fawning, his tone full of explanation. Boss, these soldiers are awakened and tier 2 at that. How could anything easily go wrong? They've already shown they still dare to cause trouble, and this woman keeps staring at me. Besides, some of our brothers also died by their hands. The boss waved his hand, his tone firm and calculating. All right, well, there are many people today. Sell them quickly. If we can make up for the losses, it'll count as revenge. I see some big power players heading this way, likely related to the banquet Lord Yinglong is holding today. They'll definitely be interested in these goods. Bring them to the stage, then call the madam to handle these high-priced items. In a flash, the woman called Madam appeared on stage, her sharp voice full of excitement, and began to hawk. The last batch of war goods is here, bosses, come take a look. Tier 2 awakened from the Yuanzhang Construction Corps. Anyone with a grudge against the military or who wants to try something new, don't miss this batch. Military personnel and high-quality goods at that. Buying this batch will be very impressive, these goods are very fresh. Right, hearing these words, Huang Yuanhao was already seething with anger, his face flushed. Yi Ning gently patted his shoulder, whispering, Yi Ning or Yi, Uncle Huang, I'm young Master Yi now, I'll save these people, don't worry. Huang Yuanhao was startled, quickly correcting himself, his tone full of remorse. I'm sorry, young Master Yi, I was too angry, I lost my head. How about we leave these people to me so that if we really have to make a move later, you won't be implicated? Yi Ning shook his head firmly, his eyes gleaming with loyalty. Uncle Huang, if I truly run into trouble later, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Moreover, if there's a real conflict, you alone won't be able to escape. On the auction stage, the madam began her introduction, her sharp voice full of allure. First, let's auction this item. A Tier 2 Peak Awakened, a military wood element dog and a company commander at that. As for her strength, everyone can tell from her killing intent. Bosses, if you bid successfully, we'll provide free training and even make her kneel and eat a banana, no problem. The crowd murmured, saying that buying these people would add a lot of prestige. Starting bid, 70,000 transaction points with increments of 10,000. A Tier 2 Peak in military personnel. This batch of goods is very interesting. Starting bid of 70,000, I'll bid 80,000 to buy them back to guard against these damned obnoxious soldiers. Another person interjected, his tone full of arrogance. A person stepped forward, I bid 90,000. I bid this price. My friend is the manager of the Shattered Bones Arena, so how about you give me some face and let me take her back to please the boss? The man in front quickly replied humbly, Oh, I didn't know Manager Shao was here. Since you've taken a liking to her, then it's yours, for the Shattered Bones Arena. Huang Yuanhao whispered to Yi Ning, his tone filled with worry. Although Manager Shao isn't strong, the Shattered Bones Arena is backed by a Tier 3 advanced powerhouse with a group of Tier 3s below him. In terms of strength, they're even stronger than our small private safety zone. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager Shao confidently walked onto the stage, his eyes gleaming with triumph. This guy went up confidently. No training needed. Just send this guy directly to our arena. The arena just happens to be missing this type. I want to see if he can defeat those mutants. We haven't seen an exciting fight in a long time, have we? Besides this batch of goods, are there any other types? Just introduce them to me directly. If suitable, I'll buy a few more. You're lucky to meet me. The madam nodded repeatedly, fawning. All right. Then she brought the remaining group of prisoners onto the stage, pointing to one after another to introduce them. She then led that group onto the stage. Please look at this person. A Tier 2 intermediate ranged attacker. When we captured him, we were fighting 1 against 2 and lost 2 men. Look, and this scout, he's also Tier 2 intermediate. Although he's only responsible for reconnaissance when he fights desperately, he's like a madman. And this powerfully built strength type, his strength is also excellent. She paused, adding her tone enthusiastic. Yes, sir, you can see the killing intent in their eyes. This batch of goods all come from the border and often fight against foreign awakened. Why don't you buy them all? On stage, Manager Shao loudly said, his eyes filled with greed. A bit too many, let me think about it. He pointed to the bound female soldier. Is that woman in the back also a Tier 2 from the military? Pull her out. I want to see her figure, the madam hastily replied, her tone a bit hesitant. Manager Shao, aren't you looking for suitable people to kill monsters here? This woman isn't very suitable, I dare not hide it. This type, we plan to train her first before selling. Manager Shao frowned, his tone sharp. I told you to pull her out, so pull her out. Why all the nonsense? What I buy her for is none of your business, is it? What's wrong with a woman? This type is very popular for fighting now, it's obvious. The madam quickly appeased. Manager Shao, please don't be angry, I'll pull her out for you right away. A Tier 2 female soldier was pulled onto the stage. Even with her body covered in wounds, her eyes remained resilient and unyielding. Manager Shao laughed loudly, his tone full of excitement. A Tier 2 female soldier fighting monsters in the army with nothing. That scene is truly thrilling. If you add a special mutant, it might be even more captivating. Such a performance would definitely excite those big shots. Huang Yuanhao stood below the stage, clenching his fists, his face flushed with anger. Yi Ning gently motioned, his voice steady. Uncle Huang, calm down, observe first. On stage, Manager Shao continued. That woman has been pulled out. Here she is, Manager Shao. Look at everyone's reaction. She's definitely the military's top beauty. Haha, no need to say. You can tell she's very wild. Good body and face. Truly a little gem. He ordered, his tone icy. Strip off her clothes. She's covered in dirty blood. I can't see anything. Yes, the subordinate immediately pushed the female soldier to the ground. The bound prisoners tried to struggle, but were immediately met with jailers' knives at their throats. The man sneered, HMPH, if it weren't for this ability-suppressing collar, these people would have destroyed this place long ago. That's right, looking at their powerless state, I'm afraid they can't even touch her little hand, can they? Today is enough for them. Enjoy it slowly. The madam interjected, her tone worried. Wait, this isn't appropriate. Once Manager Shao changes his mind, it'll be difficult to sell her to other big shots. Manager Shao immediately punched her, roaring, Bastard, will I go back on my word? Ridiculous. Wrap it up. Is 350,000 enough? The madam nodded repeatedly. Enough. Since Manager Shao wanted it, of course she had to listen to him. Yi Ning could no longer tolerate it, raising his hand and shouting, Wait, 400,000, I'll take all of them and all the slaves here. I want the Cyan Wolf safety zone too. The crowd was stunned. Manager Xiao spun around, his eyes filled with contempt. Cyan Wolf Safety Zone, who are you? Heavenly Wolf Hall? Haha, a mere Heavenly Wolf Hall dares to compete with the big shots here, another voice rang out, overriding the crowd. 410,000 Blood Shadow Legion is doing business. All unrelated personnel step back. The crowd burst into an uproar, exclaiming, "Is that the Blood Shadow Legion? Let's get out of the way." Manager Xiao broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Blood Shadow Legion? I withdraw, I'm not bidding anymore." The madam quickly bowed. "Black Camel Slave Trade welcomes you, sir. Whatever you need, just say the word and we'll deliver it right to your door," the Blood Shadow representative sneered. "Madam, you make it sound like we don't pay. Who doesn't know the Blood Shadow Safety Zone's rules are strict? Don't worry, not a single cent will be short. Men, bring the money and take them all away." "Yes, Captain." But Yi Ning still refused to back down, his tone firm. "I bid 420,000. Since it's an auction, the highest bidder gets it. I don't think the Blood Shadow Legion would break the Safety Zone's rules, would they?" The Blood Shadow member sneered. "Is the kid from Cyan Wolf Safety Zone crazy? Rules? Ha ha ha. Then I bid 430,000. Cyan Wolf Safety Zone, are you sure you want to compete with me?" Yi Ning responded unyieldingly. "I bid 440,000, the man roared. "How much are you adding?" "I'll add that much. Kid, do you think your status in Cyan Wolf Safety Zone is important? Do you really dare to compete with me?" Yi Ning sneered. "Auction involves financial strength. What does that have to do with status? Unless you want to break the rules and use your status to suppress people." The Blood Shadow member's eyes widened, his tone full of challenge. "Big talk, you're very rich, aren't you?" Yi Ning took out 2 cards, his tone firm. "I have 2 cards now. Is $1 million enough? If not, I'll add another $1 million." The crowd was in an uproar, exclaiming, "My God, how does the Cyan Wolf Safety Zone have so much money?" But the Blood Shadow member sneered. "What's the use of having money? Do you really think those rules can bind the Blood Shadow Legion? Truly naive. Their bids are just a formality. If they really want someone, they don't need to say another word. This kid is dead." The madam stood aside, her eyes filled with regret. "If it weren't for the Blood Shadow Legion, we would have made a fortune long ago. 2 million to buy us as slaves? That's completely unreasonable." The Blood Shadow member turned to Yi Ning, his tone suspicious. "Cyan Wolf, I know most of the famous people in your safety zone. Why don't I know you? Why do you want to buy these people? Are you a military spy?" Yi Ning replied, his tone calm. "I work in the logistics department of the Cyan Wolf Safety Zone. Our Heavenly Wolf Hall also wants to start a business with this kind of killing game. To make a name for ourselves, I must have these people," the Blood Shadow member sneered. "Nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering costs. Men, arrest them all and take them back for interrogation. I highly suspect their identities and intentions." The subordinates slowly stepped forward, their voices cold. "Gentlemen, please come with us obediently." Xiao Ju looked at Yi Ning and whispered, "Brother, are you going to make a move? One move is enough for these people." Yi Ning shook his head, his voice steady. "No rush. Blood Oriole and I have already spoken. Let's wait for news from that side first. By my reckoning, it's almost time." He turned to the Blood Shadow members, his tone full of challenge. "Looking at this, the Blood Shadow Legion isn't bidding but plans to use force. Haven't you always claimed to the outside world that you believe in fairness and would never bully the weak?" The Blood Shadow member sneered. "Stop slandering us. 2 days ago, we received intelligence that a group of military spies had infiltrated our safety zone preparing to rescue their people. How do I feel like that's describing you?" Yi Ning's lips curled and he replied, "If that's truly the case, I don't mind going with you, but if Lord Yinglong invites me to a banquet later, then you'll have to escort me there. As for what I'll say at the banquet, I can't guarantee it." The Blood Shadow member laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha, listening to this kid, he dares to use Lord Yinglong to scare us? Idiot, the banquet has already started. You're still standing here boasting. Since they're so uncooperative, then let's beat them until they cooperate." Yes, but just then the man received a message on his communication device, and his face immediately changed, becoming panicked. This, stop quickly." He immediately turned to Yi Ning, fawning. Young Master Yi, I'm truly sorry. I've offended a great person. I truly didn't know you were Lord Yinglong's esteemed guest. I'll arrange an escort to take you there right away." Yi Ning sneered, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. "This lord changes his face quickly, but I still prefer your arrogant and domineering look from just now," the Blood Shadow member hastily ordered. "Men, immediately escort this distinguished guest from Cyan Wolf Safety Zone to the Central District. Do not offend him." Yi Ning turned to Huang Yuanhao. "Old Huang, you take these soldiers and find a place to settle down. I'll come back to check on the goods later. Xiao Ju, let's go meet Lord Yinglong." Xiao Ju nodded. "Yes, young Master Yi." The scene shifted to the Heavenly Dragon Estate, where golden light illuminated the entire spacious area. Yi Ning walked in, his gaze sharply sweeping over the crowd, thinking, as I expected, the guests here are all high-level members of the surrounding private forces. We are just unknown figures, so we definitely won't receive a warm welcome. He turned to Xiao Ju, his voice low. "Let's be modest and observe from a corner in secret." Xiao Ju nodded. Yes, the Blood Shadow team was polite earlier, he thought. It must have been because a high-level order was issued, passed down through the ranks, and ultimately became an invitation directly from Yinglong. But before he could even settle in, Lin Lan shouted from afar, "Over here!" The crowd immediately turned their gazes here, murmuring, "Oh, who is that person? To be personally received by Miss Blood Oriole? Holy shit, what does this woman want to do? Didn't they agree to stay away?" Another voice full of doubt. "As the hostess of the banquet, is it appropriate to receive others?" Lin Lan smiled, her voice clear. Little brother, quickly bring your girlfriend over and sit next to big sister. Big sister has saved a spot for you. The crowd was in an uproar. One person whispered, so it's her little brother, no wonder. Yi Ning quickly got into character, smiling in response. Thank you, big sister. He signaled to Xiao Ju, go back to our spot. A person standing nearby whispered, I've never heard that Miss Blood Oriole has a younger brother before. Maybe he's a sworn brother. Another person interjected. Even so, he's not the type you think. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? As soon as he sat down, Yi Ning immediately transmitted a message to Lin Lan, his tone full of vigilance. What are you trying to do? Didn't we say we were going to observe Yinglong? Lin Lan replied, her tone calm. This is the most suitable spot. Besides, I've already told Yinglong that you're my sworn brother, a very capable person. You also know that if I didn't do this, you wouldn't even be able to get in here. Yi Ning frowned, continuing his telepathic message. Did she not realize she was putting herself in a very dangerous position by doing this? Lin Lan chuckled. Haha, are you scared before Yinglong even arrives? And you still want to scheme against Yinglong like this? Don't you find that ridiculous? Yi Ning said coldly. How is it the same? I just don't like accepting dangers I can't control, Lin Lan responded with a mocking tone. It's a pity Yinglong is the master here. Nothing is under your control. Yi Ning thought she was clearly testing his adaptability to see if he was worth her standing by his side. How cunning, this provocation wasn't considered betrayal. So she had nothing to fear. He clenched his fists, warning himself to maintain his stance and not fall into a disadvantage. Moments later, the door burst open and a mountain-shaking, tsunami-like oppressive aura flooded in. The Master of Ceremonies announced loudly, Welcome, Captain of the Blood Shadow Legion, Lord Yinglong. Apologies for the wait. I was delayed by some matters. Please take your seats. Make yourselves at home. Everyone responded in unison. Thank you, Lord. Yinglong. Yi Ning quietly observed, fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yinglong's aura was like a tsunami, his pressure like a blood purgatory, terrifyingly powerful, he thought. This strength is probably even above Zhu Fang's, and the smell of blood is still fresh. Did he just kill a mutant before coming here? A typical battle maniac. Still hunting mutants before a banquet. This sheer pressure alone was enough to make one break into a cold sweat. Someone nearby whispered, Commander Yinglong's strength feels even greater than before. Did you see the blood shadow behind him? I feel like it's about to come alive. Another person nodded. I wonder if Lord Yinglong killed another high-tier mutant and fused with it again. Yi Ning immediately had a guess upon hearing this. Fusing with a mutant blood shadow. Is this a special innate ability? He telepathically asked Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, if you were to fight Yinglong, what are your chances of winning? Xiao Ju replied in a low voice. Death. With the strength he's currently displaying, at most there's a 30% chance of escape. If he has hidden strength, it's almost impossible. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze sharply following Yinglong as he walked towards Lin Lan. He thought, indeed, there's a vast difference between being on the verge of Tier 3 peak and a true Tier 3 peak powerhouse. Although he possessed various sword skills, he knew that to escape he could only rely on dimensional slash. He quietly analyzed. His left arm muscles were more developed, and the head of the spear behind him was blood red, indicating he was left-handed and specialized in thrusts. The long spear had anti-slip equipment, so he must be accustomed to pulling the spear to leverage high-speed movement and reach advantage in close quarters. He would wield the spearhead to break through an opponent's defense. Undoubtedly, this was the style of an agility type awakened. There was very little blood on the spear, indicating his terrifying explosive power. Based on the direction of the bloodstains on his clothes, he possessed at least 2 movement skills. Yinglong stopped in front of Lin Lan, his voice deep and magnetic. Miss Blood Oriole, is this your sworn brother? This kid is quite interesting. He seemed to be secretly watching me just now, Lin Lan quickly explained with a smile. Ah yes, she then made an excuse. That's right, his name is Yi Lin. He's probably a little nervous seeing you for the first time. Lord Yinglong, did you know you're his idol? He tells me every day how much he admires you. She turned to Yi Ning teasingly. Big sister told you too. Lord Yinglong is a very nice person. You don't have to be so nervous. Just watch. Why do you have to be sneaky? Yi Ning played along, nodding. I understand, big sister. Lord Yinglong, I'm truly sorry. Yinglong laughed heartily, his voice bold. So that's it. Since he's Miss Blood Oriole's brother, then he's family. From Cyan Wolf Safety Zone, right? Your commander and I are old acquaintances. When you go back, I'll tell him to take good care of you. Under the dazzling lights of the Heavenly Dragon Estate, Yi Ning stood among a group of dignitaries, secretly thinking, thank you, Lord Yinglong. He was clearly giving him immense face. He spanned his surroundings, keenly noticing that Blood Oriole's importance to Yinglong was not as she had claimed. A man from Winged Tiger Safety Zone approached, his tone fawning. Lord Yinglong, I represent Winged Tiger Safety Zone in toasting you. Also, I'd like to report on the situation in our safety zone. Yinglong nodded. His voice low. Good. Huang Yuanhao stood nearby, his eyes flickering in thought. He thought, his own strength was at most early Tier 3, yet Yinglong was so incredibly wary. This instinctive vigilance perhaps stemmed from his combat experience, having clawed his way up from the bottom of society. Just then, Yi Ning felt a strange sensation from his feet. Lin Lan, with a provocative smile, was gently caressing him with her foot. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, is this old witch trying to kill me? The two began to communicate telepathically, his voice filled with vigilance. If you dare to dodge, I dare to thrust. How about it? Don't you like this method? Is it very scary? Yi Ning tried to remain calm, thinking, no, I can't lose control or everyone will be finished. He telepathically responded. At this distance, if Yinglong senses it with even a little psionic energy, he'll be furious. Lin Lan, what the hell are you thinking? This isn't your best option at all, Lin Lan chuckled, her tone mocking. Are you trying to get revenge for my previous humiliation of you, or are you still trying to test my self-control? She replied. Both, but I'm more interested in the latter. If you do that, you'll die too. Yi Ning gritted his teeth. Did she think she could kill him like this? He told her he could kill her and escape with her leg. Lin Lan remained unmoved. Even so, it won't affect my plan at all. This is much more interesting. Just thinking about the news of committee member Yi Ning confronting Yinglong and Yuanzhang and then being killed by him. What explosive news that would be. She paused, her tone icy. Do you remember how you humiliated me when we first met? Also, I've always been curious if you're a eunuch. Yi Ning gripped his wine glass, trying to keep his voice calm. She was angry, but not because she was about to die, but because he was ruining her plan. Haha. He was curious. How important was that mutated material to her, that she would endure this much? With her current status and power, why would she take such a risk? Lin Lan smiled faintly. Whenever I think of you, this contradiction arises. I have an unexplainable urge. I want to devour you, crush you within me. Tell me why am I like this? Yi Ning said coldly. You crazy woman, if you truly want to die, I will definitely fulfill your wish. He turned and whispered to Xiao Ju. Blood Oriole is crazy, completely out of control. If I unleash Dimensional Slash in a moment, everyone prepare to break through together. Xiao Ju nodded. People around began to notice. One person whispered, that kid over there seems a bit off. Maybe his girlfriend is playing with him under the table. Another laughed. These young people are really bold. I don't think so. It's more like Miss Blood Oriole's posture. Another interjected. Should we try to probe with our psionic energy? That person quickly stopped him. Hey, are you trying to die? The longer Yi Ning sat, the more uneasy he felt, sweat beading on his forehead. The 3 Tier 3 powerhouses nearby also seemed to sense an anomaly. But what about Yinglong? Although he wasn't looking in this direction, with his Tier 3 peak strength he must be able to maintain awareness of his surroundings. Suddenly Lin Lan became even bolder, her hand sliding down to grasp his crotch. She telepathically, her tone filled with provocation. Still distracted? Is my technique not good enough? Or do you actually like men? Yi Ning gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as ice. Lin Lan, you've successfully ruined my plan, but don't worry. After killing you, I'll escape with your leg. When I return, I'll turn it into a great sword, reminding myself never to underestimate women. He suddenly clamped her leg, his eyes sharp. Lin Lan, do you really want to do this? No, stop quickly. It won't be discovered. Yinglong won't discover it. I just want to tease you. I never intended to die with you. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes. So what do you mean he didn't use his perception? Do you have a way to block his perception? Is Yinglong's strength fake? Lin Lan chuckled. Do you want to know? Then beg me, he replied, his tone tense. I'm worried others will notice us. No one dares. Others are more afraid of facing Yinglong's wrath than you are, he said coldly. Don't be crazy. Tell me, this information is very important to me. The more you know, the more confident I'll be. After it's done, I'll give you everything you want. Lin Lan nodded, but suddenly signaled, Hold on. Yinglong is about to speak. Yinglong walked onto the stage, his voice booming. Everyone, I believe you all feel the threat from the army, but this is truly ridiculous. They watched coldly as we struggled in this remote border, yet they didn't send a single soldier to support us. Under the flickering candlelight of the banquet hall, Yinglong continued his speech, his voice resonant and authoritative, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy. Yi Ning listened, sharp thoughts arising in his mind, and now it's settled. We've established a safety zone. Why does the army want us to give up our rights with just a few words? The peace of Yuanzhang and the survival of the survivors were all earned with our lives. Therefore I suggest all lords and high-level officials from each district unite. A nearby guest nodded, his tone filled with agreement. What Yinglong said is absolutely right. Yuanzhang was originally the army's responsibility. They only guarded there for appearance's sake. What does that have to do with us? If people from other countries enter Yangzhang, will they definitely wage war with us? Another person interjected, his tone pessimistic. I don't think so. It's the apocalypse. What's a nation? We're all human. Lin Lan gently applauded, her gaze sweeping over Yi Ning, a secret smile in her eyes. Then telepathically, I want you. Yi Ning was instantly stunned, doubts flooding his mind. Really? This crazy woman has changed her mind again. Is this an expression of true feelings? How is that possible? I wonder what new trick she's trying to play. He immediately telepathically responded. You want me? You want my head? More like, no need to play these games. Do you know Yinglong's secret? Tell me quickly. But Lin Lan stood up, her tone full of provocation. My feet hurt so much. Come with me to the restroom. If you're brave enough to come, I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. If you don't come in 3 minutes, I'll appear and tell Yinglong that I like my big brother very much. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, his heart pounding. The secret this woman held might allow him to gain the upper hand later. To get the advancement materials, even if it was a dragon's den, he would brave it. With determination flashing in his eyes, he stood up and walked over steadily. Moments later, he stood in the restroom, waiting vigilantly. He looked at her, his voice low. Are you sure you want to talk here? Lin Lan's lips curved, her eyes flickering. This is the men's restroom. What are you afraid of? This place is abandoned. No one will come. What, do you want to go to the women's restroom? Stop talking nonsense. She turned around, a hint of trickery in her tone. Actually, you already knew when Yinglong would enter the dungeon, didn't you? If you want to know, then come over. Come in and I'll show you all my secrets. As soon as he entered, Yining didn't hesitate to press his blade against her neck, his voice cold. This place has been masked by my psionic energy. Speak quickly, my patience is limited. If you still want to play tricks and Yinglong isn't here, I won't hold back. Lin Lan chuckled, a hint of compliance in her eyes. It's you after all. All right. The dungeon is located in an ancient abandoned city on the front line of the Blood Shadow Legion's third safety zone. It's 370 kilometers from here, coordinated beneath the Daxia suburban air raid shelter. She continued calmly. This dungeon only appeared recently, probably activated by the Blood Shadow Legion supply team 2 months ago. It's a large-scale dungeon. This dungeon is very special. It only opens at 6 a.m. on the second Monday of every month, meaning tomorrow morning. The opening time is only 30 seconds. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. Yining frowned, his tone filled with doubt. Why didn't you say so earlier and instead deliberately led me to the banquet just to test my courage? Lin Lan shook her head, a hint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Not entirely. From what I know of Yinglong, he'll likely clear the surrounding area before entering the dungeon. In other words, you have to follow him immediately after he enters, and you can't be discovered. So I suspect you can't even get in. He nodded, his tone decisive. Very good, you don't need to worry about getting in. Now tell me Yinglong's secret. Lin Lan's lips curved. I've already said a lot. What? Do you expect me to keep standing and talking? Put your knife away. If you cooperate, I naturally won't trouble you. But just as he put his knife away, she unexpectedly pushed him onto the toilet seat, her tone playful. Oh, my feet hurt so much, don't you feel sorry for me? Rub my feet and I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. Yining's eyes widened. What on earth do you want to do? She chuckled. I don't think you're foolish enough to believe I'd surrender to your charm. Lin Lan responded, her tone sincere. Nothing, I just don't believe you're truly devoid of emotion, and I don't want to die with you, I want to live with you. As long as you can survive and fulfill your promises, I am willing to completely betray Lu Tianming and pledge allegiance to you. So you can do anything to me. When you're fully grown, we will. He quickly grabbed her clothes, his tone tense. Do you think I'm certain to die when I enter the dungeon? Lin Lan nodded, a hint of trance in her eyes. That's right, I've thought about it for a long time and I see no hope at all right now. I know you have army support, but they won't bleed for Yinglong for you. If not, why would you take such a risk? The people Yinglong is bringing this time include at least 12 early Tier 3 and 1 advanced Tier 3. She continued in a low voice. Although your bodyguard is strong, even if you both rush in together, you can't defeat Yinglong alone. The man-faced ape is Yinglong's most prized trophy. To take it, you must first kill him. Yinglong is very suspicious. Even if you don't betray me before I die, I'll still die. After all, it's too much of a coincidence. Even if you get lucky, as long as Yinglong is alive, I'm afraid I won't escape death. Yining frowned. But I see Yinglong treating you very well. This is different from what you said. Lin Lan's face suddenly darkened, her tone bitter. The relationship between him and me is not as simple as you imagine. He never truly saw me as a person, he thought. Her expression and eyes were completely different from the crazy woman he knew. And there was no trace of acting or lying. Never mind her relationship with Yinglong for now. What was more important now was to address her concerns and dig out important secrets. He grabbed her shoulders, his tone steady. What if I told you I have the authority to mobilize some Tier 3 peak warriors to enter the dungeon with us? Lin Lan was startled, her eyes filled with surprise. What? How is that possible? He took out the dungeon token, his tone persuasive. This token was a secret reward I received after eliminating the ECC beasts. Did you recognize it? An S-rank military token. She shook her head, her tone suspicious. No, if that's true, why wouldn't they just send people to snatch it directly? Yining smiled faintly. Because compared to a direct snatch, the cost of secretly acting in the dungeon is much greater. Although this token isn't real, given her status, it's impossible for her to have actually seen an S-rank token like this. This time she trusted him more and said in a low voice, Yinglong has no psychic power, so he cannot perceive anything beyond his line of sight. Yining's eyes widened in astonishment. A Tier 3 peak without psychic power? How is that possible? Psychic power and willpower are closely linked. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points of willpower. Yinglong's talent is truly extraordinary, he thought. Lin Lan had revealed that Yinglong's talent was very special. He could convert his psychic power into other attributes. Apart from maintaining conscious will, any willpower attribute would be converted into other attributes. Yining nodded, realizing with a sudden clarity, so he has no psychic power to control, nor can he perceive anything, relying entirely on visual observation of targets. Lin Lan smiled, her eyes sparkling. Exactly, it's truly amazing and very advantageous for us. But don't underestimate him because of it. On the contrary, his body is exceptionally robust. She paused, her voice lowering. I'm the only one in this world who knows this secret. Initially I wanted to use it to trade for a suitable Tier 3 expert like Lu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you. Yining narrowed his eyes, his tone full of suspicion. Your information about Yinglong seems incredibly abundant, almost unbelievable, and you seem even more eager to deal with Yinglong than I am. Lin Lan chuckled, her eyes gleaming with intent. See, I'm cooperating with you so much, so how are you going to reward me? He frowned. Reward? What do you want after this is over? She shook her head, her tone filled with provocation. I don't want later, I want it now. Yining frowned. What a madwoman, he thought. The scene shifted to the Blood Shadow safety zone. Cyan Wolf Inn. Huang Yuanhao stood outside the warehouse, anxiously looking around. Why are they taking so long? Nothing bad must happen. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, the air was eerily quiet. A group of bound prisoners exchanged wary whispers. There seems to be no movement outside. Those people from the Heavenly Wolf region must have left by now. The guards here are very lax. The leader spoke in a low voice. He ordered, "I'll break the door. Everyone scatter and run." Another person nodded, his tone firm. "Don't look back after you escape. Find a way to destroy the wristbands, then head to our rendezvous point." But another interjected, his tone suspicious. "But didn't that old man say his people were coming to rescue us?" "That's what he said, but they haven't let us out yet. Who knows if they're deliberately doing this to stop us from escaping," a female soldier angrily retorted. "That young man was ready to pay 2 million for us. Don't be so foolish. Have you forgotten who those people are? What kind of hellhole is the Cyan Wolf safety zone? It's infamous for sex slaves. Have you considered Lin Ru's fate? We really can't gamble anymore." The leader nodded, his tone decisive. "All right then, listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Everyone charged towards the door in unison. But just then they saw Yi Ning, Huang Yuanhao and Xiao Ju already standing outside and were instantly stunned. Huang Yuanhao gave a wry smile. "Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them?" He replied. "I did, but perhaps it was too simple and they didn't believe it." The Cyan Wolf Inn was still within the Blood Shadow safety zone. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze sharp. "So I understand," he turned to the prisoners, feigning severity. "Oh, then you'll be severely punished. Xiao Ju, Uncle Huang, grab them and give them a beating." Xiao Ju and Huang Yuanhao responded in unison. "Understood." Everyone closed the door and pulled the prisoners inside. After the door was closed, Yi Ning activated a psychic protection layer and spoke calmly. "Now I'll tell you the truth, soldiers of the Capital Special Operations Team. We are on the same side. You can all speak freely now, right?" He pulled out an A- rank military token, his eyes firm. One person exclaimed, "This is an A- rank military token. Did the army send a large force to kill us?" "I told you, if they weren't on our side, how could they spend 2 million to save us?" Another person interjected, his tone suspicious. "Then why don't you help us unlock these?" Yi Ning explained calmly. "This is just for cover. If we don't act convincingly, I'm afraid not only will we not save everyone, but we'll also be exposed. But rest assured, you only need to endure one more night. Tonight I will arrange for everyone to return to the border. Once your team leaves the Blood Shadow Legion's sphere of influence, you will all be free." The prisoners sighed in relief, their eyes sparkling with hope. "That's great. We're saved." Yi Ning turned around, his voice low. "Before leaving, I want to speak with Lin Ru alone." Outside, he continued to pretend to avoid eavesdroppers, he ordered. "Uncle Huang, keep beating him until he's convinced. Xiao Ju, clean up this girl. I'll personally discipline her tonight." Xiao Ju nodded. "Yes, young Master Yi." He looked at Lin Ru, his eyes full of meaning. Lin Ru is the future queen of the border countries. How can I remain indifferent, he thought. In his previous life, he had to use drastic measures against her, but wouldn't it be best if he could win her over and utilize her from the start? The scene shifted to the cold storage room of the Cyan Wolf Inn. Yi Ning and Lin Ru sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was cold but tense. She held a cup of water, her gaze scrutinizing. "You're so young and already have an A- rank military token. Could you be the legendary Yi Ning?" He curved his lips slightly, his tone calm. "You're very clever. You're a Tier 2 novice agility melee type with water control talent, right?" Lin Ru nodded. "That's right. Tell me, why do you want to see me alone?" Yi Ning looked directly into her eyes. "First, please tell me why, as part of the Border Defense Force, you were captured with a group of survivors in a gathering point." Lin Ru sighed, her tone filled with anger and helplessness. "About 2 weeks ago, while patrolling the border, we discovered a Waken from a neighboring war zone had invaded. After crossing the border, they frequently attacked small and medium-sized safety zones, plundered resource veins, and captured survivors for food." She clenched her fists and continued, "So we fought them. During the pursuit, they tried to break into a gathering point. After eliminating the enemy, we prepared to go to the gathering point to recover from our injuries. Only no one expected that this gathering point had already been raided by the Black Camel Merchant Association. At first we didn't notice this, and none of the local survivors warned us." Her voice was low and bitter. "Afterwards the slave hunting team ambushed us. In the ensuing chaos, many of our people died. Of course, the slave hunting team also suffered greater casualties. So they called in a Tier 3 expert from nearby to help, as you know. In front of a Tier 3 we had no way to resist. As for what happened later, you pretty much know it all. Thank you for saving us." He secretly recalled that in his previous life, rumors of Lin Ru's bloodthirsty cruelty circulated, but nowhere was there any mention of the suffering she had endured. All that was known was that she had risen from a slave to a Tier 3 expert. She surpassed the leader of the Black Star safety zone, killed him, and seized control. In the distant Zhang Rebellion, she fought against the Blood Shadow Legion, leading all the captured population out of that land and into the G Kingdom war zone. There her strength skyrocketed and she easily seized political power. If not for his appearance, how tragic would Lin Ru's fate have been after being captured as a slave, he thought. Yet from such a tragic beginning she still became a queen, a miracle he himself had never achieved. He looked directly at her, his tone steady. "So what are your next plans? To return to the border with everyone, or do you have other intentions?" Lin Ru shook her head. Her eyes burned with rage. "I don't want to go back to the army. I don't want to protect anyone anymore. I'm going to kill them all." Yi Ning frowned. Do you hate the army? Do you think the army is wrong? She smiled faintly, her tone full of bitterness. Hate, you could say so, he continued calmly. Do you hate the army for not coming to rescue you in time? As a soldier, you should be very clear about the army's current situation. Many times it's not that they don't want to save people, but that they can't. After all, they have to consider the overall situation. Moreover, among the survivors there are good people and bad people. Most people are innocent. You can't generalize and kill them all. Linru suddenly laughed, her icy voice echoing in the room. Good and bad, heh heh. She slammed her hand on the table, her tone filled with anger. What good people and bad people? What if 9 out of 10 are bad? The gathering point where we were captured had become the most friendly place to the army. We clearly rescued them from invaders and slave hunters. But when those slave hunter bastards were about to leave, they didn't even notice Uncle Wong. She clenched her fist, pain flashing in her eyes. Uncle Wong was injured, hiding in the basement, but those survivors dragged Uncle Wong out and handed him over to the slave hunters to curry favor. If they just wanted to survive and betrayed me, I would accept it. It's truly laughable. They once watched us struggle in the distant Zhang region with indifferent eyes, not even sending a single soldier, yet this group of ungrateful people completely betrayed us as before. Her voice trembled with anger. They don't hate those bad guys at all, they hate us. They're not afraid of the army, only afraid of a small merchant team. Every individual case cannot represent everything, Yining interjected. Individual cases? What individual cases? She roared, her voice filled with fury. What individual cases? The entire distant Zhang region has over 300 slave hunting teams of varying sizes. What individual cases? Over 60% of the population works for those forces. What individual cases? Our army is chased like dogs, not even daring to reveal their identities. She suddenly stood up, her eyes burning with rage. This place is rotten to the core. Distant Zhang is rotten from top to bottom. To please those high-tier awakened, they would even offer their flesh and blood like hunting dogs. Have you been to the Shattered Bones Arena? Been to Cyan Wolf? Been to Blood Sun? Look at those people. Her voice was low and filled with pain. They don't hate the bastards who rule them at all. They only hate themselves. Why wasn't she one of them? The history here has been distorted beyond recognition. No one remembers what we did anymore. They see us as enemies, as dogs that only run away. She clutched her clothes tightly, her voice choked. They'd rather grovel and cooperate with foreign races than provide a drop of water to the army. Clearly, we're out saving people everywhere. Clearly, all our warriors are bravely defending the border. Clearly, despite hunger, we still share our food with them. But what did we get in return? Why? Tell me, Yining silently watched her, his heart heavy. Enru continued, her tone full of bitterness. Why? Is it because we are good people? Is it because we have to endure, to consider the bigger picture? Is it just like you people, sitting in the heavens, needing only one word to send us to our deaths, right? Heh heh, it's so easy to speak freely, she pointed into the distance, her voice trembling. Up there, you're for the peace of distant Zhang, but down here people have to keep retreating. Humph, have you been to the base? Do you know what kind of life we lead? Have you seen how many of our people have died? That's just a number, right? She paused, her eyes red. The border is short on water. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the army ordered us to get water locally. Even though my talent is water control, where is there water in the desert? In difficult times we even drank our own urine. She gave a bitter smile. And those safety zones and merchant associations arbitrarily raised the price of a barrel of water. If we wanted to trade, we had to exchange a barrel of ore. Do you know how many of us died to rescue these things from the enemy awakened? Because the border is too far, transportation is inconvenient. And the higher-ups want us to struggle and save, but how can we fight on an empty stomach? Can one word fill our bellies? Her voice choked with grievance. In the first half of the year, we finally managed to develop a resource dungeon and brought back some food as a result because a nearby private force claimed it was theirs. The superiors demanded that we hand it over to others, and then that force sold the supplies back to us at 10 times the price and even dared to sell us their dishwater. She ripped her clothes, shouting loudly, "Do you know what I saw after I was captured in the slave camp? I saw a girl in a military uniform pinned down by a zombie. She died. Not only was she bitten to death by a zombie, but her internal organs were scooped out and she was desiccated. Did you see it clearly? I'm number 12, that girl was number 11. Yining silently took out a set of clothes from his system and handed them to her, his tone gentle. Put them on, it's cold at night. He looked into her eyes, his gaze firm. I thought you would righteously accuse me for the greater good. Then you would say my will is not strong enough, that sacrifice is inevitable, and even call me a traitor. In the cold room of the Cyan Wolf Inn, Yining's gaze flickered with determination. Watching Lin Ru, who was still trembling with anger and pain, he continued in a low voice. After leaving the army, where do you want to go, or rather are you willing to follow me? Perhaps I'll join a small team, hunt mutants with them and become stronger, or maybe I'll try to establish my own gathering point and recruit more people. Lin Ru smiled faintly, her eyes filled with bitterness. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but there's no need for that. I'm not as great as you. Now I just want to kill every bastard I encounter, cut off their heads and hang them on poles. She took out a military badge, her tone cold. This is a military badge. I once swore an oath, now I return it to you. Before she could leave, Yining called out to her, his voice low but persuasive. Lin Ru, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I told you I could change everything? What if I told you that by following me, you would have unlimited resources and you wouldn't have to consider the bigger picture? You could kill to your heart's content. What would you say? Lin Ru stopped, turned abruptly, her eyes sharp. Do you know what you're saying? He nodded, his tone firm. Of course I do. Stay here, I'll be back in a week. The scene shifted to the plane cabin in the night sky. The plane cut through the dark clouds, the low roar of its engines blending into the tense air. Yi Ning sat beside Xiao Ju, looking sharply out the window, his voice low. Xiao Ju, based on your analysis, if we were to fight Yinglong, how confident are we in stopping him for how many seconds? Xiao Ju replied flatly. 4 seconds. In a head-on confrontation, I can at most hold him off for 4 seconds. If his target is you, I can only stop him for 1 second. Yi Ning frowned, calculating inwardly. At most 4 seconds, at least 1 second. Although I can unleash 7 or 8 ultimate moves, I don't have complete confidence against a Tier 3 peak, he murmured, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Moreover, Yinglong is a Tier 3 peak expert. He must have some trump cards after all these years. Even though he lacks psychic power, it doesn't mean his physical defense isn't absolutely at the level of an ordinary Tier 3 peak. Xiao Ju nodded and added, if I use all my ultimate moves and still can't kill Yinglong, then he can kill me with ease. Even if I use mental attacks, he can't be completely unprepared. What if he has high-level defensive items? She looked at him, her voice low. This time entering the dungeon, we should try to stay away from Yinglong and also avoid meeting Blood Oriole. Yi Ning pouted. Then how can we get the man-faced ape? If you want to take something from someone else's pocket besides stealing and robbing, you can also deceive. The scene shifted to the dungeon entrance, 5:30 a.m. The sky still dim and cold air enveloped the ruins. Yi Ning and Xiao Ju quietly approached. Xiao Ju activated a levitation item, her feet gliding lightly across the ground without leaving any trace. She whispered to her companion. The two stopped in front of a suspended light orb which emitted a magical glow. Yi Ning reached out and touched it, his voice low. This unexpanded light orb is the dungeon entrance, right? The system immediately responded, information appearing. You have touched an A- ranked dungeon, Abyssal Spectre Battlefield. Entry limit 20 people. Half an hour until entry. Please wait patiently. Yi Ning frowned, thinking, Abyssal Spectre Battlefield, could this be related to the Abyssal Core that the Sword God system needs? If it really is, perhaps I can collect all the materials on this dungeon trip and complete the Sword God system upgrade. Just then, Yinglong's team appeared, full of momentum. Blood Oriole stood next to Yinglong, smiling. Miss Blood Oriole, you seem very interested in this place. She replied softly yet meaningfully. I'm just a little curious to see if there are any anomalies around an A-ranked dungeon. After all, it's my first time in such a high difficulty dungeon. Yinglong nodded. Oh, I see, Blood Oriole thought, her gaze sweeping around. Fortunately, Yi Ning didn't leave any traces. If I hadn't received his text message, I wouldn't have known he was already here. Yinglong coldly commanded, Zhang Ming, go search the entire building and confirm if there's anyone else nearby. If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately. Zhang Ming bowed. Yes, sir. Blood Oriole was a little nervous, secretly cursing. Did her actions just now make him wary? She glanced at Yinglong, thinking at this rate he might only enter when there are 30 seconds left on the countdown. She turned around, discreetly searching for Yi Ning, worried if Yi Ning was well hidden in case he was discovered. Yinglong suddenly turned around, his voice low. Miss Blood Oriole, your heart is beating very fast. Why? Are you very worried? She quickly let out a dry laugh. I'm just thinking this dungeon might be very difficult. Zhang Ming and others quickly reported. First floor clear, 6th floor clear, 30th floor clear. Zhang Ming returned and said respectfully, Miss Blood Oriole, are you reassured now? Don't worry after going in, just follow me. She nodded. With Lord Yinglong here, I'm at ease. During the search, Zhang Ming and his companions whispered, Captain Zhang, do you think Lord Yinglong is really pursuing a woman? It's my first time seeing him care so much, and she's just a Tier 3 novice. Another person complained. Why not just be direct? Why all this trouble? Zhang Ming softly reprimanded. Less nonsense. What do you know? This is called romance. Time passed, and the dungeon gate began to open, the light orb emitting a dazzling glow. Zhang Ming returned to report. Lord, we have confirmed the entire building. There is no one else nearby. Yinglong nodded. Good. The dungeon has opened. Prepare to enter. Blood Oriole stood by, filled with worry. Not found? Where are those people hiding? They didn't stand me up, did they? Or are they hiding very far away? But after we go in, he'll have at most 10 seconds. Is that enough time? Meanwhile, Yi Ning and Xiao Ju hovered in the air, observing from a distance. He whispered, This Yinglong is too cautious. 10 seconds, I can just reach him with dimensional slash. He turned to Xiao Ju, saying decisively, Xiao Ju, can you reach the basement in 10 seconds without damaging the building or making any sound? Xiao Ju replied, I can instantly teleport to a nearby area within a 1-kilometer radius. But the cost is that I will lose my abilities for 10 days. Yi Ning nodded. As long as you can get in, losing your abilities for 10 days is fine. After entering, we need to be even more careful, with time running out. Yi Ning brandished his blade and the sword light of dimensional slash cut through space. He turned to Xiao Ju and said decisively, Enter the dungeon. The two rushed in, space warped, and a sense of weightlessness struck. Yi Ning fell onto a wooden bed, groaning softly. My head hurts. He looked around, a little worried. Xiao Ju couldn't come in with me. That shouldn't be. Even when I entered the dungeon, I clearly felt her teleport behind me. Could it be that we're separated after entering the dungeon? Xiao Ju quickly transmitted, I'm already in. Don't worry, I'll rendezvous with you after I confirm my location. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief, glad she made it in. In the dim room of the basement in the Abyssal Spectre Battlefield dungeon, Yi Ning stood before the corpse of the girl he had slain, filled with doubts. The system had just updated the mission. Entered dungeon Abyssal Spectre Battlefield, difficulty A rank, current area danger level extremely low. This dungeon belongs to dungeon mode. The core influence cannot be destroyed. No mandatory missions. The dungeon background appeared in his mind. 400 years ago, the first specters invaded the human world. They disguised themselves as humans and massacred humanity. When humans awakened, they launched a counterattack. But 270 years ago, the human leader was assassinated by a lurking specter. Since then, humanity has been in constant retreat. To survive, humans built cities underground. Note: specters have occupied the surface. Never leave the underground city. Note 2. Specters occupy the central underground area. The deeper you go, the higher level specters you will face. The final reward depends on the depth reached. Exiting midway will deduct 90 of the earnings. The final reward is a set of epic-grade mysterious equipment. Yi Ning thought Yinglong personally taking action is probably for this epic-grade equipment. Dungeon mode. Each floor will have different monsters. No equipment drops during the process, but abandoning midway will result in almost all rewards being lost. Epic grade is very rare and specters are identical to humans, so no one can be trusted. He murmured, his gaze sharp. No mission restrictions meant he had time to plan. This area was a human sanctuary, so Yinglong and his team should also be on the same floor. He held up his ID card and the system quickly read the information. Ghost Hunter Novice. Ah, how convenient. Just then, the door burst open and a girl walked in, her voice ringing out. Who is it? You're awake? Do you know what day it is today? It's the Ghost Hunter exam day. Don't just stand there, come with me. If you miss today, you'll have to wait until next year. She rubbed his head, her eyes filled with concern. Were you scared, silly? I told you not to go to the lower levels. Did you encounter specters? I heard there are specters near the City Lord's area recently. Don't go out. There are still half-eaten corpses in Sector B, she continued worriedly. Yi Ning, I know you want to get stronger to avenge your parents, which is why you thought of scouting the lower levels first. But it's very dangerous. If you hadn't met me last time, have you thought about the consequences? If you die, you'll have nothing. Yi Ning thought, these are the lines arranged by the system to introduce his background. This girl isn't like a girlfriend, more like a relative. She should be a guide NPC. Her strength is equivalent to Tier 2, and she can take him through the Ghost Hunter assessment to enter the dungeon. He looked directly at her, testing, Are you my family? She nodded, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Haven't I told you before? My family also died at the hands of specters, he continued to ask. How long does this assessment usually take? She replied. I've told you this before too. It takes about a day. After you qualify, I'll take you to the low-level area to get some practice. She frowned. Yi Ning, you seem very strange today, he suddenly asked coldly. Last question, do you want to sleep with me? She was stunned. You, what do you mean, Yi Ning? Why would I want to sleep with you? That kind of thing is only for people who love each other unless… Yi Ning pouted, his eyes reddening, and he drew his sword and slashed. If you don't want to sleep with me, then you must be a specter, he said coldly. I'm sorry, time is short. I don't have time to follow your route, so I can only treat you as a specter. You can die first this time. If there's a chance to come again, I will definitely love you and follow the script. The system immediately notified, you have killed an important specter, gaining 1 specter core fragment. Collect 10 fragments to obtain a complete specter core. You have prematurely killed an important specter, gaining 13 dungeon progress. Yi Ning was stunned, inwardly cursing, what the hell, this works too. I just guessed it casually, he murmured. That's right, after all, this is an A- rank dungeon. The guide NPC was too perfectly disguised, making it easy for people to let down their guard. He bent down to examine the corpse, gently lifting her clothes with his sword. No, how does she have reproductive organs? He continued, dissecting, filled with doubt. Same organs, same bones, but no reproductive system. So that thing was a simulation prop attached to her body. He thought, this dungeon is too dangerous, setting a trap as soon as I entered. If I had a specter by my side, I don't know how I would die. The sword god system responded, this specter core fragment is indeed an upgrade material. Only 10 fragments are needed to form a complete core, but not all specters drop this item. Must focus entirely on Yinglong, too dangerous. In the dim room of the basement in the Abyssal Spectre battlefield dungeon, Yi Ning stood before the Spectre girl's corpse, his gaze sharply scanning the simulation props on her body. He thought, in other words, you can't tell a spectre just by looking at its appearance. She still had human teeth in her stomach. Did she eat human flesh before? Just then, Xiao Ju walked in, her voice flat. Is this a spectre? You've arrived. Did no spectre appear on your side, or rather no such guide NPC? Yi Ning shook his head. No, he frowned, his voice low. It seems they're working as a team. If so, there should be one on Yinglong's side as well. I wonder if he's wary enough to discover it. If he hasn't, this will be a good card to play. Xiao Ju nodded. Turning over a structural diagram, I found that this underground city is very large, equivalent to 2 large cities. This is the underground city's structural diagram. Human hiding places are approximately on the 12th floor. The first 3 floors are completely safe. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. We are currently at the edge of the Spectre invasion zone, in Sector C of the 6th floor. I heard that below the 12th floor is the true Spectre battlefield. Yi Ning nodded, a calculating glint in his eyes. Good, I understand. When you came here, were there surveillance cameras on the way? Xiao Ju replied. Many cameras. Infrared combined with image recognition. Although old, they are very densely distributed, he pouted. I've probably already come up with a deception plan. He activated the system and called Li Fugi. Master, what are your orders? I'm happy to help. Yi Ning commanded. You do this first and then that. Li Fugi nodded, saying excitedly, Yes master, rest assured. I was born to deceive. He smiled faintly. After success I'll reward you with 10,000 credit points. Li Fugi cheered. 10,000 credit points, oh dear master, I guarantee mission completion. Yi Ning turned to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, let's begin. First, seize control of the surveillance cameras, monitor Yinglong's actions and then earn money. Find someone. This deception plan requires the cooperation of multiple NPCs, surveillance cameras, and Blood Oriole as an inside agent. If even with all this, I can't trick Yinglong out of his man-faced ape, I might as well die. The scene shifted to Yinglong's team, Sector B of the 6th floor. Zhang Ming respectfully whispered to Yinglong, Lord, others have been notified to gather at the assessment point in Sector B. They are on their way, Yinglong nodded. Good, by the way, when those who entered the dungeon last time, did they also encounter a guide NPC? Zhang Ming replied. Yes, they said that following the process was fine, but it got too difficult later, so they gave up midway. Yinglong pondered. For safety, send a message to Blood Oriole asking her to come and help check the NPCs. Zhang Ming bowed. Understood, subordinate. Yinglong commanded. We must move quickly. If we miss this assessment, we'll have to wait until next year. Zhang Ming nodded. Okay, brother Zhang. Just then Lin Lan ran from a distance and accidentally bumped into a young man. Her hand touched the young man's crotch and he blushed, quickly asking, Miss, are you alright? Lin Lan hastily said, I'm sorry, truly sorry, I bumped into you accidentally. The young man asked worriedly, Miss Blood Oriole, are you injured? She shook her head. I'm fine, no problem. He nodded. That's good, Yinglong interjected. So you know each other, huh? Let's seize the time and go for the assessment first. Lin Lan nodded. Okay, Yinglong thought. It seems he's just a guide NPC, not a specter. For safety, following him through the dungeon is the best way. Meanwhile, Lin Lan clutched the communication device Yi Ning gave her, filled with doubt. No news yet. Did he really not make it in? With only 10 seconds to enter, it was indeed too difficult. If he didn't make it in, she would just have to consider this a dungeon run. Just then, Yi Ning's message arrived. Are you on the 6th floor? Which specific area? Have you met the NPC arranged by the system? Lin Lan quickly replied. We're in Sector B of the 6th floor, just met him. Yinglong has already seen the guide NPC. We're currently following the NPC for the assessment. Yi Ning pouted. Very good, it seems Yinglong believed it. As long as we follow the process, I'll have at least half a day to prepare. Lin Lan asked. When do you plan to make your move? What's the plan? He replied coldly. You don't need to worry about any of this. The less you know, the safer you'll be. Just do as I say. The scene shifted to the central area of the 6th floor. Yi Ning checked the system, his voice low. Ding, you have 16 credit points remaining, Xiao Ju added, and finally increased to 690 points. He smiled faintly. Besides that specter girl getting some points, we're all poor. This little money is far from enough. He silently calculated. Yinglong was too wary. Li Fugi would only have one chance to strike, catch a big fish. He had to put out enough bait to make him accustomed to biting the hook. Besides money, a large amount of equipment resources from this world were needed to make the reward seem unsuspicious. He turned to Xiao Ju. Xiao Ju, we'll split up now. I'll be responsible for earning money and finding someone to monitor, and you'll be responsible for equipment. Don't hesitate to use any means necessary to get away. Xiao Ju nodded. Understood. A moment later, Yi Ning entered a brightly lit area. The Debo Club appeared before him, exuding an aura of luxury. He thought, indeed, no matter how tragic the world is, as long as it hasn't been destroyed, human nature is always like this. Luxury and depravity. Under the flashing lights of the Debo Club, the luxurious atmosphere was interrupted by Yi Ning's arrival, his stern demeanor overpowering everything. 2 security guards standing at the door bowed. Welcome to Debo Club. May I see your ID card? He took out his card, but someone raised a hand to stop him, speaking curtly. Apologies. According to your ID card information, you are not authorized to enter here. Please go to the lower tier areas to spend or upgrade before returning. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, and he released his Tier 2 peak aura, his eyes sharp. Is Tier 2 peak strength enough? The 2 security guards trembled, cold sweat pouring down. Enough, truly sorry, you are certainly authorized to enter, he asked in a cold voice. Who is your biggest client right now? I want to see him, one person quickly replied. That would be President Luo. He is the chairman of the underground water supply group in the dungeon. Yi Ning nodded. Good, I want to join President Luo. Take me upstairs. As soon as he entered, he saw a young man embracing 2 beautiful women, grinning lewdly. Yi Ning sneered inwardly. Haha, really knows how to have fun. Door open, didn't you hear? He slammed the door shut, startling everyone. He spoke. Everyone stopped for a moment. I need to speak with President Luo about something. The young man, Luo Wei, roared. What are you? How dare you ruin my mood? He threw a wine bottle at Yi Ning, but Yi Ning merely tilted his head, easily dodging it. Luo Wei roared. Damn it, you dare to dodge. You're asking for trouble. Where are the guards? The security guards rushed up, but Yi Ning didn't hesitate, knocking them all down with a sweeping punch. I don't need skills to deal with you Tier 2s. Luo Wei panicked and the 2 girls beside him quickly fled, but in the blink of an eye Yi Ning had already knocked both of them unconscious. He turned to Luo Wei, his voice low. If you don't want to die, then get some sleep. Luo Wei trembled and slumped to the ground. Are you a Tier 3 or a specter? Yi Ning delivered a kick, his eyes as sharp as a blade. I ask you, speak out of turn and you die. Luo Wei quickly nodded. I'll speak, please don't kill me. Yi Ning asked him how many credit points he had and how many anonymous credit points he could mobilize within 10 minutes. Luo Wei stammered. 200,000. Sir, I have 200,000. The password is 47,998. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes. 200,000, you're not being honest. Say it again. If it's less than 10 million, I'll gouge out your eyes and stuff them in your mouth right now. Luo Wei panicked. No, please, I can only mobilize a maximum of 7 million. Even if you kill me, I don't have 10 million. Yi Ning nodded. Transfer it to this anonymous account for me immediately. Luo Wei quickly complied. Yes, I'll do it right away. Yi Ning continued to ask, additionally, do you know anyone else in the government? Like from the Public Security Bureau? Luo Wei nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know someone who's the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Half an hour later, the scene shifted to Deputy Director Chen's private residence. Deputy Director Chen was watching the video sent by Luo Wei, muttering, Director Chen, I have a very important matter I'd like to discuss with you privately. An important water purification project. He frowned. Why is this fat guy suddenly looking for me? Did the project go wrong? I've long told him not to engage in shady business. Just then, Yi Ning suddenly appeared on the table holding a human head. Deputy Director Chen was horrified to discover it was Luo Wei. Yi Ning said coldly, I ask you answer. Speak out of turn and you die. Deputy Director Chen trembled. All right, ask away. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly. You have two choices. One, I kill you now and publicly expose all your bribery records. Don't worry, I won't let you go alone. He paused, his eyes sharp. Your wife is very beautiful and your daughter is very cute. Her name is Chen K, right? Deputy Director Chen panicked. Don't touch my family. I choose the second. Yi Ning nodded. Very clever. The second option is simple. Cooperate with me and work for me. Not only that, the 1 million Luo Wei promised you earlier, I will give it to you in full. This is a 500,000 down payment, all anonymous. After the job is done, I will give you the remaining half. Deputy Director Chen swallowed. What exactly do you want me to do? Yi Ning replied. First, give me access to some surveillance cameras. Second, I need information on survivors whose families died at the hands of specters, preferably those who are wealthy but powerless to seek revenge. Deputy Director Chen nodded. Is that all? Yi Ning nodded. That's right. I'll give you an hour to do it. No problem. Deputy Director Chen quickly replied. No problem. Yi Ning added. Right. Can you handle Luo Wei's death? Deputy Director Chen nodded. A small matter, rest assured. The scene shifted to the Ghost Hunter assessment area. Yinglong had just completed the assessment, first in speed, first in strength, and first overall. His subordinates outside fawned. Amazing, truly amazing, Lord Yinglong, with your divine power, no one in Daxia can match you. Yinglong coldly withdrew his gaze. Save your flattering words, I merely displayed a bit of tier 2 strength. After it ended, Yinglong's team continued on their way. Lin Lan walked beside him, her eyes flickering. Yinglong, I truly didn't expect your talent to be so powerful. You're far more formidable than I am. Yinglong smiled faintly. Brother Zhang, I've been secretly hunting specters recently, so I've made some progress. Didn't you say you discovered a specter gathering point earlier? How about we prepare and go there? Zhang Ming nodded. No problem, I'll go prepare. With everyone going together, this time it will surely be smooth. He hurried away. Yinglong looked at the guide NPC, thinking that this NPC's strength was poor, but he was good at leading the way under the dim light of the corridor. A figure slowly approached, his expression earnest. He stopped before the Ghost Hunter team, his voice low and clear. Greetings everyone, did you just complete the Ghost Hunter assessment? May I entrust you with a task? A team member's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he responded, Oh, it's a guide NPC, what's the matter? The man lowered his head, his voice trembling with despair. I want to hire you to help me hunt a specter and avenge my wife and child. This specter is tier 2, and it's hiding on the 7th floor of Daxia Commercial Building. In Sector C, I don't have the ability to kill it myself, but I'm willing to pay 2,000 credit points. Please help me. One person in the team frowned and decisively shook his head. Find someone else, we're not interested. But another voice spoke, soft and calculating. Wait, sir, the place he mentioned seems to be where we're going, isn't it on the way? Although the mission reward is small, it can still increase the dungeon completion rate. Another person interjected, his tone doubtful. But we haven't received any system notification, let's just consider his action spontaneous. The leader of the team with sharp eyes spoke. When you entered the dungeon last time, did you encounter this kind of NPC? One person pondered and shook his head. I don't think so. But perhaps because your performance was too outstanding, the NPC came to you? And you are too strong. The system's arrangements for you must be different from ours. After listening, the leader nodded, his expression calm. Since that's the case, let's do it on the way. It won't affect anything anyway. The man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Ghost Hunter sirs. Please send me a photo after it's done and I will transfer the money to you, the leader commanded, his voice steady. Zhang Ming, go verify and accept the mission. Yes, sir. Zhang Ming nodded and quickly rushed towards the building area. From the highest surveillance camera, the leader coldly observed the people below. He muttered, his tone full of calculation. Very good. The fish has taken the bait for the first time. Go ahead and verify it. The most powerful lie in the world is not a half-truth, but a lie woven from a series of truths. Everyone continued deeper into the building, the dim space pervading. Suddenly they stopped, because a spine-chilling sound echoed, the sound of raw flesh being eaten. One person in the team whispered, I hear the sound of human flesh being eaten, so the specter he mentioned is most likely over there. The leader commanded, his voice unwavering. Zhang Ming, go finish it quickly. Yes, sir. Zhang Ming rushed forward like lightning. The specter was gnawing on something and immediately sensed the presence of strangers. But in an instant, Zhang Ming's battle axe swung, severing one of its arms. The monster panicked and fled. You want to run? Too late. Zhang Ming roared, and the battle axe swung again, instantly finishing off the specter. Looking at the corpse on the ground, one team member frowned. Is this a specter? It looks exactly like a human. Zhang Ming, strip off its clothes and let me see, the leader commanded, his voice cold. Yes, sir. Zhang Ming examined the corpse and found no abnormalities below. Where's the communication device the NPC gave? One person asked. Another teammate sighed. 2,000 credit points are useless to us in the dungeon. Then why bother? The leader's lips curled slightly. Oh, I just wanted to see if there were any system rewards. Anyway, taking a photo isn't a big deal. Suddenly, a girl in the team exclaimed, her voice trembling. How, what's going on? The reward the man in the suit transferred isn't 1,000 but 100,000 credit points. Another person was surprised. Oh, did you receive a system notification? No, the girl shook her head. But I received a text message from the government. This specter is on the wanted list and the official reward is 98,000. I don't know if this counts as a system reward. The leader chuckled, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. How interesting. Is the system encouraging us to interact more with NPCs? It seems this dungeon has indeed changed because of me, one person interjected. What can 100,000 points buy? Zhang Ming replied. Sir, 100,000 points can probably buy a white-tier trash equipment, but equipment in the dungeon can be used in the real world. So it also counts as system equipment. The leader nodded, handing the item to the girl. This item isn't very significant, but Miss Blood Oriole, please accept it. Thank you, sir. Blood Oriole lowered her head, her eyes sparkling. The next place they were going was Sector B on the 7th floor. A group of specters had gathered there, but they had no idea that a surveillance camera was still secretly recording everything. Suddenly, a group of specters rushed from a distance, shouting loudly, Are you also ghost hunters? Please come and help us. As long as you avenge us, we'll give you anything. In the Saifeng monitoring room, the leader Yinglong watched the screen. His eyes sharp. 3 days, 6 missions already issued. No matter how vigilant Yinglong was, he had already formed a habit. The 9th floor was about to end, so it was time to increase the mission rewards. Blue-tier equipment was already prepared. A subordinate beside him nodded. Good. Although Yinglong disdained it, his subordinates might not. But just then an unexpected scene appeared on the surveillance screen. Yinglong instantly killed a Tier 3 Spectre with one shot. The people in the monitoring room exclaimed, Oh, Yinglong has started personally killing to earn points, instantly killing a Tier 3 Spectre with one shot. Yinglong. Are you also Tier 3? I can't believe it. Another person muttered. As you said, the Tier 3 Spectres in this dungeon drop Spectre core fragments. It's a pity we didn't collect enough last time, and we don't know what this thing is for. The 3 team members turned on their soundproofing mode and whispered to each other. One person spoke, I suspect this thing is related to the disaster 27 years ago. NPCs can't come in and listen either. Don't come over, Blood Oriole frowned. Is it the legend of the zombie tide that almost destroyed the entire distant river border? Exactly, one person nodded. The strongest among the 4 mutated creatures on the battlefield that year were the Corpse Breaker, the Mountain Destroyer, the Man-Faced Ape, and the Spectre. In fact, specters are not the humanoid creatures in the dungeon, but colossal mutated humans. Blood Oriole's eyes widened. Miss Blood Oriole, do you know, I became famous because I slew the Man-Faced Ape 27 years ago. But you definitely don't know that I survived from the hands of the Spectre. One person was astonished. At that time, Lord Yinglong was only Tier 3 intermediate, yet he not only survived from the Spectre but also had the strength to slay the Man-Faced Ape. Yinglong laughed heartily, his eyes flashing with distant memories. Although the Spectre was Tier 3 advanced back then, it was even more terrifying than a peak mutated creature. I heard that before the disaster, someone saw them crawling out of cracks in the ground. After they appeared, the zombies and other mutated creatures followed. I've always suspected that these 4 mutated creatures still hide some secret. I hope that by collecting all the fragments this time we can uncover the truth. After ending their secret conversation, the team turned off soundproofing mode and walked out of the silent space. One team member's eyes flashed with curiosity and he approached Yinglong. Yinglong, what did you talk about just now? Was it very mysterious? I saw you fighting on the way. Quick, tell me, you're all Tier 3, right? Yinglong's lips curled slightly, and he nodded gently. That's right, the man exclaimed. My goodness, Yinglong, I wonder if you're willing to come down with me to see someone. He's also a ghost hunter, and he's already found the Spectre secret realm, so he's been wanting to go down. Since you're all Tier 3, there's hope of eliminating all Spectres. Yinglong narrowed his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing in his heart. Oh, the Spectre secret realm. I've endured for so long and finally found an important mission clue. Meanwhile, in a corner another person was observing everything through a surveillance screen, his eyes sharp. He muttered, his tone deep and full of calculation. According to Yinglong's lip reading, do Tier 3 Spectres also drop fragments? Are the 4 mutated creatures from the disaster 27 years ago what I need to upgrade the Sword God system? What is the connection between them? He turned to his teammate and decisively commanded. Comrade, let's split up. One person nodded in agreement. That's right. Tier 3 Spectres drop fragments. If we stay here, we're just wasting time. He quickly assigned tasks. Xiao Ju, you stay here and be responsible for the surveillance cameras. I'll go hunt Spectres. Okay, Xiao Ju's tone was firm. According to the data, a suspected Tier 3 Spectre has appeared in the sewage treatment plant on the 9th floor. According to the map, it's this area. Yinglong immediately used his psychic power to scan the entire area with absolute concentration. His lips curled slightly, his tone full of sarcasm. Quite clever. After eating human flesh, you still know how to set up the scene and disguise this place as a safe zone? but the smell of blood here is too strong, it can't be covered up at all. This must be the source, he continued deeper, his nose wrinkling because he smelled a strange odor. Oh, pickled cucumber smell, these specters really have peculiar tastes. Continuing his search, Yinglong found a monster hanging upside down from the ceiling, its fierce eyes glinting in the dark. He muttered, found it, looking at its appearance. It must have already discovered my intrusion. To avoid alarming this specter, he deliberately feigned trembling, his footsteps as clumsy as a novice. He observed carefully, whispering, the speed is decent. Does it want to rush up and eat me? Holy shit, no, did it run away? Impossible, I didn't threaten it at all. Just then, a girl suddenly appeared, her voice urgent. My friend, don't you know how dangerous it is here? Yinglong turned around, feigning innocence. Oh, where are your teammates? Quickly leave with me, he chuckled inwardly. Hee, not only didn't it run, didn't it ambush, but it chose to deceive me? All right, then I'll take you to your companions. I have a huge appetite, the girl approached, saying urgently, are you scared, silly? Come with me quickly to find your companions. Yinglong continued to act, his voice trembling. Sister, my legs are weak. Suddenly, a door burst open and a man shouted, don't trust her, she's a specter. The girl immediately rushed over, pushing Yinglong away and creating distance. The man raised his bow and arrow, pointing it directly at the girl. Yinglong thought, it seems they really want to save me. But the girl's fierce gaze suddenly transformed into her true specter form, lunging with astonishing speed. The man quickly shot a furious silver arrow, grazing the specter's waist. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Yinglong's hand and pulled sharply. This is a tier 3 specter, what are you standing there for? Run? Yinglong pushed him away, saying coldly, why run, get out of the way. He waved his hand, casting summon blaze flame directly at the specter. The specter tried to flee in panic, but Yinglong was already in hot pursuit. He roared, trying to run. He unleashed extreme frost, instantly freezing the specter. Then windblade slash finished it off in the blink of an eye. He murmured, HMPH, this tier 3 specter's defense is truly trash. Its strength is weaker than I imagined. After the battle, a notification rang in his mind. Obtained 1 specter core fragment, currently 210. The girl stood by, her eyes wide with surprise, saying, are you tier 3? Oh my god, haven't you even passed the Ghost Hunter assessment yet? Didn't Sister Anya say she'd take you to take the intermediate Ghost Hunter assessment when you got back this time? Yinglong frowned. Anya, isn't Anya the original key specter? Do they know each other? He suddenly asked, his tone teasing. Do you want to sleep with me? The girl froze, immediately raising her bow and pointing it at him. No, you pervert, I don't want to hear, he sneered. You don't want to sleep with me. I think you're scared, and if you're scared, you're definitely a specter, the girl retorted in a panic. I'm not a specter. I can prove it. My teammates are on their way. Yinglong curled his lips. Your teammates can't prove it. If you want to prove it, take off your pants. The girl was a little embarrassed. But that doesn't prove anything, don't you know? Specters can actually wear incredibly realistic simulation props. Unless otherwise it doesn't really prove anything, Yinglong nodded, saying coldly, oh then I won't touch you, you do it yourself. Prove it to me. Just then, the girl's teammates ran over and one person shouted, Captain John K, are you alright? Who is this person? What does he want? John K quickly explained. He's Anya's friend named Yining. I want him to join our team, but he's currently suspecting I'm a specter, another person said angrily. You brat, how dare you suspect Captain Zhang? She just killed a specter today, and not only that, the captain is the one who discovered the secret of the specter's origin. Yining narrowed his eyes. The specter's origin? Zhang Ke nodded, her tone calm. Yining, although I don't know why you suddenly advanced to tier 3, if you're willing, you can join us, another teammate exclaimed. What? This kid is tier 3, Zhang Ke smiled. Of course, if you think we're weak, then never mind. We still have missions to complete and need to keep going, so we won't bother you. Yining nodded. I'll join you. But first, please tell me the specter's origin, Zhang Ke replied. There's a top-secret research lab in the basement on the 10th floor. There's a tunnel there that leads directly to the specter's origin underground. Yining's eyes lit up. Directly underground? Does that mean we can bypass the fierce battles with dense specters on the 11th and 12th floors following the normal route? That's right, Zhang Ke nodded. But before getting there are still many missions to eliminate specters on the 10th floor that need to be dealt with, one person interjected. We can't handle those tier 3 specters, but you definitely can, Yining pondered, his eyes sharp. After Anya's death, all his plans were disrupted. This Zhang Ke was most likely a system-supplemented replacement character. Whether she was human or specter didn't matter now. Anyway, these people couldn't threaten him, so he might as well use them to find the research lab first. He glanced at Zhang Ke, a smirk playing on his lips. According to the current progress, the trap would definitely be at the very end. Killing them before that was still an option. On the 10th floor, Yinglong was still immersed in hunting specters. Overwhelming power made the air suffocating, but Yining knew that on the 11th floor, surveillance cameras and decoys would no longer work. To deceive more smoothly, he had to go down first and arrange for Li Fugi to make an appearance. This shortcut was exactly what he needed. The scene shifted to the 11th floor basement. Yinglong and his team were still relentlessly slaughtering specters. A gunshot echoed, piercing through space. Lin Lan followed him, unable to hide her astonishment. Too strong, truly too strong. Sir, that shot you just fired would probably instantly eliminate even an advanced tier 3 specter. Yinglong's expression was cold, his eyes icy. Let's see what rewards this NPC mission has. Lin Lan quickly checked. Sir, besides credit points, there's also an official system reward of blue tier equipment, but this equipment requires us to submit 2 specter eyes as proof to obtain it. Spectre eyes. Yinglong curled his lips disdainfully. Worthless, just dig them out and give them to them. As for that blue-tier equipment, its level is too low, I can't use it, you can share it. Yes, Linlan nodded. After dividing it, we'll go to the 12th floor. Yinglong nodded slightly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Heh, it seems the deeper you go, the lazier specters become at disguising themselves as humans. Linlan reminded, her tone cautious. Don't be careless, there are at least 2 or 3 Tier 3 specters still hiding in this building. We can handle Tier 2 specters, but for Tier 3 we'll have to rely on you. Yining sneered, his mind racing. My god, to maintain their disguise, they even killed their own kind. If he hadn't accidentally discovered it early, probably no one would suspect they were specters. But what was the point of this? Just to lure the enemy into the trap ahead. Just then, a specter lunged, its axe gleaming with a fierce light. Yining narrowed his eyes. Your strength is a bit stronger than the previous one, but in terms of speed, you can't beat me. His figure was as light as the wind, dodging the specter's attack. His sword flashed, and a furious blaze erupted. Severing one of the opponent's arms, the specter roared. Come out and surround him quickly. Immediately, 2 more appeared from the darkness. Yining sneered. Heh, are they all Tier 3 novices? He leaped high, dodging 2 simultaneous attacks. In a flash he swooped down like a falcon, a fiery dragon's roar bellowing, wrapping around one specter like a fire dragon, flames raging and consuming the enemy. Run quickly, we're no match, one specter cried in terror. But Yining's flames relentlessly pursued and the 3 specters scattered, fleeing. He focused on the first one, muttering. Although their strength isn't as good as the mutated creatures, their intelligence is much higher, but I wonder about their mental strength. He used his mental power to control them, and the 3 specters fell to the ground, their bodies motionless. Ah, my head is splitting, one specter groaned. Zhang Ke and her teammates clutched their heads, crying out in pain. Yining frowned. Yining, you've dragged us down, it'll be over soon. Yining plunged his sword into the ground, unleashing extreme frostbikes. Cold air permeated, instantly freezing and finishing off the 3 specters. A notification rang, eliminated a Tier 3 specter. Obtained 1 specter core fragment, total 510. Suddenly, Zhang Ke felt a chill from behind, turned around and screamed, Advanced, Yining, save me. She raised her bow and shot an arrow, but the specter still lunged. Just then, Xiao Ju's figure appeared, shouting, Stop everyone, friendly fire. The specter stopped less than a meter from Zhang Ke. Yining narrowed his eyes. You know each other? Xiao Ju nodded. That's right, Tier 3 advanced ghost hunter Comrade Su. Zhang Ke breathed a sigh of relief. Worthless, Yining, you really are full of surprises. Xiao Ju stepped forward and handed Yining a bag. Comrades have delivered the equipment without arousing any suspicion. All the small items they requested were also given. Very good. Yining nodded. Next the bait will be Li Fugi. Including here I have 8 fragments. That should be enough for them too. Zhang Ke was surprised. They are also specters, Yining sneered. We'll find out in a moment. He sheathed his sword and approached Zhang Ke. Don't just stand there, take us to the research lab quickly. The scene shifted to the abandoned research lab, the air heavy. Yining scanned the ruins. It seems this place has fallen. Many people have died. He opened the artificial survival project data, blood extraction report. No useful information. Zhang Ke searched everywhere, her expression bewildered. I've searched the entire lab, but I haven't seen the passage you mentioned. Yining tilted his head, his sword blade slightly vibrating. You've wasted half an hour of my time, what's your purpose? Zhang Ke stammered. Aye, one of her teammates interjected. Yining, what are you trying to do to Captain? Suddenly a man drilled out of the wall shouting, Stop, don't hit. Yining was startled. Wow, drilled out of the wall, who are you? The man replied, his tone calm. I am the administrator here. The wall behind me is a special passage. After you enter, you need to first take a stone from the altar. That stone is the key to entering the Spectre's critical battlefield and also the final item to deal with the Spectre Emperor. Yining narrowed his eyes. Spectre Emperor, what rank? The man replied. Tier 4. Yining was shocked, a turmoil in his heart. Tier 4, the system notification sounded cold and clear. Final mission triggered. Eliminate the Spectre Emperor. Mission reward unknown with a set of epic-grade equipment components. Yining narrowed his eyes. Murmuring, final mission? Yinglong hadn't received this notification yet. He pondered, his gaze sharp. The mission didn't specify the Spectre Emperor's rank. If it was truly Tier 4, the dungeon difficulty would have to be S rank, no lower. Unless something could help them win, like the item stone the old man mentioned. He glanced at Zhang Ke, a calculating smirk on his lips. But if Zhang Ke was a specter, then that old man was almost certainly one too. The old man's words definitely contained a trap, and the trap was likely in that stone. He continued to analyze. As for the passage, the old man didn't need to lie, because it was easily verifiable. The stone might be the key to entering the critical area. But is it really an item to deal with the Spectre Emperor? If we reverse engineer, if the Spectre Emperor isn't Tier 4, then the dungeon difficulty is reasonable. In that case, this stone might not only fail to counter the specters, but could also limit our abilities. Yining sneered. The premise is to first confirm if you are specters. He unhesitatingly swung his sword and killed the old man in front of him. Zhang Ke screamed in panic. Yining, what are you doing? He's not a specter. Why did you kill him? He turned around, his eyes icy. Not just him, but all of you too. Xiao Ju rushed forward, ruthlessly eliminating everyone in front of her. Zhang Ke screamed, why? The system notification rang again. Eliminated Key Spectre obtained 1 Spectre Core Fragment. Eliminated Key Spectre obtained 1 Spectre Core Fragment. Spectre Core currently 1010. Yining nodded. Sure enough, Zhang Ke and the old man were both Key Specters. The other NPCs are no longer important. the system continued. Spectre core fragments have been collected enough. Synthesize immediately. Yi Ning clicked confirm. An electronic voice sounded. Beep. Special materials used. Upgrade progress 3-4. Material 1 Mountain Destroyer 1-1 Material 2 Man-Faced Ape Bone Fluid 0-1 Material 3 Corpse GU Fire Pearl 1-1 Material 4 Spectre Core 1-1 He curled his lips. Excellent. Only the man-faced ape remains. He turned to Li Fugi, his voice low. Li Fugi, come out, it's your turn to make an appearance. Li Fugi stepped forward, bowing. I'm here, master. Yi Ning whispered, a sly glint in his eyes. Our previous deception plan was too crude, we must improve it now. First you do this, then that, and finally, he paused, looking at Li Fugi. Is everything clear? Are you confident you can deceive a Tier 3 peak? Li Fugi smiled confidently. Please rest assured, master, it's just deceiving a Tier 3 peak. Never mind the man-faced ape, I can even trick him out of his underwear. The scene shifted to the 11th floor basement, the air heavy, filled with the smell of blood and decay. Yinglong and his team were still relentlessly clearing out specters. A voice sounded. 2 or 3 Tier 3 novices, 11 Tier 3 intermediates, quite a number. Let's work together to deal with them. Understood, sir. A nearby NPC cried for help, his voice desperate. Yinglong, save me, I'm surrounded, I can't get through. Yinglong didn't hesitate. A blood shadow-piercing spear shot through, a single strike penetrating and killing the ghoul attacking the NPC. A large hole appeared in the wall and the ghoul fell. The remaining ghouls panicked, trembling before the overwhelming power. One person pulled the NPC back, shouting, quickly, run back to sir if you don't want to die. Another teammate shouted, Yinglong, stop hindering sir. Yinglong nodded, his aura erupting. He gripped his long spear, unleashing Blood Shadow Dragon's soul. A fiery dragon charged out, sweeping across the entire area. The specters could only watch as their bodies turned to ash. With effortless ease, all enemies vanished into dust. Lin Lan gasped. Yinglong's strength is far beyond imagination. In the distance, Yi Ning frowned, telepathically sending a message to Blood Oriole. Blood Oriole, are you almost at the 12th floor? Once you reach the 12th floor, find a way to lure Yinglong to the central research area. Coordinates 104.27.11.9. Tell him you received a hidden mission, and there's a secret there to defeat the Spectre Emperor. Blood Oriole replied, her tone worried. Yi Ning, Yinglong's strength is far beyond imagination. Are you really confident? What's your specific plan? Are you planning to make a move on the 12th floor? Yi Ning chuckled. You'll know when you get there. Just then, Yinglong turned and looked at Blood Oriole. Miss Blood Oriole, how are you? Not injured, are you? Blood Oriole quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. Oh, I'm fine, just too surprised. Thank you for your concern, sir. Yinglong laughed heartily. Haha, Miss Blood Oriole overestimates me. This floor is still easy. I wonder if a Tier 3 advanced or peak spectre will appear on the next floor. Blood Oriole seized the opportunity, her tone cautious. Lord Yinglong, I just received a hidden mission right in the central research area on the 12th floor. It said there's a secret there to defeat the final boss, the Spectre Emperor. Yinglong narrowed his eyes, his tone questioning. Oh, speaking of which, is Miss Blood Oriole the only one who received this mission? Why didn't we receive it? He looked directly at her. I wonder if Miss Blood Oriole would be so kind as to show us your system panel? Blood Oriole was startled, her heart pounding. Oh no, Yinglong was starting to suspect. She tried to remain calm, forcing a smile. Of course, but Lord Yinglong, this mission wasn't issued by the system, but revealed by an NPC we helped earlier. This is an additional hidden mission reward for us. Yinglong frowned. Such a thing exists? Zhang Ming stepped forward, his tone calm but persuasive. Sir, if you think back, all the NPCs we've helped along the way have given us extra rewards if we consider all of these as system side quests. And if you combine that with the main clues, it's entirely possible. Yinglong nodded, his gaze sharp. That makes sense. But with my strength, even without doing these missions, we can still clear the dungeon. Zhang Ming shook his head, his tone firm. No sir, not completing the missions along the way means missing opportunities. And if we're not careful, we might lose the final equipment. What's more, this mission also mentions the secret of the Spectre Emperor and a set of equipment. Let's go, we'll head to the research lab on the 12th floor first. All right, sir. Zhang Ming responded decisively. The scene shifted to the 12th underground floor where the abandoned research lab was steeped in deadly silence. Yinglong scanned the area, his voice cold. According to the coordinates, this must be it. Zhang Ming, take your men to check the surroundings and inside for traps. All right, sir, Zhang Ming ordered. You few follow me in to search. The rest check the surrounding areas, understood. A team member looked at Yinglong, openly expressing admiration. I never expected Lord Yinglong to be so strong yet still so cautious. Yinglong's lips curled slightly. Better safe than sorry. If I weren't careful, I wouldn't have my current strength, the man laughed, his eyes sparkling. I truly admire and envy you. By the way, I've heard a legend about this research lab. But I don't know if it's true. I'll tell you later when we go inside. Zhang Ming returned, his tone firm. Sir, there are no spectre ambushes here, we can go in, another person added. Sir, there are no specters here and no one else either. Nothing at all. Yinglong frowned, his voice cold. HMPH, didn't you see the NPC Blood Oriole mentioned? Blood Oriole stood by, her mind in turmoil. Nothing at all. What does Yi Ning want to do? Is he just trying to trick me? What benefit can he get? She turned to Yinglong, trying to remain calm. Perhaps the information was wrong. If there's nothing, let's leave, no need to waste time. Suddenly a void door appeared, shimmering in the darkness. A mysterious young man walked out. A mysterious NPC, Yinglong thought. He has the aura of an NPC, but not like the NPCs in this dungeon. Zhang Ming and the others didn't find him, yet he could traverse space to get here. How strong is he? Someone nearby was annoyed, shouting. Lord Yinglong is talking to you, are you deaf? Li Fugi merely grunted softly, then turned to the crowd, his voice low. Don't be rude, he laughed heartily, his voice echoing. Ha ha ha, it's truly not easy to get here from Hell's Gate. Yinglong was startled. Hell's Gate? Isn't that a special dungeon deep underground in Daxia? An NPC can actually come from another dungeon to here. Are these dungeons connected? Thousands of miles apart, how is that possible? He narrowed his eyes, his voice low. My lord, you jest. May I ask who you are? What can we do for you? Li Fugi raised his head, his tone arrogant. Who am I? You're not qualified to know. Help me. With you little insects, you'll only slow me down from eliminating the Spectre Emperor. Yinglong was shocked. He said, my soul has a problem. Did he discover my divine power anomaly? Even in the real world, no one can do that. He saw through my suppressed power and even my divine power. Is it secondary? Li Fugi trembled inwardly but maintained a cold expression. Master is right, the more arrogant the safer. I absolutely cannot show any flaws. He felt Yinglong's gaze, his legs shaking under his robe, but his acting perfectly concealed everything. Yinglong's subordinates were furious. Bastard, who are you calling insects? Do you know who you're talking to? One person shouted. Sir, this NPC won't give a mission. Should I try to make a move on him? Li Fugi broke out in a cold sweat. Absolutely do not attack. If we move, Yinglong's pet notification will be immediately exposed. Fortunately, Yinglong raised his hand to stop them. Zhang Meng, don't act rashly. The others immediately fell silent and retreated. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Li Fugi breathed a sigh of relief. Master is right. Strong people are cautious, making them easier to fall into simple traps because they overthink everything. Yinglong took a deep breath, his tone steady. My lord, compared to you, our strength is indeed limited, but we all desire to eliminate the Spectre Emperor. I believe we are not entirely useless. He unleashed his energy, and his oppressive aura surged, making the air tremble. The surrounding people felt this terrifying power. They were utterly terrified. Li Fugi wanted to cry but maintained a calm expression. It's over, I almost wet my pants. Yinglong observed, thinking, this NPC is indeed very strong. I've gone all out, yet he's completely unfazed. He spoke. How do you feel, my lord? Li Fugi sneered, his tone full of contempt. A bit of strength, but this is far from enough. He paused, his voice sinking. Do you know what level the Spectre Emperor is? A tier 3 peak like you is just cannon fodder. Yinglong was startled. Tier 4? Everyone was guessing the Spectre Emperor was tier 4. Under the blood-red sunset his words came, and his face instantly became solemn. Li Fugi, the time has come. It's time to reel them in. Yes, tier 4. Unless you're fast enough, you can only offer a little help in the battle between me and it. Other abilities are completely useless. Yinglong recalled that year a mutated creature that was only tier 3 peak almost destroyed the entire Yuanzhang in the real world. A tier 4 emperor is undoubtedly a world-destroying force. Without clues and system support, this dungeon would never be a rank, and no one would be able to complete the mission. The system has never issued meaningless missions. This NPC is undoubtedly the key to clearing the dungeon, just like the guide NPC that appeared when they first entered. The 2 tier 3 ghost hunters who joined the team later, just like the side quest NPCs along the way, all of this is carefully arranged by the system, and it is the final and most powerful support. This time I must fight for it myself. This clearly shows the difficulty of the mission, my lord. My fastest speed can reach 3 meters per second. Please believe me, in battle I will definitely play a role. He decisively struck out and his power erupted, shattering the surrounding dirt and rocks as if scorched by lava. Not only that, I'm also very good at guerrilla warfare. I will absolutely not disappoint you. Li Fugi thought to himself. That boast just now was far less terrifying than the blood shadow earlier. He couldn't help but be surprised. Such perfect spear skills, yet this NPC didn't care at all. How strong is he? Am I not even qualified to complete the mission? It's alright, not too weak, but what use are your spear skills? I need speed. Yinglong replied coldly. For example, have you ever defeated extremely fast monsters? Tell me about it. Extremely fast monsters? Man-faced ape. I once killed a man-faced ape. Is that enough proof? Man-faced ape. I've heard of it. Yinglong nodded slightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. That little thing is indeed fast, but it's just a bluff. He reached into his storage bag and pulled out an item. This is the man-faced ape's bones. When I killed it, I wasn't as fast as I am now. Yining was a little worried. Is she trying to deal with Yinglong here or just trying to deceive him? This scoundrel actually dares to play tricks right in front of him. Li Fugi was secretly delighted. Everything was going according to script. Success, almost there, but he reminded himself in time. Li Fugi, don't get excited. This is the critical moment. Keep acting. Tell him you want to examine the material. Li Fugi immediately reached out, his tone calm. Let me see. If it's real, you'll be qualified to fight with me. But just as his fingertips touched the item, a faint tremor passed through. This mysterious expert's fingertips seemed to twitch. Was that excitement? How could someone so self-proclaimed powerful who viewed him as insignificant be excited by touching a bone? He abruptly pulled his hand back, his gaze sharp. My lord, you seem very excited. Damn it, did he notice my hand tremor just now? I must cover it up immediately. Excited. Haha, I'm just curious about this little thing. My collection happens to be missing this item. Give it to me and you'll be qualified to fight alongside me. My lord, wait. Li Fugi hastily spoke and Yinglong's heart stirred slightly. No, if he knows I can kill a man-faced ape, that should be enough. Why take this item for collection? Even if the man-faced ape is special, it's just a tier 3 mutated creature. What's there for a tier 4 expert to collect? Even I only kept it for its sentimental value, and the strength he used when reaching for the bones was a bit off. Yi Ning transmitted a reminder again. It doesn't matter if Li Fugi has a flaw, don't panic. Retreat to advance and we will win. Then he sent the message to Blood Oriole, meaning Lin Lan. Blood Oriole, if there's a chance, provide support. If the NPC is exposed, you won't escape either. Blood Oriole immediately reminded Yinglong, skillfully changing the subject. Lord Yinglong, have you forgotten those small items the NPCs along the way asked us to take? I think this expert truly wants to collect it. Perhaps this is like a hidden rule of the dungeon as a token. If we don't give it to him, I'm afraid we'll lose the hidden reward. Li Fugi nodded secretly. Makes sense, maybe I was too cautious. Before coming in I had already investigated and there was no one else besides us. How could an ordinary NPC dare to lie to me, deliberately suppressing his strength, not revealing himself in front of me? What's more, I was the one who first mentioned the man-faced ape. If we lose the final reward because of these trivial matters, it would be too great a loss. But if that's the case, why hasn't any system mission been announced yet? Without a mission, everything is uncertain, Blood Oriole continued. Lord Yinglong, I just received a special mission. The mission requires us to kill the Spectre Emperor with the help of the Guardian. Under the dim lights of Hell's Gate, Yi Ning frowned, his gaze sweeping over the newly received mission panel. Oh, why was it issued only to her? Blood Oriole stood by, her arms crossed, her tone full of doubt. Miss Blood Oriole, we haven't received the mission yet. It's strange that it's always issued only to you. Yi Ning shrugged, looking puzzled. To be honest, I don't know why it's always issued to me. Maybe it's because I've interacted with many NPCs along the way. Blood Oriole nodded, her gaze thoughtful. Possibly, but to reassure Lord Yinglong, why don't you share the mission panel so everyone can see it? Yi Ning nodded, and without hesitation opened the mission panel. All right, this was issued to me by the Hell's Gate Guardian. But in reality she was utterly desperate, her heart racing. Suddenly she transmitted a low whisper to the person beside her. Damn it, Yi Ning, I'm about to be exposed. Quickly think of something. The person, Li Fugi, who was busy transmitting messages, casually glanced over and deliberately diverted Yinglong's attention, pretending to leave. Li Fugi suddenly turned around, his tone full of weariness. I'm tired of watching you insects play act and suspect each other. This is just wasting my time. I can't be bothered with you anymore. He was extremely anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. Blood Oriole hastily spoke, her tone gentle. My lord, wait, we are still very sincere. Just then, the guide NPC suddenly glanced at the information panel, his eyes lighting up as he muttered as if he couldn't believe it. So the legend was true. The mysterious research lab indeed held the secret to defeating the Spectre Emperor. Suddenly, a notification echoed in everyone's mind. Public mission, eliminate the Spectre Emperor. Reward, rare equipment, quality unknown. Even Yinglong, who was usually stoic, couldn't help but show surprise when he received this mission. Oh, there really is such a mission, he muttered. It's very similar to the mission Miss Blood Oriole received. Blood Oriole's lips curled slightly. A hint of triumph flashed in her eyes. Because of her close interaction with the NPCs, all missions were issued to her in advance. So handing over the man-faced ape to this NPC was no longer a big problem. The system mission seemed to hear her words and immediately issued a completion notification. Excellent. Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still filled with doubt. She turned to Li Fugi, lowering her voice. So when do you plan to deal with Yinglong? It depends on the situation in the central area of the Spectre battlefield. Li Fugi replied with annoyance. Damn it, you'd better not mess with me. He paused, a calculating glint in his eyes. Fortunately, my mission was already pre-arranged, allowing them to act according to my intentions. But Yinglong's mission is somewhat different from mine. Yi Ning frowned, his mind racing. Is it because his first NPC, Zhong'an, is still alive? She shook her head, refuting herself. That's not right. When I first entered the system, didn't the system say there were no missions? Their mission was just triggered. Seemingly also because of a word from Zhong'an. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed. Is Zhong'an also a spectre? Are the missions in the dungeon issued by specters? Why would specters issue a suicide mission? She paused, her gaze sharp. If that's truly the case, then all these missions could be a trap. Li Fugi waved his hand, interrupting her thoughts. Forget it, Li Fugi is about to succeed. Don't think about these things for now. Meanwhile, Yinglong muttered sharply. Upgrading is very important. Even if there's a trap, it will only appear in the main spectre battlefield. He turned to Yi Ning, his voice low and apologetic. My lords, please forgive my rudeness just now. Please accept this. Yi Ning nodded gently, smiling slightly. To err is human. I won't hold it against you this time. Got it. Li Fugi, seizing the opportunity, swung his sword in a sharp arc. Dimensional slash tore through space, opening a void door in front of him. He stepped back, his eyes sparkling with triumph. When you face the Spectre Emperor, I will appear. Turning to his master, Li Fugi broke into a radiant smile. Success, master. His master laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Haha, master, your most loyal servant almost died, he responded with a confident tone. All right, it's fine. I won't go back on my word. I'll reward you, Li Fugi cheered, his eyes sparkling. Woohoo, thank you, master. You can go back and rest now. I'll give you a long vacation in 2 years. He lowered his head, his tone filled with gratitude. Excellent. You truly are the best master in the world. Forgetting the bone, Yi Ning concentrated his mental power and crushed it. A marrow-like liquid flowed out, shimmering under a magical light. The system immediately reacted, sucking the liquid into his forehead. A notification sounded. Sword God System Upgrade Material Man-Faced Ape Bone Marrow Fluid. Detected all Sword God system upgrade materials collected. Initiate upgrade immediately. Yi Ning chose to upgrade without hesitation. The system began to operate. A new teleportation channel opened, and a violent pain suddenly shot through his body as if sharp currents were piercing every muscle. Xiao Ju, standing nearby, ran over in a panic. Yi Ning. She hastily raised her hand to create a soundproof barrier, sealing off all sounds. 3 minutes later, Yi Ning's body gradually stabilized. A system notification. Sword God system upgrade complete. Xiao Ju asked softly, her voice trembling. Yi Ning, what happened to you just now? Were you attacked by some mysterious force? He shook his head, comforting her with a smile. I'm fine, I just had a bit of trouble absorbing the materials. It's nothing. He turned around, his gaze serious. Xiao Ju, please patrol the surroundings for me to ensure no danger approaches, she responded crisply. System notifications kept popping up, flashing on the interface in front of Yi Ning. Mission completed, gaining 1,000 psionic points. The power of all sword skills has been significantly enhanced, now dependent on the host combat strategy. Sword skill cooldown time reduced to 12 hours. Skill fusion function also activated. Yi Ning focused on the notification panel, a slight smile playing on his lips. Currently, one skill can be fused, any 2 skills can be combined into one, and the skill level will be improved. The cooldown time was halved and the skill fusion function was unlocked, freeing up a skill slot. What surprised him most was that all sword skills could now leverage his own attributes to enhance their power. A new notification popped up, startling him. Mission completed in less than 3 months. You received a hidden reward. Choose one skill to upgrade to 4S rank. 4S rank, Yi Ning murmured, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. If I choose to upgrade Divine Wrath, can it transform from summoning a pseudo tier 4 to summoning a true tier 4? Since an upgrade was happening, he should of course choose the strongest skill to optimize his combat power and elevate his ranking on the Sky Blossom leaderboard. The system immediately reminded him, its voice steady but with a warning. Please note, the upgrade process is irreversible. After Divine Wrath is upgraded, the skill will become too powerful, and its activation condition will require a small amount of health. Please choose carefully for the upgrade. Yi Ning frowned and shrugged. Being able to summon a tier 4 for just a small health cost to activate the condition, what did that matter? He decisively clicked to select Upgrade. A surge of power erupted from within him, spreading outwards like waves. Is this what tier 4 feels like? So powerful, he murmured in a low voice, feeling as though his body had been reborn. The system continued to notify him. Skill Divine Wrath has been upgraded to 4S rank. Can summon a tier 4 phantom in 1 second. Activation condition. Continuously accumulate inner will points after entering combat state to gain a berserk effect. If 10 targets of the same or higher rank are continuously eliminated, the skill will unlock the ability to summon the phantom long-term. Skill characteristics. Consumes all current psionic energy, deals massive damage, cannot be dodged or resisted, can be cast without consumption. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Yi Ning's eyes widened, his tone filled with annoyance. Damn it, is this what you call a small amount of health to activate the condition? This is 100 million points. He grumbled, his tone full of dissatisfaction. 10 seconds became 1 second, and he even had to kill enemies of the same rank to summon it. All his psionic energy would be consumed. He frowned and shook his head. This thing, besides being free, wasn't meant for human use. He'd been tricked by the system. But then he sighed, thinking, given such stringent conditions, its power must be extraordinary. Forget it, I'll wait to see it in real combat. After a slight pause, he turned to another issue. Luckily, he could still fuse 2 sword skills to free up a skill slot, but which 2 should he fuse now? He only had 1 chance, so he needed to consider carefully. He began to imagine, what about Heavenly Strike Streamer plus Sword Stream Storm? Within the range of Sword Stream Storm, could thousands of Heavenly Strike Streamers be instantly unleashed? He murmured, a glint in his eyes. Or perhaps Dimensional Slash combined with Way of Heaven could instantly move, tear through space, and obliterate a large area. But then he shook his head, abandoning the thought of Yanluo's Mortal Realm. Forget it. Yanluo's Mortal Realm was already a powerful move, and its initial activation conditions were demanding. If fusing it required new conditions, that would truly be a tragedy. He frowned and thought, it would be more practical to combine weaker skills to form a powerful skill early on. What should he choose? So difficult. Just then, Lin Lan sent a message. Yi Ning, we're almost at the last floor, heading to the altar to get the stone. Where are you? When are you making your move? According to the mission, only after getting the stone can we enter the final core area. The final battle cannot be easily intervened in. If an ambush is planned, an advantage must be secured first. Yi Ning frowned, thinking, although I can escape now with my current strength, I might not be unable to fight the final battle. Lin Lan continued to message, her tone anxious. Hey, speak up, have you retreated? What should I do then? Are you trying to kill me? Yi Ning smiled and quickly replied, I'll be there. Don't worry. He rushed towards the finish line, making up his mind as he ran. Fusing skills was like cheating. He would fuse whatever he needed at the time. Xiao Ju rushed over, and together they charged straight towards the central battlefield of the research center. She leaped from above, landing beside him. She opened a spatial gate, and in the blink of an eye the two appeared at the altar. Yi Ning looked around, his gaze settling on a shimmering stone on the wall. The stone mentioned in the mission must be this one. He and Xiao Ju grasped the stone together. Remember, put the stone in after we enter, he instructed. Xiao Ju responded crisply. The two passed through the teleportation gate and entered the final area. Suddenly, a terrifying, oppressive aura surged from a distance. Xiao Ju reacted quickly, pushing Yi Ning into a corner, her voice urgent. Danger, move quickly. Yi Ning gently waved his long sword, easily dispelling the pervasive killing intent, his gaze calm yet sharp. Don't panic, this is just oppressive aura, he said, his voice steady. Before them a row of stone statues stood solemnly unmoving, like ghosts forgotten by time. Xiao Ju gently pointed to the altar, suspended in midair. There's a strange entity emitting a terrifying aura. Look ahead, that thing on the altar must be the Spectre Emperor. It's motionless, as if dead. Yi Ning frowned, scrutinizing it. There's still this kind of oppressive aura. It's not dead, it might be sleeping or sealed. He observed the unmoving guardians around them. The guardians haven't moved since we entered. It seems they're waiting for Yinglong and his companions to enter before awakening. Let's hide first and wait for Yinglong's team to arrive before reacting as needed. A moment later, Yinglong's squad appeared near the altar, holding shimmering stones in their hands. The guide NPC spoke, his voice low and clear. Yinglong, you can enter the central battlefield with the stone. Once inside, do not throw away the stone. It can subdue specters and the Spectre Emperor. Yinglong nodded, turning to Blood Oriole. Alright, Miss Blood Oriole, has your mission information changed? Is that Tier 4 NPC here? Blood Oriole shook her head, a hint of worry on her face. There's really no news. I guess it'll probably teleport here later, just like before. Yinglong frowned, his gaze sweeping the area, having to join the battle in the center of the battlefield again, but that's a Tier 4 Spectre. We must be even more careful. He suddenly paused, his tone filled with doubt. But why are 2 stones missing from above? Has someone already gone in? Blood Oriole was startled, her heart pounding. Oh no, Yi Ning must have taken them, she murmured, trying to stay calm. Did he only bring one person? Was it that NPC? She glanced at Yinglong, worried he might notice something. Fortunately, the accompanying NPC spoke, his tone indifferent. Perhaps it was originally like this, or maybe it was taken by other ghost hunters, or that mysterious Tier 4 expert. Lord Yinglong, don't hesitate anymore. Let's quickly get the stones and prepare for battle. Blood Oriole breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to herself. Good thing this guide NPC is even more anxious than us. Yinglong nodded. Alright, you have a point too. The entire team gripped their stones, preparing to enter combat. As soon as they entered, the specters inside began to move. Yinglong scanned the area, his tone cold. There are actually 12 Tier 3 advanced Spectre Guardians here, and intermediate Spectres and 100 Tier 3 Novice Spectres, he decisively commanded. I'll deal with the Spectre Guardians, the rest are yours. Everyone grip your stones. Kill, the East Green squad responded in unison. The space immediately vibrated with violent collisions. Some unleashed 8 Desolation's tyranny, others swung iron chains or summoned sharp ice spikes. The specters retaliated with lightning strikes, charging with astonishing speed. Yinglong wielded his long spear, unleashing Blood Shadow Lone Dragon Fist. An illusory fire dragon appeared, engulfing the monsters, tearing them to shreds in one move, falling to the ground hidden in a small cave nearby. Yi Ning quietly observed, his gaze sharp. Yinglong's squad had 10 Tier 3 novices, just enough to activate Divine Wrath with 6 melee, 3 ranged, and 1 elemental support. He murmured, calculating. If I first use mental power to control the storm, then fuse Dimensional Slash with Heavenly Strike Streamer, I might be able to wipe them all out in one move. But he stopped, his gaze shifting to Yinglong. This guy was harder to deal with, probably only defeatable with Divine Wrath, but if the Spectre Emperor awakened, even he would be in danger. He frowned, deciding it was best to wait until both were injured before acting. Suddenly, the NPC beside Yinglong was bitten in the arm by a spectre and dragged away. Yi Ning frowned and murmured, "These spectre NPCs around Yinglong are truly perplexing. What are they still pretending to do at the last moment? What is their goal?" Meanwhile, Yinglong remained calm, his long spear continuously swinging, unleashing Blood Shadow Point Fist, knocking down the last enemy. Zhang Ming ran over, his tone urgent. "Sir, this side is almost over too. Our people are still here, but there are only 2 ghost hunters left." Just then, the Spectre Emperor on the altar moved slightly, and a terrifying oppressive aura burst forth. The NPC clutched his broken arm and shouted. Yinglong quickly grabbed the stone. Everyone attacked the Spectre Emperor. "It's about to awaken," the entire team responded in unison. They rushed up from all directions, frantically attacking the monster's shield. Yinglong roared, his voice low and resonant. "Quick, attack its defense with all your might or it will revive." But Yi Ning, still hidden in the shadows, felt a hint of unease. "This Spectre NPC is a bit off," he murmured. "Everyone is attacking frantically, yet no one notices the strange connection between the stone and the Spectre Emperor's shield. The more intense the attack, the brighter the defense around the Spectre Emperor glows, and the more dazzling the stone's light becomes." Yi Ning gritted his teeth, a flash of realization and anger in his eyes. "Damn it, I understand their intention, how insidious," he murmured, his tone filled with indignation. From the very beginning, the lurking specters had no intention of launching a surprise attack at the last moment. They lured everyone to attack, but that wasn't a shield. It was a shield collecting human energy. He paused, his thoughts racing. Or perhaps it's a seal. The more intense the attack, the more energy the Spectre Emperor absorbs, or the faster the seal is broken. This also means its recovery speed will drastically increase. He frowned, realizing the core of the problem. This Spectre Emperor is a true Tier 4, but it's sealed, making it almost impossible to kill it. This A-rank dungeon doesn't require killing it after it awakens, but rather seeing through the conspiracy and eliminating it while it's sealed. He gripped his long sword, his resolve soaring. "No, I must stop them immediately. If it awakens, we'll all die." Outside, Lin Lan was still observing, her eyes filled with worry. After receiving Yi Ning's message, she immediately acted. Blood Oriole pretend to drop the stone and at the same time try to make Yinglong drop his stone too. "What? Hurry." Blood Oriole unhesitatingly threw the stone to the ground and pretended to trip in front of Yinglong, crying out, "Ouch!" Yinglong quickly reached out to help her, his tone anxious. "Miss Blood Oriole, are you all right?" Blood Oriole replied weakly. "Sir, I'm a little dizzy." Yinglong frowned, his tone serious. "Miss Blood Oriole, your rank is too low. This battle is not suitable for you. Please go back to the bridgehead to rest, otherwise you'll distract us here." Blood Oriole nodded, meekly responding. Then she messaged Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, if you don't give me a proper reason, I can't make Yinglong drop the stone." Yi Ning sighed, quickly replying, "Forget it, I can't explain to you now, you'd best stay away." He turned to Zhang En. "Zhang En, to facilitate combat and prevent the stone from accidentally falling, can we glue the stone to our chests?" Zhang En nodded. "Yes, as long as it's glued, hurry up, everyone do it." Yi Ning observed from high above, his gaze sharp. Yinglong was completely fooled by that NPC. It was impossible to completely sever his connection with the stone. He shook his head, realizing that in this situation, even if he had Blood Oriole explained to him, he wouldn't believe it and would only become more suspicious. He had to act, he quickly calculated. First kill Yinglong's subordinates, activate Divine Wrath, and then decide. To inflict massive damage without being discovered, he needed an instant cast skill with a stealth effect. Only Heavenly Strike, Streamer, and Dimensional Slash fit the criteria. He murmured, and the system immediately popped up a notification. "Do you confirm skill fusion? The skills to be fused are 3S rank Heavenly Strike Streamer and 3S rank Dimensional Slash. After fusion, the original skills will disappear. Please choose carefully." Yi Ning did not hesitate. Confirm fusion. System notification, fusion successful. New skill, Dimensional Fusion Strike. Skill effect, upon activation, enter a time acceleration state of 1000, external duration 1 second, in a high-speed time flow state. Attacks can be launched, internal duration 10 seconds. Attacks will burst synchronously after the skill ends, with a time influence effect can be activated multiple times. Yi Ning's lips curled upwards. Although it was still 3S rank, its power was probably comparable to Yanluo's Mortal Realm. In another space, he could attack freely for 10 seconds, but externally it was only 1 second. All damage would burst synchronously. This was simply the perfect assassination divine skill. Suddenly a strong fluctuation startled him. Had the Emperor awakened? He looked at the altar, his gaze tense. "No, not fully awake yet, there's still a little time," he shouted. "Quickly! Kill it now!" But Zhang En, clutching his injured arm, roared, "Don't go to your deaths!" Just then, the third eye on the Spectre Emperor's forehead opened and a terrifying beam of light shot towards the crowd, instantly severely injuring those hit. Yi Ning observed the shattered light curtain from high above. "It must be a seal," he murmured. "It needs external force to break it. Although its aura is powerful, it hasn't reached tier 4 and is even weaker than Yinglong, so he had nothing to worry about." Xiao Ju stood nearby, asking in a low voice, "Shall we act now?" Yi Ning shook his head, his gaze sharp. "Wait first, let the Emperor and Yinglong exhaust each other. The more they consume, the safer it is for us to act." He frowned at the lurking specters, who were still using their lives as bait. This indicated that luring the prey was still necessary. He paused, guessing, "If I'm not mistaken, there's another seal within the Emperor. We'll act before the next seal is broken." He turned to Xiao Ju. "When the time comes, you hide first. Don't move and don't do anything unless absolutely necessary. If exposed, let alone the Emperor, even Yinglong will be difficult to deal with." Fury burned in Yi Ning's heart. His eyes were sharp as he murmured, "Divine Wrath can only be activated once. If I can eliminate both the Spectre Emperor and Yinglong simultaneously, that would be perfect," he quickly calculated. "But if I have to choose, I will kill the Emperor first. Regardless, defeating it will grant me rare equipment rewards." On the battlefield, Yinglong suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if suppressed by an invisible force, limiting his movement. "What kind of energy is this?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. The Spectre Emperor charged at him, roaring, "How dare you disturb me? Prepare to die." But Yinglong would not surrender easily. He unleashed his full power, summoning a towering blood shadow, a grotesque illusion that appeared behind him, its cruel aura chilling the air. "Break!" he roared, wielding his long spear, striking directly at the Emperor's fist. His blood soul spear erupted, and the blood break skill instantly twisted and shattered the Spectre Emperor's arm. Yinglong's strength was indeed formidable, even among tier 3 peaks. But Yi Ning, hidden in the shadows, shook his head, his eyes filled with doubt. The Spectre Emperor was stronger than this. It was acting, luring its enemies deeper. Sure enough, the Emperor's chest suddenly lit up. "You vermin, you have successfully enraged me." A green energy converged, and with flesh regeneration, its arm instantly regrew. Yi Ning's lips curled. "Flesh regeneration, this guy is indeed tough to deal with. I can't do it without a powerful move." Yinglong didn't hesitate, activating Blood Shadow Possession, his figure merging with the shadow, his aura erupted like flames, his spear tip incredibly sharp. He met the Emperor's fist head-on, spear and fist colliding, sending dirt and stones flying. The space vibrated violently, and the nearby suspension bridge creaked, about to collapse. Everyone quickly moved to the main platform. A shout rang out amidst the chaos. Yinglong spun his long spear, unleashing a blood shadow storm, an attack that struck like a tempest, tearing apart half of the Emperor's body and one arm, even cracking his spear tip. Watching the monster fall, Yinglong was triumphant. "Did I win?" But he noticed a faint lingering breath. "Then die," he leaped, intending to finish it with his spear tip, but an invisible barrier blocked his attack. Yinglong was shocked to feel the Emperor's aura erupting, about to reach tier 4. He panted, "I fought so hard for so long and I'm only at the second stage. My psionic energy is already too depleted if it breaks through to tier 4. Will that mysterious NPC help?" He shook his head, muttering to himself. "I can't count on NPCs," he shouted. "Quick everyone, break this defense layer together." Understood. High above, Yi Ning realized the time was ripe. The second seal had appeared and it was time to charge down and activate Dimensional Fusion Strike. In the dimensional space, enemies moved slowly as if frozen while he maintained normal speed like cutting through wooden stakes. He sneered, striking down the first archer, then the second, the eighth, the ninth and the 10th quickly fell. He had 3 seconds left to test its power against Yinglong, so he slashed at him. But unfortunately other moves couldn't be used with Dimensional Fusion Strike. Returning to the cave, he turned to Li Fugi. Just in case we still need to put on a show. Li Fugi nodded. Yes, master. As soon as the time came, Yinglong's subordinates were instantly dismembered, blood and gore flying everywhere. One tried to activate full defense but it was useless and he died clutching his broken neck. Yinglong also took a hit from Yi Ning but his passive defense activated, saving his life. Even so, his spear blade was shattered. Huang Yuanhao panicked. Where did the attack come from? He wondered with confusion. Has the emperor recovered? Or is someone else stopping me from breaking the light barrier? Just then a spatial door opened. What is this? Yinglong felt another tier 4 aura. His psionic energy was almost depleted, and being attacked from 2 sides would be dangerous. I should escape. Li Fugi walked out laughing mockingly. Ha 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 ha, little insect, you seem to have fought very hard, haven't you? Yinglong was startled. Is it you, my lord? If you can't kill this monster, then let me. He quickly dragged the severely wounded Zhang Ming out of the battlefield. My subordinate is severely wounded. I'll take him for treatment first. Yinglong murmured to himself, just in case. I'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. If things go bad, I'll retreat immediately. If it goes well, I'll deliver another blow. He handed Zhang Ming to a teammate. Lord Yinglong, Zhang Ming's bleeding has stopped. He's temporarily out of danger, but he needs urgent treatment, one person said. That move just now looked like Zhang Ning's sword skill. Has he become that strong? Is that NPC not a fraud, whose tier 4 aura is behind him? Could it also be Li Fugi disguised by Yi Ning with an invisibility item? Yi Ning and Xiao Ju raised their swords, their bodies trembling from the immense energy. This energy is almost beyond my endurance. So painful. A colossal phantom appeared behind him, indicating divine wrath was activated. The system notified, summon phantom in 3 seconds. Please confirm target. He stared directly at the Spectre Emperor. Damn it, it's not pretending anymore. Does it want to die fighting? Only 2 seconds left. And Li Fugi was still poised, ready to unleash a powerful move. The monster charged, its magnificent wings cutting through the air. Both simultaneously swung their swords, summoning the astonishing divine wrath skill. A tier 4 phantom appeared, majestic and powerful, wielding a gleaming blade that slashed at the monster. The monster's massive body bore the terrifying attack, far exceeding its endurance limit. Despairing roars echoed, its colossal body reduced to painful trembling, even astonishing Li Fugi, whose eyes flickered with shock. Is this the power of tier 4? He thought, a hint of admiration on his lips. Excellent. Although the activation conditions are a bit harsh, this power is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity Yinglong is too cunning. It would have felt even more satisfying if he could have been killed in one strike. Yinglong laughed heartily, saying triumphantly, one hit to instantly kill the emperor. This NPC is truly terrifying, incredibly strong. Giving the man-faced ape to that person was indeed worth it. If I hadn't given it then, I wouldn't have escaped and might have even died. If not for you, this tier 4 NPC wouldn't have appeared. Yinglong, I am truly fortunate. The girl beside him gently nodded, responding calmly. My lord overestimates me. It's all because of your wisdom. But my lord, we haven't received the final reward yet, and the mission isn't complete, right? Yinglong frowned, muttering irritably. An NPC wouldn't take the reward, but we haven't received any system notification either. Something's not right. I can't be careless about this. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I've put in so much time and sacrificed so many people. It would be a huge loss if I don't get that treasure. He no longer hesitated, quickly rushing towards Li Fugi, asking eagerly, My lord, is the Spectre Emperor dead? Li Fugi glanced at him, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Can't you tell if our stuff is dead or alive? Are you blind? Is it dead? Well then, of course, if I strike, the emperor is nothing but a fly. What are you standing there for? I saved your life and helped you deal with this monster. Don't you have any sincerity to show? Yinglong was stunned, a surge of anger welling up in his heart. He snatched the final kill and now he wants the treasure, he muttered to himself, trying to suppress his emotions. Is this the final test to complete the mission? He took a deep breath, keeping his tone as respectful as possible. What do you want? Please say so. Is my mission considered complete? Li Fugi's lips curled, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over Yinglong. Not entirely complete. Let me see what you can give me. You're so impoverished. You probably don't have anything good, do you? Then give me 100 high-grade psionic fruits to chew on. 100 high-grade psionic fruits. Yinglong almost fell backward, roaring in his heart. High-grade psionic fruits can increase tier 3 attributes, are extremely rare in the market, let alone 100. Even if I searched through all my items it wouldn't be enough. He gritted his teeth and cursed. What the hell is this NPC? Is he openly extorting me? Should I fight him or not? If I do, how can I defend against that move just now? The nearby girl frowned slightly. Yinglong wondered, is Yi Ning not planning to kill Yinglong? Is he trying to trick him again before retreating? This scoundrel must have exhausted his psionic energy with that move just now, she secretly calculated, deciding not to add fuel to the fire, lest she invite trouble. Just then, Zhang Ming's message arrived. Commander, I suspect our rewards will be distributed at the dungeon's settlement, but perhaps we first need to satisfy this NPC's request. The the girl murmured, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Still fantasizing even after being so wounded? You've been tricked so badly by Yi Ning's cunning calculations. Yinglong read Zhang Ming's message and his heart stirred. What he said seemed plausible. He pulled out a large bag, his tone reluctant. My lord, I truly don't have enough high-grade psionic fruits. Will these items suffice? Li Fugi glanced at them, then waved his hand dismissively, acting magnanimous. All right, fine, I won't make things difficult for you. For your filial piety, I'll give you one last clue. Your dungeon progress still requires 100 Tier 3 specters. Indeed, Yinglong's heart leapt with joy and he quickly thanked him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Just then, a system notification sounded. Spectre Emperor killed, dungeon completion 65. System rating increased by 1 level, obtained dungeon exclusive equipment, epic scepter, epic material, Spectre Emperor's heart, seal chain, obtained 300 reputation, unique title, Fall of the Emperor, run quickly. As Yinglong and his team busied themselves searching for Tier 3 specters, the girl gently turned around, saying with a hint of worry in a low voice, "Oh, are you referring to that NPC we met on the 6th floor? I already dealt with them all before coming down." How did you do that?" Yinglong sharply looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. She shrugged, answering casually, "I just set them on fire." Yinglong's eyes widened, almost shouting, "Do you know that doing that could destroy the entire dungeon?" Xiao Ju calmly said, "We've already gotten what we needed. Isn't it better to destroy it?" Yinglong nodded gently, a glint of decisiveness in his eyes. "Sigh, never mind. The most urgent thing is to leave the dungeon first. Dungeon completion check not yet complete. Exit immediately. Exiting now will affect the final results. Retreat, retreat," he confirmed. "We can't be greedy," he thought to himself. Yinglong is very cautious. If I delay too long and he discovers the truth, the entire team might perish here. The system notification suddenly sounded, coldly confirming, "You have completed the dungeon." Yi Ning's dungeon completion rate 84.1, final evaluation, S rank. Exceeded enemy kills, psionic experience increased by 30, blue equipment draw attempt 6 times. Obtained A rank skill draw permission once. Obtained 6 free attribute points. Obtained dungeon exclusive equipment, epic bone claw quantity 1. Obtained dungeon exclusive resource, Spectre Marrow Fluid quantity 1. Yinglong looked at the pile of rewards, a hint of excitement curling his lips. "So many rewards, I'll probably need half an hour to sort them all out," he quickly ordered. "No, first find a nearby abandoned building and help me guard." "Understood," Xiao Ju replied concisely, her sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. When the two found a safe abandoned house under the cover of night, Yinglong sat down and carefully examined his spoils. He picked up the epic bone claw, his gaze tracing its intricate patterns. This skill for grabbing objects and moving quickly is very suitable for agility types. Unfortunately, it's not for me, he murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his eyes. After I return, I'll consider giving it to Lin Ru. He turned to the Spectre Marrow Fluid, his fingers gently caressing the glittering liquid in the bottle. This item can enhance Spectre transformation, but it's not needed for now. He put it away. Then began drawing rewards. System notification sounds continuously like a triumphant anthem. Draw successful, obtained blue bearskin helmet. Draw successful, obtained dragon thorn. Draw successful, obtained icebone shoes. Draw successful, obtained blood-stained great axe. Draw successful, obtained phantom gloves. Draw successful, obtained fireheart armor. Yinglong picked up the dragon thorn, his eyes shining brightly. Dragon thorn absorbs enemy energy after killing a target. Once enough is accumulated, it can summon a dragon phantom with armor-piercing bleeding and area of effect damage while also intimidating surrounding enemies. He swung his arm, controlling the dragon thorn with his mental power to shoot out. One strike pierced through dozens of floors, the spear tip soaring into the sky, sharp as lightning. Good, it's suitable for assassination. It can replace the old dagger. He nodded with satisfaction. The remaining items aren't suitable for me. I'll sell them or give them away when I get back. Li Fugi, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. Understood, master. You have successfully drawn a reward, obtaining the A-rank skill Hellfire Talisman. Skill effect. Consumes 3,000 mental power and psionic energy to detonate Hellfire in a maximum 100-meter radius, dealing high-temperature flame damage to enemies above. Note, in special terrain. Damage is increased and triggers a chain reaction. Yinglong frowned, muttering skeptically. This thing is also called an A-rank skill? He analyzed, his eyes sharp. Detonating Hellfire takes time, the explosion is slow and it sprays upwards, unable to lock onto targets. It consumes a lot, has no special effects and is only stronger in special terrain, but with too many restrictions. He sighed, throwing the skill to Li Fugi. Overall garbage, you take it. What kind of loyalty garbage does my master need? He turned to the next item, his eyes lighting up as he looked at the Mind Shock set. Equipment description, special, can be fused with various helmets. Increases willpower 9, mental power recovery speed 200, mental resistance 75, fear and other negative effect resistance 75. Equipment skill. Mind Shock consumes mental power to cause corresponding mental damage, no cooldown, no slowdown, no maximum damage limit. Evaluation. All mental attacks are converted into true damage, far exceeding Mindstorm. Compared to Mindstorm, this thing is much more useful. Yinglong was excited, immediately fusing the equipment into his body. A surge of energy converged in his glabella, seemingly forming a third eye, radiant and powerful. Previously, his mental power was scattered and difficult to control. Now they were completely concentrated, ready to erupt at any moment like a spear, with his glabella as the muzzle. He tried to activate the Mind Shock skill, and a beam of energy shot out like a laser, piercing through everything in his line of sight. Holy cow, a single glare can instantly kill everything. he laughed, but then frowned. The drawback is that it won't add extra effects. With my current mental power I can instantly kill 3 enemies of the same rank, but for low-level targets, especially specters or zombies, a single thought can destroy thousands of heads. He continued to inspect the last item, equipment named Light of the Mind. Description: special, can be fused with various accessories. Increases constitution by 15 points, HP recovery speed by 100, and enhances self-healing ability. Yinglong nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This is good, significantly improving survival capabilities. The Mind Light skill contains the power of thought locking. It consumes mental power to emit a beam of light, forming a special field. Within this field, the attributes of oneself and teammates will be significantly increased. The effect depends on base attributes. Agility Light boosts attack and movement speed. Brute Force Light enhances explosive power and increases attack potency. Tenacity Light raises defense, endurance, and recovery speed. Note: only one light can be active at a time. The Thought Lock skill can lock the mental state of oneself or an enemy for 10 seconds. Yi Ning did not hesitate, and immediately integrated the equipment into his body. 15 constitution points are enough to compensate for all my shortcomings, he thought, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Mind Light can also benefit the entire team. If I reach Tier 4 and expand the aura range, even ordinary people can reach Tier 3 strength. He tried activating Brute Force Light, and a dazzling aura appeared above his head, emanating immense psionic energy, increasing his strength attribute by 6 points. Not that much, is it? But this aura might, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He waved, summoning Li Fugi. Master, you called? Yi Ning smiled faintly, placing a green aura over Li Fugi's head. Li Fugi, do you feel anything? Li Fugi's eyes widened, his tone full of displeasure. Oh master, I haven't even married yet, and you're putting this green hat on my head. Don't be fooled by my short stature. I'm actually a man of great character inside. Yi Ning chuckled, waving his hand. Stop joking around. Show me your current strength attribute. Li Fugi checked, and his eyes bulged. Oh, 19 points. I actually have 19 strength points. I only had 5 before. Master, I've gotten stronger. Yi Ning nodded, his gaze sharp. Indeed, this aura hides a secret. The weaker the person, the more significant the amplification effect. I only gained 6 points, but you gained 14. He estimated the aura's current range to be 20 meters, enough to accommodate dozens of people. With this boost, even the weakest person could reach Tier 3 peak, and although psionic energy reserves didn't increase, combat power was significantly enhanced, making it a divine skill on the battlefield. He continued to try using Thought Lock on Li Fugi, whose body suddenly filled with energy, muscles tensing as if about to explode. He shouted, I've gotten stronger, I'm the strongest. Yi Ning's lips curled slightly, thinking, Thought Lock is indeed useful. By locking in a state of frenzy, it's as if I possess an undead army that will never betray me, he murmured. The power of a deck of cards isn't in single cards but in how they're combined. I must try effective pairings, the system suddenly prompted. Detected the Devouring Mind equipment, activating Deprivation effect, gained 1000 extra psionic energy, obtained exclusive ability Undying Legion. Select target to convert them into loyal specters, maximum 10 people. Each level increase adds 10 to controlled quantity, conversion priority skill. Applicable to willing or gravely wounded humans. Note: if the target has strong emotional resistance, conversion will fail. After conversion, their original talents are retained and physical strength is increased. Yi Ning looked at the skill, his eyes lighting up. Spectre conversion. This skill is truly heaven-defying. He glanced at Li Fugi, his eyes seeming to hold a hint of testing. Li Fugi flinched, stepping back. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Ning waved his hand, smiling faintly. Nothing, forget it, you're still too weak a waste. Li Fugi clutched his chest, a look of pain on his face. Master, you're too cruel. Suddenly Yi Ning's body vibrated, and a brilliant energy burst forth. He clearly felt the changes in his body. System notification. Level increased to Tier 3 mid-stage, psionic energy reserves doubled. Total 114,000 points. He laughed heartily, feeling incredibly invigorated. This dungeon trip was too worthwhile. The upgrade allows me to convert 100 specters, and my psionic energy reserves have doubled. Besides Divine Wrath, I can cast sword skills at least 10 times consecutively. At this rate, I'll reach Tier 4 in less than half a year, twice as fast as my previous life. Just then, Xiao Hai called, his voice anxious. Committee member Yi Ning, when are you returning to the capital? Something happened to our psionic mine. Lu Tianming's 3rd Legion stole our mining resources. They also beat me and Wang Tian. If not for Commander Cheng's protection, we would have been captured. They not only stole the action department's quota but also the share you planned to give to Commander Chen. After stealing the psionic mine, they also privately sold it at a high price. They even publicly claimed that your subordinates embezzled funds, harming national interests. In the dim light, he closed the screen, a cold glint in his eyes. I understand. You both recover well. I will get justice for you. Lu Tianming, you truly have the audacity of a dog. They're afraid I'm progressing too quickly, so they set a trap to frame me, aren't they? The scene switched to the Blood Shadow Safety Zone's Cyan Wolf Inn, where a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Lin Ru, curled up in a corner of the room, flinched at the sound from outside. Is he back? She frowned slightly and walked out. He glanced at her, his voice low but sharp. Lin Ru, Uncle Huang told me you haven't left your room these past few days, she replied, her gaze not leaving him. Didn't you hear me say earlier that I would wait for you here? He smirked, walking closer. How about it? Have you thought about it? Do you want to come with me? Lin Ru paused, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Come with you to do what? To be what kind of person? What would a prominent figure like you need me for? To serve you tea and water or to be your caged bird? She scoffed, her tone full of mockery. Aside from that, I really can't imagine what other value I could bring you. He didn't answer immediately, but silently reached into his system space and pulled out a large bag filled with resources, equipment, and skills. His eyes sparkled with confidence. You want to get stronger, right? His voice was low and meaningful. These things are not something a caged bird can possess. Linru froze, her gaze fixed on the bag. What exactly do you mean? He stepped forward, his voice as sharp as a blade. It's simple. I want to solve the problem of Yuanzhang, so I need subordinates. There's only one requirement. You must obey my orders alone. She frowned, her eyes cold. Obey your orders alone? Do you know what it means for someone of your status to say that? He smiled faintly, unwavering. Of course, but why me? What do you see in us? Don't you know what I want to do? She rattled off, her voice trembling with suspicion. He looked directly into her eyes and said decisively, You don't need to worry about what I like about you. Just entrust your life to me, and I will help you get your revenge. He paused, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Don't you want to kill all those bastards and stop hearing about considering the bigger picture? Kill as much as you want. After you've killed them all, become the sword in my hand. Linru silently took the sword he offered, her gaze gradually firming. Become the sword in your hand? She gripped the hilt tightly, her voice low. It doesn't matter. As long as I have power, I can do anything. He nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Very good. I will return here in about half a month. I hope to see you alive next time. Scene transition. Blood Oriole appeared, her tone filled with worry. Yi Ning, have you already escaped the dungeon? Yinglong is still in the dungeon looking for Tier 3 specters. If he finds out he's been tricked, he'll definitely suspect me. Damn it, answer me, answer me. Yi Ning looked at her, his tone calm but with a hint of calculation. Apologies, Blood Oriole, but before leaving I had Li Fugi appear. In fact, he has already dispelled Yinglong's suspicions about you. With your diverse survival abilities, I believe you are capable of protecting yourself. He paused, an unfathomable glint in his eyes. What? Furthermore, the collapse of this dungeon also brings you some benefits. As for how to specifically utilize them, that depends on your wisdom and luck. Blood Oriole gritted her teeth, her tone full of anger. Yi Ning, you bastard, he shrugged. Let's go, we're returning to the capital. Someone nearby quietly asked, Will Blood Oriole be okay? Yi Ning smiled faintly, his voice cold. Not entirely sure, but I am certain that with no woman in my heart, my sword will naturally be divine. Scene shifted to the capital military region, Special Operations Department. Commander Cheng walked over, his gaze filled with concern. Yi Ning, you're back. It's all right if you didn't get the item. The military will help you find a solution. I'm just glad you're back. We recently discovered a special incident. Are you interested in participating? Yi Ning frowned, his tone sharp. Uncle Cheng, don't beat around the bush with me. You know why I came back. Can you give me a list of the people who stole the psionic mine? Yi Ning, Cheng Yuan sighed, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The Commander-in-Chief and committee member Hu have both gone abroad to prepare for major events. Deputy Commander Fang is also far away in the northwest. We absolutely cannot mess around this time. A small matter might disrupt the entire grand plan. Moreover, Lu Tianming took the mine in the name of the military, so there's no procedural issue. Yi Ning clenched his fists, his voice cold. So you mean that the entire military, centered around Lu Tianming, has a problem? Cheng Yuan hastily waved his hand, his voice deepening. Yi Ning, calm down. The military will definitely fight this battle, but not now. At least not until the Commander-in-Chief and others have thoroughly planned it. And a gentleman's revenge is never too late. By the time you reach Tier 3 peak, or even Commander-in-Chief for 10 years, a gentleman's revenge should be now. Tomorrow I will challenge Lu Tianming to a life-and-death duel. Yi Ning interrupted him, his eyes burning with resolve. Cheng Yuan was stunned. Yi Ning patted his shoulder, his voice low but meaningful. Uncle Cheng, don't you want to take this opportunity to suppress Lu Tianming and his faction? Think of the upcoming civil war. This would be a perfect opportunity. Cheng Yuan frowned, shaking his head. While that's true, you're thinking too simply. Lu Tianming's strength is extraordinary. You are not his match. Yi Ning sneered, his eyes as sharp as a knife. To kill him, one sword is enough. The scene shifted to Lu Tianming's new home. He sat there, a glowing red cigar between his fingers, white smoke curling around him. Since Lin Lan left, there had been no news of her. Did she die in Yangzhong? Useless, her death is no loss. His lips curled, a malicious glint in his eyes. Rather than waiting for Yi Ning to grow stronger and win, it's better to force him into a life-and-death duel with me. In the dimly lit room, a subordinate reported, his tone cautious. Committee member Lu, I just received news that Yi Ning has returned to the capital. Lu Tianming's lips curled slightly, a hint of contempt in his eyes. HMPH, he's back indeed. Is he trying to go complain first? He lightly tapped the table, his voice deepening. How about it? Has his strength improved? The man replied, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. The informant said he didn't sense anything. There shouldn't be much improvement in just a week. Lu Tianming scoffed, his eyes cold. That kid seems to have gone to Yangzhong to find some materials, but he definitely found nothing. Well, it seems I overestimated him. He paused, his voice turning grim. But committee member Lu. Yi Ning's demeanor was unusually calm after he returned. Not showing any, he interrupted his subordinate, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Monitor him and also find a few people to actively challenge him. His lips curled, his tone full of calculation. Hasn't the brocade box been made already? Send it to his house. Say it's to thank Yi Ning for his support of our military. I want to see how long this kid can endure. Suddenly, another subordinate rushed in, his tone anxious. What did you say? Committee member Yi Ning has already submitted an application for a life-and-death duel scheduled for tomorrow. Lu Tianming burst out laughing, his arrogant laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha ha, is this kid crazy? A life-and-death duel tomorrow. If he wants to die so quickly, I'll grant his wish. The scene shifted to Yi Ning's home. A person silently walked forward, handing him a piece of paper, their voice low. Committee member Yi Ning, this is information on Lu Tianming that Commander Chang asked me to pass on to you, hoping it can be of help. Yi Ning took it, his gaze sweeping over the paper. Thank you for your trouble. Ming Luo, you can just call me by my name. Ming Luo nodded slightly, his tone filled with worry. Yi Ning, although I know you're strong, facing a tier 3 peak in a life-and-death duel like this. Yi Ning interrupted him, his eyes firm. It's fine, trust me. Ming Luo sighed, saying slowly, all right, Yi Ning. The information we have is actually from 6 years ago. At that time he was still a tier 3 advanced, but a very powerful one among tier 3 advanced, possessing a rank, strength and constitution dual system talents. And he's also suspected of having dual defense skills. He paused, his eyes serious. Since Lu Tianming became a standing committee member 6 years ago, there have been almost no records about him. We only heard that he was exceptionally promoted to tier 3 peak a year ago. Yi Ning frowned, his voice deepening. What does exceptionally promoted mean? Ming Luo explained, his tone cautious. Although his ordinary attributes haven't reached peak level, relying on special talents. He paused, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Although not publicly stated, people suspect he can switch between offensive and defensive attributes at any time. In other words, when he defends, his defense will be twice as high as others of the same level. The same applies to offense. In a way, his combat power is equivalent to 2 tier 3 advanced experts. Yi Ning nodded, a glint in his eyes. I see, Ming Luo continued, his voice even lower. The intel also mentioned that when he draws his dual blades, it's his offensive stance, and when he retracts them, it's his defensive stance. Additionally, his speed is reportedly moderate. Yi Ning smiled faintly, his eyes cold. That's probably the impression he deliberately leaves the world. If one truly believes it, that's where the danger lies. Ming Luo nodded, his tone filled with vigilance. Is that so? On the other hand, he must be able to freely switch between attack and defense. While speed isn't his strong suit, his explosive power should not be underestimated either. Yi Ning's lips curled, his tone calm but full of confidence. However, it doesn't matter. A mere Lu Tianming one sword strike will suffice. The scene shifted to the next day at the military parade ground. The atmosphere was lively and people were discussing excitedly. Although there's no suspense, it's still worth seeing committee member Lu in action again. Another person laughed heartily, his tone full of confidence. Exactly. I bet committee member Lu can cut him down with one strike. I don't know who gave Yi Ning that kid the courage. Haha, maybe being in the spotlight recently went to his head. In the crowd, a stranger pushed his way in, his tone excited. What the hell? You're not a soldier. How did you get in here? The man's lips curled, his tone slick. Brother, I know this match is organized by your military, but there's no limit on the number of spectators. They say it wasn't publicized externally, but who doesn't know what a duel means? Don't worry, the fact that I could sneak in proves there's someone high up. He winked meaningfully. You know, I won't say more, he continued excitedly. Buddy, do you want to bet? The odds are 1 to 84. If you bet on committee member Yi Ning to win with 10,000 credit points, you can earn 840,000 credit points. Robbing a bank isn't even this fast. A soldier frowned, his tone stern. How dare you? The man burst out laughing, full of confidence. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe at the top. Ming Luo stood nearby, his gaze sweeping over the information board, and he snorted softly. HMPH, the odds for this match have already reached 1 to 90. Do you think committee member Yi Ning can win? 10,000 turning into 900,000. The man burst out laughing. Buddy, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. With such high odds, even a fool would know it's free money. Ming Luo frowned, his tone hardening. I'm with the army. On this matter, I'll definitely bet on our person to win. 100,000 points on committee member Lu. Winning money isn't important. Just cheer for our committee member. He swiped his card, his gaze firm. 100,000 points charged. The man nodded, smiling with satisfaction. Good, not bad. The gambler grinned, his eyes glinting slyly. All right, this person doesn't seem very smart, but he's good at calculating. He looked at Ming Luo, his tone full of provocation. You won't end up having no money to pay, will you? No one places such small bets. If committee member Yi Ning wins, how will you pay us? Ming Luo stammered, his tone reassuring. Don't worry, don't worry. With the cooperation of the 6 major business associations, there won't be a shortage of money. He cleared his throat, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Ahem, actually there are other options and many people have placed bets. For example, if committee member Yi Ning can't last a minute, the odds are 80 to 1, 30 seconds, 40 to 1, 10 seconds, 13.2 to 1. And there are also bets on whether his defense can be broken, or even whether committee member Yi Ning will stop the life and death duel. Someone nearby roared, his voice full of anger. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I want to change my bet to can't last 10 seconds. I'm betting 170,000, the gambler laughed heartily, his eyes full of mockery. 15 seconds, heh. You overestimate him too much. At most 10 seconds. I'm betting 200,000, another person interjected, full of confidence. I don't even think he needs 10 seconds. 1.6 million on him being subdued within 8 seconds. The crowd burst into an uproar, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Holy cow, Wang Lu, are you crazy? Wang Lu grinned, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I'm a dignified tier 3, what's wrong with having savings? I just killed a mutant and have some spare cash. Generally, tier 3s wouldn't have this much money to bet. He paused, his tone full of calculation. I heard he's in charge of our company's supplies and equipment. It's common to use a borrowed chicken to lay eggs. If it were me, I'd do the same. If someone gives you money for free, wouldn't you take it? An old man nearby roared, his eyes burning with anger. I'm all in. 3 million on that kid, not even lasting one strike. I believe Committee Member Liu, he repeated, his tone full of determination. I believe Committee Member Liu, he thought to himself, his gaze cold. Yi Ning, I've bet all our family's fortune. You must lose quickly to me, the more miserably the better. The parade ground was packed with people, the atmosphere lively. Awaiting the battle, a general walked over, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Generals, are you also interested in this matter? One person replied with a laugh, his tone mocking. Interested? Haha, I think we should send someone to take a look. Committee members are having a life and death duel and they actually dare to do these things. Those business associations are too bold. If Committee Member Liu finds out about this, they'll be in trouble. The person next to him bowed slightly, his voice low. Generals, actually all these matters are arranged by Lord Liu. Committee Member Liu is trying to sell some benefits to you all, you know. The general frowned, his tone full of surprise. Oh, Yi Ning lasting a minute means Lord Liu intentionally held back, not letting Yi Ning lose too badly. But then no one would make money. 30 seconds is a bit dangerous, indicating the fight will be very intense and everyone can make money. Then 5 or 3 seconds is an instant kill, and everyone can earn even more, he continued, his eyes gleaming. If Yi Ning is injured, the odds will be even higher. After all, it's a life and death duel, but the army will definitely take action to protect our genius. So if Yi Ning accidentally loses an arm or a leg, the odds will be astonishing. The general nodded, his gaze thoughtful. I see, in other words, the probability of Yi Ning dying in the arena is actually close to the probability of him winning. Under the army's protection, who would believe Yi Ning would die in the arena? Committee Member Liu's calculations are truly vicious. The person nodded, his tone full of meaning. Lowering his own status, opening up commercial channels, gaining benefits and exchanging for support. Think about it. If a referee or even a faction bets that Yi Ning will be severely injured, what would they do? If the rescue is slightly delayed, hundreds of millions or even billions of funds flowing into this market will be lost. He paused, his gaze sharp. Although the real upper echelon won't bother with it, what about their descendants and relatives? Without this transaction, these people wouldn't care who wins or loses, nor would they care about Yi Ning's life or death. But when this life and death duel is linked to immense profits, everything changes. The general frowned, his tone hardening. Generals, do you also want to support Committee Member Liu? The man replied, full of confidence. In fact, half of China's Tier 3 powerhouses and all major business associations have placed bets. Those private forces are becoming increasingly ruthless. The funds flowing into this match have already exceeded several hundred million. The general was stunned, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Several hundred million? Such a huge sum of money and such far-reaching strategy. No wonder Liu Tianming has so many supporters. This outcome probably began the day Yi Ning proposed a deathmatch. He continued, his tone full of calculation. The so-called odds are a big gift from Liu Tianming to certain people. Anyone who stands with him will earn a huge sum of money. The general frowned, his tone low. How do I bet? The man grinned, his eyes gleaming. Bet however you like, but I heard Committee Member Liu plans to teach that kid a good lesson. One slash will definitely leave some marks. Alright, 10 million plus my salary for the next 10 years to save everyone. The match ends in 7 seconds with all his limbs cut off. The scene shifted to another side. Cheng Yuan angrily slammed the table, his eyes burning with fury. What are all these miscellaneous people doing? I explicitly asked for the army and Fang Hao to sit in the very back row for easy rescue, but they still arranged me in the very front row. The person next to him quickly replied cautiously. I asked the person in charge, and he said the army has mobilized 20 Tier 3 advanced guards skilled in defense to protect the battle and also prepared the most luxurious protective items to ensure Yi Ning receives the quickest rescue. Cheng Yuan snorted coldly, his tone full of displeasure. All right, although I'm not entirely comfortable. Hasn't Fang Hao arrived yet? The match is about to begin, and so is Yi Ning, the person replied, a hint of worry in his eyes. Commander Fang said he's on his way and will arrive before the decisive battle begins, but as for Yi Ning, I really don't know where he went. He's not even replying to messages. Cheng Yuan frowned, his tone low and full of doubt. General, why do I always feel like many people harbor grudges against you? Yi Ning is the same, someone nearby interjected, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. I also heard them say, don't touch anything. Cheng Yuan waved his hand, his tone sharp. Forget it, go see what's happening here. The person nodded, quickly replying, all right, I'll go check. After a while, information was brought back and the person reported with his head bowed, his tone full of worry. Is the public opinion being manipulated by Liu Tianming? General Cheng, someone has opened a betting pool and many people are betting that Yi Ning will lose and lose badly. The odds are 1 to 1300 and 1 to 698. Cheng Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. General, should we support Yi Ning? The situation is too bad now. Another person interjected, pondering. Let's bet 1,000 points, at least it can cheer him up. The person hesitated, a hint of indecision in his eyes. Then if I bet 100 points, will it be too little? After all, Yi Ning also helped us get the ores. So I'm just feeling bad for that kid and placed a tiny bit. Cheng Yuan snorted coldly, his tone sarcastic. The ores he brought back have already been divided up by those bastards. If we spend money recklessly, what will we do when we're short on funds later? That kid spends money lavishly. That researcher's son who he asked me to look after is practically a money pit. How much money has he already spent of ours? The person nodded, agreeing. You're right, another person interjected, a sharp glint in his eyes. Just let Fang Hao bet more. He's rich after all. Damn it, just let him bet 100,000 points. He always says Yi Ning reminds him of himself when he was young. Shouldn't he support him then? The scene switched to the Capital Military Region Hospital. Yi Ning walked in, his gaze sharp, his voice low. Uncle Xiao, is everything arranged? How big is this deal exactly? Uncle Xiao replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lord Yi Ning, 144 billion. All of China has gone crazy. Almost all Tier 3 powerhouses have participated in the betting, and Lu Tianming is indeed secretly pushing everything just as you said. Yi Ning frowned, his tone cold. According to the intelligence we've gathered, Lu Tianming himself has invested a lot of money. 140 billion is still too little. Once it reaches 300 billion, we'll join the fray. Notify Wang Tian, Chen Kailai, and all the funds you can get. Uncle Xiao nodded, his tone decisive. Understood. Yi Ning's heart burned with fury, his gaze cold. Dare to steal my things and injure my people, your dog's life isn't enough to pay for it. He scanned the information, his gaze stopping on the words. Yi Ning kills Lu Tianming with one sword, odds 1 to 13,300. The scene switched to the North China Military Region Command Post. General Chen Yang of the North China Military Region sat opposite his sister Chen Zhao, his gaze thoughtful. Chen Zhao asked softly, her tone full of worry, Brother, do we really trust Yi Ning? Chen Yang sighed, his tone low. Sister, don't say another word. I trust him, and I trust Grandpa's judgment. Grandpa said very clearly, we have no choice and no need to choose. Regardless of winning or losing, those who follow him this round will be his own people. Chen Zhao frowned, her tone trembling. The problem isn't just whether we trust him, he's also screening us. Last time Grandpa almost lost his life helping him, and this time he even bet his funeral money and even misappropriated the Legion's money. If anything goes wrong, us losing everything is one thing, but we'll even face a military court. I'm really scared. Chen Yang held his sister's hand, his gaze firm. Sister, you don't understand, perhaps I don't quite understand either. But do you remember the miracles on the battlefield? A while ago, I went back to that village and saw the daughters of those martyrs. I don't know about anything else, but I know Yi Ning is truly a good person. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. Although Grandpa took a big risk to help Yi Ning rescue the East Sea, he never regretted it. Grandpa's voice echoed slowly and powerfully in his memory. He saw in Yi Ning the kind of courage that most people had long lost. Perhaps that incredible sense of responsibility. Chen Yang continued, his tone full of emotion. Sometimes I think if we were East Sea people under such immense pressure, who would come to help us? Compared to Yi Ning's pressure, what is our little pressure? Moreover, people like Lu Tianming are parasites. We can't change them, but Yi Ning perhaps can. Chen Zhao nodded, her gaze gradually firming. And don't forget, when Yi Ning was just Tier 2 novice, his combat power was already equivalent to Tier 3. Maybe he really can win, someone nearby interjected, his tone full of excitement. Wang Zheng, did you bet everything too? Wang Zheng burst out laughing, his eyes burning with anger. Ah, even the ghost dungeon we got last time was bet. My dad said he trusts Lord Yi Ning. He paused, his tone hardening. But he also said that Lord Yi Ning is likely gathering resources to deal with a great disaster. The scene switched back to the Capital Military Region Hospital. Uncle Xiao was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming. 299.6 billion, Lord Yi Ning. It's truly hard to imagine that China's awakened are so wealthy. He shook his head, his tone sarcastic. Clearly so wealthy. Why are the people below still suffering? If this money were invested in construction, perhaps dozens of safe zones could be built, arming millions of people. Yi Ning replied, his tone cold. You know the government could only raise 1 billion to resettle the East Sea disaster victims. Since the apocalypse, resources have become increasingly concentrated in the hands of individual powerhouses. Should they use their own supplies to build safe zones or rescue civilians? What's the difference between that and killing them? Uncle Xiao nodded, his gaze sharp. But when faced with profit, let alone 3 billion, they can even produce 300 billion. Enough of this. How much are our initial bets at? One person replied confidently. So far, 37 million has been gathered. According to the odds, it's enough to cover the full amount. Uncle Xiao nodded, his eyes gleaming. Very good, we'll place the bet in another 3 minutes. Now I have to go on stage. Yi Ning sat silently in a corner, his gaze thoughtful, memories from his past life flooding back. After the disaster, the government repeatedly appealed to major forces to jointly rescue survivors, but no one responded. Everyone chose to protect their own interests, leaving the weak to fend for themselves. Even when rescue funds were allocated, they were corroded by corruption at every level, not a single penny reaching the civilians. When the beast tide erupted, millions of people died not from the claws of monsters but from hunger and thirst. Those who aspired to save the world but lacked resources became useless. More ironically, when major war zones collapsed, countless supplies and equipment piled up in the warehouses of various forces and high-ranking officials, left to rot and become useless. Clearly, after 30 or 40 years of recovery, humanity should have been more advanced than in the early days of the apocalypse, but the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few made everything worse. Hoarding resources was meaningless. If resources were redistributed and the common people were equipped, humanity's strength could soar. but under the manipulation of capital and power, they were like a group of greedy vampires. Worse still, they secretly blocked the distribution of awakened protection medicine to civilians, just to gain billions in profit. Lu Tianming was one of the culprits, almost killing him in both his past and present lives. In his previous life, Yi Ning was impoverished and didn't have enough money to test his talent. But in this life he risked entering the testing area without any protective medicine. What was that if not a life gambling wager? He asked himself, his gaze sharp. You tested 2 years earlier than in your past life. Will your psionic energy burst? Just then, Wang Tian called, his voice full of worry. Committee member Yi Ning, do we really want to swallow so many credit points? Do I need it? Yi Ning replied, his voice low and firm. Even if an individual doesn't need it, the final fortress, the sky carriers, and the extraordinary army all do. He paused, his gaze sharp. Even if this hadn't happened, I would have found a way to extract money from these people. As for later, there's no problem. If they're not convinced, they can continue to fight to the death. It's just a matter of killing a few more people. The scene shifted to the military parade grounds waiting room where Lu Tianming sat, his eyes gleaming with conspiracy. A subordinate reported, his voice firm. Committee member Lu, everything is arranged and foolproof. My only concern now is that he might back out. His lips curled slightly, his tone filled with disdain. As soon as Yi Ning appears, Cheng Yuan and the commander-in-chief will come to persuade him to withdraw. It doesn't matter. If that kid dares to back out, then he'll never be able to cause trouble again. He laughed, his gaze malicious. Yi Ning will forever wear the hat of a prodigal and arrogant fool. Ha ha. Even if he reaches his peak later, a foolish kid. I'd like to see who dares support him as commander-in-chief. The subordinate nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. You're right, committee member Lu is indeed brilliant. But if he really dares to step into the arena, you need to win this deathmatch in about 7 seconds. Only then can our profits reach their maximum value, he continued, his tone calculating. Most people bet on 15 seconds because they believe your fighting style isn't suited for instant kills. HMPH, those who think I don't specialize in speed are truly foolish. How else would I make money? Lu Tianming sneered, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Time is almost up. Bet all the money we've raised on him being crippled. The deathmatch will end in 7 seconds. And by the way, give everyone a big gift. The subordinate nodded, his tone decisive. Yes. A cold announcement came from the stands. The deathmatch will begin in 2 minutes. Both parties, please prepare. Yi Ning looked at Cheng Yuan, his voice low and full of determination. Uncle Cheng, I'm going onto the stage. Cheng Yuan frowned, his tone filled with worry. Why is this kid so stubborn? I've been talking to him for so long and he just won't listen. Yi Ning's lips curved slightly, his gaze firm. Uncle Cheng, do you remember what I told you before? Please trust me completely. Please bet on my sword. Despite the attempts of those outside to stop him, he walked away without looking back. The announcement sounded again, its voice cold. The battle will begin in 60 seconds. Both parties, please prepare. This deathmatch is a fight to the death with no time limit, no restrictions on life or death. In case of special circumstances, we will personally intervene. The countdown began. Lu Tianming stood on the stage, his presence imposing, his eyes sharp. Yi Ning, I know you're young and hot-blooded, but there's always someone stronger. You still have time to regret it. As long as you kneel and sincerely apologize to me, Lu will let bygones be bygones. Yi Ning replied, his voice as cold as ice, a murderous aura erupting like a blade. Old dog, are you done talking? Today only one of us will walk out alive. 2 murderous auras violently collided, the air seemingly solidified, preparing for the impending deathmatch. Lu Tianming's eyes widened, his tone filled with surprise. Tier 3 mid-stage, you've actually reached Tier 3 mid-stage from novice to mid-stage in just a month, he sneered, his gaze malicious. That speed is too outrageous. Fortunately the deathmatch was held early, otherwise in a few more months you'd be on equal footing with me. He stepped forward, his tone filled with contempt. Is this your confidence? Just reaching mid-stage and you dare to challenge me? How ridiculous. Yi Ning looked directly into his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Old dog, you talk too much. The referees high above looked down, whispering among themselves, their gazes filled with doubt. One softly said, Tier 3 mid-stage, does this kid have some hidden card? Another referee shook his head, his tone firm. Impossible. The difference of 1 rank between Tier 3s means a 10-fold difference in strength, let alone 2 ranks. Even if he reaches mid-stage, he won't make much of a splash. Yi Ning stood on the stage, his gaze sharp, thinking under normal circumstances the referees could activate a psionic shield at any time to block Tier 3 peak attacks. But since they had placed bets, they would definitely delay rescuing him. His lips curved slightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence, but it didn't matter. However, if Lu Tianming encountered danger, they would definitely rush to save him immediately. He gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking, I can't unleash power beyond a Tier 3 peak in one move, but I can. Just then, Fang Hao descended from the sky, his eyes filled with worry, roaring, Yi Ning, end the deathmatch. You brat, quickly come with Uncle Fang. Things are out of control. We won't accept a deathmatch. Yi Ning looked at him, his gaze firm. Wait, I'm already Tier 3 mid-stage. Fang Hao was stunned, his voice trembling with surprise. No damn it, you're almost at advanced? That's impossible. Weren't you busy flirting in Yangzhong? A referee coldly spoke from above. Commander Fang, this is a deathmatch. Please mind your status. The deathmatch has already begun. How can it be stopped so casually? This deathmatch was proposed by Yi Ning himself. Isn't doing this now just using your power to bully others? Fang Hao roared, his eyes burning with fire. Stop with the nonsense. Don't think I don't know your schemes. I'm talking to Yi Ning. If anyone dares to interrupt again, I'll smash their mouth with my fist. The referees were silent. Even Lu Tianming dared not speak. Fang Hao looked at Yi Ning, his voice low. Give up, just give up. Where there's life, there's hope. Yi Ning shook his head, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Uncle Fang, I understand people will die in this deathmatch, but the one who dies won't necessarily be me. Uncle Fang, part of the reason this gambling game could happen is because of me. I have a trump card. If you believe me, bet on my sword. With that he gently pushed, and an invisible force pushed Fang Hao away. Then he continued to walk onto the stage. Lu Tianming sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. Haha, good, young and hot-blooded. There's a path to heaven but you choose not to take it. There's no gate to hell but you force your way in. He turned to the referee, coldly saying, continue the deathmatch, it starts in 60 seconds. Fang Hao stood outside, roaring in anger. Damn it, since I can't stop you, then I'll go all out with you. 200,000 my life savings bet on Yi Ning's sword. The announcement sounded, its voice cold. Deathmatch begins. Lu Tianming activated Blood Boil, Ferocious Gold and Full Speed Ahead. Holy Blessing and 3D Defense were simultaneously activated, his aura erupting like a tempest. Yi Ning looked at him, thinking, Lu Tianming has at least 300,000 points of extra consumption. This formation is indeed thorough, completely unlike the casualness he showed on the surface. How insidious. Lu Tianming charged over. Heaven-shattering rage erupted, the blade sweeping like a venomous snake. Yi Ning frowned, his gaze sharp. This old dog indeed hid his strength. The right sword tip of the rage slash was off. Was he worried I would launch a mental attack, so he used the first strike to test my trump card? He activated Fallen Heaven Defense, and a psionic shield appeared. Lu Tianming swung his blade and the shield immediately shattered. He sneered, his tone filled with contempt. Is this your defense? Its strength is a bit weak. Yi Ning didn't reply, immediately blocking his blade with his sword. He stomped his feet, leaping into the air, activating Fallen Heaven Stage 2. Lu Tianming laughed, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Oh, do you want to escape? Do you think I can't hit you if you hide in the air? How ridiculous. He unleashed Blade Net Sky Curtain, and countless white sword chi struck, dense and inescapable. The audience below whispered, one exclaiming, one slash covers everything. Even if Fang Hao wanted to save him, there's no angle. Another worriedly, his voice trembling, the battle is over. It's not even 3 seconds yet. Is this suppression? Even if Yi Ning wanted to surrender, it's too late. One sneered, his gaze full of mockery. A brilliant move. No matter who wants to save him, they have to wait until he's finished with this slash. Damn it, I bet on 15 seconds. This Yi Ning is truly useless. Fang Hao stood outside, his eyes burning with anger. Damn it, this is clearly a conspiracy. But Yi Ning remained fearless. He activated Dimensional Impact, his speed erupting like lightning, his body almost disappearing into the air, leaving only the astonished gazes of the audience and Lu Tianming. Everything around seemed to freeze, time slowly extended by 10 seconds, as if the whole world was frozen. He instantly appeared before Lu Tianming, who at this moment looked like a bloody statue covered in fresh wounds waiting to die. The first sword strike aimed directly at the throat, then pierced the head, followed by the heart, liver, stomach, lungs, then both arms, both legs, and finally the entire body. When this skill ends, the burst effect will surely leave the enemy terrified and unforgettable for life. But the old fox Lu Tianming, though arrogant on the surface, was extremely cautious. His heavy armor enveloped his entire body like a fortress of iron. If this defense cannot be broken immediately when the skill ends, with his reaction speed he might still survive. The activation conditions for Divine Wrath are too harsh to be used in this situation. After the skill ends, there is only a brief moment to unleash Sword Stream Storm, creating a magnificent instant kill. If he cannot be defeated immediately, and the old man still has some hidden trump card, failure will be inevitable. At this moment, Dimensional Slash still has 3 seconds, equivalent to 0.3 seconds in the outside world. Lu Tianming seemed to have sensed the danger and hurriedly retracted his blade, adopting a tight defensive stance. What if he activates Dimensional Impact again after unleashing Sword Stream Storm in an instant? He will gain an additional 10 seconds of Dimensional Impact time. At that point, this strike will be a perfect finishing blow. Let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose anyway. As the 10 seconds were about to pass, he retreated and disappeared from Lu Tianming's sight. The old man didn't see where he had just slashed, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Did he use an invisibility item, or did he hide with psionic energy? Lu Tianming thought, his smile growing more smug. If he could stall for 10 seconds, even if he lost, he wouldn't suffer much. Thinking this, he laughed heartily, leapt up and continued to attack. Ha 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 ha, get out here. Fang Hao was stunned below the stage, thinking, Yi Ning disappeared, I don't know where to begin to save him. The audience below whispered, each offering a different opinion. Although it had only been less than 4 seconds, everyone believed that committee member Lu would never let Yi Ning escape. Yi Ning, well done, just evade these 10 seconds, then die, someone shouted. Lu Tianming's blade chi fell like raindrops with no blind spots impossible to dodge. But he unexpectedly appeared behind the old man, stunning him. Sword Stream Storm was unleashed, countless sword chi striking simultaneously like a storm. Then he activated Dimensional Impact again, his body seemingly merging with space, instantly appearing before the old man. And time around them slowed tenfold again, unbelievably perfect. The 2 attacks connected seamlessly, even the effect of Sword Stream Storm merging perfectly. Wind elemental ice blades rose, and frost covered, locking the old man's body firmly. No matter how much armor you wear, you cannot hide the gaps between your fingers, he thought, his gaze sharp. When the effect bursts, Lu Tianming will surely struggle in pain, but the old man's legs seemed off, as if he was trying to activate a skill to escape, not fast enough to run. His lips curved slightly. Lu Seven's swords only needed half a second to freeze the old man in place. He leapt back a step, unleashing wind elemental ice blade blazing fury. You can't escape from behind either. I'll attack from 360 degrees without blind spots, so this is the correct way to use dimensional impact. If combined with the mind shock set, it's like standing still and attacking monsters. Unfortunately, time is too short, not enough to activate more skills. I'll have to research it more when I get back, he thought. Nearly 100 strikes of the Ice and Fire Double Heaven SSS rank sword skill are enough to render even a Tier 3 peak expert helpless. Moreover, Lu Tianming has only just touched the ordinary peak. If he can still keep a single hair, I lose. He gritted his teeth. 1 second ago, the old man seemed to sense him appearing above, about to unleash a skill, but then lost his trace again. The old man's skill suddenly stagnated, failing to erupt as expected. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Lu Tianming roared, feeling as if he was surrounded by something. No, I must prepare for instantaneous movement first. To be safe, the old man decided to use his talent to pinpoint his location when he appeared and launch a fatal strike. He leapt up shouting, "Get out here!" He unexpectedly appeared at the old man's feet. "Here I am." Sword Stream Storm was activated again, and at the same time the sword skill fix continued to lock the old man. Lu Tianming was stunned. Were my legs frozen? The sword in his hand was also firmly covered with frost. His fingers were continuously slashed by his blade. 1 second later, his series of combos poured down like a storm of sword chi. He roared, "Die, Lu Tianming!" The old man's face was crisscrossed without a single gap. He quickly activated a defensive shield, trying to protect himself from the impact of that fierce sword chi. Seeing Lu Tianming activate the defensive shield, his lips curved slightly, revealing a cold sneer. Trying to stall for time with psionic energy, just then an invisible pair of eyes seemed to flicker in his glabella and mind shock erupted, a laser-like beam of powerful light tearing through space and rushing straight forward. With just one strike, that beam of light penetrated Lu Tianming's body, making the old man writhe in extreme pain. Lu Tianming seemed to see death descending. Desperately screaming, "Help!" But his beam of light still mercilessly passed through the old man's glabella, continuing forward. The old man's body was now only fragmented remains, his flesh and blood scattered on the ground. The crowd witnessed this terrifying scene, unable to believe that committee member Lu had been obliterated just like that. "Save him, quickly save him," Cao screamed, rushing over in a panic, ordering the activation of the protective shield. But the shield had already been tampered with, activating as slowly as a snail. "Damn it, I almost forgot about this," Cao cursed under his breath, appearing unusually annoyed. "Save as many as you can, over there." He looked at Lu Tianming's irreparable corpse and sneered contemptuously. "Haha, if I hadn't been one step ahead, the one they were desperately trying to save would have been myself." Now Lu Tianming reaps what he sowed with nothing to say. Yet they still have to put on this show. How ridiculous. He was already dead, and that protective shield at most only prevented his shattered body from being blown away by the wind. HMPH, this protection is like gluing him back together. His lips curved slightly, his tone filled with sarcasm. Just then, a figure rushed from afar like a whirlwind. It was Wang Feng, the commander-in-chief of the Ba Lu Legion, a Tier 3 peak expert. Suddenly unleashed a punch, shattering the protective barrier, and roared, "Tianming, you useless fool, didn't I tell you to get out of the way?" But the people around quickly stopped him. "Commander Wang, committee member Lu, Wang Feng turned around, his gaze sharp. "All of you get out of my way. After we return, I will punish you for failing to protect him." His subordinates turned pale with fright. Wang Feng looked at Lu Tianming's shattered body, his heart filled with despair. "This is even more gruesome than Ling Ji. Is this something a human could do? Tianming, how can I explain your fate to your father?" He suddenly turned around, charging murderously towards Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, you have a lot of nerve, daring to kill a standing committee member." Yi Ning responded calmly with a faint smile. "And who might this commander be? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? This was a life-and-death duel where nothing else mattered but skill." Wang Feng stepped forward, his presence aggressive. "Just skill? You're only Tier 3 mid-stage. How could you possibly kill a Tier 3 peak with one sword strike? There's definitely something fishy going on. Tell me who helped you in secret." "What? You can't hold back either. If you lose, you should admit defeat. Do you want to take a bite but can't stomach it, or do you also want a life-and-death duel with me?" Yi Ning replied provocatively. The more Wang Feng listened, the angrier he became, roaring, "You refuse to be reasonable, so you want to suffer the consequences?" He swung his fist and charged, but another hand suddenly blocked him. "Stop!" It was Fang Hao who stopped him, his voice deep and sharp. "Wang Feng, as a regional commander, how can you have no grace at all? If you really want to fight, come at me. What kind of skill is it to bully a junior?" Wang Feng roared. "Commander Fang, are you going to cover for him? Did you also have a hand in killing Lu Tianming just now?" Fang Hao clenched his fist and retorted, "Nonsense. If you lose, you must admit it, and if you're beaten, you must stand firm. Are you not convinced? How about fighting me, or waiting for the commander-in-chief to decide when he returns?" Fang Hao gave a violent shove, sending Wang Feng flying. Wang Feng was furious. "Fang Hao, don't use the commander-in-chief to pressure me. Don't forget how the commander-in-chief climbed to that position back then. If not for the old chief, if Tianming's father hadn't stepped down and yielded his position, how could the commander-in-chief have taken power?" Fang Hao replied coldly. "I don't understand what you're talking about, and I don't have time to argue with you. Yi Ning, let's go." Yi Ning nodded, a mocking smile on his face. "All right, Uncle Fang. I advise you not to be too arrogant. This isn't over yet." The people in the stands were stunned, utterly shocked. "Did it? Committee member Lu is dead? How is that possible?" Yi Ning killed him in one sword strike. I must be dreaming. Yi Ning walked out, his smile growing brighter. Haha, it seems these people need a rude awakening. With that, he activated psychokinesis. Wang Feng slumped in the ruins, looking at Lu Tianming's shattered remains. Shattered like this, it's impossible to restore him. How can I take him back? Even if I put him in a spatial bag, it wouldn't change anything. Suddenly, Lu Tianming's fragments floated in the air, gathering together. Yi Ning, still controlling them with his psychic power, transformed them into a display of raining fragments. The old man's body shattered like flowers, scattering throughout the stands. The crowd panicked. Those sitting nearby, splattered with fragments, screamed in terror. Even the spectators behind the protective glass clearly saw this horrific scene. This is Lu Tianming's corpse. He's dead and I'm ruined, one person cried, holding his head. Now I don't even have money to buy a coffin, another person sighed in relief. Luckily I'm a coward and didn't dare to bet. Those who supported Yi Ning were astonished. One sword, he said one sword earlier, and it really was one sword? If only I'd bet everything. Now I only have 1,000 points, Commander Chang. 1,000 points is already a lot, be content. What matters most is that Yi Ning is fine. Fang Hao burst into excited laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid's crazy, but he delivered. Even with the odds, rumors outside say you helped me earn $1 billion, Yi Ning asked in surprise. Oh, you earned that much? Fang Hao raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Why are you so calm? Something's not right. Tell me, did you also make a profit for yourself? How much? Yi Ning humbly replied. How much? Just under 4,000. Fang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. 4,000. That little? Did you miss a few zeros? No, that's not it. According to the outside odds, 4,000. What kind of bet is that for such scraps? Then he suddenly realized, asking eagerly. Wait, 4,000? Are you talking about 400 billion, you rascal? Yi Ning shook his head and smiled faintly. Approximately, just under 400 billion, about 380 billion. The scene shifted to the old chief's home where he was replaying the match video. He hummed, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. HMPH, that sword strike was rather interesting. The black light shot from the third eye was also quite intriguing. A subordinate asked, Old Chief, do we need to avenge Lu Tianming? He shook his head, his tone calm. No hurry, he was just a good-for-nothing. Besides, doesn't he have a father who was once a deputy commander-in-chief? The subordinate nodded. Understood. The scene shifted to the Northern War Zone Command Post Sanatorium. Wailing echoed in the room, accompanied by an aura of fury. Woo-woo, my Minger, Yi Ning, I'll kill you. This man was Lu Heishan, Lu Tianming's father. He roared, Army, heed my command, follow me to Annihilate. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir, Commander Lu's order. The scene shifted to a hotel in Country B. Although Country B had promised to help contain Country A, Li Quanji still sighed worriedly. Country B's strength might not last long, he continued. Alas, originally the deployment was still 3 months away, but now the life and death duel between Yi Ning and Lu Tianming has broken out early. I'm worried that an even greater storm will arrive prematurely. Damn it, what's destined to happen will happen, he said, gritting his teeth. That bastard Lu Tianming openly seized resources clearly to force Yi Ning into a life and death duel early. Those resources were brought back by Yi Ning at the risk of his life. If it were anyone else, could they swallow that insult? Compared to the overall situation, I'm more concerned about Yi Ning's safety now. The person next to him comforted him. You don't need to worry too much after all. We've already dispatched people to take comprehensive protective measures. Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan are both on site, so this life and death duel won't cause any major problems. The secretary walked over from a distance, excitedly saying, Commander-in-Chief, I just received good news. Something big happened in that life and death duel, Li Quanji asked eagerly. Who was involved? The secretary replied. It's Yi Ning. Don't worry. How serious is it? What were those people responsible for protection doing? The secretary shook his head. It's committee member Lu. Committee member Lu is dead, and he was killed by Yi Ning with one sword strike. Both were shocked after hearing this. Li Quanji exclaimed, What? That's impossible. Lu Tianming, after all, had reached Tier 3 peak, and there were so many Tier 3 advanced guards on site. How could Yi Ning have killed him? He urged. Quick, tell me what happened. Were Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan behind this? The secretary quickly explained. No, Commander-in-Chief, committee member Lu is truly dead. This is the video record from then. Li Quanji watched the video, his expression changing drastically. Disappearing into thin air, killing with one sword strike, leaving no corpse. What kind of talent skill is this? In just 1 week, from novice to mid-stage, what exactly happened during that time? A subordinate suggested. Commander-in-Chief, do we need to ask Xiao Ju? Li Quanji nodded. What's more important now is to find Lu Heishan as quickly as possible. Yi Ning is in danger. We must return immediately. The subordinate replied. Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately. Oh, Commander-in-Chief, one more thing. Before the life and death duel, gambling took place in several locations in the capital, and Yi Ning was the biggest winner. Li Quanji cursed. Damn it, no wonder the protection was so weak. Something big has happened. Quickly tell Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan to transfer Yi Ning to the Parliament building's underground defense layer. He is not allowed to leave for a single step. Understood, Commander-in-Chief. Scene shifted to the Parliament building's underground defense layer. At this moment, 3 people were hiding underground. Cheng Yuan said to Yi Ning solemnly, Yi Ning, until the Commander-in-Chief returns, you are not allowed to go anywhere or leave our site for a single step. Xiao Ju and Ming Luo have also been arranged to protect your family. Yi Ning asked curiously, Is that Lu Heishan really that terrifying? Enough to cause such a huge commotion? Fang Hao shook his head and explained, Yi Ning, you don't understand. Lu Heishan was one of the first combatants to survive after the apocalypse. Lu Heishan was once one of the deputy commanders-in-chief of the Northern War Zone Command Post. On the same level as your Uncle Fang. According to the military system back then, his rank was even higher than mine, and he was also the commander-in-chief's most renowned successor at the time. He's different from Lu Tianming, he's a true veteran Tier 3 peak expert. I grew up listening to his legendary stories, Yi Ning asked in surprise. Is he truly Tier 3 peak? Was Lu Tianming not? Fang Hao nodded. In fact, Lu Tianming was essentially Tier 3 advanced. Due to his special talent, his combat power could rival Tier 3 peak. That's also why he always claimed to be Tier 3 peak. Yi Ning thought to himself, his gaze sharp. But you should also know the difference between real and fake, right? A thought flashed through his mind. If he had to face Lu Heishan now, he would probably have to bet his life. His remaining sword skills were Yanluo's Mortal Realm and Divine Wrath, and his psionic energy reserves were enough to unleash dimensional impact once. Cheng Yuan comforted him, his voice low and firm. You don't need to worry. With Fang Hao and me here, even if Lu Heishan comes, he won't be able to touch you. You just finished a battle, go rest first. Yi Ning nodded. All right, he sat cross-legged and began to focus his energy. His psionic energy was already depleted, mind light flickered, quickly restoring his physical and mental strength. He calculated silently. If Lu Heishan arrived, he could use this energy to absorb damage. Fang Hao and Cheng Yuan were both astonished to see Yi Ning recovering. This energy is like an automatic repair machine, Cheng Yuan murmured, his eyes filled with admiration. In the sky, engines roared and supersonic fighter jets streaked across, heading straight for the city. It's 3 a.m., how can there be such loud noise? One person looked up and said in surprise. Look at the sky, so many fighter jets, another person panicked. My god, why are so many Tier 3 experts being deployed? Are zombies going to attack the city? The members of the underground capital defense team also noticed the appearance of the fighter jets, their expressions grim. How much longer until Lu Heishan arrives? How many people did he bring? A military officer pressed the question. He'll reach the capital's no-fly zone in 7 minutes. A total of 40 Tier 3 experts, including 6 advanced, 14 mid-stage and 20 novice. What about other units? Is there no sign of infantry deployment? No movement for now. There were signs of mobilization earlier, but old General Lu stopped it. One person sighed in relief. As expected of an old fox, he clearly wanted to put on a show to force a concession, but still pretended to consider the big picture. Alas, it would be better if no troops were moved. Otherwise, how could just a few of us stop them? Another officer complained. What on earth is going on? Isn't it all that bastard Yi Ning's fault? Since the appearance of Daxia's awakened, how many geniuses have there been? But who causes trouble everywhere like him? If not for the army's protection, he would have died tens of thousands of times already. Another person sighed. Now what? He killed committee member Lu, and we have to clean up his mess. Enough, a military officer ordered. Commander-in-Chief Huang only asked us to delay General Lu for a while. Clean up his mess, just us? One person said bitterly. He killed my best friend Lu Tianming. He made me lose everything. Yi Ning, a mere greenhorn, why does he get such protection? This world is truly unfair. In the sky, Lu Heishan ordered coldly. General Lu, the capital's no-fly zone is ahead. We should slow down, otherwise we'll be misunderstood, the old man roared. Misunderstood? Misunderstood what? That I, Lu Heishan, am a traitor, full speed ahead. I'd like to see who dares to stop me, the subordinate replied. Understood, the fighter jets roared, constantly receiving warnings. Warning, warning, warning. Fighter jet B-988 has crossed the air defense restricted zone. Warning, fighter jet B-98 has crossed the air defense restricted zone. On the ground, the generals received orders. All units heed my command, activate the air defense system, deploy fighter jets and intercept them. A military officer commanded. You few, come with me to negotiate. Lu Heishan was stopped, and one person said worriedly, General Lu, we've been stopped. Do we need to open fire? The old man replied. Let's see what they have to say first, the person whispered nervously. General Lu, it's so late, you must be very tired returning from the northern war zone, right? We've already prepared a room for you. Why don't you rest at the military base first and meet the commander-in-chief tomorrow morning? But Lu Heishan roared murderously. Stop talking nonsense, where is Yi Ning? The person stammered. Yi Ning, you've come for Yi Ning. The thing is, General Lu, there are some matters, the old man interrupted. I asked where Yi Ning is, hand over that bastard to me immediately. What? Are you trying to stop me? Or is Tianming's death also related to you? The person swallowed, trying to compose himself. General Lu, please calm down. We truly don't know Yi Ning's location, but please rest assured the commander-in-chief will definitely give you an explanation. Lu Heishan snorted coldly. HMPH, an explanation? Isn't the army's explanation just hiding him away? Just then a notification sounded. General Lu, Yi Ning is in the underground level of the Parliament building. The old man said no more, immediately rushing down. I'm going ahead. You shut down the planes and follow my location there, the subordinate replied. Understood, General Lu. One person in the team smiled slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. Yi Ning, your time has come. Once you're dead, the outcome of the bet will be another matter. The scene shifted to the Parliament building. Lu Heishan swooped down from high altitude, piercing through the underground defense layer, his murderous aura soaring. He roared, You little bastard, get out here and die. Lu Heishan charged forward, his murderous aura radiating. But Fang Hao was as fast as lightning, extending a solid arm to block his attack. Cheng Yuan immediately stepped forward, standing in front of him. Yi Ning, be careful, behind them. Yi Ning clearly felt that terrifying aura. Is this the power of a Tier 3 peak? Truly extraordinary. Fang Hao shouted loudly, his voice low like thunder. General Lu, are you trying to rebel by taking action here? Lu Heizhan sneered, his gaze like a knife. Haha, I didn't expect two top-tier experts to be here. It seems that bastard Li Quanji doesn't intend to get justice for me, Cheng Yuan said solemnly. General Lu, please mind your excessively aggressive words and actions, the old man roared. His murderous aura grew even thicker. Excessive? When my son died, why did no one say anything was excessive? Get out of my way if you know what's good for you. My personally killing Yi Ning is what would be truly excessive, and I intend to do it. He waved his hand, striking a palm, sending shattered rock flying, his voice echoing in the space. Tianming, watch carefully from above, your father will now avenge you. Yi Ning, die. A palm strike, mighty as a mountain collapsing and earth-rending, surged directly towards the three of them. Fang Hao gritted his teeth. Lu Heizhan, you really dare to act in the parliament building, then don't blame me for being impolite. He unleashed Azure Dragon's roar, and a surging wave of psionic energy erupted, meeting the attack. The old man's attack was repelled. The two soared into the air, rubble falling like mud, carrying a terrifying corrosive power. Lu Heizhan's innate psionic energy actually had a corrosive effect. Yi Ning secretly marveled, but noticed that Fang Hao had only been defending, not attacking with full force. I'll observe the situation first, he thought to himself. Lu Heizhan pointed directly at Fang Hao, roaring, Fang Hao, are you determined to oppose me? Fang Hao replied coldly. Lu Heizhan, that's enough, don't force my hand, the old man sneered. Force your hand against me if you're not afraid of disheartening the elders, then come on, Fang Hao paused, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. A civil war at this moment would be detrimental to public opinion, so he had to exercise restraint and ensure no harm came to Yi Ning. He mused silently. The old man roared, Fang Hao, do you really think you can stop me? Lu Heizhan activated Aurora Split Slash, his body dividing into 4 clones that rushed at Fang Hao from all directions. I'd like to see how you protect him. The clones circled around, making it impossible for Fang Hao to fully block them. He exclaimed worriedly, damn it, how insidious, Cheng Yuan shouted from behind. Yi Ning, activate your defense quickly. Yi Ning immediately activated his heart-shaped modified defense while Cheng Yuan pulled out his spiked meteor hammer and deployed heavy water domain, creating a protective shield. Lu Heizhan's 3 clones attacked frantically and cracks appeared in the shield. Do you want to break my defense? Cheng Yuan roared, unleashing hammer strike, heaven and earth shatter, and a fierce shockwave pulverized the 3 clones. Yi Ning couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Uncle Cheng's strength is incredible. He thought, both are tier 3 peaks, how could 2 against 1 be at a disadvantage against this old scoundrel? He stood behind and taunted, old scoundrel, you're not doing so well, my defense is wide open, you know. Lu Heizhan's eyes turned red with rage, roaring, bastard, why is everyone stopping me? I'm going to kill him. Must kill him. The old man drew his sword and rushed forward with a desperate aura. Fang Hao shouted, Lu Heizhan, are you really going all out? Then I'm afraid I'll have to offend you. The old man unleashed Energy Tier Sky Slash, while Fang Hao responded with 800 Dragon Fists and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Fang Hao continued with Myriad Fists Unite, countless fists converging into one, shattering Lu Heizhan's move and repelling him several meters. Yi Ning secretly admired, I only knew Uncle Fang was a top combatant in Huaxia before, but I didn't realize he was so powerful. Fang Hao shouted, General Lu, please stop. If we continue fighting, we'll lose all dignity. Lu Heizhan retorted, you tell me to stop, my son's body isn't even cold yet, and you tell me to back off? Just then, a group of reinforcements rushed from a distance. The old man cheered, General Lu, we're here. The old man commanded, good, kill Yi Ning for me. Everyone responded, yes, General. They charged forward menacingly. Without fear, Fang Hao shouted, damn it, don't you people know the crime of actively attacking a committee member? That's treason, punishable by death. Everyone paused, but Lu Heizhan continued to command from below, killing an honorary committee member is nothing. I can bear the consequences. Kill. Fang Hao blocked the crowd while shouting, Cheng Yuan, take Yi Ning and break out. I'll hold them off. Cheng Yuan responded, using his moves to block. Yi Ning, follow Uncle. Uncle will lead you out. Yi Ning's aura was fierce at this moment, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Aren't these tier 3s perfect sacrifices for my divine wrath plus mind shock? None of you are getting away today. Watching Lu Heizhan charge over, he turned to Cheng Yuan, his tone full of provocation. If I kill all these people today, would it count as self-defense? Cheng Yuan was stunned. What? Without wasting a second, Yi Ning activated mind shock, preparing to unleash his moves when a terrifying oppressive aura swept from a distance. Stop all of you. A powerful voice boomed and space seemed to tremble. Commander-in-Chief Li Quanji appeared, his gaze sharp. Old General Lu, long time no see, how about we talk somewhere else? The military will give you an explanation. Lu Heizhan roared, killing intent soaring. Explanation? Explanation for what? I don't believe Yi Ning alone could kill Tianming. Hand over everyone involved. I want them to pay with their lives, Li Quanji calmly replied. Old General Lu, Yi Ning and Lu Tianming had a fair duel. There's video evidence. With no regard for life or death. You must be well aware of this rule, aren't you? Lu Heizhan overturned the computer containing the video, his eyes bloodshot. I don't care about rules. Tianming endured him for the greater good, but he used insidious tactics and brutal means. Li Quanji roared, his voice like thunder. You are truly absurd, Lu Heizhan. You shed blood for the nation for 30 years, achieving remarkable military feats for Huaxia. Your son was loyal and cautious, serving the country, but in the end he was bullied by a junior and the military. I just want to ask, why should this brat be compared to my son? What contributions has he made to the country? Why do you protect him? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. He stepped forward, his gaze icy. Remarkable military feats, serving the country, won't accept it. You're truly shameless. Lu Tianming was corrupt, obstructing the EC rescue efforts. He seized my resources and framed my subordinates. Why don't you mention these things? I'm telling you, old man, Lu Tianming deserved to die. And even if I had to do it 100,000 times, I would still kill him. That trash failed and blamed the circumstances. He pointed directly at Lu Heizhan. You think your son was so great that I couldn't kill him? Come on now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept? The old man, enraged, drew his sword and pointed it at him. Bastard, say that again. Yi Ning smirked. Say it again. You're so old, are you deaf too? Do you dare accept the duel? I'll allow you to bring 10 more people and I'll fight all 11 of you alone. The old man roared. Bastard, you're asking for death. I'll grant your wish. The old man charged, sword energy erupting. Fang Hao quickly intervened. Stop all of you. He activated War God Domain Seal, trapping Lu Heizhan within a barrier. Yi Ning shouted, Uncle Fang, don't stop me. This is a good time to kill this old dog. Lu Heizhan frantically unleashed Sky Shatter Slash, each sword strike breaking through the barrier. Just as the barrier shattered, Li Quanji threw out a scroll, his voice like thunder. Stop all of you. This is the parliament. No fighting allowed here. The scroll emitted light, locking everyone in place, unable to move. From within the glass cage, Yi Ning shouted, I already said a duel is a duel. Now let's announce to Washa that we'll duel in the martial arts arena. He pointed at Lu Heizhan. Old dog, do you dare accept it, you bastard? Don't think I won't kill you if you have the guts. Arrange it now, the old man retorted. Whoever's afraid is a coward. Just then, one of Li Quanji's subordinates whispered through an earpiece, Commander-in-Chief, I just received a message from the secretary. According to record 009, Yi Ning seems to have summoned a Tier 4 phantom. Li Quanji was stunned, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. What? He thought. If Yi Ning really has a Tier 4 phantom, then killing Lu Tianming isn't impossible. He turned around, his voice low but decisive. Since you all want to duel, then let me make it clear first. Both parties agree to the duel, to fight to the death in the arena with no regard for life or death, and no seeking revenge afterwards. Yi Ning was somewhat surprised to hear this. Why did the commander-in-chief suddenly change his attitude? He disregarding the bigger picture, but then he smirked. Good, with the government's backing, I'll always have an advantage. Lu Heizhan's eyes flickered with hesitation upon hearing this. Something's not right. Li Quanji originally came to protect Yi Ning. So why is he agreeing to the duel now? Does this brat have some hidden trump card? Have the two armies set a trap? A subordinate whispered. General Lu, don't fall for it. That brat is aiming for when you're injured and your psionic energy is almost depleted. The old man sneered triumphantly. You little brat, you actually dare to scheme against me. I'll send you to your grave in 3 days, so enjoy these 2 or 3 days you have left. With that, the old man and his subordinates soared into the air and left. Yi Ning was stunned. What the hell? He just left that old fox who jeeping walked over and patted Yi Ning's shoulder. Come to my office tomorrow morning, get some good rest today. Yi Ning nodded. All right, he mused. 3 days seems like an opportunity, but it's actually a disadvantage. It's too difficult to activate Divine Wrath in a life and death arena duel, and group combat is better than one-on-one. Fortunately, I still have 1 sword skill slot open. I must learn an S-rank sword skill as soon as possible. The scene shifted back to Yi Ning's home. Wang Tian ran in from a distance beaming. Lord Yi Ning, you're finally back. Come to the study so as not to worry your family. As soon as they entered, Wang Dian excitedly handed over the documents. Lord, this is our profit from this time. After deducting system taxes and fees, the total is 377 billion, of which 240 billion are credit points. And the rest are equipment, skills, items, and even slave contracts. With so much money, it will probably take almost a month to withdraw it all. Yi Ning nodded, his voice low. I understand. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. From this massive profit, he explicitly allocated 100 million to Chen Kailai, 100 million to Xiao Hai, and 100 million for himself. Wang Tian's eyes widened. 100 million, isn't that too much? Yi Ning chuckled, his tone calm. Compared to the money everyone earned, this is nothing. Please accept it with peace of mind. Wang Tian was moved to tears. Lord, following you is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Yi Ning continued to instruct, his gaze sharp. Use this money on one hand for Sun Licheng's extraordinary plan, and on the other hand recruit talent in the field of aircraft carrier manufacturing. In addition, as I said before, recruit EC refugees as soon as possible. I hope you can build a ready-to-deploy team within 2 months. Wang Tian nodded. Understood. Yi Ning suddenly remembered. Oh right, remember to help me check if I can collect any S-rank sword skill manuals. Wang Tian replied, sword skill? I remember a private force contacted me, saying they wanted to use an S-rank sword skill to offset a 900 million debt, but 900 million was too outrageous, so I didn't agree at the time. Yi Ning frowned. What happened then? Wang Tian nodded. You contact him now and have him bring the sword skill over for me to see tomorrow. If it's suitable, 900 million is not a problem. Wang Tian replied, understood, I'll go take care of it now. The next morning in the commander-in-chief's office, Yi Ning pushed open the door and entered. Li Quanji looked up. You're here? Have a seat. Yi Ning stated directly. Yi Ning, I called you here for 2 things. One is about Lu Heizhan and the other. Yi Ning interrupted, his gaze firm. Lu Heizhan, commander-in-chief, are you regretting it? Do you want to persuade me to give up this fight? I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Li Quanji shook his head. No, listen to me. I don't want to stop you, Yi Ning. There are some things you're not yet qualified to know, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you the truth, he said in a deep voice. Firstly, in the Washa war zone, there are actually 93 Tier 3 peak powerhouses. Yi Ning was stunned. What? Didn't they say there were only a dozen such powerhouses in the whole country, including remote border areas? Li Quanji sighed. In fact, if you include those hidden in private forces, the number would be even higher. Yi Ning asked bluntly, if there are so many top combatants, why was the apocalypse battle so tragic in my previous life? Li Quanji looked at him, his gaze deep. Yi Ning, you're too young, too much of what your generation knows has been covered up. More than 60 years ago, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Huaxia indeed had fewer than 10 Tier 3 peak powerhouses. But since the Awakened appeared, our strength has grown exponentially. By the 13th year, safe zones were established. By the 30th year, Huaxia's population exceeded 700 million, and Awakened surpassed 20 million. Tier 3 peak powerhouses emerged endlessly, and by the 40th year their numbers had already surpassed 100. Yi Ning frowned. That's not right. If this trend continued, how could Huaxia become weaker and weaker? Li Quanji gave a wry smile. Have you heard the story of 33 Tales of Silver? In this world it's not just zombies eating human flesh. Humans are the same, he explained. 33 Tales of Silver was an ancient tax that forced common people to pay for life. It squeezed out their surplus value, and made people mistakenly believe that they could live a good life as long as they worked hard. Similarly, after the apocalypse, a similar tax also appeared, originating from the first batch of Tier 3 peak powerhouses, he continued. When the zombies temporarily stabilized, the corruption of power began. Over the next 30 years, the resources accumulated by the military were almost completely plundered by these people. The first batch of Tier 3 peak families stood on the war zone, sucking the blood of survivors, seizing psionic mines, shutting down industries, and even preventing ordinary people from getting Awakened protection medicine. Yi Ning angrily slammed the table, sucking the military's blood and then beginning to oppress and exploit survivors. Is that it? Li Quanji nodded. Of course we resisted. More than 10 years ago, we launched a Tier 3 war. But unfortunately we failed. Yi Lin was assassinated, and then the old commander-in-chief was forced to retire. The first generation of Tier 3 peak powerhouses also retreated behind the scenes. I endured humiliation for many years to climb to my current position, Yi Ning pressed. Since you have such great ambitions, why have you done nothing since taking office? Li Quanji sighed. Most of my power has been stripped away and I am ambitious but powerless. For example, do you remember the last Asia confrontation dungeon? Before you, there were qualified people who could participate, but they all refused. That's them forcing us. They had to be paid a corresponding price to make them act. For their private gain, they didn't provide strategies, forcing the military to disperse its forces for the greater good. Yi Ning frowned. They are targeting me because I broke the balance, aren't they? Li Quanji nodded. Exactly. Lu Tianming and Lu Heishan both belonged to the old forces. Yi Ning thought the military in his previous life was probably the result of a two-faction struggle, which is why he never saw many of the top combatants. Yi Ning killing Lu Tianming represents the demise of the old forces, he told himself silently. Li Quanji looked directly at him. Look at me, honestly, is your current combat power comparable to a Tier 3 peak? Your talent is certainly not what you claim. Is it? Yi Ning pondered for a moment, then sighed. If I get involved, what will I face? Li Quanji looked at him, his gaze firm. In this national war, each country will send at least 6 Tier 3 peak powerhouses. If the old forces don't send anyone, the military can only send at most 4 Tier 3 peak powerhouses. Yi Ning frowned, his tone full of confidence. Then if I kill Lu Heishan in the national war a month later, I'll have to face at least 2 Tier 3 peak warriors. Yi Ning can bear this cost. Li Quanji nodded, a look of admiration in his eyes. I don't ask for too much. As long as you can hold them off, we won't lose too badly. As long as the ranking isn't too low, we can still endure the system's punishment. Yi Ning responded, his aura magnificent. Commander-in-Chief, I am confident in my strength a month from now. Li Quanji laughed heartily. Excellent. I knew I didn't misjudge you. The scene shifted back to Yi Ning's study. Wang Tian entered excitedly. Lord Yi Ning, the sword skill has arrived. Please take a look. Yi Ning joyfully picked up the book Azure Sword Judgment, his eyes sparkling. Excellent. He browsed the information. This name sounds really powerful. S-rank sword skill. Azure Sword Judgment consumes 6,000 psionic and mental energy, maintains judgment power for 3 seconds, creates a lock effect and breaks invisibility and pursuit. After the judgment, it summons the Sword of Judgment, launching a supersonic attack from high altitude with armor-piercing high heat, shattering, suppression and melting effects. Note 1. Simultaneously attacks psionic energy and matter, immune to 50 of total psionic defense. Note 2. Speed is 3 times the speed of sound. Even if the target is dead, the attack continues. He thought the effect is too strong. It breaks invisibility, nullifying all hidden abilities, and the supersonic attack ensures 100 hit rate. This 3-second judgment is practically divine wrath. It's terrifying. He murmured, if I first use the Sword of Judgment, then 2-dimensional impacts. Within the 3-second judgment, wouldn't I be able to land several more hits? He turned to Wang Tian. You can keep this sword skill manual. Wang Tian hesitated. Are you sure? This sword art is completely impractical, otherwise he would have used it already. He chuckled. I'm sure it's fine, you go about your business. Wang Tian nodded. Oh, all right. After Wang Tian left, Yi Ning was alone. He activated the soundproofing barrier, and the space became silent as he began to learn the sword skill. He used the enhancement system, and a surge of energy enveloped his body. The system notified, sword skill enhancement successful, upgraded to SSS rank. Final Judgment. Yi Ning was surprised. Final Judgment, that name sounds truly ominous. Final Judgment SSS rank. Activation conditions consumes 40,000 psionic energy and 20,000 mental power. Mental power must be maintained above 70, otherwise health will be deducted. Cooldown time 12 hours. Effects: all attributes 10, movement speed increased to 3 times the speed of sound, immune to all negative statuses. Damage taken reduced by 50, immediately removes all negative effects. Attacks deal area of effect damage with burst and suppression effects, has a chance to cause fear or paralysis. Forcibly locks onto the target, making them lose sight, and ignores teleportation skills. The final judge locks for 3 to 10 seconds and can cast Divine Sin, summoning the Sword of Divine Sin, dealing immense true damage ignoring level difference. Damage cannot be dodged, causes paralysis upon critical hit, can only be dispelled by health. He blinked, astonished. My god, there are too many effects, it's too heaven-defying. Is this just the first judge? He murmured. Divine Sin is practically Divine Wrath, but 10 times more effective than Way of Heaven indeed. The higher the tier 3, the more terrifying the enhancement. He smirked. Battle intent burning. I wonder how powerful it is. I need to find an expert to test it. The scene shifted to the military region's underground training ground. The space was quiet but filled with a tense atmosphere. He looked at Fang Hao, smiling mischievously. Uncle Fang, I asked you to come here this time. Does this kid think Uncle Fang is easy to bully? Why didn't he ask Cheng Yuan but you instead? He replied confidently. Uncle Fang, you are the strongest. Practicing with you will make me more confident when facing Lu Heishan. Fang Hao smirked, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. That's true. Among Daxia's top experts, my strength is definitely in the top 10, no exaggeration. In real combat, I can kill Lu Heishan in 10 seconds while you probably can't even last a second. Have you thought it through? He nodded decisively. Uncle Fang, I want to try. Fang Hao laughed heartily. Good kid, alright, come on. Fang Hao mobilized his psionic energy and his oppressive aura erupted like a raging storm. Even from a distance he could feel that powerful energy. As expected of a top expert among tier 3 peaks, this psionic energy is terrifying, he thought. Fang Hao roared, what are you waiting for? Yi Ning. You make the first move. Although I'm not a defensive type, if you can inflict even a little damage on me, it will be enough to contend with Lu Heishan. He smirked, then I won't hold back. He unleashed Sword Stream Storm. Countless blades attacked like a tempest. Fang Hao's mouth fell open. Holy cow, I wasn't even finished speaking, but he immediately burst into laughter. I appreciate your decisive personality. He instantly cast Azure Scale Aura Shield, forming a solid barrier. Area of effect attack. This lethality is very strong for a tier 3 mid-stage. For an ordinary high stage, resisting these attacks head-on would be unbearable, but this little power can't break my defense. It's still far from enough. Fang Hao struck with an Azure Scale Quake Punch, dispersing his sword skill. He scoffed. Yi Ning, is that all you've got? Show me your last invisibility move. He immediately activated Dimensional Impact and his figure vanished into thin air. Fang Hao was surprised. Did he really disappear? He shouted from space. Uncle Fang, my apologies. If this is a real combat test, I have to be serious. Although I believe in your strength, I'm still curious if Dimensional Impact can hit a tier 3 peak expert. In the instant time slowed tenfold, he continuously slashed at Fang Hao. Fang Hao frowned, feeling a hint of unease. This doesn't seem like the invisibility I imagined. Why do I feel like I'm being attacked? He murmured, this move is too insidious, I can't take it lightly. Fang Hao immediately cast Azure Dragon Cyclone, increasing his defense by twofold. Just 1 second later, he activated Dimensional Impact again. Fang Hao exclaimed, what? This kid disappeared and reappeared again exactly like when he killed Lu Tianming. He cast Wind Elemental Ice Blade, 3,000 slashes in space. Fang Hao was stunned. Surrounding psionic fluctuations were blurry, feeling as if sword energy was hidden within, waiting to burst at the last moment. He thought, that's right, this is delayed burst. I finally understand how Lu Tianming died. What's next? Mental shock or psionic interference? He guessed that when his psionic energy was delayed and burst, the 2 sword skills would burst simultaneously, breaking through his defense. This continuous combination was sharp and difficult to resist, but still not enough to break his second layer of defense. He opened the spatial gate and continued to unleash a fierce sword stream storm. Fang Hao was surprised. Good kid, it's clearly random hacking, but every move aims at a vital point, and there are slashes from the inside out. He activated Aura Berserk and Heavenly Aura Body Protection, and his aura erupted, forming a solid protective layer. He laughed heartily. Kid, how much psionic energy can you make me waste like this? This power. Lu Tianming's death was not unjust, but he shook his head. Too bad. Why didn't you use mental shock on me? Are you afraid I can't take it? I tell you, even if I take another mental shock, you still can't break my second layer of defense, he smirked. Is that so? This move might not kill Lu Heishan, but what about this sword? The sword in his hand shone brightly, and spiritual energy surged like a tide. Final Judgment activated, and the phantom of a three-eyed specter appeared behind him. The oppressive aura was astonishing. Fang Hao was stunned. What kind of phantom is this? My god, how can this oppressive aura be so terrifying? He roared. Uncle Fang, take this move, he slashed out with his sword. Spiritual energy surging like a tsunami. Fang Hao quickly cast Azure Scale Aura Shield to defend, but the shield instantly cracked and shattered with just one blow. He roared, Azure Dragon Defense, quickly block it for me. He didn't hesitate. Striking again with his sword, the powerful force sent Fang Hao flying. He snorted, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. HMPH, good kid. One of the 4 deputy commanders, was actually suppressed by you. Next time I won't hold back. Fang Hao activated Azure Dragon Descent and a giant dragon phantom appeared behind him, but he immediately cast Final Judgment to lock it, rendering it immobile. Fang Hao was shocked. What's going on? Unlocked by a mysterious force, he struggled to cast Azure Dragon Aura Fist, roaring continuously, but was still restrained by his skill. He exclaimed, "What, I can't break free, locked down like this?" He continued to cast Blazing Fire scorches the heavens, his speed like lightning, striking out with his sword. Fang Hao could only use his last layer of shield to block, but it was still broken, and he was sent flying. He laughed heartily, his tone filled with admiration. "Haha kid, you actually managed to injure me. What kind of power is this? Did you still have a sword strike left?" He nodded, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Yes, I was afraid, because according to the description of Divine Sin it's too monstrous. Even if it doesn't kill Uncle Fang, it could severely injure him." Fang Hao's eyes widened. "What kind of expression is that? Are you afraid of killing me?" "Alas kid, just wait here, I'll go report to the Commander-in-Chief," he scoffed. "It seems you'll have no problem killing Liu Heishan." The scene shifted to Research Lab number 7. Wang Tian called, his voice urgent. "Lord Yi Ning, I just received news that Sun Licheng's extraordinary plan has run into problems." He immediately appeared in the lab. Senior researcher Zhao Wu hurriedly greeted him. "Committee member Yi Ning, you've come at just the right time." He frowned. "Where's Sun Licheng?" Zhao Wu pointed at him, his tone filled with contempt. "He's still smoking in there." Sun Licheng was tied up, covered in smoke and dust. He frowned. "Committee member Yi Ning, did you tie him up?" Zhao Wu nodded. "That's right, he's a fraud. If this continues, he'll blow up the entire research institute sooner or later," he continued. "I heard you approved tens of millions of funds for this fraud. How many talented people do we have in our institute? Why aren't we put in charge?" He drew his sword, his eyes icy. Zhao Wu continued to complain loudly. "He's burned through millions of your money in 2 weeks, not to mention the damaged equipment, which could amount to tens of millions." He suddenly slashed out with his sword, cutting the ropes binding Sun Licheng. "Sun Licheng, are you all right?" he asked. Sun Licheng shook his head. No, I'm fine." Zhao Wu continued to rant. "Committee member Yi Ning, he hasn't researched anything, he's just wasting psionic energy. If we don't refuse to provide further materials, the losses will be greater than you imagine," he said coldly. "Helping me save money? When did the funding stop?" Zhao Wu replied. 3 days ago. Yesterday he even went to the warehouse to steal things." He continued his attack. "Scientific research is a rigorous art. He's just a waste, only good for cleaning the lab. Ask him if he has any professional training, any academic qualifications. I suspect he's embezzling psionic energy." Sun Licheng knelt down and hugged his leg. "Lord Yi Ning, I didn't embezzle. I just don't know why I always fall short. If the next batch of materials also fails, I'm willing to die to atone for it." He helped him up. "It's all right. Tens of millions are too little, I don't blame you." He turned to Zhao Wu. "Is another 100 million enough for him? If not, then 1 billion. Sun Licheng was moved to tears, touched by his trust. Zhao Wu was stunned. "What did you say?" he shouted. "Give this research to us. I'll guarantee results within a year," another person chimed in. "That's right, he's a fraud. We're the professionals," Zhao Wu continued. "Yi Ning, please forgive me, you don't understand technology, so it's normal to be deceived, but if you admit your mistake and correct it, we'd be happy to accept funding and the profits will be split evenly." He radiated an oppressive aura, suppressing everyone into silence. "All of you shut up. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. The truly capable people are following the old professor to research new technologies. Those plotting resistance here are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites motivated by money," he scoffed. "What I hate most are those brutish martial artists who know nothing but threats. Are you still refusing to admit you were tricked? Are you afraid of losing face?" He held his sword to Zhao Wu's neck. "Foolish, hopelessly foolish, haha, what a fearless image. Do you think I'll praise you for this?" he said coldly. "If you have the courage, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, withstand one of my sword strikes and I'll give you the project. 2, pack your bags and never return to the research lab. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll choose for you." 3, 2, Zhao Wu stammered. "I'm just a researcher, how can I resist?" he said coldly. "Understood, you choose the second." He kicked Zhao Wu away and the remaining people scattered in fright. "We quit." Sun Licheng scratched his head, embarrassed. "Committee member Yi Ning, can I be more confident and decisive in the future? With me supporting you, what are you afraid of?" The scene shifted to the Commander-in-Chief's office. Fang Hao walked in, his face bandaged, his tone serious. "Commander-in-Chief, something big has happened. I discovered Yi Ning has another trump card. Look at my injury. Can he really kill Liu Heishan?" Li Quanji pondered. "I understand, but he can't kill Liu Heishan." Fang Hao was surprised. "Why? Did Liu Heishan cancel the deathmatch?" Li Quanji shook his head. "Although the deathmatch has been cancelled, they've used even tougher methods to force Yi Ning to his death." Fang Hao was stunned. "What do you mean?"